Henry is badly in need of a rest. He's been shuttling between the 21st century and the 1940s, searching for a Victorian atrocity known as the Bishop's bird stump. He's been sent back in time as part of a project to restore the famed Coventry Cathedral destroyed in a Nazi air raid over 100 years ago, and well, let's let him tell the story himself. And now, to say nothing of the dog.
"It would have been nice to start fresh without those messy old ruins," she said. "They're a symbol, dear," said her friend. Molly Panter Downs. Chapter 1. A search party. Wartime headgear. The problem of nepotism. Royal headgear. The Bishop's bird stump is missing. Jumble sales. A clue to its whereabouts. Astronomical observations. Dogs. A cat. Man's best friend. An abrupt departure. There were 5 of us. Carruthers and the new recruit, and myself, and Mr. Spivins and the verger. It was late afternoon on November the 15th, and we were in what was left of Coventry Cathedral, looking for the Bishop's bird stump. Or at any rate I was. The new recruit was gawking at the blown-out stained-glass windows. Mr. Spivins was over by the vestry steps digging up something, and Carruthers was trying to convince the verger we were from the Auxiliary Fire Service. "This is our squadron leader, Lieutenant Ned Henry," he said, pointing at me. "And I'm Commander Carruthers, the post fire officer." "Which post?" the verger said. His eyes narrowed. 36, Carruthers said at random. "What about him?" the verger said, pointing at the new recruit, who was now trying to figure out how his pocket torch worked, and who didn't look bright enough to be a member of the Home Guard, let alone AFS. "He's my brother-in-law," Carruthers improvised. "Egbert." "My wife tried to get me to hire her brother to work on the fire watch," the verger said, shaking his head sympathetically. "Can't walk across the kitchen without tripping over the cat. How's he supposed to put out incendiaries?" I asks her. "He needs a job," she says. "Let Hitler put him to work," I says. I left them to it and started down what had been the nave. There was no time to lose. We'd gotten here late, and even though it was only a bit past 4, the smoke and masonry dust in the air already made it almost too dark to see. The recruit had given up on his pocket torch and was watching Mr. Spivins digging determinedly into the rubble next to the steps. I sighted along him to determine where the north aisle had been and started working my way toward the back of the nave. The Bishop's bird stump had stood on a wrought iron stand in front of the parclose screen of the Smith's chapel. I picked my way over the rubble, trying to work out where I was. Only the outer walls of the cathedral and the tower, with its beautiful spire, were still standing. Everything else, the roof, the vaulted ceiling, the clear-story arches, the pillars, had come crashing down into one giant, unrecognizable heap of blackened rubble. All right, I thought, standing on top of a roof beam. That was the apse, and along there was the draper's chapel, although there was no way to tell except by the blown-out windows. The stone arches had come down, and there was only the bayed wall left. And here was the St. Lawrence Chapel, I thought, scrabbling over the rubble on my hands and knees. The clutter of stone and charred beams was 5 feet high in this part of the cathedral, and slippery. It had drizzled off and on all day, turning the ash to blackish mud and making the lead slates from the roof as slick as ice. The Girdler's Chapel, and this must be the Smith's Chapel. There was no sign of the parclose screen. I tried to judge how far from the windows it would have stood, and started digging. The Bishop's bird stump wasn't underneath the mass of twisted girders and broken stone, and neither was the parclose screen. A broken-off length of kneeling rail was, and part of a pew, which meant I was too far out into the nave. I stood up, trying to orient myself. It's amazing how much destruction can distort the sense of space. I knelt down and looked up the church toward the choir, trying to spot the base of any of the north aisle pillars to see how far out into the nave I was, but they were hopelessly buried. I needed to find where the arch had been and work from there. I looked back up at the Girdlers' Chapel's east wall, aligned myself with it and the windows, and started digging again, looking for the supporting pillar of the arch. It had been broken off 6 inches from the floor. I uncovered the space around it, then, sighting along it, tried to estimate where the screen would have been and started digging again. Nothing. I heaved up a jagged piece of the wooden ceiling, and under it was a giant slab of marble, cracked across. The altar. Now I was too far in. I sighted along the new recruit again, who was still watching Mr. Spivins dig, paced off 10 feet, and started digging again. "But we are from the AFS," I heard Carruthers say to the verger. "Are you certain you're with the AFS?" the verger said. "Those coveralls don't look like any AFS uniform I've ever seen." He wasn't having any of it, and no wonder. Our uniforms had been intended for the middle of an air raid, when anyone in a tin helmet can pass for official, and for the middle of the night. Daylight was another matter. Carruthers' helmet had a Royal Engineers insignia. Mine was stenciled ARP, and the new recruit's was from another war altogether. "Our regular uniforms were hit by a high explosive," Carruthers said. The verger didn't look convinced. "If you're from the fire service, why weren't you here last night when you might have done some good?" An excellent question, and one that Lady Shrapnel would be sure to ask me when I got back. "What do you mean you went through on the 15th, Ned?" I could hear her asking. "That's a whole day late." Which was why I was scrabbling through smoking roof beams, burning my finger on a still melted puddle of lead that had dripped down from the roof last night, and choking on masonry dust instead of reporting in. I pried up part of an iron reinforcing girder, nursing my burnt finger, and started through the heap of roof slates and charred beams. I cut the finger I'd burnt on a broken-off piece of metal and stood up, sucking on it. Carruthers and the verger were still at it. "I've never heard of any post-36, the verger said suspiciously. "The AFS posts in Coventry only go up to 17. "We're from London," Carruthers said. "A special detachment sent up to help out." "How'd your lot get through?" the verger said, picking up his shovel aggressively. "The roads are all blocked." It was time to lend assistance. I went over to where they were standing. "We came round Radford way," I said, fairly sure the verger wouldn't have been out that direction. "A milk lorry gave us a lift. I thought there were barricades up," the verger said, still clutching his shovel. "We had special passes," Carruthers said. Mistake. The verger was likely to ask to see them. I said hastily, "The Queen sent us." That did it. The verger's tin helmet came off, and he came to attention, his shovel like a staff. "Her Majesty?" I placed my ARP helmet over my heart. "She said she couldn't look Coventry in the face till she'd done something to help. 'Their beautiful, beautiful cathedral,' she said to us. 'You must go up to Coventry straight away and offer them whatever help you can.'" "She would," the verger said, shaking his bald head reverently. "She would. Their beautiful, beautiful cathedral. It sounds just like her." I nodded solemnly at the verger, winked at Carruthers, and went back to my digging. The rest of the collapsed arch was underneath the roof slates, along with the tangle of electrical cords and a broken memorial tablet that read, "May you know rest et—" a wish which apparently had not been granted. I cleared a space 3 feet wide around the pillar. Nothing. I crawled over the rubble, looking for the rest of the pillar, found a fragment of it, and began digging again. Carruthers came over. "The verger wanted to know what the Queen looked like," he said. "I told him she was wearing a hat. She did, didn't she? I can never remember which one wore the hats." "They all did, except Victoria. She wore a lace cap affair," I said. "And Camilla. She wasn't Queen long enough. Tell him Her Majesty saved Queen Victoria's Bible when Buckingham Palace was bombed. carried it out in her arms like a baby. She did, Carruthers said. No, I said, but it'll keep him from asking why you're wearing a bomb squad helmet. And it might get him talking about what was saved last night. Carruthers pulled a piece of paper from the pocket of his coveralls. The altar candlesticks and cross from the high altar and the Smith's chapel was saved by Provost Howard and the fire watch and taken to the police station. Also, a silver paten and chalice, a wooden crucifix, a silver wafer box, the epistles, the gospels, and the regimental colours of the Royal Warwickshire Regiment 7th Battalion, he read. It matched the list in Provost Howard's account of the raid. And not the bishop's bird stump, I said, surveying the rubble, which means it's here somewhere. No luck finding it? Carruthers asked. No, I said. I don't suppose there's any chance anyone arrived earlier and has already found it. Nobody of ours, Carruthers said. Davis and Peters couldn't even get to the right year. It took me 4 tries to get this close. The first time I came through, I landed on the 19th. The second time, I ended up in the middle of December. The third time, I ended up spot on target, right month, right day, 10 minutes before the raid started. And in the middle of a field of marshmallows halfway to Birmingham. Marshmallows? I said, thinking that I couldn't have heard right. Marshmallows didn't grow in fields, did they? Marrows, Carruthers said, sounding irritated. In a field of vegetable marrows. And it wasn't anything to joke about. The farmer's wife thought I was a German paratrooper and locked me in the barn. I had the devil of a time getting out. What about the new recruit? I said. He came through right before I did. I found him wandering about in the Warwick Road, no idea of where to go. If I hadn't found him, he'd have fallen in a bomb crater. Which might not have been a bad thing, considering. The new recruit had given up watching Mr. Spivens and was back trying to figure out how to switch on his pocket torch. It took us 2 hours to get here, Carruthers said. How about you, Ned? How many tries before you got this close? Just the one. I only just got pulled off jumble sales to try when you weren't having any luck. Jumble sales? Lady Shrapnel got the idea the bishop's bird stump might have been sold at one of the cathedral's jumble sales, I said. You know, to raise money for the war effort, or given to a scrap iron drive. So she sent me to every church and community function from September on. I say, you don't know what a pen wiper's used for, do you? I don't even know what a pen wiper is. Neither do I said. I've bought 7. 2 dahlias, a rose, a kitten, a hedgehog, and 2 Union Jacks. One's got to buy something, and since I couldn't bring anything I bought back through the net with me, it had to be something I could slip onto the fancy goods table without being caught. And pen wipers are small, except for the rose. It was nearly as big as a soccer ball, made out of layers and layers of bright fuchsia wool sewn together and pinked around the edges. And what I can't see is what on earth the use of something like that would be, except, of course, for people to buy at jumble sales. They all had them. The Evacuated Children Charity Fair, the ARP Gas Mask Fund Baked Goods Sale, the St. Anne's Day Sale of Work. Carruthers was looking at me oddly. Ned, he said, how many drops have you made in the past week? 10, I said, trying to remember. No, 12. There was the Trinity Church Harvest Fete, the Women's Institute Victory Drive Sale of Work, the Spitfire Benefit Tea, and the Bishop's Wives. 13. No, 12. Mrs. Bittner wasn't a drop. Mrs. Bittner, Carruthers said, the wife of the last Bishop of Coventry. I nodded. She's still alive, and still living in Coventry. Lady Shrapnel sent me out to interview her. What could she possibly know about the old cathedral? She wouldn't even have been born when it burned. Lady Shrapnel had the idea that if the bishop's bird stump survived the fire, it might have been put in storage somewhere in the new cathedral. So she sent me to interview the bishop's wives because, and I quote, men don't know where anything's kept. Carruthers shook his head sadly. And did the wives know? They'd never even heard of it except for Mrs. Bittner, and she said it wasn't there when they packed up everything before they sold the new cathedral. "But that's good, isn't it?" he said. "If it isn't here either, that means it wasn't in the cathedral when the raid happened, and you can tell Lady Shrapnel she won't need to have a reconstruction of it in the cathedral for the consecration." "You tell her," I said. "Perhaps it was removed for safekeeping," he said, looking at the windows. "Like the east windows." "The bishop's bird stump?" I said incredulously. "Are you joking?" "You're right," he said. "It isn't the sort of thing you'd want to keep from being blown up. Victorian art." He shuddered. "Besides," I said, "I've already been to Lucy Hampton Rectory. That's where they took the windows to check. It wasn't there." "Oh," Carruthers said. "Could it have been moved to somewhere else in the church?" That was an idea. Perhaps one of the altar guild ladies, unable to stand the sight of it, had stuck it in a corner behind a pillar or something. "Why is Lady Shrapnel so obsessed with this stump thing anyway?" Carruthers said. "Why is she so obsessed with every detail of this project?" I said. "Before she assigned me to the bishop's bird stump, it was monuments. She wanted a copy of every inscription on every monument in the cathedral, including the one on Captain Gervase Scrope's tomb, which went on forever." Carruthers nodded sympathetically. "Organ pipes," he said. "She's had me all over the Middle Ages measuring organ pipes." "The real question, of course, is why she's so obsessed with rebuilding Coventry Cathedral," I said. "Her great-great-something grandmother went to Coventry." I know. The experience changed her great-great-something grandmother's life, and when Lady Shrapnel found her diary, it changed her life, and she decided to rebuild the cathedral exactly as it was just before it burned down in honour of etc., etc. I've heard the speech a number of times. Also, the one about how God is in the details, Carruthers quoted. I despise that speech. The one I hate the most is the leave no stone unturned speech. Give me a hand. I pointed to the end of a large stone. He stooped down and got hold of the other side of it. 1, 2, 3, I said. Lift! And we heaved it across the aisle, where it rolled into what was left of a pillar, and knocked it down. The bishop's bird stump wasn't under the stone, but the wrought iron stand it had stood on was, and one of the cross pieces of the parclose screen, and, under a chunk of red sandstone, a half-charred stem of a flower. There was no telling what sort of flower. There weren't even any leaves left, and it might have been a stick or an iron rod, except for the inch or so of green at one end. "It stood in front of a screen," Carruthers said, crunching through the glass. "This screen? On this stand?" I said, pointing at the wrought iron stand. "As of November the 9th, the prayers for the RAF service and baked goods sale. 2 crocheted antimacassars, a pansy pen wiper, and half a dozen rock cakes. Extremely aptly named." Carruthers was looking round at the glass. "Could the blast have knocked it to some other part of the nave?" he asked. "It wasn't high explosives that destroyed the cathedral. It was incendiaries." "Oh," he said. He looked over at the verger, who was coming toward us. "Queen Victoria's Bible, did you say?" "Yes, complete with the births, deaths, and nervous breakdowns of all those Georges," I said. "Find out if anything was taken away for safekeeping to anywhere besides Lucy Hampton before the fire." He nodded and went back over to the verger, and I stood there looking at the wrought iron stand and wondering what to do next. The majority of the bombs that had fallen on the cathedral had been incendiaries, but Carruthers was right. Concussion can do peculiar things, and there had been a number of explosions in the vicinity, from HEs to gas mains going. The bishop's bird stump might have been blown into the centre aisle of the nave, or the choir. I cleared away more masonry, trying to see what direction the glass from the draper's chapel had taken. Most of it seemed to have sprayed south and west. I should be looking in the other direction, toward the back of the nave. I went back to the screen and started digging south and west from it. No stone unturned. The bells began to strike the hour, and we all stopped what we were doing, even Mr. Spivens, and looked up at the tower. With the roof gone, we could see the spire rising above the smoke and dust, unharmed. The bells sounded beautiful, undimmed by the destruction that lay around us. "Look, there's a star," Carruthers said. "Where?" I said. "There," he pointed. All I could see was smoke. I said so. "There," he said, "above the spire. Above the smoky pall of war, above the rack of destruction, untouched by man's inhumanity to man, a high herald of hope and beauty of better times to come, a sparkling symbol of a resurrection it yet kens not." "It yet kens not?" I looked at him worried. "A high herald of hope and beauty?" One of the first symptoms of time lag is a tendency to maudlin sentimentality, like an Irishman in his cups or a Victorian poet cold sober. Carruthers had been on at least 4 drops in the past day, 2 of them within hours of each other, and who knew how many others researching the organ pipes. He'd said himself he hadn't had any sleep. I frowned, trying to remember the checklist of time lag symptoms. Maudlin sentimentality, difficulty in distinguishing sounds, fatigue, but he'd heard the bells, and everyone associated with Lady Shrapnel's reconstruction project was suffering from sleep deprivation. The only sleep I'd gotten in the past week was during the St. Crispin's Day War Effort Bazaar. I dozed off during the welcome and slept through half the introductions of the organising committee. What were the other symptoms? Tendency to become distracted by irrelevancies, slowness in answering, blurred vision. "The star," I said. "What does it look like?" "What do you mean? What does it look like?" Carruthers said, not at all slow to answer. "It looks like a star." The bells stopped chiming, their echoes lingering in the smoky air. "What do you think a star looks like?" Carruthers said, and stomped off toward the verger. Irritability was a definite symptom, and the net guidelines specifically stated that time lag sufferers were to be immediately removed from the environment and from duty. But if I did that, I would have to explain to Lady Shrapnel what we were doing in Oxford instead of Coventry. Which was why I was here poking about in the rubble in the first place, because I didn't want to try and explain why I hadn't landed at 8 o'clock on the 14th in front of the cathedral like I'd been supposed to. And it was no good trying to explain that it was because of the slippage, because Lady Shrapnel didn't believe in slippage, or time lag. No, so long as Carruthers wasn't completely incoherent, it was better to stay here, find the bishop's bird stump, and then go back and be able to tell Lady Shrapnel, yes, it had been in the cathedral during the raid, and then get some sleep. Sleep that knits the ragged sleeve of non-AFS uniforms, that soothes the sooty brow and shuts out sorrow, blessing the weary soul with blissful, healing rest. Carruthers came over, looking neither fatigued nor distracted. Good. "Ned," he said, "didn't you hear me calling?" "Sorry," I said. "I was thinking about something." "You must have been. I've been calling for 5 minutes," he said. "Did she have Dookie with her?" I must have misheard that too, or else Carruthers was more time-lagged than I'd thought. "Dookie?" I said cautiously. "Yes, Dookie," he said. "Did she have Dookie with her?" Oh, no. I was going to have to get him back to Oxford without making the verger suspicious, get him to infirmary, and then try to get back here to finish searching the cathedral and probably end up in a Marrows field halfway to Liverpool. "Ned, can't you hear me?" Carruthers was saying worriedly. "I said, did she have Dookie with her?" "With whom?" I said, wondering how I was going to convince him he needed to be taken out. Time lag victims never think they're time lagged. "Lady Shrapnel?" "No," he said very irritably. "Her Majesty, the Queen, when she commissioned us to come up here. Their beautiful, beautiful cathedral and all that." He pointed to the verger, who was heading toward us. "He asked me if she had Dookie with her when we saw her, and I didn't have any idea who that was." I didn't either. Dookie. It seemed unlikely that that would have been her nickname for the king. For her ne'er-do-well brother-in-law, perhaps? No, Edward, Had already abdicated by 1940, and the Queen wasn't calling him anything. The Queen's dog, I thought. But that didn't help particularly. In her later years as the Queen Mum, she had Welsh corgis, but what had she had during World War II? A Yorkshire Terrier? A toy spaniel? And what gender, if any? And what if Dookie was her maid instead? Or a nickname for one of the princesses? The verger came up. "You were asking about Dookie," I said. "Afraid Dookie wasn't with Her Majesty. Up at Windsor for the duration. Terrified of the bombs, you see." "It takes some of them that way," the verger said, looking over toward where Mr. Spivens and the new recruit were. "Weak nerves." The new recruit had finally figured out how the pocket torch worked. He'd switched it on and was playing the beam on the blackened walls of the chancel and on Mr. Spivens, who was apparently digging a tunnel into the rubble next to the steps. "Blackout?" I mentioned to Carruthers. "Oh, Lord!" Carruthers said. "Put that out!" he shouted, and clambered over toward him. "Week before last, I go up on the roofs, and what do I find?" the verger said, looking over at the chancel where Carruthers had grabbed the torch away from the new recruit and was switching it off. "My brother-in-law, careless as you please, striking a match. What do you think you're doing, I say? Lighting my cigarette, he says. Why don't you light some flares while you're at it, I say, and set them out so the Luftwaffe will be certain to know where to find us. It was only one match, he says. What harm could it do?" He looked around bleakly at what the Luftwaffe had so obviously found, and I wondered if he considered his brother-in-law accountable. But he said instead, "Poor Provost Howard." He shook his head. "It was a blow to him, losing the cathedral. Wouldn't go home. Stayed here all night." "All night?" I said. He nodded. "Watching for looters, I suppose." He looked sadly at the rubble. "Not that there was much left to pinch. Still, if anything did survive, you don't want people making off with it." "No," I agreed. He shook his head sadly. "You should have seen him, walking up and down across the rubble, back and forth. Go home and have a lie down, I told him. Let me and Mr. Spivens take a turn." "So someone's been here the whole time since the fire?" I persisted. "Pretty near," he said, "except when I went home to tea. And this morning it started to rain and I sent my brother-in-law home for my mackintosh and an umbrella, but he never came back. So I had to go home and get them myself." "Getting dark," he added, looking nervously at the sky to the east. "The Jerrys will be back soon." Actually, they wouldn't. The Luftwaffe had decided to go after London tonight instead. But it was getting dark. The far end of the church where Carruthers was yelling at the new recruit over blackout regulations was in gloom, and the blown-out east window gaped on a darkening blue-black haze of smoke crisscrossed by searchlights. "We'd best do what we can before night falls," I said, and went back over to where I'd been digging and surveyed the rubble, trying to guess how far the bishop's bird stump had been knocked by the blast. If it hadn't been carted off by looters. The verger had been gone for at least an hour having his tea, during which time anyone could have walked in through the non-existent south door and carried off anything they liked, including the bishop's bird stump. I must be getting light-headed from lack of sleep. No one, even badly shell-shocked, would steal it, or buy it at a jumble sale. This was the bishop's bird stump. Even the munitions scrap iron drive would turn it down, unless, of course, someone recognised its potential as a psychological weapon against the Nazis. So it had to be here somewhere, along with the rest of the parclose screen and the section of a memorial tablet that read, "Ernal." And I'd better get busy if I was going to find them before dark. I picked up a kneeling cushion, still smouldering and smelling strongly of feathers, laid it in the aisle and started digging toward the back of the nave. I found a kneeling rail, a single bronze candlestick, and a charred hymnal open to "From all that dwell below the skies." There was a sheet of paper stuck inside the back cover. I pulled it out. It was an order of service for Sunday the 10th of November. I opened the folded sheet, blackened fragments flaking away as I did. I squinted, trying to read it in the gloom, wishing I had the new recruit's pocket torch. "And red carnations on the high altar," it read, "were given in remembrance of Lieutenant David Helberstam, RAF. The pulpit arrangement of pink begonias and the bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums in the bishop's bird stump were donated and arranged by the flower committee of the Ladies' Altar Guild. Chairwoman Lo—" The rest of the chairwoman was burnt away, but at least we had proof that the bishop's bird stump had been in the cathedral 5 days ago. So where was it now? I kept digging. It got darker, and the moon that had been such an aid to the Luftwaffe the night before came up and promptly disappeared into the murk of smoke and dust. This part of the church seemed to have fallen in all in one piece, and I almost immediately ran out of things I could lift by myself. I looked over at Carruthers, but he was deep in royal conversation with the verger, and presumably getting some information out of him. I didn't want to bother him. "Give me a hand!" I called to the new recruit instead. He was squatting next to Mr. Spivens, watching him burrow into the tunnel. "Over here!" I shouted, gesturing to him. Neither of them paid any attention. Mr. Spivens had nearly disappeared into the tunnel, and the new recruit was fiddling with his pocket torch again. "Hello!" I shouted. "Over here!" And several things happened at once. Mr. Spivens reappeared. The new recruit reared back and fell over. The pocket torch came on, its beams sweeping the sky like one of the searchlights, and a long, dark animal shot out of the tunnel and across the top of the rubble. A cat. Mr. Spivens took off after it, barking wildly. I went over to where the new recruit was sitting, gazing interestedly after them, switched off the torch, helped him up, and said, "Come help me with these timbers." "Did you see that cat?" he said, looking over to where it had disappeared under the chancel steps. "It was a cat, wasn't it? They're smaller than I thought they'd be. I thought they'd be more the size of a wolf. And they're so fast. Were all of them black like that?" "All of them that have been crawling about in a burnt-out cathedral, I should think," I said. "A real cat," he said, dusting off his non-AFS coveralls and following me. "It's just so amazing, seeing a creature that's been extinct for nearly 40 years. I've never seen one before." "Take hold of that end," I said, pointing at a length of stone gutter. "It's all so amazing," he said. "Actually being here where it all started." "Or ended," I said dryly. "Not that one, the one on top." He lifted, his knees straight, staggering a little. "It's just so exciting. Lady Shrapnel said working on Coventry Cathedral will be a rewarding experience, and it is. Seeing this and knowing that it isn't really destroyed, that it's rising out of the ashes at this very minute, resurrected and restored in all its former glory." He sounded time-lagged, but probably wasn't. All of Lady Shrapnel's new recruits sound time-lagged. "How many drops have you done?" I asked. "This is my first," he said, his face eager. "And I still can't quite believe it. I mean, here we are in 1940 searching for the bishop's bird stump, unearthing a treasure of the past, the beauty of a bygone era." I looked at him. "You've never actually seen the bishop's bird stump, have you?" "No," he said, "but it must be truly amazing. It changed Lady Shrapnel's great-great-grandmother's life, you know." "I know," I said. "It's changed all of our lives." "Here!" Carruthers called from the draper's chapel. He was on his knees. "I've found something!" He was in the wrong direction for blast, and at first all I could see was a tangle of timbers, but Carruthers was pointing at something in the midst of the tangle. "I see it," the verger said. "It looks like metal." "Use your torch," Carruthers said to the new recruit. The recruit, who'd forgotten how to switch it on, messed with it for a bit and then switched it on in Carruthers' face. "Not on me," Carruthers said. "Under here." He snatched it away from him and shone it on the pile of timbers, and I caught a glint of metal. My heart leaped. "Get those timbers off there," I said, and we all went at the pile. "Here it comes," the verger said, and Carruthers and the new recruit hauled it up out of the rubble. The metal was black with soot and it was badly crushed and twisted, but I knew what it was, and so did the verger. "It's one of the sand buckets," he said, and burst into tears. It was physically impossible for the verger to be suffering from time lag unless it was somehow contagious. He was giving a good imitation of it, though. "I saw that bucket only last night," he blubbered into a very sooty handkerchief. "And now look at it." "We'll clean it up," Carruthers said, patting him awkwardly. "It'll be as good as new," which I doubted. "The handle's blown clean off," the verger said. He blew his nose loudly. "I filled that bucket with sand myself, hung it up by the south door myself." The south door was at the other end of the church, with the full length of the nave and rows of solid oak pews between it and the draper's chapel. "We'll find the handle," Carruthers said, which I also doubted, and they knelt, as if in prayer, and started digging through the timbers. I left them and the new recruit, who was peering under the steps, presumably looking for cats, and went back over to where the roof had fallen in one piece, and stood there, in what had been the centre aisle, trying to reason out where to look. The blast had knocked the sand bucket nearly half the length of the church in the opposite direction of the blast from the Smith's chapel window, which meant the bishop's bird stump could be anywhere. And it was dark. The searchlights had come on, sweeping the sky in long arcs, and off to the north an orange-brown glow from a fire, posts 1 through 17 hadn't yet got under control, lit the sky. But neither of them gave any light, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. We wouldn't be able to work much longer, and Lady Shrapnel would meet us in the net, demanding to know where we'd been and why we hadn't found the bishop's bird stump. She'd send me back to try again, or worse, she'd put me back on jumble sale duty with all those dreadful pen wipers and embroidered tea-cloths and hard-as-rock cakes. Perhaps I could simply stay here, enlist in the infantry, and get sent to somewhere safe and quiet, like the beaches of Normandy. No, D-Day wasn't until 1944. To North Africa. El Alamein. I shoved aside a burnt end of a pew and lifted the stone beneath it. Under it was pavement, the sandstone floor of the Dyer's chapel. I sat down on a piece of coping. Mr. Spivens trotted over and began scrabbling at the pavement. "It's no use, boy," I said. "It's not here." I thought despairingly of the sweet pea pen wipers I would have to purchase. Mr. Spivens sat down at my feet, looking up at me sympathetically. "You'd help if you could, wouldn't you, boy?" I said. "It's no wonder they call you man's best friend. Faithful and loyal and true. You share in our sorrows and rejoice with us in our triumphs. The truest friend we ever have known. A better friend than we deserve. You have thrown in your lot with us through thick and thin on battlefield and hearthrug, refusing to leave your master even when death and destruction lie all around. Ah, noble dog, you are the furry mirror in which we see our better selves reflected. Man as he could be, unstained by war or ambition, unspoilt by—" and found myself yanked back to Oxford and hauled off to infirmary before I'd even finished patting him on the head. "If everybody minded their own business," said the Duchess in a hoarse growl, "the world would go round a deal faster than it does." Lewis Carroll. Chapter 2. The Spanish Inquisition. Oxford, City of Dreaming Spires. Escape. Entanglement. Extrication. Explication. The Playing Fields of Merton. Eavesdropping. Difference between literature and real life. Some sort of nymph. An important clue. Lady Windermere's fan. A good idea. "Your partner says you're suffering from advanced time lag, Mr. Henry," the nurse said, fastening a tack bracelet round my wrist. "Listen," I said, "I'm aware that I may have got a bit carried away on the dog thing, but I must get back to Coventry immediately." It was bad enough that I'd landed 15 hours later than I was supposed to have. Now, I'd also left the cathedral only partly searched, which was as bad as not searching at all. And even if I was able to get back there at something close to the time I'd left at, there would still be all those missing moments during which the verger, led by the cat, might have found the bishop's bird stump and given it for safekeeping to his brother-in-law, whence it would pass out of history altogether. "It's essential I return to the ruins," I said. "The bishop's bird stump. Preoccupation with irrelevancies," the nurse said into her handheld. "Appearance dirty and dishevelled." "I was working in a burnt-out cathedral," I said, "and I must get back there. She popped a temp into my mouth and stuck a monitor on my wrist. "How many drops have you made in the last 2 weeks?" she said. I watched her punch the reeds into her handheld, trying to remember what the legal limit on drops was. 8? 5? 4, I said. "The person you should be examining is Carruthers. He's even dirtier than I am, and you should have heard him, going on about the stars and the future ye ken not." "What symptoms are you experiencing? Disorientation?" "No." "Drowsiness?" That was more difficult. Everyone under Lady Shrapnel's lash was automatically sleep-deprived, but I doubted that the nurse would take that into consideration, and at any rate, it didn't manifest itself so much as drowsiness as a sort of walking dead numbness, like people bombarded night after night in the Blitz had suffered from. "No," I said finally. "Slowness in answering," she said into the handheld. "When's the last time you slept?" 1940, I said promptly, which is the problem with quickness in answering. She typed some more. "Have you been experiencing any difficulty in distinguishing sounds?" "No," I said, smiling at her. Infirmary nurses usually resemble something out of the Spanish Inquisition, but this one had an almost kindly face, the sort an assistant torturer, the one who straps you to the rack or holds the door to the Iron Maiden open for you, might have. "Blurring of vision?" she asked. "No," I said, trying not to squint. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Slowness in answering or not, this question required some thought. 2 was the most likely number, being easily confused with both 3 and 1, but she might have chosen 5 to confuse me, and if that was the case, should I answer 4, since the thumb isn't technically a finger? Or might she be holding her hand behind her back? 5, I said finally. "How is that possible when, according to you, you only made 4 drops?" No matter how far my guess had been from the actual number of extended fingers, this was surely an inappropriate response. I considered asking her to repeat the question, but decided she would type in difficulty in distinguishing sounds. I decided on a frontal attack. "I don't think you understand the seriousness of the situation," I said. "The cathedral's consecration is 17 days from now, and Lady Shrapnel—" The nurse handed me a stiff card and went back to making incriminating remarks into the handheld. I looked at the card, hoping it wasn't something I was supposed to read as a further test of blurring, especially as it appeared to be blank. "It is essential that the bishop's bird stump," I said. The nurse flipped the card over. "Tell me what you see." It appeared to be a postal card of Oxford. Seen from Headington Hill, her dear old dreaming spires and mossy stones, her hushed, elm-shaded quads where the last echoes of the Middle Ages can still be heard, murmuring of ancient learning and scholarly tradition, of— "That's about enough of that," she said, and wrenched the card out of my hand. "You have an advanced case of time lag, Mr. Henry. I'm prescribing 2 weeks' bed rest and no time travel." 2 weeks? I said. "But the consecration's in 17 days. Let other people worry about the consecration. You need to focus on getting rest." "You don't understand." She folded her arms. "I certainly don't. I suppose your devotion to duty is admirable, but why you should want to risk your health to rebuild an archaic symbol of an outmoded religion is beyond me." I don't want to, I thought. Lady Shrapnel wants to, and what Lady Shrapnel wants, Lady Shrapnel gets. She had already overcome the Church of England, Oxford University, a construction crew of 4,000 who informed her daily it was impossible to build a cathedral in 6 months, and the objections of everyone from Parliament to the Coventry City Council to rebuild her archaic symbol. I didn't stand a chance. "Do you know what £50 billion could do for medicine?" the nurse said, typing things into the handheld. "We could find a cure for Ebola too. We could vaccinate children all over the world against HIV. We could purchase some decent equipment. With what Lady Shrapnel is spending on the stained glass windows alone, Radcliffe Infirmary could build an entire new facility with the latest in equipment." The handheld spit out a strip of paper. "It isn't devotion to duty, it's criminal carelessness, Mr. Henry." She tore off the strip and handed it to me. "I want you to follow these instructions to the letter." I looked bleakly at the list. The first line read, 14 days uninterrupted bed rest. There was nowhere in Oxford I could get uninterrupted bed rest, or in England, for that matter. When Lady Shrapnel found out I was back, she'd track me down and interrupt me with a vengeance. I could see her storming in, flinging the covers off and leading me by the ear over to the net. "I want you to eat a high-protein diet and drink at least 8 glasses of fluid daily," the nurse said. "No caffeine, no alcohol, no stimulants." A thought struck me. "Could I be admitted to infirmary?" I said hopefully. If anyone could keep Lady Shrapnel out, it would be those grand inquisitors, the ward nurses. "Put in isolation or something." "Isolation?" she said. "Certainly not. Time lag isn't a disease, Mr. Henry. It's a biochemical imbalance brought about by disruption of the internal clock in the inner ear. You don't need medical treatment. All you need is rest, and the present." "But I won't be able to sleep." Her handheld began to bleep. I jumped. "Exaggerated nervousness," she said, typing it into the handheld, and to me, "I want to run a few tests. Take off your clothes and put this on," she said, taking a paper gown out of a drawer and dumping it on my legs. "I'll be back directly. The fastening tapes go in the back, and wash up. You're covered in soot." She went out and shut the door. I got off the examining table, leaving a long black smear where I'd been sitting, and went over to the door. "Worst case of time lag I've ever seen," she was saying to someone. I hoped it wasn't Lady Shrapnel. "He could write rhymed verse for the dailies." It wasn't Lady Shrapnel. I knew because I couldn't hear whoever it was answer. The nurse said, "He's showing undue anxiety, which isn't a usual symptom. I want to run a scan to see if I can find out the source of the anxiety." I could tell her right now the source of my anxiety, which was not undue if she'd only listen, which wasn't likely. And fierce though she was no match for Lady Shrapnel. I couldn't stay here. When you have a scan, they strap you into a long enclosed tube for an hour and a half and communicate with you by microphone. I could hear Lady Shrapnel's voice booming at me through the earphones. "There you are! Come out of that contraption immediately!" I couldn't stay here, and I couldn't go back to my rooms. They were the first place she'd look. Perhaps I could find somewhere in the infirmary and sleep long enough to be able to think clearly what to do. Mr. Dunworthy, I thought. If anyone could find me somewhere quiet and unlikely to hide, it would be Mr. Dunworthy. I put the paper gown, somewhat soot-smudged, back in the drawer, tugged on my boots, and climbed out the window. Balliol was just down the Woodstock Road from infirmary, but I didn't dare risk it. I went round to the ambulance entrance, up to Adelaide, and through a yard to Walton Street. If Somerville was open, I could cut through its quad to Little Clarendon and down Worcester to the Broad, and come in through Balliol's back gate. Somerville was open, but the journey took a good deal longer than I thought it would, and when I did reach the gate, something had happened to it. It had been twisted in on itself, and the ironwork scrolls had been bent into prongs and hooks and points, which kept catching on my coveralls. At first I thought it was bomb damage, but that couldn't be right. The Luftwaffe was supposed to hit London tonight, and the gate, including prongs and points, had been painted a bright green. I tried sidling through crabwise, but the epaulette on my non-AFS uniform caught on one of the hooks, and when I tried to back out, I got even more entangled. I flailed about wildly, trying to free myself. "Let me help you there, sir," a polite voice said, and I turned around as much as I was able and saw Mr. Dunworthy's secretary. "Finch," I said. "Thank God you're here. I was just coming to see Mr. Dunworthy." He unhooked the epaulette and took hold of my sleeve. "This way, sir," he said. "No, not that way. Through here. That's it. No, this way," and led me, finally, to freedom. But on the same side I'd been when I started. "This is no good, Finch," I said. "We've still got to get through that gate into Balliol." "That's Merton's, sir," he said. "You're on their playing fields." I turned and looked where he was pointing. Finch was right. There was the soccer field, and beyond it the cricket ground, and beyond that, in Christchurch Meadow, the scaffolding and blue plastic-covered spire of Coventry Cathedral. "How did Balliol's gate get here?" I said. "This is Merton's pedestrian gate." I squinted at the gate. Right again. It was a turnstile gate designed to keep bicycles out. "The nurse said you were time-lagged, but I had no idea." "No, this way." He took hold of my arm and propelled me along the path. "The nurse?" I said. "Mr. Dunworthy sent me over to infirmary to fetch you, but you had already left," he said, guiding me between buildings and out onto the high. "He wants to see you, though what use you'll be to him in your condition I can't quite see." "He wants to see me?" I said, confused. I had thought I was the one who wanted to see him. I thought of something else. "How did he know I was in infirmary?" "Lady Shrapnel phoned him," he said, and I dived for cover. "It's all right," Finch said, following me into the shop doorway I ducked into. "Mr. Dunworthy told her you'd been taken to the Royal Free Hospital in London. It'll take her at least half an hour to get there." He pulled me forcibly out of the doorway and across the high. "Personally, I think he should have told her you'd been taken to Manhattan General. How do you put up with her?" You keep a sharp eye out, I thought, following Finch into the walkway next to St. Mary the Virgin's and keeping close to the wall. "She has no sense of the proper way of doing things," he said. "Won't go through the proper channels. Won't fill up requisition forms. She simply raids the place. Paper clips, pens, handhelds." And historians, I thought. I never have any idea of what supplies to order if I had time to order anything. I spend all my time trying to keep her out of Mr. Dunworthy's office. She's in there constantly, harping on something. Copings and brasses and lectionaries. Last week, it was the Wade Tombs chipped corner. How did it get chipped? And when did it get chipped? Before the raid or during it? And what sort of edges does it have, rough or smooth? Must be completely authentic, she says. God is in the details, I said. She even tried to recruit me, Finch said. Wanted me to go back to the Blitz and look for the bishop's bathtub. Bird stump, I corrected. That's what I said, he said, looking hard at me. You're having difficulty distinguishing sounds, aren't you? The nurse said you were. And you're obviously disoriented. He shook his head. You're not going to be any use at all. What does Mr. Dunworthy want to see me about? There's been an incident. Incident was the euphemism the AFS employed to mean a high-explosive bomb. Houses reduced to rubble, bodies buried, fires everywhere. But surely Finch didn't mean that sort of incident. Or perhaps I was still having difficulty distinguishing sounds. An incident, I said. Calamity, actually. One of his historians. 19th century. Pinched a rat. Oh, definitely difficulty. Although there had been rats in the Victorian era. But no one would have pinched one. It would pinch you back or worse. What did you say? I asked cautiously. I said, here we are, Finch said. And we were. There was Balliold's gate, though not the side one, the front gate, and the porter's lodge, and the front quad. I started through the quad and up the stairs to Mr. Dunworthy's room, but I was apparently still disoriented because Finch took my arm again and led me across the garden quad to Beard.
Mr. Dunworthy's had to turn the senior common room into an office. She has no respect at all for the sported oak or the notion of knocking, so Mr. Dunworthy's had to devise an outer and inner office, though I personally think a moat would have been more effective.
He opened the door to what had been the buttery. It now looked like a physician's waiting room with a row of cushioned chairs against the wall and a pile of fax mags on a small side table. Finch's desk stood next to the inner door and practically in front of it, no doubt so Finch could fling himself between it and Lady Shrapnel.
"I'll see if he's in,"
Finch said, and started round the desk.
"Absolutely not!" Mr. Dunworthy's voice thundered from within. "It's completely out of the question!"
Oh, Lord, she was here. I shrank back against the wall, looking wildly for somewhere to hide. Finch grabbed my sleeve and hissed,
"It's not her!"
But I had already deduced that. "I don't see why not," a female voice had answered, and it wasn't Lady Shrapnel because it was sweet rather than stentorian, and I couldn't make out what she said after "why not."
"Who is it?"
I whispered, relaxing in Finch's grip.
"The Calamity," he whispered back.
"What on earth made you think you could bring something like that through the net?" Mr. Dunworthy bellowed.
"You've studied temporal theory?"
Finch winced.
"Shall I tell Mr. Dunworthy you're here?" he asked hesitantly.
"No, that's all right," I said, sinking down on one of the chintz-covered chairs. "I'll wait."
"Why on earth did you take it into the net with you in the first place?"
Mr. Dunworthy shouted. Finch picked up one of the ancient fax mags and brought it over to me. "I don't need anything to read," I said. "I'll just sit here and eavesdrop along with you."
"I thought you might sit on the mag," he said. "It's extremely difficult to get soot out of chintz."
I stood up and let him put the opened mag on the seat and then sat down again.
"If you were going to do something so completely irresponsible," Mr. Dunworthy said, "why couldn't you have waited till after the consecration?"
I leaned back against the wall and closed my eyes. It was rather pleasant listening to someone else being read out for a change, and by someone besides Lady Shrapnel, even though it was unclear what exactly the Calamity was guilty of. Particularly when Mr. Dunworthy yelled, "That is no excuse! Why didn't you simply pull the cab out of the water and leave it on the bank? Why did you have to carry it into the net with you?" Cab-toting seemed even less likely than rat-pinching, and neither one seemed in need of rescue from a watery grave. Rats especially. They were always swimming away from sinking ships, weren't they? And had they had taxis in the 19th century? Horse-drawn hansom cabs, but they were too heavy to carry even if they would fit into the net. In books and vids, those being eavesdropped upon always thoughtfully explained what they are talking about for the edification of the eavesdropper. The eavesdroppee says, "Of course, as you all know, the cab to which I refer is Sherlock Holmes's hansom cab, which had been accidentally driven off a bridge during a heavy fog while following the hound of the Baskervilles, and which I found it necessary to steal for the following reasons." At which point, said theft is fully explained to the person crouched behind the door. Sometimes a floor plan or map is thoughtfully provided next to the frontispiece. No such consideration is given the croucher in real life. Instead of outlining the situation, the Calamity said, "Because Bain came back to make sure," which only confused the issue further. "Heartless monster," she said, and it was unclear whether she was referring to the Bain that had come back or to Mr. Dunworthy. "And it would only have gone back to the house, and he'd have tried it again. I didn't want him to see me because he'd know I wasn't a contemp, and there wasn't any place to hide but the net. He'd have seen me in the gazebo. I didn't think..." Exactly, Miss Kendall, Mr. Dunworthy said. You didn't think. What are you going to do? The Calamity said. Are you going to send it back? You're going to drown it, aren't you? I do not intend to do anything until I have considered all the possibilities, Mr. Dunworthy said. Utterly heartless, she said. I am extremely fond of cabbies, he said, but there is a good deal at stake here. I must consider all the consequences and possibilities before acting. I realize that's an alien notion to you. Cabbies? I wondered why he was so fond of them. I have always found them entirely too talkative, especially ones during the Blitz, who apparently paid no attention to the admonition that loose lips sink ships. They were always telling me how someone had been buried alive in the rubble or got blown up. Head was all the way across the street in a shop window. Milliners. Riding in a taxi, just like you are now. Are you sending me back? She said. I told them I was going out sketching. If I don't come back, they'll think I've drowned. I don't know. Until I decide, I want you in your rooms. Can I take it with me? No. There was a sinister-sounding silence, and then the door opened, and there stood the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. Finch had said 19th century, and I'd expected hoop skirts, but she had on a long greenish gown that clung to her slim body as if it were wet. Her auburn hair trailed about her shoulders and down her back like water weeds, and the whole effect was that of a waterhouse nymph, rising like a wraith out of the dark water. I stood up, gawping as foolishly as the new recruit, and took off my ARP helmet, wishing I had cleaned up when the nurse told me to. She took hold of her long trailing sleeve and wrung it out on the carpet. Finch grabbed a fax mag and spread it under her. "Oh, good, Ned, you're here," Mr. Dunworthy said from the door. "Just the person I wanted to see." The nymph looked at me, and her eyes were a dark, clear greenish brown, the colour of a forest pool. She narrowed them. "You're not sending that, are you?" she said to Mr. Dunworthy. "I'm not sending anyone, or anything, until I've thought about it. Now go change out of those wet clothes before you catch cold." She gathered up her dripping skirts with one hand and started out. At the door she turned back, her rosy lips open to impart some final benediction, some last word to me, perhaps, of love and devotion. "Don't feed her. She's had an entire place," she said, and drifted out the door. I started after her, bewitched, but Mr. Dunworthy had his hand on my arm. "So, Finch found you all right," he said, steering me around behind Finch's desk and into the inner office. "I was afraid you'd be off in 1940 at one of those church bazaars Lady Shrapnel keeps sending you to." Outside the window, I could see her crossing the quad, dripping gracefully on the pavement. A lovely... what were they called? Dryads? No, those were the ones that lived in trees. Sirens? Mr. Dunworthy came over to the window. "This is all Lady Shrapnel's fault. Kindle's one of my best historians. 6 months with Lady Shrapnel, and look at her." He waved his hand at me. "Look at you, for that matter. The woman's like a high-explosive bomb." The siren passed out of my vision and into the mist she had emerged from. Only that wasn't right. Sirens lived on rocks and shipwrecked sailors. And it sounded like dryads. Delphides? No, those were the ones who went about predicting doom and disaster. "Had no business sending her in the first place," Mr. Dunworthy was saying. "I tried to tell her, but would she listen? Of course not. No stone unturned, she says. Sends her off to the Victorian era. Sends you off to jumble sales to buy pincushions and tea towels." "And calf's foot jelly," I said. "Calf's foot jelly?" he said, looking at me curiously. "For the sick," I said. "Only I don't think the sick eat it. I wouldn't eat it. I think they give it to the next jumble sale. It makes the rounds from year to year, like fruitcake.
Yes, well, he said, frowning. So, now a stone has been turned, and she's created a serious problem, which is what I wanted to see you about. Sit down, he said, motioning me toward a leather armchair. Finch got there first with a fax mag, murmuring, "So difficult to get soot out of leather." "And take off your hat." "Good Lord," Mr. Dunworthy said, adjusting his spectacles. "You look dreadful. Where have you been?" "The soccer field," I said. "I gather it was a somewhat rough game." "I found him in the pedestrian gate by Merton's playing fields," Finch explained. "I thought he was in infirmary." "He climbed out the window." "Ah," Mr. Dunworthy said. "But how did he get in this condition?" "I was looking for the bishop's bird stump," I said. "On Merton's playing fields?" "In the cathedral ruins just before he was brought to infirmary," Finch said helpfully. "Did you find it?" Mr. Dunworthy said. "No," I said. "And that's the reason I came to see you. I wasn't able to finish searching the ruins, and Lady Shrapnel is the least of our worries, which is something I never thought I'd find myself saying," he said ruefully. "I gather Mr. Finch has explained the situation." "Yes." "No," I said. "Perhaps you'd better review it for me." "A crisis has developed regarding the net. I've notified time travel and—" "Finch, did Chiswick say when he'd be here?" "I'll check on it, sir," he said, and went out. "A very serious situation," Mr. Dunworthy said. "One of our historians—" Finch came back in. "He's on his way over," he said. "Good," Dunworthy said. "Before he gets here, the situation is this. One of our historians stole a fan and brought it back through the net with her." A fan? Well, that made a good deal more sense than a rat or a cab, and it explained the pinching part. "Like Lady Windermere's mother," I said. "Lady Windermere's mother?" Mr. Dunworthy said, looking sharply at Finch. "Advanced time lag, sir," Finch said. "Disorientation, difficulty in distinguishing sounds, tendency to sentimentalise, impaired ability to reason logically," he said, emphasising the last two words. "Advanced," Dunworthy said. "How many drops have you made?" 14 this week. 10 jumble sales and 6 bishops' wives. No, 13. I keep forgetting Mrs. Bittner. She was in Coventry. Not the Coventry I was in just now. Coventry today." "Bittner?" Mr. Dunworthy said curiously. "This wasn't Elizabeth Bittner, was it?" "Yes, sir," I said. "The widow of the last Bishop of Coventry Cathedral." "Good Lord, I haven't seen her in years," he said. "I knew her back in the early days when we were first experimenting with the net. Wonderful girl. The first time I saw her, I thought she was the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. Too bad she had to fall in love with Bitty Bittner. She was absolutely devoted to him." "How did she look?" Hardly like a girl, I thought. She'd been a frail, white-haired old lady who had seemed ill at ease through the whole interview. She had probably thought Lady Shrapnel was going to recruit her and send her off to the Middle Ages. "She looked very well," I said. "She said she had some difficulty with arthritis." "Arthritis," he said, shaking his head. "Hard to imagine Lizzie Bittner with arthritis. What did you go and see her for? She wasn't even born when the old Coventry Cathedral burned down." "Lady Shrapnel thought the bishop's bird stump might have been stored in the crypt of the new cathedral, and that since Mrs. Bittner was there when the cathedral was sold, she might have supervised the cleaning out of the crypt and have seen it." "And had she?" "No, sir. She said it had been destroyed in the fire." "I remember when they had to sell Coventry Cathedral," he said. "People had lost interest in religion, attendance was down at the services." "Lizzie Bittner," he said fondly. "Arthritis. I suppose her hair's not red any more either." Preoccupation with irrelevancies, Finch said loudly. Miss Jenkins said Mr. Henry had a severe case of time lag. Miss Jenkins? Mr. Dunworthy said. The nurse who examined Mr. Henry at infirmary. Lovely creature, I said. A ministering angel whose gentle hands have soothed many a fevered brow. Finch and Mr. Dunworthy exchanged looks. She said it was the worst case of time lag she'd ever seen, Finch said. Which is why I came to see you, I said. She's prescribed 2 weeks of uninterrupted bed rest, and Lady Shrapnel will never allow that, Mr. Dunworthy said. The cathedral's consecration is only 17 days away. I tried to tell the nurse that, sir, but she wouldn't listen. She told me to go to my rooms and go to bed. No, first place Lady Shrapnel would look. Finch, where is she? In London. She just phoned from the Royal Free. I started up out of the chair. I told her there'd been a mistake in communications, Finch said, that Mr. Henry'd been taken to the Royal Masonic. Good. Ring up the Royal Masonic and tell them to keep her there. I've already done so, Finch said. Excellent, Mr. Dunworthy said. Sit down, Ned. Where was I? Lady Windermere's fan, Finch said. Only it wasn't a fan the historian brought through the net, Mr. Dunworthy said. It was... Did you say brought through the net? I said. You can't bring anything through the net from the past. It's impossible, isn't it? Apparently not, Mr. Dunworthy said. There was a scuffling sound in the outer office. I thought you said she was at the Royal Free, Mr. Dunworthy said to Finch, and a short, harried-looking man burst in. He was wearing a lab coat and carrying a bleeping handheld, and I recognized him as the head of time travel. Oh, good. You're here, Mr. Chiswick, Mr. Dunworthy said. I want to talk to you about an incident concerning... And I want to talk to you about Lady Shrapnel, Chiswick said. The woman's completely out of control. She pages me night and day wanting to know why we can't send people more than once to the same time and place, why we can't process more drops per hour, even though she has systematically stripped me of my research staff and my Ned staff and sent them running all over the past looking at arms boxes and analysing flying buttresses. He waved the bleeping handheld. That's her, now. She's paged me 6 times in the last hour demanding to know where one of her missing historians is. Time Travel agreed to this project because of the opportunity the money afforded us to advance our research into temporal theory. But that research has come to a complete stop. She's appropriated half my labs for her artisans and tied up every computer in the science area. He stopped to punch keys on the still bleeping handheld, and Mr. Dunworthy took the opportunity to say, The theory of time travel is what I wanted to discuss with you. One of my historians... Chiswick wasn't listening. The handheld had stopped bleeping, and now it was spitting out inch upon inch of paper. Look at this, he said, tearing off a foot and brandishing it before Mr. Dunworthy. She wants me to have one of my staff telephone every hospital in the greater London area and find this missing historian of hers. Henry, his name is, Ned Henry, one of my staff. I don't have any staff. She's taken every single one of them except Lewis, and she tried to take him. Luckily, Mr. Dunworthy broke in. What would happen if an historian brought something from the past forward through the net? Did she ask you that? He said. Of course she did. She's gotten it into her head to have this bishop's bird stump she's so obsessed with if she has to go back in time and steal it. I told her and told her bringing anything from the past to the present would violate the laws of the space-time continuum, and do you know what she said? Laws are made to be broken. He swept on, unchecked, and Mr. Dunworthy leaned back in his desk chair, took off his spectacles, and examined them thoughtfully. I've tried to explain to her, Chiswick said, that the laws of physics aren't mere rules or regulations, that they're laws, and that the breaking of them would result in disastrous consequences. What sort of disastrous consequences? Mr. Dunworthy said. That is impossible to predict. The space-time continuum is a chaotic system in which every event is connected to every other in elaborate, non-linear ways that make prediction impossible. Bringing an object forward through time would create a parachronistic incongruity. At best, the incongruity might result in increased slippage. At worst, it might make time travel impossible, or alter the course of history, or destroy the universe. Which is why such an incongruity is not possible, as I tried to tell Lady Shrapnel.
Increased slippage, Mr. Dunworthy said. An incongruity would cause an increase in slippage?
Theoretically, Mr. Chiswick said. Incongruity is one of the areas Lady Shrapnel's money was to enable us to research which has now gone completely by the wayside in favour of this idiotic cathedral. The woman's impossible. Last week, she ordered me to decrease the amount of slippage per drop. Ordered me! She doesn't understand slippage either.
Mr. Dunworthy leaned forward and put his spectacles on. Has there been an increase in slippage?
No. Lady Shrapnel simply has no concept of the workings of time travel.
The field of Marrows, I said.
What?
Mr. Chiswick turned and glared at me.
The farmer's wife thought he was a German paratrooper. Paratrooper? Chiswick said, and his eyes narrowed. You're not the missing historian, are you? What's your name?
John Bartholomew, Mr. Dunworthy said.
Whom I see from his condition Lady Shrapnel has recruited. She must be stopped, Dunworthy.
The handheld began bleeping and spitting again. He read aloud.
No info yet on Henry's whereabouts. Why not? Send location immediately. Need 2 more people to go to Great Exhibition 1850, check on possible origins of Bishop's bird stump.
He crumpled the readout and threw it on Mr. Dunworthy's desk.
You've got to do something about her now, before she destroys the universe, he said,
and swept out. Or the known universe, Mr. Dunworthy murmured.
Should I go after him?
Finch asked. No, Mr. Dunworthy said. Try to get in touch with Andrews and call up the Bodleian's files on parachronistic incongruities. Finch went out. Mr. Dunworthy took off his spectacles and peered through them, frowning. I know this is a bad time, I said, but I wondered if you had any idea where I might be able to go to convalesce, away from Oxford. Meddling, Mr. Dunworthy said. Meddling got us into this, and more meddling will only make it worse. He put his spectacles back on and stood up. Clearly, the best thing to do is wait and see what happens, if anything, he said, pacing. The chances that its disappearance would affect history are statistically insignificant, particularly from that era. Whole batches of them were routinely thrown in rivers to keep the numbers down. The number of fans, I thought. And the fact that it came through the net is in itself a proof that it didn't create an incongruity, or the net wouldn't have opened. He wiped his spectacles on the tail of his jacket and held them up to the light. It's been over 150 years. If it were going to destroy the universe, it would very likely have done so by now. He exhaled onto the lenses and wiped them again. And I refuse to believe that there are 2 courses of history in which Lady Shrapnel and her project to rebuild Coventry Cathedral could exist. Lady Shrapnel. She'd be back from the Royal Masonic any time now. I leaned forward in the chair. Mr. Dunworthy, I said, I was hoping you could think of somewhere where I could recover from the time lag. On the other hand, there's a good chance that the reason there wasn't an incongruity is that it was returned before there could be any consequences, disastrous or otherwise. The nurse said 2 weeks bed rest, but if I could just get 3 or 4 days... But even if that is the case, he stood up and began pacing, there's still no reason not to wait. That's the beauty of time travel. One can wait 3 or 4 days, or 2 weeks, or a year, and still return it immediately. If Lady Shrapnel finds me—" He stopped pacing and stared at me. "I hadn't thought about that. Oh, Lord. If Lady Shrapnel were to find out about it—" "If you could just suggest somewhere quiet and out of the way—" "Finch!" Mr. Dunworthy shouted, and Finch came in from the outer office carrying a readout.
"Here's the bibliography on parachronistic incongruities," he said. "There wasn't much. Mr. Andrews is in 1560. Lady Shrapnel sent him there to examine the clerestory arches. Should I try to get Mr. Chiswick back here?"
"First things first," Mr. Dunworthy said. "We need to find Ned here a place where he can rest and recuperate from his time lag without interruption." "Lady Shrapnel," I said. "Exactly," Mr. Dunworthy said. "It can't be anywhere in this century, or the 20th century, and it needs to be somewhere peaceful and out of the way. A country house, perhaps, on a river, the Thames."
"You're not thinking of—"
Finch said. "He needs to leave immediately," Mr. Dunworthy said, "before Lady Shrapnel finds out about it."
"Oh!" Finch gasped. "Yes, I see. But Mr. Henry's in no condition to—"
Finch said, but Mr. Dunworthy cut him off. "Ned," he said to me, "how would you like to go to the Victorian era?" The Victorian era. Long, dreamy afternoons, boating on the Thames and playing croquet on emerald lawns with girls in white frocks and fluttering hair ribbons. And later, tea under the willow tree, served in delicate Sèvres cups by bowing butlers, anxious to minister to one's every whim, and those same girls reading aloud from a slim volume of poetry, their voices floating like flower petals on the scented air. All in the golden afternoon where childhood's dreams are twined in memory's mystic band. Finch shook his head.
"I don't think this is a good idea, Mr. Dunworthy."
"Nonsense," Mr. Dunworthy said. "Listen to him. He'll fit right in." When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Sherlock Holmes. Chapter 3. A straightforward job. Angels, archangels, cherubim, powers, thrones, dominions, and the other one. Drowsiness. I am prepped in Victorian history and customs. Luggage. The inspiring story of Ensign Klepperman. More luggage. Difficulty in distinguishing sounds. Fishforks. Sirens, sylphs, nymphs, dryads, and the other one. An arrival. Dogs not man's best friend. Another arrival. An abrupt departure.
"Do you think that's a good idea?" Finch said. "He's already suffering from advanced time lag. Won't that larger jump—"
"Not necessarily," Mr. Dunworthy said. "And after he's completed his assignment, he can stay as long as he needs to recover. You heard him. It's a perfect holiday spot."
"But in his condition, do you think he'll be able to—"
Finch said anxiously. "It's a perfectly straightforward job," Mr. Dunworthy said. "A child could do it. The important thing is that it be done before Lady Shrapnel gets back, and Ned's the only historian in Oxford who's not off somewhere chasing after misericords. Take him over to the net, and then ring up time travel, and tell Chiswick to meet me there." The telephone bipped, and Finch answered it, then listened for a considerable length of time.
"No, he was at the Royal Free," he said finally. "But they decided to run a TWR, so they had to transport him to St. Thomas's. Yes, in Lambeth Palace Road."
He listened again, holding the receiver some distance from his ear.
"No, this time I'm certain."
He rang off.
"That was Lady Shrapnel," he said unnecessarily. "I'm afraid she may be returning soon."
"What's a TWR?" Mr. Dunworthy said.
"I invented it. I think Mr. Henry had best get over to the net to be prepped."
Finch walked me over to the lab, which I was grateful for, especially as it seemed to me we were going completely the wrong direction, though when we got there the door looked the same and there was the same group of SPCC picketers outside. They were carrying electric placards that read, "What's wrong with the one we already have? Keep Coventry in Coventry," and "It's ours." One of them handed me a flyer that began, "The restoration of Coventry Cathedral would cost £50 billion. For the same amount of money, the present Coventry Cathedral could not only be bought back and restored, but a new, larger shopping centre could be built to replace it." Finch pulled the tract out of my hand, gave it back to the picketer, and opened the door. The net looked the same inside, too, though I didn't recognise the pudgy young woman at the console. She was wearing a white lab coat, and her halo of cropped blonde hair made her look like a cherub rather than a net technician. Finch shut the door behind us, and she whirled. "What do you want?" she demanded. Perhaps more an archangel than a cherub.
"We need to arrange for a jump," Finch said, "to Victorian England."
"Out of the question," she snapped. Definitely an archangel, the sort that tossed Adam and Eve out of the garden. Finch said,
"Mr. Dunworthy authorised it, Miss
"Warder," she snapped.
"Miss Warder, this is a priority jump," he said.
"They're all priority jumps. Lady Shrapnel doesn't authorise any other sort." She picked up a clipboard and brandished it at us like a flaming sword. 19 jumps, 14 of them requiring 1940 ARP and WVS uniforms, which the wardrobe department is completely out of, and all the fixes. I'm 3 hours behind schedule on rendezvous, and who knows how many more priority jumps Lady Shrapnel will come up with before the day's over." She slammed the clipboard down. "I don't have time for this. Victorian England? Tell Mr. Dunworthy it's completely out of the question." She turned back to the console and began hitting keys. Finch, undaunted, tried another tack.
"Where's Mr. Chaudhry?"
"Exactly," she said, whirling round again. "Where is Badri, and why isn't he here running the net?" "Well, I'll tell you." She picked up the clipboard threateningly again. "Lady Shrapnel!" "She didn't send him to 1940, did she?" I asked. Badri was of Pakistani descent. He'd be arrested as a Japanese spy. "No," she said. "She made him drive her to London to look for some historian who's gone missing, which leaves me to run wardrobe and the net and deal with people who waste my time asking stupid questions." She crashed the clipboard down. "Now, if you don't have any more of them, I have a priority fix to calculate." She whirled back to the console and began pounding fiercely at the keys. Or perhaps an archangel, one of those beings with enormous wings and hundreds of eyes. And they were terrible to see. What were they called? Sarabans?
"I think I'd better go fetch Mr. Dunworthy," Finch whispered to me. "You best stay here."
I was more than glad to comply. I was beginning to feel the drowsiness that the nurse at infirmary had questioned me about, and all I wanted to do was sit down and rest. I found a chair on the far side of the net, took a stack of gas masks and stirrup pumps off another one so I could put my feet up on it, and stretched out to wait for Finch and try to remember the name of archangels, the ones full of eyes round about. It began with an S. Samurai? No, that was Lady Shrapnel. Sylphs? No, those were heavenly sprites who flitted through the air. The water sprites began with something else. An N. Nemesis? No, that was Lady Shrapnel. What were they called? Hylas had come upon them while he was fetching water from a pond, and they had pulled him into the water with them, twining their white arms about him, tangling him in their trailing auburn hair, drowning him in the dark, deep waters. I must have dozed off, because when I opened my eyes, Mr. Dunworthy was there, and the tech was threatening him with her clipboard.
"It's out of the question," she was saying. "I've got 4 fixes to do, 8 rendezvous, and I've got to replace a costume one of your historians got wet and ruined."
She flipped violently through the sheets on the clipboard.
"The soonest I can fit you in is Friday the 7th at 3:30. "The 7th?" Finch gurgled. "That's next week."
"It must be today," Mr. Dunworthy said.
"Today?" she said, raising the clipboard like a weapon. "Today?"
Seraphim, full of eyes all around and within, and fire, and out of the fire went forth lightning. "It won't require calculating new time coordinates," Mr. Dunworthy said. "We're using the ones Kindle came through from, and we can use the drop you've got set up at Mutching's End." He looked round at the lab. "Where's the tech in charge of wardrobe?"
"In 1932, she said, "sketching choir robes on a priority jump for Lady Shrapnel to see whether their surplices were linen or cotton, which means I'm in charge of wardrobe, and the net, and everything else around here."
She flipped the pages back down to their original position and set it down on the net console.
"The whole thing's out of the question. Even if I could fit you in, he can't go like that, and besides, he'd need to be prepped on Victorian history and customs."
"Ned's not going to tea with the Queen," Mr. Dunworthy said. "His assignment will only bring him into limited contact with the contemps, if any. He won't need a course in Victoriana for that." The Seraphim reached for her clipboard. Finch ducked.
"He's 20th century, she said. "That means he's out of his area. I can't authorise his going without his being prepped."
"Fine," Mr. Dunworthy said. He turned to me. "Darwin, Disraeli, the Indian Question, Alice in Wonderland, Little Nell, Turner, Tennyson, 3 Men in a Boat, Crinoline's Croquet."
"Pen wipers," I said.
"Pen wipers, crocheted antimacassars, hair wreaths, Prince Albert, flush, frock coats, sexual repression, Ruskin, Fagin, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, George Bernard Shaw, Gladstone Galsworthy, Gothic Revival, Gilbert and Sullivan, lawn tennis and parasols." "There," he said to the Seraphim. "He's been prepped."
19th century's required course is 3 semesters of political history to—"
"Finch," Mr. Dunworthy said, "go over to Jesus and fetch a head rig and tapes. Ned can do high-speed subliminals while you," he turned back to the Seraphim, "get him dressed and set up the jump. He'll need summer clothes, white flannels, linen shirt, boating blazer. For luggage, he'll need—"
"Luggage?"
the Seraphim said, sprouting eyes.
"I don't have time to collect luggage. I have 19 jumps."
"Fine," Mr. Dunworthy said. "We'll take care of the luggage. Finch, go over to Jesus and fetch some Victorian luggage. Did you contact Chiswick?"
"No, sir. He wasn't there, sir. I left a message."
He left, colliding with a tall, thin young black man on his way out. The black man had a sheaf of papers, and he looked no older than 18, and I assumed he was one of the pickets from outside, and held out my hand for a leaflet. But he went up to Mr. Dunworthy and said nervously,
"Mr. Dunworthy, I'm T.J. Lewis, from Time Travel. You were looking for Mr. Chiswick?"
"Yes," Mr. Dunworthy said. "Where is he?"
"In Cambridge, sir," he said.
"In Cambridge? What the devil's he doing over there?"
Applying for a job, sir," he stammered. He quit, sir."
"When?"
"Just now. He said he couldn't stand working for Lady Shrapnel another minute, sir."
"Well," Mr. Dunworthy said. He took his spectacles off and peered at them. "Well... All right, then. Mr. Lewis, is it?"
"T.J., sir."
"T.J., would you go tell the assistant head, what's his name, Raniford, that I need to speak with him. It's urgent." TJ looked unhappy. "Don't tell me he's quit as well." "No, sir. He's in 1655 looking at roof slates." "Of course," Mr. Dunworthy said disgustedly. "Well then, whoever else is in charge over there." TJ looked even unhappier. That would be me, sir." "You?" Mr. Dunworthy said in surprise. "But you're only an undergraduate. You can't tell me you're the only person over there." "Yes, sir," TJ said. "Lady Shrapnel came and took everyone else. She would have taken me, but the first 2/3 of 20th century and all of 19th are a 10 for blacks and therefore off limits." "I'm surprised that stopped her," Mr. Dunworthy said. "It didn't," he said. "She wanted me to dress up as a Moor and send me to 1395 to check on the construction of the steeple. It was her idea that they'd assume I was a prisoner brought back from the Crusades." "The Crusades ended in 1272, Mr. Dunworthy said. "I know, sir. I pointed that out. Also the fact that the entire past is a 10 for blacks." He grinned. "It's the first time my having black skin has been an actual advantage." "Yes, well, we'll see about that," Mr. Dunworthy said. "Have you ever heard of Ensign John Klepperman?" "No, sir." "World War II, Battle of Midway. The entire bridge of his ship was killed, and he had to take over as captain. That's what wars and disasters do, put people in charge of things they'd never ordinarily be in charge of. Like time travel. In other words, this is your big chance, Lewis. I take it you're majoring in temporal physics?" "No, sir. Comp science, sir." Mr. Dunworthy sighed. "Ah, well, Ensign Klepperman had never fired a torpedo either. He sank 2 destroyers and a cruiser. Your first assignment is to tell me what would happen if a parachronistic incongruity had occurred, what indications we would have of it, and don't tell me it couldn't happen." "Parachronistic incongruity," TJ said, writing it on the top of the papers he was holding. "When do you need this, sir?" "Yesterday," Mr. Dunworthy said, handing him a bibliography from the Bodleian. TJ looked bewildered. "You want me to go back in time and—" "I am not setting up another drop," Warder cut in. Mr. Dunworthy shook his head tiredly. "I meant I need the information as soon as possible," he said to TJ. "Oh," TJ said. "Yes, sir. Right away, sir," and started for the door. Halfway there he stopped and asked, "What happened to Ensign Klepperman?" "Killed in the line of duty," Mr. Dunworthy said. TJ nodded. "That's what I thought." He went out and Finch came in carrying a headrig. "Ring up Ernst Hasselmeyer in Berlin and ask him if he knows anything about parachronistic incongruities, and if he doesn't, ask him who does," Mr. Dunworthy said. "And then I want you to go over to the cathedral." "The cathedral?" Finch said, alarmed. "What if Lady Shrapnel's there?" "Hide in the Draper's Chapel," Mr. Dunworthy said. "See if there's anyone over there who works in time travel, anyone at all. There has to be someone around with more experience than an undergraduate." Finch said, "Right away, sir," and crossed over to me. He put the headrig in my ear. "The subliminal tape, sir," he said. I started to roll up my sleeve for the hypnotic. "I don't think it's a good idea for you to use drugs in your condition," he said. "You'll have to listen to them at normal speed." "Finch," Mr. Dunworthy said, coming over. "Where's Kindle?" "You sent her to her room, sir," Finch said. He touched the headrig. "Queen Victoria ruled England from 1837 to 1901, the tape said in my ear. "Go and ask her how much slippage there was on the drop," Mr. Dunworthy said to Finch. "The one where she brought unprecedented peace and prosperity to England." "Yes," Mr. Dunworthy said, "and find out how much slippage there's been on the others." remembered as a decorous, slow-paced society. And telephone St. Thomas's. Tell them, under no circumstances, to let Lady Shrapnel leave. Yes, sir, Finch said, and went out. So, Lizzie Bittner is still living in Coventry? Mr. Dunworthy asked. Yes, I said. She moved back from Salisbury after her husband died. And then, because something more seemed to be expected, I said, she told me all about the new cathedral and how Bishop Bittner had tried to save it. He reintroduced the Coventry morality plays in an attempt to shore up attendance, and put up displays of the Blitz in the ruins. She took me on a tour of what had been the ruins and the new cathedral. It's a shopping centre now, you know. Yes, he said. I always thought it made a better shopping centre than a cathedral. Mid-20th century architecture was nearly as bad as Victorian. It was a nice gesture, though, and Bitty liked it. It was originally sold to the Church of the Hereafter or something, wasn't it? I suppose you've checked with them to make certain they don't have it. I nodded. And then he must have left, though I don't remember that part. A sound like the all clear after an air raid had started blasting in one ear, and the tapes were talking about the subservient role of women in the other. Women held little or no power in Victorian society, the head rig said. Except Queen Victoria, I thought, and saw that Warder was coming toward me with a wet cloth. She scrubbed roughly at my face and hands and then smeared white lotion above my upper lip. The role of the Victorian woman was that of nurse and helpmeet, the head rig said, of the angel in the house. Don't touch your lip, Warder said, pulling the measuring tape from around her neck. Your hair will have to do. There's not enough time for phenoxidils. She encircled my head with the tape. Part it in the middle. I said don't touch your lip. Women were thought to be too high-strung for formal education, the subliminal said. Their lessons were confined to drawing, music, and deportment. This whole thing's ridiculous. She wrapped the tape around my neck. I should never have come to Oxford. Cambridge has a perfectly good degree in theatrical design. I could be costuming The Taming of the Shrew right now instead of doing 3 jobs at once. I stuck a finger between the tape and my Adam's apple to prevent strangulation. Victorian women were sweet, soft-spoken, and submissive. You know whose fault this is, don't you? She said, snapping the tape as she pulled it free. Lady Shrapnel's. Why on earth does she want to rebuild Coventry Cathedral anyway? She's not even English. She's an American. Just because she married a peer doesn't mean she has the right to come over here to our country and start rebuilding our churches. They weren't even married that long. She yanked my arm up and jammed the tape in my armpit. And if she was going to rebuild something, why not something worthwhile like Covent Garden Theatre? Or support the Royal Shakespeare or something? They were only able to mount 2 productions last season, and one of those was an old-fashioned nude production of Richard II from the 1990s. Of course, I suppose it would be asking too much of someone from Hollywood to appreciate art. Vids. Interactives. She took rapid, careless measurements of my chest, sleeve, and inseam, and disappeared. And I went back to my chairs, leaned my head against the wall, and thought about how peaceful it would be to be drowned. This next part is a bit muddled. The head rig discussed Victorian table settings. The all-clear mutated into an air raid siren, and the seraphim brought me a stack of folded trousers to try on. But I don't remember any of it very clearly. Finch lugged in a pile of Victorian luggage at one point. A portmanteau, a large carpet bag, a small satchel, a Gladstone bag, and 2 pasteboard boxes tied with string. I thought perhaps I was to choose from among them like the trousers, but it developed that I was to take them all. Finch said, "I'll fetch the rest," and went out. The seraphims settled on a pair of white flannels and went off to look for suspenders. The oyster fork is placed on the soup spoon, tines angled toward the plate, the head rig said. The oyster spear is placed to its left. The shell is held steady in the left hand and the oyster lifted whole from the shell, detaching it, if necessary, with the spear. I drowsed off several times and the seraphim shook me awake to try various articles of clothing on me and wipe off the white lotion. I touched the new moustache gingerly. "How does it look?" I said. "Lopsided," the seraphim said, "but it can't be helped. Did you pack a razor for him?"
Yes,
Finch said, coming in with a large wicker hamper.
"A pair of hairbrushes from the Ashmolean and a brush and soap mug. Here's the money," he said, handing me a wallet nearly the size of the portmanteau. "It's mostly coins, I'm afraid. Banknotes from that era have deteriorated badly. There's a bedroll, and I've packed the hamper full of provisions, and there are tinned goods in the boxes." He scurried out again. "The fish fork is placed to the left of the meat and salad forks," the head rig droned. "It is recognizable by its pointed, slanted tines." The seraphim handed me a shirt to try on. She was carrying a damp white dress over her arm. It had trailing sleeves. I thought about the water nymph wringing it out on the carpet, the very picture of beauty. I wondered if water nymphs used fish forks, and if they liked men with moustaches. Had Hylas had a moustache in the painting by Waterhouse? It was called Hylas and the... What were they called? It began with an N. More muddled parts. I remember Finch coming in with more luggage, a covered wicker basket, and the seraphim tucking something in my waistcoat pocket, and Finch shaking me on the shoulder, asking me where Mr. Dunworthy was. "He's not here," I said. But I was mistaken. He was standing next to the wicker basket, asking Finch what he'd found out. "How much slippage was there on the drop?" Mr. Dunworthy said. 9 minutes, Finch said. 9 minutes, he said, frowning. "What about your other drops?" "Minimal. 2 minutes to a half hour. The drop is in an isolated part of the ground, so there isn't much chance of being seen." "Except the one time it counted," Mr. Dunworthy said, still frowning. "What about coming back?" "Coming back?" Finch said. "There's no slippage on return drops." "I am aware of that," Mr. Dunworthy said, "but this is an unusual situation." "Yes, sir," Finch said, and went over, conferred with Warder for a few minutes, and came back. "No slippage on the return drop." Mr. Dunworthy looked relieved. "What about Hasselmeyer?" Mr. Dunworthy said. "I have a message through to him." The door opened, and T.J. Lewis hurried in with the thin stack of papers. "I've read the available research," he said. "There's not much. Setting up the necessary equipment to test for incongruities is extremely expensive. Time Travel was planning to build it with the money from the Cathedral project. Most temporal physicists don't believe incongruities are possible, except for Fujisaki." "Fujisaki thinks they're possible. What's his theory?" "He has 2 theories. One is that they're not incongruities, that there are objects and events in the continuum that are non-significant." "How is that possible? In a chaotic system, every event is linked to every other." "Yes, but the system's non-linear," TJ said, looking at the papers. "With feedback and feed-forward loops, redundancies and interference, so the effect of some objects and events is multiplied enormously, and in others it's cancelled out." "And a parachronistic incongruity is an object whose removal has no effect?" TJ grinned. "Right. Like the air historians bring back in their lungs, or," he looked at me, "the soot. Its removal doesn't cause any repercussions in the system." "In which case the object shouldn't be returned to its temporal location?" Mr. Dunworthy asked. "In which case it probably can't be returned," TJ said. "The continuum wouldn't allow it. Unless it was non-significant in its returned state too. Unfortunately, this sort of incongruity is pretty much limited to air and soot. Anything larger has a significant effect." "Even pen wipers," I thought, leaning my head against the wall.
I had bought an orange one shaped like a pumpkin at the Autumn Choir Festival and Selvage Drive, and then forgotten it. And when I tried to come back, the net wouldn't open. I wondered drowsily how it had come to open for the fan. "What about living things?" Mr. Dunworthy asked. "Harmless bacteria, possibly, but nothing else. The effect of life forms on the continuum is exponentially greater than for inanimate objects, and exponentially greater again for intelligent life forms because of the complexity of interactions they're capable of. And of course, nothing that could have an effect on the present or future. No viruses or microbes." Mr. Dunworthy cut him off. "What's Fujisaki's other theory?" "His second theory is that there are incongruities, but the continuum has built-in defences that counteract them." "Slippage," Mr. Dunworthy said. TJ nodded. "The mechanism of slippage prevents nearly all potential incongruities by removing the time traveller from the area of potential danger. Fujisaki's theory is that the amount of slippage is limited, and that an incongruity occurs when the slippage can't increase radically enough to prevent the parachronism." "What happens then?" "Theoretically, it could alter the course of history, or, if it were severe enough, destroy the universe. But there are safeguards in the modern net to prevent that. As soon as the danger of incongruities was realized, the net was modified to automatically shut down whenever the slippage reaches dangerous levels. And Fujisaki says that if an incongruity did occur, which it can't, there are other lines of defense that would correct the incongruity and would manifest themselves as," he read from the paper, "radically increased slippage in an area surrounding the incongruity, an increase in coincidental events." Mr. Dunworthy turned to me. "Did you experience any coincidences in Coventry?" "No," I said. "What about your jumble sales?" "No," I said, thinking how nice it would have been if I had experienced one, if, strolling between the coconut shy and the plum cake raffle, I had run bang into the bishop's bird stump. Mr. Dunworthy turned back to TJ. "What else?" "Increased slippage in the peripheral temporal areas." "How large an area?" He bit his lip. "Fujisaki says most incongruities are corrected within 50 years, but this is all theoretical." "What else?" "If it were really serious, a breakdown in the net," TJ said. "What sort of breakdown?" He frowned. "Failure of the net to open. Malfunction in destination. But Fujisaki says those are all statistically unlikely," TJ said, "and that the continuum is essentially stable, or it would have been destroyed by now." "What if there was no radical increase in slippage, but it was definitely an incongruity?" Mr. Dunworthy said. "Would that mean it had been corrected before it could have any effect on the continuum?" "Yes," TJ said. "Otherwise, there'd have to be slippage." "Good. Excellent job, Ensign Klepperman," Mr. Dunworthy said. He went over to the Seraphim, who was violently banging keys at the console. "Warden, I want a list of all the drops we've done to the 1880s and 90s with the recorded amount of slippage and the normal parameters." "It's Warder," the Seraphim said. "And I can't do it now. I've got a rendezvous." "The rendezvous can wait." He went back over to TJ. "Lewis, I want you to look for unusual slippers." Or at least, that's what I thought he said. The all clear had started up again, and now it was accompanied by a steady thumping throb like ack-ack guns. "And chicken drops." "Yes, sir," TJ said, and left. "Finch, where's the hat?" Mr. Dunworthy said. "Right here," Finch said. And that couldn't be right either. I had white flannels and a waistcoat, but no hat. And Victorians always wore hats, didn't they? Top hats. And those hard round affairs, what were they called? It began with an N. The Seraphim was leaning over me, which meant I must have sat down again. She stood me up to try on blazers. "Put your arm in this one," she said, thrusting a maroon-striped one at me. "No, your right arm." "The sleeves are too short," I said, looking at my bare wrists.
What's your name?"
"My name?" I said, wondering what that had to do with the sleeves being too short.
"Your name,"
she said, yanking off the maroon-striped blazer and shoving a red one at me. "Ned Henry," I said. "The sleeves of this one came down over my hands."
"Good,"
she said, stripping it off and handing me a dark blue and white one. "At least I won't have to come up with a contempt name for you." She tugged on the sleeves.
"That'll have to do. And don't go diving into the Thames. I haven't time to do any more costumes."
She clapped a straw boater on my head. "The hat was here. You were right, Mr. Dunworthy," I said. But he wasn't there. Finch wasn't either, and the Seraphim was back at the console, banging away at the keys.
"I can't believe Baddery isn't back yet," she said, "leaving me with this lot. Set the coordinates, come up with the costume, and meanwhile I've got an historian waiting 3/4 of an hour to come through. Well, your priority jump can jolly well wait, for unmarried girls were constantly accompanied by chaperones, usually an older maiden aunt or cousin, and were never allowed to be alone with a man until after their engagement. Ned, pay attention."
"I am," I said. "Unmarried girls were always accompanied by chaperones."
"I told you I didn't think this was a good idea,"
Finch, who was there too, said. "There's nobody else to send," Mr. Dunworthy said. "Ned, listen carefully. Here's what I want you to do. You'll come through on June the 7th, 1888 at 10 a.m. The river is to the left of the dessert fork, which is used for gâteaux and puddings. For such desserts as Muching's End, the dessert knife is used with the... knife. Nice.
Naiads. That's what they were called. Hylas and the Naiads."
He went to fill his water jug, and they pulled him into the water with them, down and down, their hair and their wet sleeves twining about him. "As soon as it's returned, you can do whatever you like. The rest of the 2 weeks is yours. You can spend it boating on the river, or to the right of the dessert plate with the blade pointing inward." He clapped me on the shoulder. "Have you got that?" "What?" I said, but Mr. Dunworthy wasn't listening. He was looking at the net. There was a loud hum that threatened to drown out the ack-ack guns, and the veils on the net began to lower. "What's that?" Mr. Dunworthy said to the Seraphim. "The rendezvous," she said, pounding the keys. "I couldn't very well leave him there forever. I'll do your drop as soon as I bring him through." "Good," Mr. Dunworthy said. He clapped me on the shoulder. "I'm counting on you, Ned," he said through the hum. The veils touched the floor, draping gently. The hum rose in pitch till it sounded like the all clear. The air shimmered with condensation, and Carruthers appeared inside the net. He began fighting with the veils to get out. "Stand still, and wait till the veils have raised," the Seraphim ordered, pounding keys. The veils rose 1.5 feet and stopped. "Wait," Carruthers said, ducking under them. "Wait? I've been waiting for 2 bloody hours!" He flailed at the fabric of the veils. "Where the bloody hell were you?" He worked himself free and limped toward the console. He was covered in mud. He had lost one of his boots, and the front of his non-AFS uniform had a long, flapping tear in the back of one leg. "Why the hell didn't you come get me as soon as you got the fix and saw where I'd landed?" "I was interrupted," she said, glaring at Mr. Dunworthy. She crossed her arms militantly. "Where's your boot?" "In the mouth of a bloody great mastiff. I was lucky to get away with my foot." "That was an authentic AFS, Wellington," she said. "And what have you done to your uniform?" "What have I done to my uniform?" he said. "I've just spent 2 hours running for my life. I landed in that same damnable Marrow's field. Only I must have come through later than last time because the farmer's wife was ready for me. With dogs. She'd recruited a whole bloody pack of them to aid in the war effort. She must have borrowed them from all over Warwickshire." He caught sight of me. "What the hell are you doing here?" he demanded, limping over. "You're supposed to be in infirmary." I'm going to 1888, I said.
I told that nurse she wasn't to tell Lady Shrapnel you were back, he said disgustedly. Why is she sending you to the 19th century? Is this about the great-grandmother?
Great, I said. No, the doctor prescribed 2 weeks uninterrupted bed rest, and Mr. Dunworthy's sending me there for it.
He can't, Carruthers said. You can't. You've got to go back to Coventry and look for the bishop's bird stump.
I was looking for it, I said, and you pulled me out, remember?
I had to. You were a raving lunatic. Going on about dogs, man's noblest ally in war and peace, his truest friend through thick and thin. Pah! Look at that!
He held up the long strip of torn coverall.
Man's truest friend did that.
He showed me his stockinged foot.
Man's noblest ally nearly took my foot off.
How soon can you be ready to go? The nurse said no drops for 2 weeks. Why did you send me to infirmary if you wanted me to go back?
I thought they'd give you an injection or a pill or something, he said. Not forbid you to do drops. Now, how are we supposed to find the bishop's bird stump?
You didn't find it after I left?
I can't even find the cathedral. I've been trying all afternoon, and the Marrows field was the closest I got. The bloody slippage.
Slippage? Mr. Dunworthy said alertly. He came over to where we were standing.
Has there been more slippage than usual?
I told you, I said. The Marrows field.
What Marrows field?
The one halfway to Birmingham with the dogs.
I'm having trouble getting back to Coventry Cathedral on the 15th, sir, Carruthers explained. I've tried 4 times today, and the closest I can get is the 8th of December. Ned's got the closest of anyone so far, which is why I need him to go back and finish searching the rubble for the bishop's bird stump.
Mr. Dunworthy looked puzzled. Wouldn't it be simpler to look for the bishop's bird stump before the raid, on the 14th?
That's what we've been trying to do for the past 2 weeks, Carruthers said. Lady Shrapnel wanted to know if it was in the cathedral at the time of the raid, so we arranged to jump to the cathedral at 7:45, just before the start of the raid. But we can't get near the place. Either the date's off, or if we do come through at the target time, we're 60 miles away, in the middle of a Marrows field.
He indicated his muddy uniform. We, Mr. Dunworthy said, frowning. How many historians have tried?
6? No, 7, Carruthers said. Everyone who wasn't off doing something else.
Carruthers said they'd tried everybody, I put in, and that was why they'd pulled me off jumble sales.
What about the jumble sales?
They're a sale where they sell things they want to get rid of, things they bought at the last jumble sale, most of it, and things they've made to sell. Tea caddies and embroidered needle cases and pen wipers and...
I know what a jumble sale is, Mr. Dunworthy said.
Was there any slippage on those jumps? I shook my head. Just the usual. Mostly spatial, so no one would see me come through, behind the rectory or back of the tea tent. He turned abruptly to Carruthers.
How much were the Coventry drops off by, the ones in which you came through in Coventry? It varies, he said. Paulson came through on the 28th of November.
He stopped and calculated. The average is about 24 hours, I'd say. The closest we've been able to get to the targets is the afternoon of the 15th, and now I can't even get there.
Which is why Ned needs to go. The new recruit's still there, and I doubt if he even knows how to get back on his own. And who knows what trouble he's likely to get into.
Trouble, Mr. Dunworthy murmured. He turned to the tech. Has there been increased slippage on all the drops, or just the ones to Coventry?
I don't know, she said. I'm a wardrobe tech. I'm only filling in for Badri. He's the net tech.
Badri? Yes, he said, brightening. Good. Badri, where is he?
With Lady Shrapnel, sir, Finch said. And I'm afraid they may be on their way back by now.
But Mr. Dunworthy didn't seem to hear him. While you've been filling in, he said to Warder, have you run any jumps that weren't to the cathedral on November the 14th, 1940?
One, she said. To London.
How much slippage was there? He persisted.
She looked like she was going to say, "I don't have time for this," and then apparently thought better of it, and began pounding keys. Locational, no slippage. Temporal, 8 minutes. So, it is Coventry, he said to himself. 8 minutes which way? Early or late? Early. He turned back to Carruthers. Did you try sending someone to Coventry earlier and having them stay till the raid? Yes, sir, Carruthers said. They still ended up after the target time. Mr. Dunworthy took off his spectacles, examined them and put them back on. Does the amount of slippage seem to be random, or is it getting progressively worse? Worse, he said. Finch, go ask Kindle if she noticed any coincidences or discrepancies while she was at Matching's End. Ned, you stay here. I've got to talk to Lewis. Mr. Dunworthy went out. What was all that about? Carruthers said, looking after him. Lady Windermere's fan, I said, and sat down. Stand up, the Seraphim said. The drop's ready. Get in place. Shouldn't we wait for Mr. Dunworthy? I asked. I have 19 drops scheduled, not to mention another priority jump for Mr. Dunworthy, and... All right, I said. I gathered up the satchel, portmanteau, Gladstone and wicker basket, and went over to the net. The Vales were still only 1.5 feet from the floor. I set down one armful on the floor, lifted the veil, ducked under, and began pulling the bags in after me. The Victorian era was a time of rapid technological and scientific change, the head rig said. The invention of the telegraph, gas lighting, and Darwin's theory of evolution were significantly altering the fabric of society. Pick up your luggage and stand on the X, she said. Travel, in particular, was changing rapidly. The invention of the steam locomotive and, in 1863, the first underground railway made it possible for Victorians to go faster and farther than ever before. Ready? She said, her hand poised over the keyboard. I think so, I said, checking to make sure everything was inside the veils. One corner of the covered wicker basket was sticking out. Wait, I said, and scraped it inside with my foot. I said, ready now, she said. Easy and affordable travel had the effect of broadening the Victorians' horizons and breaking down the rigid barriers of class, which... The Seraphim flung the veils up, yanked the head rig out of my ear, and went back to the console. Ready now, she said. Yes. The Seraphim began tapping keys. Wait, I said. I don't know where it is I'm going. June 7th, 1888, she said, and resumed tapping. I mean after that, I said, trying to find an opening in the veils. I didn't hear all of Mr. Dunworthy's instructions because of the time lag. I pointed at my ear. Difficulty in distinguishing sounds. Difficulty in evidencing intelligence, she said. I don't have time for this. And flounced out of the room, slamming the door behind her. Where's Mr. Dunworthy? I heard her say in the corridor, probably to Finch. Mr. Dunworthy had said something about Matching's End, and about a boat. Or was that the head rig? It's a perfectly straightforward job, he'd said. Where is he? I heard the Seraphim say again, and her voice sounded uncomfortably like Lady Shrapnel's. Where is who? Finch said. You know perfectly well who, she said in stentorian tones. And don't tell me he's in hospital. I've had enough of your wild goose chases. He's here, isn't he? Oh, Lord. Come away from that door and let me pass, Lady Shrapnel roared. He is here? I dropped the luggage with a thud and looked wildly about for somewhere to hide. No, he's not, Finch said bravely. He's over at Radcliffe Infirmary. There was nowhere to hide, at least in this century. I ducked under the veils and sprinted for the console, praying the Seraphim had truly made all the necessary preparations. I said, let me pass, Lady Shrapnel said. Badry, make him come away from the door. Mr. Henry's here, and I intend to see that he goes to look for my bishop's bird stump instead of malingering in the present, pretending to have time lag. But he does have time lag, Finch said. A very serious case.
His vision's blurred, he has difficulty distinguishing sounds, and his reasoning faculties are severely impaired.
The console screen said, "Ready. Hit send." I measured the distance to the net.
He's in no condition to make any drops, Finch said.
Nonsense, Lady Shrapnel said. Now come away from that door this instant.
I took a deep breath, punched send, and dived head first for the net.
Please believe me, Finch said desperately. He's not here. He's over at Christchurch.
Get out of my way,
she said, and there was the sound of a scuffle. I skidded face first onto the X. The veils lowered on my foot. I yanked it inside.
Mr. Henry, I know you're in here,
Lady Shrapnel said, and the door burst open.
I told you, Finch said. He's not here.
And I wasn't. Journey's End in Lovers' Meeting. William Shakespeare. Chapter 4. An abrupt arrival. Difference between literature and real life. Similarity of train whistles to air raid sirens. Benefits of adrenaline. I contemplate my mission. Howard's End. A timely newspaper. Two ladies. A late arrival. Contact. Oxford, City of Dreaming Spires. A fashion plate. Fate. The mystery of rabbits hypnotized by snakes solved. An introduction. I came through face down on railroad tracks, stretched across them like Pearl White in a 20th century serial, except that she didn't have so much luggage. The portmanteau, et al., was scattered around me along with my boater, which had fallen off when I dived for the net. Lady Shrapnel's voice was still booming in my ears, and I got to my feet and looked about cautiously, but there was no sign of her. Or of a boat, or a river. The railway tracks were on a grassy embankment with trees growing below and beside them. The first rule of time travel is, ascertain exact time-space location, but there didn't seem to be any way of doing that. It was clearly summer. The sky overhead was blue and there were flowers growing between the ties, but no signs of civilization other than the train tracks. So, sometime after 1804. In Vids, there was always a newspaper lying on the ground with a helpful headline like Pearl Harbor bombed or Mafeking relieved, and a clock above it in a shop window thoughtfully showing the time. I looked at my watch. It wasn't there, and I squinted at my wrist, trying to remember whether Warder had taken it off me when she was trying shirts on. I remembered she'd tucked something in my waistcoat pocket. I pulled it out. On a gold chain. A pocket watch. Of course, wristwatches were an anachronism in 19th century. I had trouble getting the pocket watch open and then difficulty reading the extinct Roman numerals, but eventually I made it out. X. Allowing for the time I'd spent getting the watch open and lying on the tracks, bang on target. Unless I was in the wrong year. Or the wrong place. As I didn't know where I was supposed to have come through, I didn't know if I was in the right place or not, but if there's a small amount of temporal slippage, there usually isn't much locational slippage either. I stood up on a rail to look down the tracks. To the north, the tracks headed into deeper woods. In the opposite direction, the woods seemed thinner and there was a dark plume of smoke. A factory? Or a boathouse? I should gather up my bags and go see, but I continued to stand on the rail, taking in the warm summer air and the sweet scent of clover and new-mown hay. I was 160 years away from pollution and traffic and the Bishop's bird stump. No, that wasn't true. The Bishop's bird stump had been given to Coventry Cathedral in 1852. Depressing thought. But there wasn't any Coventry Cathedral. St. Michael's Church hadn't been made a bishopric till 1908. And there wasn't a Lady Shrapnel. I was more than a century away from her snapped orders and from vicious dogs and from bombed-out cathedrals, in a more civilized time, where the pace was slow and decorous, and the women were soft-spoken and demure. I gazed about me at the trees, the flowers. Buttercups grew between the tracks, and a tiny white flower like a star. The nurse at infirmary had said I needed rest, and who couldn't rest here? I felt totally recovered just standing here on the tracks. No blurring of vision, no air raid signs. I had spoken too soon. The air raid siren started up again and then, as abruptly, stopped. I shook my head trying to clear it, and then took several long, deep breaths. I wasn't cured yet, but I soon would be, breathing in this clear, pure air. I gazed up at the cloudless sky, at the plume of black smoke. It seemed higher in the sky and nearer. A farmer burning weeds? I longed to see him leaning on his rake, untouched by modern worries, modern haste. Longed to see his rose-covered cottage with its white picket fence, its cosy kitchen, its soft feather bed, its... The air raid siren sounded again in short, sharp blasts, like a factory whistle. Or a train. Adrenaline is an extremely effective drug. It galvanizes the body into action and has been known to produce impossible feats of strength and speed. I snatched up the satchel, the hamper, the portmanteau, the carpet bag, the boxes, and my hat, which had somehow fallen off again, chucked them all down the near side of the embankment, and chucked myself after them before the plume of black smoke had cleared the trees. The covered basket that Finch had been so concerned about was still on the track, sitting squarely on the far rail. The adrenaline leaped across, scooped it up, and rolled down the embankment as the train thundered past in a deafening roar. Definitely not totally recovered. I lay at the bottom of the embankment for a considerable time, contemplating that fact and trying to start breathing. After a while I sat up. The embankment had been fairly high, and the basket and I had rolled a considerable way before coming to a stop in a mass of nettles. As a result, the view was very different than that from the tracks, and I could glimpse, beyond a thicket of alders, a corner of some white wooden structure and a glimpse of fretwork. It could definitely be a boathouse. I disentangled the basket and myself, climbed up the embankment and looked carefully up and down the tracks. There was no smoke in either direction, and no sound at all. Satisfied, I sprinted across the tracks, gathered up my etc., looked in both directions, bolted back across, and set off through the woods toward the boathouse. Adrenaline also tends to clear the brain, and several things became remarkably clear as I trudged toward the boathouse, the foremost of which was that I had no idea what to do when I got there. I distinctly remembered Mr. Dunworthy saying, "Here are your instructions," and after that a jumble of Stilton spoons and collars and the all clear, and then he'd said the rest of the 2 weeks was mine to do with as I liked, which obviously meant that a portion of it wasn't. And when I'd got in the net, Finch had said, "We're counting on you." To do what? There was something about a boat and a river, and a something end. Audley End. No, that didn't sound right. It began with an N. Or was that the water nymph? Hopefully it would come back to me when I got to the boathouse. It wasn't a boathouse. It was a railway station. There was a carved wooden sign on the wall above a green bench. Oxford, it said. And what was I supposed to do now? Oxford had boathouses and a river, but if I'd come through at the railway station, perhaps I was supposed to take a train to this something end and then a boat from there. I seem to remember Mr. Dunworthy saying something about a railway, or had that been the head rig? My coming through at the railway station might have been due to slippage, and I was really supposed to have come through down at Folly Bridge. I distinctly remembered something having been said about a boat and the river. On the other hand, I had a great deal of luggage for a boat. I looked across the tracks to the platform. On the far side of the green bench was a glass-covered notice board. The train schedule. I could look at it, and if something end was listed, I'd know I was supposed to take the train, especially if one was due shortly. The platform was empty, at least for the moment. The distance up to it looked high, but not impossible, and the sky was unsullied blue in both directions. I looked up and down the tracks and then at the door to the waiting room. Nothing. I checked the tracks 3 or 4 more times just to be safe, and then sprinted across them, heaved my luggage over the edge, and clambered up after it. The platform was still uninhabited. I piled my luggage on the end of the bench and strolled over to the notice board. I read the headings. Reading, Coventry, Northampton, Bath. It was very likely one of the smaller stations. Aylesbury, Didcot, Swindon, Abingdon. I read the entire list. There wasn't a single end among them. And I couldn't go into the station and ask when the next train to something end was. What was it? Something End. Howard's End. No, that was a novel by E.M. Forster. It hadn't even been written yet. Something End. There was a pub in the Turl called the Bitter End, but that didn't sound right either. It began with an N. No, that was the Naiad. An M. I went back over to the bench and sat down trying to think. Mr. Dunworthy had said, "Here are your instructions," and then something about oyster spears and tea with the Queen. No, that had to have been the head rig. And then, "We're sending you through to the 7th of June, 1888. Perhaps I'd better find out if I was really on the 7th of June, 1888, before I worried about anything else. If I was in the wrong time, I had no business going anywhere by train or by boat. I needed to stay here till Warder got the fix, realised I was in the wrong time, and set up a rendezvous to take me back. At least it wasn't a field of marrows. And it had occurred to me, now that I was recovering a bit, that Warder would have set my watch for the time in the past, in which case it proved absolutely nothing at all. I stood up and went over to the station window to see if there was a clock inside. There was. It said 20 to 11. I pulled out my pocket watch and checked it against the clock. 20 to XI. In books and vids, there's always a newsboy hawking papers with the date neatly visible for the time traveller to see, or a calendar with the dates marked off with an X. There was no sign of a calendar, a newsboy, or a friendly porter who'd volunteer, "Lovely weather for June 7th, isn't it, sir? Not like last year, we hadn't any summer at all in 87. I went back to the bench and sat down, trying to concentrate. Marlborough End, Middlesex End, Montague End, Marple's End. A train whistle, which I instantly recognised as such, sounded, and a train tore through the station without stopping, with a roar and a sudden wind that blew my boater with it. I went running after it, caught it and was putting it back on when a paper, apparently caught in the same draught, blew against the back of my legs. I unwrapped myself from it and looked at it. It was a sheet from a newspaper. The Times, 7th of June, 1888. So, I was at the right time, and all I had to work out was what I was supposed to do now. I sat down and put my head in my hands, trying to concentrate. Carruthers had come through without his boots, and Warder had slammed her clipboard down, and Mr. Dunworthy had said something about a river and a contact. A contact. "Contact Tennyson," he'd said, only that wasn't the name. But it had begun with a T, or an A, and Finch had said something about a contact too. A contact. That explained why I didn't know what to do. All I'd been told was that I was to meet a contact and he or she would tell me. I felt a surge of relief. The contact would explain everything. So now the only question was, who was it and where was he or she? "Contact someone," Mr. Dunworthy had said. What was the name? Chiswick. No, that was the head of time travel. Correction, the ex-head of time travel. Contact Klepperman. Ensign Klepperman. No, that was the sailor who'd been killed in the line of duty because he hadn't known what he was doing. Contact who? As if in answer, another train whistle blew, several deafening blasts, and a train pulled into the station. Spitting sparks and great whooshes of steam, the train came to a stop. A porter jumped down from the third car, deposited a plush-covered stool in front of the door, and got back on the train. Several minutes went by, and the porter reappeared carrying a hat-box and a large black umbrella. He extended his hand to a frail old lady, and then a younger one, as they stepped down. The elderly lady was wearing crinolines and a bonnet and lace mitts, and for a moment I was afraid I was in the wrong year after all, but the younger one had a long flared skirt and a hat that tilted forward over her brow. She had a sweet face, and when she spoke to the porter telling him what bags they had, her voice was both soft-spoken and demure. "I told you he wouldn't be here to meet us. the old lady said in a voice with Lady Shrapnelian overtones. "I'm certain he will be here shortly, Auntie," the young woman said. "Perhaps he was delayed on college business." "Poppycock," the old lady said, a word I had not ever expected to hear anyone say. "He's off fishing somewhere. Disgraceful occupation for a grown man. Did you write to tell him when we were coming?" "Yes, Auntie." "And told him the time, I hope?" "Yes, Auntie. I'm certain he'll be here shortly. And in the meantime, we're left to stand here in this dreadful heat." The weather had seemed pleasantly warm, but then I wasn't wearing black wool buttoned to the neck, or lace mitts. "Absolutely sweltering," she said, fishing in a small beaded purse for a handkerchief. "I feel quite weak." "Careful with that," she boomed at the porter, who was struggling with a huge trunk. Finch had been right. They did travel with steamer trunks. "Quite faint," Auntie said, fanning herself weakly with the handkerchief. "Why don't you sit down over here, Auntie?" the young woman said, leading her over to the other bench. "I'm certain Uncle will be here momentarily." The old lady sat down in a woomph of petticoats. "Not like that!" she snapped at the porter. "This is all Herbert's fault. Getting married, and just when I was coming to Oxford. Don't scratch the leather!" It was obvious neither of these ladies was my contact, but at least I no longer seemed to be having difficulty distinguishing sounds. And I could understand what they were saying, which isn't always the case in the past. My first jumble sale, I hadn't understood one word in 10. Skittles and shies and sales of work. Also, I seemed to have overcome my tendency to sentimentality. The younger lady had a pretty heart-shaped face, and even prettier ankle-shaped ankles, which I'd caught a white-stockinged glimpse of when she alighted from the train, but I hadn't felt any inclination to dissolve into rapturous comparisons with sylphs or cherubim. Better still, I had been able to come up with both words without any trouble. I felt completely cured. "He's forgotten us completely," Auntie said. "We'll have to hire a fly." Well, perhaps not completely cured. "There's no need for us to hire a carriage," the young woman said. "Uncle won't have forgotten." "Then why isn't he here, Maud?" she said, arranging her skirts so they took up the entire bench. "And why isn't Herbert here? Marriage? Servants have no business marrying. And how did Herbert meet anyone suitable to marry? I absolutely forbade her to have followers. So I suppose that means it's someone unsuitable. Some person from a music hall." She lowered her voice. "Or worse." "It's my understanding that they met at church," Maud said patiently. "At church? Disgraceful! What is the world coming to? In my day, church was a duty, not a social occasion. Mark my words, 100 years from now, one will not be able to distinguish between a cathedral and a music hall." Or a shopping centre, I thought. "It's all these sermons on Christian love," Auntie said. "Whatever happened to sermons on duty and knowing one's place, and punctuality? Your uncle could benefit from a sermon on... Where are you going?" Maud was heading for the station door. "To look at the clock," she said. "I thought perhaps the reason Uncle isn't here yet is that the train might have been early getting in." I helpfully pulled out my pocket watch and opened it, hoping I could remember how to read it. "And leave me here alone," Auntie said, "with who knows what sort of persons." She crooked a lace-mitted finger at Maud. "There are men," she said in a stage whisper, "who hang about public places waiting for their chance to engage unaccompanied women in conversation." I snapped the pocket watch shut, put it back in my waistcoat pocket, and tried my best to look harmless. "Their object," she whispered loudly, "is to steal unprotected women's luggage. Or worse." "I doubt if anyone could lift our luggage, Auntie, let alone steal it," Maud whispered back, and my opinion of her shot up. "Nevertheless, you are in my care, since my brother has not seen fit to meet us, and it is my duty to protect you from harmful influences," Auntie said, looking darkly at me. "We are not staying here one moment longer. Put those in the cloakroom," she said to the porter, who had succeeded finally in wrestling the trunks and 3 large bandboxes into a luggage barrow. "And bring us the claim cheque for them." "The train is about to leave, madam," he protested. "I am not taking the train," she said. "And engage us a fly with a respectable driver." The porter looked desperately at the train, which was emitting great gouts of steam. "Madam, it is my duty to be on the train when it departs. I shall lose my job if I'm not on board." I thought of offering to get them a carriage, but I didn't want Auntie to take me for Jack the Ripper. Or was that an anachronism? Had he started his career by 1888? "Pish, tosh! You shall lose your job if I report your insolence to your employers," Auntie was saying. "What sort of railway is this?" "The Great Western, madam." "Well, it can scarcely call itself great when its employees leave the passengers' luggage on the platform to be stolen by common criminals." Another dark look at me. "It can scarcely call itself great when its employees refuse to aid a helpless old lady." The porter, who looked as though he disagreed with the word helpless, glanced at the train whose wheels were starting to turn, and then at the station door, as if gauging the distance, and then tipped his hat and pushed the barrow into the station. "Come, Maud," Auntie said, rising out of her nest of crinolines. "But what if Uncle comes?" Maud said. "He'll just miss us." "It will teach him a useful lesson on punctuality," Auntie said. She swept out. Maud followed in her impressive wake, giving me a smile of apology as she went. The train started up, its great wheels turning slowly, then faster as it gathered steam, and started out of the station. I looked anxiously at the station door, but there was no sign of the poor porter. The passenger cars moved slowly past, and then the green-painted luggage van. He wasn't going to make it. The guard's van pulled past, its lantern swinging, and the porter burst through the door, ran down the platform after it, and made a flying leap. I stood up. He caught the railing with one hand, swung himself up onto the bottom step, and clung there, panting. As the train cleared the station, he shook his fist at the station door. And no doubt in future years he became a socialist, I thought, and worked to get the Labour Party voted in. And what about Auntie? No doubt she had outlived all her relatives and left her servants nothing in her will. I hoped she'd lasted well into the 20s and had to put up with cigarettes and the Charleston. As for Maud, I hoped she'd been able to meet someone suitable to marry, though I was afraid she hadn't, with Auntie's eagle eye constantly on her. I sat on for several minutes contemplating their futures and my own, which was decidedly less clear. The next train from anywhere wasn't until 12:36 from Birmingham. Was I supposed to meet my contact here, or was I supposed to go into Oxford and meet him there? I seem to remember Mr. Dunworthy saying something about a cabby. Was I supposed to take a hansom cab into town? Contact, Mr. Dunworthy had said. The station door burst open, and a young man shot through it at the same speed as the porter had previously. He was dressed like I was, in white flannels and slightly crooked moustache, and was carrying his boater in his hand. He ran onto the platform and strode rapidly to the far end of it, obviously looking for someone. My contact, I thought hopefully. And he was late, which was why he hadn't been here to meet me. As if in confirmation, he stopped, pulled out his pocket watch, and flipped it open with impressive dexterity. "I'm late," he said, and snapped it shut. And if he was my contact, would he announce himself as such, or was I supposed to whisper, "Psst, Dunworthy sent me"? Or was there some sort of password I was supposed to know the answer to? "The marmoset sails at midnight," to which I was supposed to respond, "The sparrow is in the spruce tree"? I was debating "The moon sets on Tuesday" versus the more straightforward, "I beg your pardon, are you from the future?" when he turned back my way, gave me the barest of glances, strode past me to the other end of the platform, and peered down the tracks. "I say," he said, coming back, "has the 10:55 from London arrived yet?" "Yes," I said. "It pulled out 5 minutes ago." Pulled out? Was that an anachronism? Should I have said departed instead? Apparently not, because he muttered, "I knew it," and clapped his boater on his head and disappeared into the station. A moment later he was back again.
"I say," he said, "you haven't seen any aged relicts, have you?"
"Aged relicts?" I said, feeling as if I were back among the jumble sales.
"A deuce of dowagers, fallen into the sear, the yellow leaf," he said, "crook-backed and crabbed with age. You are old Father William and all that. They would have come in on the train from London, in bombazine and jet, I should imagine." He saw my incomprehension. "Two ladies of advanced age. I was supposed to meet them. I don't suppose they'd have come and gone, would they?" he said, looking vaguely round. He must be referring to the two ladies who just left, though he couldn't possibly be Auntie's brother, and Maud could hardly be described as of advanced age. "They were both elderly," I said. "Antiquated. I had to meet them once before during Michaelmas term. Did you see them? One was very likely in a crotchet and a fichu. The other's a spinster of the sparse, sharp-nosed sort, all blue stockings and social causes. Amelia Bloomer and Betsy Trotwood." It wasn't them, then. The names were wrong, and the stockings I'd seen descending from the train had been white, not blue. "No," I said. "I didn't see them. There was a young girl and a—" He shook his head. "Not my party. Mine were absolutely antediluvian, or they would be if anyone still believed in the flood. What would Darwin call it, do you suppose? Pre-Pelasgian or anti-trilobitian? He must have got the trains mixed again." He strode over to the board, examined the schedule, and straightened in disgust. "Drat!" he said, another word I thought existed only in books. "The next train from London's not until 3:18, and by then it will be too late." He slapped his boater against his leg. "Well, that's that, then," he said. "Unless I can get something out of Mags at the Mitre, she's always good for a crown or two. Too bad Cyril isn't here. She likes Cyril." He clapped his boater back on his head and went into the station. And so much for his being my contact, I thought. Drat! And the next train from anywhere wasn't until 12:36. Perhaps I was supposed to have met the contact where I'd come through, and I should take my luggage and go back to that spot on the tracks. If I could find it. I should have marked the spot with a scarf. Or was I supposed to meet him down by the river? Or go somewhere by boat to meet him? I squeezed my eyes shut. Mr. Dunworthy had said something about Jesus College. No, he had been talking to Finch about getting the provisions. He had said, "Here are your instructions," and then something about the river and something about croquet and Disraeli and... I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to force the memory. "I say," a voice said, "I'm sorry to disturb you." I opened my eyes. It was the young man who'd missed meeting the aged relicts. "I say," he said again, "you weren't going on the river, were you?" "Well, of course you are. I mean, boater, blazer, flannels, you're hardly dressed for an execution, are you? And there's nothing else on in Oxford this time of year. Occam's razor, as Professor Peddick would say. What I meant was, had you made plans to go with friends, a house party or something, or were you going on your own?" I said, wondering if he could be my contact after all, and this was some sort of intricate code. "I say," he said, "I'm going about this all wrong. We haven't even been properly introduced." He shifted his boater to his left hand and extended his right. "Terence St. True's." I shook it. "Ned Henry," I said. "What college are you?" I was trying to remember if Mr. Dunworthy had mentioned someone named Terence St. True's, and the question phrased so casually caught me off guard. "Balliol," I said, and then hoped against hope he went to Brasenose or Keble. "I knew it," he said happily. "One can always spot a Balliol man. It's Jowett's influence. Who's your tutor?" Who had been at Balliol in 1888? Jowett, but he wouldn't have had any pupils. Ruskin? No, he was Christchurch. Ellis? "I was ill this year," I said, deciding on caution. "I'm coming up again in the autumn." "And, in the meantime, your physicians recommended a trip on the river to recover. Fresh air, exercise and quiet and all that bosh, and rest that knits the ravelled sleeve of care." "Yes, exactly," I said, wondering how he knew that. Perhaps he was my contact after all. "My physician sent me down this morning," I said, in case he was and was waiting for some sign from me. "From Coventry." "Coventry?" he said. "That's where St. Thomas a Becket's buried, isn't it? Who will rid me of this turbulent priest?" "No," I said, "that's Canterbury."
"Then which one's Coventry?"
He brightened. "Lady Godiva," he said, "and Peeping Tom." Well, so he wasn't my contact. Still, it was nice being in a time when those were the associations for Coventry and not ravaged cathedrals and Lady Shrapnel.
"Here's the thing,"
Terence said, sitting down next to me on the bench.
"Cyril and I were planning to go on the river this morning, had the boat hired and 9 bob put down to hold it, and our things all packed, when Professor asks me if I can meet his aged relatives because he's got to go write about the Battle of Salamis. Well, one doesn't say no to one's tutor, even if one is in a devil of a hurry, especially when he was such a brick about the whole Martyrs' Memorial thing, not telling my father and all. So I left Cyril down at Folly Bridge to watch our things and make certain Jabers didn't rent the boat out from under us, which he's done on more than one occasion, including that time Rushforth's sister was up for 8s, even with a deposit, and legged it up St. Aldert's. I could see I was going to be late, so when I got to Pembroke, I hailed a hansom. I only had enough for the balance of the boat, but I was counting on the aged relicts anteing up. Only he'd got the trains mixed, and I can't draw against my next quarter allowance because I put it all on beefsteak in the Derby. And Jabez, for some reason, refuses to extend credit to undergraduates. So, here I am, stuck like Mariana in the south, and there's Cyril, like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. He looked at me, expectantly. And oddly enough, though this was far worse than the jumble sales, and I'd only understood about 1 word in 3 and none of the literary allusions, I got the gist of what he was saying. He didn't have enough money for the boat, and of what it meant. He definitely wasn't my contact. He was only a penniless undergraduate, or one of Auntie's ruffians who hung about railway stations engaging people in conversation and trying to borrow money. Or worse. "Hasn't Cyril any money?" I asked. "Lord, no,"
he said, stretching out his legs. "He never has a shilling. So I was wondering, since you were planning to go on the river and so were we, if we mightn't combine resources like Speke and Burton. Only, of course, the sources of the Thames have already been discovered, and we wouldn't be going upriver at any rate. And there won't be any savage natives or tsetse flies or things. Cyril and I wondered if you'd like to go on the river with us." 3 men in a boat, I murmured, wishing he were my contact. 3 Men in a Boat has always been one of my favourite books, especially the chapter where Harris gets lost in Hampton Court maze.
"Cyril and I are going downriver,"
Terence was saying. "We were thinking of taking a leisurely trip down to Matching's End, but we could stop anywhere you like. There are some nice ruins at Abingdon. Cyril loves ruins. Or there's Bisham Abbey, where Anne of Cleves waited out the divorce. Or, if you had in mind simply drifting along enjoying the current that with gentle murmur glides, we could simply drift." I wasn't listening. Matching's End, he'd said, and I knew as soon as I heard it, it was the name I'd been trying to remember. Contact someone, he'd said, and this was clearly the someone. His references to the river and my physician's orders, his crooked moustache and identical blazer couldn't all be coincidences. I wondered why he didn't simply tell me who he was, though. There was no one else on the platform. I looked in the station window, trying to see if the station agent was eavesdropping, but I couldn't see anything. Or perhaps he was just being cautious in case I wasn't the right person. I said, "I'm—" and the station door opened and a portly middle-aged man wearing a bowler and a handlebar moustache came out. He tipped the bowler, grunted something undistinguishable, and went over to the notice board. "I should like very much to go with you to Matching's End," emphasizing the last 2 words. "A trip on the river will be a restful change from Coventry." I fished in my trouser pocket, trying to remember what Finch had done with the purse full of money. "How much do you need for the hire of the boat?" "6 3, he said. "That's for a week's hire. I've already put 9 bob down." The purse was in my blazer pocket. "I'm not certain if I brought enough with me," I said, tipping the banknote and coins out in my hand.
"There's enough there to buy the boat," Terence said. "Or the Cohen ore."
"This your kit?" he said, indicating my stacked luggage.
"Yes," I said, and reached for the portmanteau, but he'd already grabbed it and one of the twine-tied boxes up in one hand and the satchel and hamper in the other. I grabbed the other box and the carpet bag and the covered basket up and followed him.
"I told the hansom driver to wait,"
he said, starting down the steps. But there was nothing outside the station except a mangy spotted hound lazily scratching its ear with its hind leg. It paid no attention as Terence passed, and I felt another surge of jubilation that I was years and years from vicious dogs and downed Luftwaffe pilots, in a quieter, slower-paced, more decorous time.
"Uncivilized blighter," Terence said. "I told him to wait. We'll have to get a cab on Cornmarket."
The hound shifted position and began licking its private parts. All right, not entirely decorous. And not all that slow.
"Come along, then,"
Terence said. "There's no time to lose," and took off up Hythe Street at a near gallop. I followed at as fast a clip as I could manage, considering the luggage in Hythe Street, which was unpaved and badly rutted. It took all my attention to keep my footing and juggle the luggage.
"Come along, then," Terence said, pausing at the top of the hill. "It's nearly noon."
"Coming," I said, adjusting the covered basket, which was slipping, and struggled up the hill to the top. When I got there, I stopped, gaping as badly as the new recruit had at the cat. I was in the Cornmarket, at the crossroads of St. Aldert's, and the High, under the medieval tower. I had stood here hundreds of times waiting for a break in the traffic, but that was in 21st century Oxford with its tourist shopping centres and tube stations. This was the real Oxford, with the sun on her towers, the Oxford of Newman and Lewis Carroll and Tom Brown. There was the High, curving down to Queen's and Magdalen, and the old Bodleian with its high windows and chained books, and next to it, the Radcliffe Camera and the Sheldonian Theatre. And there, down on the corner of the Broad, was Balliol in all its glory. The Balliol of Matthew Arnold and Gerard Manley Hopkins and Asquith. Inside those gates was the great Jowett, with his bushy white hair and his masterful voice telling a student, "Never explain, never apologise." The clock in Cornmarket's tower struck 11:30, and all the bells in Oxford chimed in. St. Mary the Virgin and Christ Church's Great Tom, and the silvery peal of Magdalen far down the High. Oxford, and I was here in it. In the city of lost causes, where lingered the last echoes of the Middle Ages. "That sweet city with her dreaming spires," I said, and was nearly hit by a horseless carriage.
"Jump!"
Terence said, lunging for my arm, and pulled me out of the way.
"Those things are an absolute menace,"
he said, looking longingly after it.
"We're never going to find a hansom in this mess. We're better off walking,"
and plunged in amongst a host of harried-looking women with aprons and market baskets, murmuring, "Sorry," to them, and tipping his hat with the hamper. I followed him down Cornmarket, through the bustling crowd and past shops and greengrocers. I glanced in the window of a hatter's at the people reflected there and stopped cold. A woman with the basket full of cabbages crashed into me and then went round me, muttering, but I scarcely noticed. There hadn't been any mirrors in the lab, and I had only been half aware of the garments Warder was putting on me. I had had no idea. I looked the very image of a Victorian gentleman off for an outing on the river. My stiff collar, my natty blazer and white flannels. Above all, my boater. There are some things one is born to wear, and I had obviously been fated to wear this hat. It was of light straw, with a band of blue ribbon, and it gave me a jaunty, dashing look, which, combined with the moustache, was fairly devastating. No wonder Auntie had been so anxious to hustle Maud off. On closer inspection, my moustache was a bit lopsided, and my eyes had that glazed, time-lagged look. But those could be remedied shortly, and the overall effect was still extremely pleasing, if I did say so, my...
"What are you doing standing there like a sheep?"
Terence said, grabbing my arm.
"Come along!"
He led me across Carfax and down St. Aldert's. Terence kept up a cheerful stream of chatter as he went.
Look out for the tram rails. I tripped over one last week. Worse for the carriages, though, just the right size to catch their wheels, and over they go. Well, over I went, and lucky for me that the only thing coming was a farm wagon and a mule old as Methuselah, or I'd have gone to meet my Maker. Do you believe in luck?" He crossed the street and took off down St. Aldert's, and there was the Bulldog with its painted pub signboard of angry proctors chasing an undergraduate, and the golden walls of Christchurch and Tom Tower, and the walled deanery garden from which came the sound of children laughing. Alice Liddell and her sisters. My heart caught, trying to remember when Charles Dodgson had written Alice in Wonderland. No, it had been written earlier, in the 1860s. But there, across the street, was the shop where Alice had bought sweets from a sheep. "The day before yesterday I'd have told you I didn't believe in luck," Terence said, trotting past the path to Christchurch Meadow. "But after yesterday afternoon, I'm a true believer. So many things have happened. Professor Peddick getting the trains mixed, and then you being there. I mean, you might have been going somewhere else altogether, or you mightn't have had the money for the boat, or you mightn't have been there at all. And then, where would Cyril and I have been? Fate holds the strings, and men like children move but as they're led. Success is from above." A hansom cab pulled up beside us. "Take you Summers, Gemma?" the driver said in a completely unintelligible accent. Terence shook his head. "By the time we got all our luggage in, it's faster to walk, and we're nearly there." We were. There was Folly Bridge, and a tavern, and the river with a ragtag of boats tied up to its edge. "Fate, show thy force! What is decreed must be, and be this so," Terence said, crossing the bridge. "We go to meet our destiny." He started down the steps toward the dock. "Jabez," he called out to the man standing on the riverbank. "You haven't rented our boat, have you?" Jabez looked like something out of Oliver Twist. He had a scruffy beard and a decidedly unfriendly manner. He was standing with his thumbs in a pair of impossibly dirty braces, and his hands were, if possible, even dirtier. At his feet lay an enormous brown and white bulldog, its ugly flattened snout resting on its paws. Even at this distance I could see its powerful shoulders and belligerent, underslung jaw. Bill Sikes in Oliver Twist had had a bulldog, hadn't he? I didn't see any sign of anyone who might be Terence's friend Cyril, and I wondered if Jabez and his dog had murdered him and thrown him in the river. Terence, obliviously chattering, hurried down the bank toward the boat. And the monster. I followed cautiously, keeping well to the rear and hoping it might ignore us like the hound at the station, but as soon as it saw us, it sat up alertly. "Here we are," Terence called out gaily, and the bulldog took off at a run for us. I let go of the satchel and box with a thud, clapped the covered basket to my chest like a shield, and looked wildly about for a stick. The bulldog's wide mouth opened as he ran, revealing foot-long canines and row upon row of shark-like teeth. Bulldogs had been used for fighting in the 19th century, hadn't they? Fighting bulls, that was how they'd gotten their name, wasn't it? Leaping for the bull's jugular and hanging on, that was how they'd gotten that mashed-in nose, too, and those heavy jowls, wasn't it? The flat muzzle had been bred into them so they could breathe without letting go. "Cyril!" Terence cried. But no one appeared to save us, and the bulldog shot past him and straight for me. I dropped the covered basket, and it rolled off toward the riverbank. Terence dived for it. The bulldog paused, and then took off for me again. I had never understood what would hypnotize a rabbit into standing there and staring at an approaching snake. But now I realized it must be the snake's unusual method of movement. The bulldog was running straight toward me, but it was more a roll than a run, and there was a lateral component to it, so that although he was clearly going directly for my throat, he nevertheless was canting to the left, so much that I thought he might miss me altogether, and by the time I realized he wouldn't, it was too late to run. The bulldog flung himself at me, and I went down, trying to protect my jugular with both hands and wishing I had been more sympathetic to Carruthers. The bulldog had his front paws on my shoulders and his wide mouth inches from mine. "Cyril!" Terence said,
But I didn't dare turn my head to see where he was. I hoped wherever he was that he had a weapon. "Good boy," I said to the bulldog, not very convincingly.
"This basket of yours nearly went in the drink," Terence said, moving into my field of vision. "Best catch I've made since the match against Harrow in '84.
He set the basket down on the ground beside me.
"Could you—"
I said, cautiously taking one hand away from my neck to point at the bulldog.
"Oh, of course, how thoughtless of me," Terence said. "You two haven't been properly introduced."
He squatted down beside me.
"This is Mr. Henry," he said to the bulldog, "the newest member of our merry band and our financial saviour."
The bulldog opened his huge mouth in a wide, drooling grin.
"Ned," Terence said, "allow me to introduce Cyril."
George said, "Let's go up the river." He said we should have fresh air, exercise and quiet. The constant change of scene would occupy our minds, including what there was of Harris's, and the hard work would give us a good appetite and make us sleep well. 3 men in a boat. Jerome K. Jerome. Chapter 5. Bulldog's tenacity and fierceness. Cyril's family tree. More luggage. Terence packs. Jabez packs. Riding a horse. Christchurch Meadow. The difference between poetry and real life. Love at first sight. The Taj Mahal. Fate. A splash. Darwin. A rescue from a watery grave. An extinct species. Natural forces. The Battle of Blenheim. A vision. "How do you do, Cyril?" I said, not attempting to get up. I had read somewhere that any sudden movement could cause them to attack. Or was that bears? I wished Finch had brought me a tape on bulldogs instead of butlers. Bulldogs nowadays are solid marshmallow. Oriole's mascot has a pleasant disposition and spends all of his time lying in front of the porter's lodge hoping someone will come along and pet him. But this was a 19th century bulldog, and the bulldog had originally been bred for bull baiting, a charming sport in which bulldogs, specifically bred for tenacity and a ferocious disposition, latched onto vital arteries, and the bull, understandably annoyed, attempted to gore the dogs and or toss them on his horns. When had bull baiting been outlawed? Surely before 1888. But it would take some time, wouldn't it, to breed all that tenacity and fierceness out of them? "Delighted to make your acquaintance, Cyril," I said, hopefully. Cyril made a sound that might have been a growl, or a belch. "Cyril comes from an excellent family," Terence was saying, still squatting beside my prostrate form. "His father was Deadly Dan out of Medusa. His great-great-grandfather was Executioner, one of the great bull baiters of all time. Never lost a fight." "Really?" I said weakly. "Cyril's great-great-great-grandfather fought old Silverback." He shook his head in admiration. 800-pound grizzly bear. Latched onto his muzzle and didn't let go for 5 hours. "But all that tenacity and fierceness has been bred out of them," I said hopefully. "Not at all," Terence said. Cyril growled again. "I shouldn't think they ever had it," Terence continued, "except as an occupational necessity. Being clawed by a bear would make anyone ferocious, I should think. Wouldn't it, Cyril?" Cyril made a low rumble again, and this time it sounded definitely like a belch. "A heart of gold Executioner had, so they say." "Mr. Henry's going on the river with us, Cyril," he said, as if the bulldog didn't still have me down and thoroughly drooled on. "As soon as we load the boat and settle up with Jabez." He pulled out his pocket watch and snapped it open. "Come along, Ned. It's nearly 11:45. You can play with Cyril later." He picked up both bandboxes and started for the dock. Cyril, apparently desiring to help, got off me and ambled over to sniff at the covered basket. I picked myself up, rescued the basket, and followed Terence down to the river. Jabez was standing on the dock next to a large pile of luggage, his arms folded militantly. "They think I'm going to let them pack the boat before they pay," he said, to no one in particular. "But Jabez has seen that trick before." He thrust an impressively dirty hand under my nose. "Farn sex." I had no more idea of what farn sex was than Noin Bob. "Here," I said, handing Terence my purse. "You settle up with him and I'll fetch the rest of the luggage." I gathered up the portmanteau and the satchel, which had been knocked halfway up the steps when Cyril hit me, and took them down to the dock, Cyril waddling amiably along beside me. Terence was standing in the boat, which was a peeling dark green and had Victory stencilled on its prow. It was battered-looking, but large, which was a good thing since the pile of luggage on the dock turned out to be Terence's.
"A beauty, isn't she?"
Terence said, taking the portmanteau from me and stowing it under the middle seat. "We'll have her loaded and be on the river in no time." It took somewhat longer than that. We stowed Terence's luggage, which consisted of a large Gladstone bag, 2 bandboxes, a valise, 3 hampers, a wooden crate, a tin box, a roll of rugs and 2 fishing poles in the prow, and mine in the stern, which completely filled the boat, so that we had to pull it all out and start again.
"We need to go at this scientifically," Terence said. "Large items first, then fill in with the smaller."
We did, starting with the Gladstone and ending with the rugs, which we unrolled and crammed into corners. This time there was a space approximately a foot wide in the middle. Cyril immediately came over and lay down in it. I felt I should volunteer to leave some of my bags behind, but as I had no idea what was in them, I decided I'd better not.
"I knew I should have brought Dawson," Terence said. "Dawson's a wonder at packing."
I assumed that Dawson was his valet. Then again, it might be his pet raccoon.
"When I came up to Oxford, he managed to fit all Cyril's and my earthly possessions in a single trunk with room left over. Of course, if he were here, there'd be his luggage to consider, and him."
He looked speculatively at the luggage.
"Perhaps if we started with the smallest first."
Eventually I suggested we tip Jabez an additional 9 bob, whatever that was, and have him try. He did, jamming and mashing things in by brute force and keeping up a running monologue.
"Keep Jabez waiting half the day for his money,"
he muttered, cramming the satchel under a seat, "and then expect him to pack the boat as if he was a common servant, and then stand there watching Jabez like a pair of fools." We were. At any rate, I was, watching him with a sort of sick fascination. He had apparently not had the fierceness and tenacity bred out of him. I hoped there was nothing fragile in any of the boxes. Cyril, evicted from the boat, had gone back to sniffing at the covered basket, which must contain food. Terence pulled out his pocket watch and asked Jabez if he couldn't go faster, which seemed to me extremely unwise.
"Faster, he says,"
Jabez said, smashing in the side of Terence's bandbox. "If they hadn't brought along everything they own, it wouldn't take this long. You'd think they were going to find the sources of the Nile. Serve 'em right if she sinks." Jabez finally succeeded after much dark muttering and some denting of the valise to get everything stowed. It wasn't scientific, and the pile in the prow looked like it might topple over at any moment, but there was space for the 3 of us.
"Right on schedule,"
Terence said, snapping his watch shut and stepping into the boat.
"Avast, mateys! We're off! Step lively now."
Cyril ambled into the boat, lay down on the boards, and went to sleep.
"Ahoy, Ned!" Terence said. "Time to shove off."
I started for the boat, and Jabez stepped in front of me, his hand outstretched for a tip. I gave him a shilling, which was apparently too much. He broke into a snaggled smile and stepped back immediately, and I climbed into the boat.
"Welcome aboard," Terence said. "This first bit's rather tricky to navigate. You row to start, and I'll be cox."
I nodded and sat down at the oars, looking dubiously at them. I'd rowed some at school, but only with automatically coordinated supra-skims. These oars were wooden and weighed a ton, and they didn't appear to have any linkage. When I tried to move them together, one hit the water with a flat splash, and the other didn't even make contact with it.
"Sorry," I said, trying again. "I haven't done much rowing since my illness." "It will come back to you," Terence said cheerily.
It's like riding a horse. The second time I got both oars in the water and could hardly get them out again. I gave a mighty pull as if I were lifting roof beams in Coventry Cathedral and sent a fountain of water over everything in the boat.
"Pair of fools," Jabez said to no one in particular. "Never been in a boat before. They'll be drowned before they get to Iffley, and what'll become of Jabez's boat then?"
"I say, I'd better row to start," Terence said, scrambling over to change places with me. "And you be Cox." He took the oars and lowered them expertly into the water together and out again with scarcely a splash. "Just till we're through this tricky bit." This tricky bit was the bridge, and then a veritable forest of skiffs, punts, rowboats, and 2 large yellow and red painted barges. Terence rowed energetically past them, shouting orders to me to pull the tiller line straight, which I was trying to do, but the boat seemed to have something of the same tendency as Cyril and kept canting to the left. In spite of my best efforts, we were drifting steadily sideways towards some willows and a wall. "Hold her to starboard!" Terence shouted. "To starboard!" I had no idea what starboard was, but I pulled experimentally on the tiller lines until the boat more or less straightened, and by that time we were past the boats and opposite a wide grassy field. It took me a moment to realise the field was Christchurch Meadow, though not the one I knew. No dozers, no scaffolding, no billowing sheets of plastic. No cathedral rising up out of heaps of red sandstone and mortar and roof slates. No workmen shouting orders to the robot masons. No Lady Shrapnel shouting orders at the workmen. No pickets protesting the ruination of the environment, education, the skyline of Oxford, and things in general. A trio of cows were placidly chewing their cuds where the West Tower and its spire now stood, swathed in blue plastic and waiting for Lady Shrapnel or the Coventry City Council to complete the bell negotiations. A dirt path led past them, and halfway up it 2 dons strolled towards Christchurch honey-coloured walls, their heads bent together, discussing philosophy or the poems of Xenophon. I wondered again how Lady Shrapnel had managed to talk them into letting her build there. Back in the 19th century, the city had tried for 30 years to build a mere road across Christchurch Meadow before it finally lost to the university, and later, when the tube came to Oxford, the outcry at the mention of a tube station there had been even greater. But temporal physics had reached a point in its research where it couldn't go anywhere without building a nuclear-powered fine-structure oscillator, and there was no money to be gotten from the multinationals, who'd lost interest in time travel 40 years ago, when they found out they couldn't rape and pillage the past. No money for buildings either, or for fellowships or salaries. No money, period. And Lady Shrapnel was an extremely determined woman and extremely rich, and she had threatened to give the money to Cambridge.
"No, no," Terence said. "You're steering us into the bank."
I hastily pulled on the lines and we headed back out into the current. Ahead lay the college boathouses and the green-arched mouth of the Cherwell, and beyond that the grey tower of Magdalen and the long sweep of the Thames. The sky overhead was a gauzy blue, and ahead piled white clouds caught the sun. Near the far bank there were water lilies, and between them the water was a deep, clear brown, like the Waterhouse nymph's eyes. "Dark brown is the river," I quoted, "golden is the sand," and then hoped that had been written before 1888. "It flows along forever with trees on either hand," Terence said, so apparently it had. "Although, actually it doesn't," Terence said. "After this next bit, it's mostly all fields till Iffley. It doesn't flow along forever either, of course, only as far as London. That's the thing about poetry, it's scarcely ever accurate. Take the Lady of Shalott. She loosed the chain and down she lay, the broad stream bore her far away. She lies down in the boat and goes floating down to Camelot, which couldn't possibly happen. I mean, one can't steer lying down, can one? She'd have ended up stuck in the reeds a quarter of a mile out. I mean, Cyril and I always have trouble keeping the boat headed in a straight line, and we're not lying down in the bottom of the boat where one can't see anything, are we?" He was right.
As a matter of fact, we were drifting directly toward the bank again, which here was overhung by spreading chestnuts with spreading dark green leaves.
"Turn it to starboard," Terence said impatiently.
I tugged on the lines and the boat headed straight for a duck who'd built a floating nest out of sticks and chestnut leaves. The duck squawked and flapped its wings.
"To starboard," Terence said. "To the right."
He back-paddled furiously and we missed the duck and headed back out toward the middle.
"I've never understood how a river works," Terence said. "If one's pipe or one's hat falls in, even if it's only a foot from shore, it goes bang into the current, straight out to sea, and round the Cape to India, which is probably what happened to poor Princess Arjamand. But in a boat, when one wants to be in the current, it's all eddies and whirlpools and side currents, and one's lucky if he doesn't end up in the middle of the towpath. And even if the Lady of Shalott didn't end up in the reeds, there's the problem of the locks. To starboard, man, starboard, not port."
He snapped his pocket watch open, looked at it, and began rowing even more energetically, shouting at me periodically to hold her to starboard. But in spite of the boat's unfortunate leftist leanings, and the fact that I seemed to have signed on with Captain Bligh, I felt I could finally begin to relax. I had met my contact, who was clearly very good. He had the role of Oxford undergraduate down perfectly, and we were on our way to Muchings End. Christchurch Meadow was an open field, and Lady Shrapnel was 160 years away. I still couldn't remember what it was I was supposed to do at Muchings End, but bits of it were coming back. I distinctly remembered Mr. Dunworthy saying, "As soon as it's returned," and telling Finch, "It's a perfectly straightforward job," and something about a non-significant object. I still couldn't remember what the non-significant object I was supposed to return was, but it was obviously somewhere in that pile of luggage in the prow, and if all else failed, I could leave it all at Muchings End. And presumably Terence knew. I'd ask him as soon as we were safely away from Oxford. We were obviously going to an appointment in Iffley, and possibly that was where I'd find out exactly what the plan was. In the meantime, my job was to rest and recover from the ravages of time lag and Lady Shrapnel and all those jumble sales. Lean back and follow Doctor's orders and Cyril's example. The bulldog had rolled over on his side and was snoring happily. If the Victorian era was the perfect infirmary, the river was the perfect ward. The healing warmth of the sun on my neck, the soothing dip of the oars in the water, the restful scenery, green upon green upon green, the comforting drone of bees, and Cyril's snoring, and Terence's voice. "Take Lancelot," he was saying, apparently back on the subject of the Lady of Shalott. "Here he is in his armour and his helmet, riding along on his horse with his shield and lance, and he's singing Tirra-lirra. Tirra-lirra, what sort of a song is that for a knight to be singing? Tirra-lirra?" "Still, though," he said, pausing in his pull on the oars, "he did get the part about falling in love right, even though he made it a bit over-dramatic. All that bit about the web flew out and floated wide, the mirror cracked from side to side. Do you believe in love at first sight, Ned?" The image of the Naiad wringing out her sopping sleeve on Mr. Dunworthy's carpet rose unbidden before me. But that was clearly a side effect of time lag, the result of hormones out of balance, and so, very probably, was this. "No," I said. "Neither did I until yesterday," Terence said. "Or in fate, either. Professor Overforce says there's no such thing, that it's all accident and random chance. But if that's so, why was she out on the river just at that spot? And why had Cyril and I decided to go boating instead of reading Appius Claudius? We were translating Negotium Populo Romano Milius Quam Otium Committi, you see? The Romans understand work better than leisure. And I thought, that's exactly why the Roman Empire fell. They understood work better than leisure. And I certainly don't want that to happen to the dear old British Empire, so off Cyril and I went and hired a boat and started up towards Godstow. And as we were passing through this wooded bit, I heard a voice so sweet it could have been a fairy's calling,
Princess Arjumand, Princess Arjumand. And I looked over at the bank, and there she was, the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen.
Princess Arjumand? I said.
No, a girl dressed all in pink, with golden curls and a sweet, fair, beautiful face. Red cheeks, and a mouth like a rosebud, and her nose. I mean, she hath a lovely face, simply doesn't cover it. Although what can one expect from someone who would go about on his horse singing Tiralira? I sat there, hanging on to the oars, afraid to move or speak, for fear she was an angel or a spirit or something who would vanish at the sound of my voice. And just then she looked up and saw me and said, "Oh, sir, you haven't seen a cat, have you?" And it was just like the Lady of Shalott, only without the curse, and the mirrors breaking and flying about. That's the thing with poetry. It tends to exaggerate. I hadn't any inclination to lie down in the bottom of the boat and die of a broken heart at all. I rowed smartly and hopped ashore, and asked her what sort of cat and where had she last seen it. She said, black with a white face, and the dearest little white feet, and that it had gone missing 2 days before, and she was afraid something had happened to it, and I said, never fear, that cats have 9 lives. And just then a chaperone person who turned out to be her cousin came along and told her she shouldn't talk to strangers, and she said, "Oh, but this young man has kindly offered to help me." And her cousin said, "That's very good of you, mister." And I said, "St. True's," and she said, "How do you do? I am Miss Brown, and this is Miss Meering." And then she turned to her and said, "Tossie, I'm afraid we must be going. We shall be late for tea." Tossie! Have you ever heard such a beautiful name? O name for ever sweet, for ever dear, the sound of it is precious to mine ear. Tossie, he said rapturously.
Tossie? Then who's Princess Arjumand? I said.
Her cat. It's named after the Indian Maharani they named the Taj Mahal after, though one would think it would be called the Taj Arjumand in that case. Her father was out in India, the mutiny and Rajas and never the twain shall meet and all that.
I was still lost. Princess Arjumand's father?
No, Miss Meering's father, Colonel Meering. He was a colonel in the Raj, but now he collects fish.
I didn't even ask what collecting fish was.
At any rate, the cousins said they had to be going and toss. Miss Meering said, "Oh, I do hope we meet again, Mr. St. True's. We are going tomorrow afternoon to see the Norman Church at Iffley at 2 o'clock, and her cousin said, 'Tossie!' And Miss Meering said she was only telling me in case I found Princess Arjumand, and I said I would search most diligently. And I did. I went up and down the river with Cyril, calling, 'Puss, puss,' all last night and this morning."
"With Cyril?" I said, wondering if a bulldog was the best searcher under the circumstances.
"He's nearly as good as a bloodhound," he said. "That's what we were doing when we ran into Professor Peddick, and he sent us along to meet his antique relatives."
"But you didn't find the cat?"
"No, not likely to either, this far from Matching's End. I'd assumed Miss Meering lived near Oxford, but it turns out she's only visiting."
"Matching's End?" I said.
"It's down river, near Henley. Her mother had brought her up to Oxford to consult a medium."
"A medium?" I said weakly.
"Yes, you know.
One of those persons who tips tables and dresses up in cheesecloth with flour on her face to tell you your uncle's very happy in the afterlife and his will's in the top left-hand drawer of the sideboard. I've never believed in them myself, but then again, I've never believed in fate either. And that's what it must have been. My meeting Miss Meering, and your being on the railway platform and her telling me she and her cousin were to go to Iffley this afternoon. Only I hadn't enough money for the boat, which is why it must be fate. I mean, what if you hadn't wanted to go on the river and hadn't had the cost of Jabez? We shouldn't be going to meet her at Iffley right now, and I might never have seen her again. At any rate, these mediums are apparently very good at finding missing cats as well as wills, so they came up to Oxford for a séance.
But the spirits didn't know where Princess Arjumam was either, and Miss Meering thought it might have followed her up from Matching's End, which didn't seem very likely. I mean, a dog might follow one, but cats... Only one thing in all this tangled account was clear. He was not my contact. He knew nothing about what it was I was supposed to do at Matching's End. If it was Matching's End, and I hadn't gotten that wrong too. I had gone off with a contempt and a complete stranger, to say nothing of the dog, and left my contact waiting on the station platform or the tracks or in a boathouse somewhere. And I had to get back there. I looked back at Oxford. Its distant spires shone in the sun already 2 miles behind, and I couldn't jump overboard and walk back because that would mean leaving my luggage behind. I'd already abandoned my contact. I couldn't abandon my luggage as well. "Terence," I said, "I'm afraid I—" "Nonsense!" someone ahead of us shouted, and there was a splash that nearly swamped the boat. The covered basket, which was sitting on the top of the Gladstone bag, almost went overboard. I grabbed for it. "What is it?" I said, trying to see round the curve. Terence looked disgusted. "Oh, it's very likely Darwin." I kept imagining I was cured, when clearly I was obviously still suffering from a considerable residue of time lag and was still having difficulty distinguishing sounds. "I beg your pardon?" I said cautiously. "Darwin," Terence said. "Professor Overforce taught him to climb trees, and now he's taken to jumping down on innocent passers-by. Turn the boat, Ned." He gestured the direction I was to turn us in. "Bring us away from the bank." I did so, trying to see round the bend and under the willows. "Landed bang in the middle of a punt with 2 Corpus Christi men and their girls last week," Terence said, rowing us toward the middle of the river. "Cyril completely disapproves." Cyril did in fact look disapproving. He had sat up, more or less, and was looking toward the willows. There was another louder splash, and Cyril's ears went back alertly. I followed his gaze. Either I had been mistaken about my difficulty, or my blurring of vision had taken on new dimensions. An elderly man was floundering in the water beneath the willows, splashing wildly and uselessly. Good Lord, I thought. It is Darwin. He had Darwin's white beard and mutton-chop whiskers, and his balding head and what looked like a black frock coat was floating around him. His hat, upside down, was floating several yards from him, and he made a grab for it and went under. He came up, choking and flailing, and the hat drifted farther out. "Good heavens, it's my tutor, Professor Peddick," Terence said. "Quick, turn the boat." "No, not that way. Hurry!" We rowed frantically over, me with my hands in the water paddling to make us go faster. Cyril stood up with his front paws on the tin trunk like Nelson on the bridge at Trafalgar. "Stop! Don't run Professor Peddick over," Terence said, pushing the oars away from him and leaning over the side. The old man was oblivious to us. His coat had billowed up like a life jacket around him, but it obviously wasn't keeping him afloat. He went under for more than the 3rd time, one hand still reaching ineffectually for his hat. I leaned over the edge of the boat and grabbed for him. "I've got his collar!" I shouted, and suddenly remembered that the one Warder had put on me was detachable, and fumbled for the collar of his frock coat instead. "I've got him!" I said, and yanked upward. His head rose out of the water like a whale's, and also like a whale spewed a great gasping spout of water all over us. "Then once by man and angels to be seen, in roaring he shall rise. Don't let go," Terence said, clamping Professor Peddick's hand onto the side of the boat and fishing for the other one. I had lost my grip on his neck when he spouted, but his hand had come up too, when he breached, and I grabbed for that and pulled, and his head came up again, shaking water like a dog. I have no idea how we got him into the boat. The gunwale dipped sharply underwater, and Terence shouted, "Cyril, no! Ned, back up, we're going under! No, don't let go!" But our masses of luggage apparently acted as a ballast and kept us from upsetting, even though Cyril came over at the last minute to look at the proceedings and add to the weight on this side of the boat. Finally,
I got a grip on one of his arms, and Terence manoeuvred around till he was on the Professor's other side, bracing his foot against the portmanteau so the boat didn't capsize, and got a grip on the other, and we were able to haul him, drenched and pathetic, over the side and into the boat.
"Professor Peddick, are you all right, sir?"
Terence said.
"Perfectly all right, thanks to you," he said, wringing out his sleeve.
What I had taken to be a frock coat was actually a black gabardine academic robe.
"Fortuitous thing you came along when you did. My hat."
"I got it," Terence said, leaning out over the water. What I had taken to be a hat was a mortarboard, complete with the tassel.
"I know I packed blankets. I remember Dawson setting them out," Terence said, rummaging in his luggage. "What on earth were you doing in the water?" "Drowning," Professor Peddick said.
"You very nearly were," Terence said, digging in the tin box.
"But how did you come to be in the water? Did you fall in?" "Fall in? Fall in?" the Professor said, outraged. "I was pushed."
"Pushed?" Terence said, taken aback. "By whom?"
"By that murderous villain Overforce."
"Professor Overforce?" Terence said.
"Why would Professor Overforce push you into the water?" "Larger matters," Professor Peddick said. "Facts are inconsequential in the study of history. Courage is unimportant, and duty, and faith. Historians must concern themselves with larger matters. Pah! A lot of scientific rigmarole. All history can be reduced to the effects of natural forces acting upon populations. Reduced? The Battle of Monmouth, the Spanish Inquisition, the Wars of the Roses? Reduced to natural forces? And populations? Queen Elizabeth, Copernicus, Hannibal?"
"Perhaps you'd better begin at the beginning," Terence said.
"Ab initio, an excellent plan," Professor Peddick said. "I had come to the river to reflect upon a problem I was having with my monograph on Herodotus's account of the Battle of Salamis by that method which Mr. Walton recommends as the perfect aid to thinking, a rest to his mind, a cheerer of his spirits, a diverter of sadness, a calmer of unquiet thoughts. But, alas, it was not to be, for I had come to piscata in aqua turbida."
Oh, good, I thought. Another one who makes no sense and spouts quotations, and in Latin.
"One of my pupils, Tuttle Minor, had told me he'd seen a white gudgeon just here along the bank while practising for the eights. Nice boy, wretched recitations and worse penmanship, but very sound on fish."
"I knew I'd packed them," Terence said, coming up with a green wool blanket. "Here," he said, handing it to the Professor. "Take that off and put this round you." Professor Peddick unbuttoned his robe.
"His brother, Tuttle Major, was the same way. Dreadful penmanship."
He pulled his arm out of one sleeve and stopped, a peculiar expression on his face, and stuck his arm into the other sleeve.
"Always blotted his essays."
His hand groped wildly in the sleeve.
"Translated non omnia possumus omnes as no possums allowed on the omnibus."
He made one last wild gyration and pulled his arm out of the sleeve.
"Thought he'd never be able to sit exams."
And opened his closed hand to reveal a tiny white fish.
"Ah, Eugobio fluviatilis albinus," he said, peering at its flopping. "Where's my hat?"
Terence produced the Professor's mortarboard, and Professor Peddick dipped it in the river and then dropped the fish into the water-filled hat.
"Excellent specimen," he said, leaning over it. "Assistant to the head of the Exchequer now. Advisor to the Queen."
I sat there watching him examine the fish and marvelling at what we'd caught. A genuine, eccentric Oxford Don. They're an extinct species too, unless you count Mr. Dunworthy, who is really too sensible to be eccentric. And I had always felt a bit cheated that I hadn't been there in the glory days of Jowett and R.W. Roper. Spooner was the most famous, of course, because of his gift for mangling the Queen's English. He'd told a delinquent student, "You have tasted a worm," and announced the morning hymn one Sunday as "Kinkering Kongs their titles take." My favourite Don was Claude Jenkins, whose house was so messy it was sometimes impossible to open the front door, and who had arrived late for a meeting and apologised by saying, "My housekeeper has just died, but I've propped her up on a kitchen chair and she'll be all right till I return." But they had all been personalities. Professor of Logic, Cook Wilson, who, after 2 hours of steady orating, said, "After these preliminary remarks—" Mathematics Professor Charles Dodgson, who, when Queen Victoria wrote him praising Alice in Wonderland and requesting a copy of his next book, sent her his mathematical treatise Condensations of Determinants, and the Professor of Classics, who thought a barometer would look better if placed horizontally rather than vertically. And of course Buckland, with his household menagerie and his trained eagle, who had strutted, wings half spread, down the aisle of Christchurch Cathedral during morning prayers. Church must have been exciting in those days. Perhaps Bishop Bittner should have tried introducing animals to Coventry Cathedral when attendance lagged. Or spoonerisms. But I had never expected to actually meet one in the flesh. And here he was, an excellent specimen, interestedly peering at a fish swimming in his mortarboard, and orating on the subject of history.
Overforth propounds the theory that the study of history as a chronicle of kings and battles and events is obsolete, Professor Peddick said. Darwin has revolutionized biology, he says.
Darwin. The same Darwin whom Professor Overforth had taught to climb trees.
And so must history be revolutionized, Overforth claims. It must no longer be a chronicle of dates and incidents and facts. They are no more important than a finch or a fossil is to the theory of evolution.
Actually, I thought, they were utterly important.
Only the laws underlying the theory of history are important, and they are natural laws. But what of the events that have shaped history for good or ill? I asked him. Events are irrelevant, Overforth said. Julius Caesar's assassination, Leonidas's stand at Thermopylae, irrelevant.
So you were fishing on the riverbank, Terence said, spreading the Professor's robe out to dry over the luggage. And Professor Overforth came along and pitched you in?
Yes, Professor Peddick said, pulling off his boots. I was standing under a willow hooking a worm to my line. Gudgeons prefer bloodworms, but Pseudococcidae will do, when that imbecile Darwin flung himself out of the branches and plummeted toward me like one of Satan's angels, hurled headlong flaming from the ethereal sky with hideous ruin and combustion down, and landed with a great splash that made me drop my line. He looked darkly at Cyril. Dogs!
A dog, I thought gratefully. Darwin is Professor Overforth's dog, which still didn't explain what it was doing jumping out of trees.
He'll end up by killing someone. Professor Peddick took off his socks, wrung them out and put them back on again. Leaped out of a tree on the Broad last Tuesday and knocked Trinity's Bertha flat. The man's completely unbalanced. He fancies himself another Buckland, Professor Peddick said. But Buckland, for all his faults, never trained his bear to jump out of trees. Tiglath Pileser was always extremely well behaved, and so were the jackals. Though one wouldn't want to dine at his house. Liable to be served crocodile. I remember one dinner party at which the meat course was vole. But he had 2 excellent Crucian carp.
Darwin made you drop your line? Terence prompted, trying to get the Professor back on track.
Yes, and when I turned around, there was Overforth laughing like one of Buckland's hyenas. Out fishing, he said. You will never attain the Haviland chair idling your time away like that. I am pondering the effects of Themistocles' deception of the Persians at Salamis, I said. And he replied, an even more idle pursuit than fishing. History is no longer a chronicle of mere events, it is a science. Mere events, I said. Do you consider the Greeks' defeat of the Persian fleet a mere event? It shaped the course of history for hundreds of years. Overforth waved his hand as if to dismiss them. Events are irrelevant to the theory of history.
Do you consider the Battle of Agincourt irrelevant? I said, or the Crimean War, or the execution of Mary Queen of Scots? Details, he said. Did details matter to Darwin or Newton? As a matter of fact, they had. As Lady Shrapnel is so fond of saying, God is in the details.
Darwin, Newton, I said, Professor Pettick went on. You disprove your own argument by your examples. It is the individual that matters in history, not the population, and it is forces other than natural ones that shape history. What of courage and honour and faith? What of villainy and cowardice and ambition?
And love, Terence said.
Exactly, Professor Pettick said. What of Antony and Cleopatra's love? Was that irrelevant to history? I asked him that while he was in the water. What of Richard III's villainy? I said. What of Joan of Arc's fervour? It is character, not populations, that affect history.
In the water, I said blankly. Terence echoed. You pushed Professor Overforce in the water?
A push is an event, an incident, a fact, Professor Pettick said, and therefore irrelevant to Overforce's theory. I said that to him when he shouted at me to pull him out. Natural forces acting upon populations, I said.
Good Lord, Terence said. Turn the boat round, Ned. We've got to go back. I do hope he isn't drowned by now.
Drowned? Impossible. A drowning is unimportant in his theory of history, though it be the drowning of the Duke of Clarence in a vat of Malmsey. What of murders? I said to him while he was splashing about, waving his arms and calling for help. And what of help? They are irrelevant, for both require intention and morality, both of which you have denied the existence. Where in your theory are purpose and plan and design? I knew it, Overforce said, thrashing wildly. Your theory of history is nothing but an argument for a grand design. And is there not evidence for a grand design? I said, offering my hand to him to pull him out. Is there only chance in your theory of history? Is there no free will? Are there no acts of kindness? I said, and pulled Overforce up onto the bank. Surely you must admit now that the individual and the event are not irrelevant to history, I said, quite reasonably. And the villain pushed me in.
But he is all right, Terence said anxiously.
All right, Professor Pettick said. He is wrong-headed, ignorant, prideful, opinionated, puerile, and violent. All right?
I mean, he's not in danger of drowning.
Of course not, Professor Pettick said. He has no doubt gone off to expound his misguided theories to the Haviland Committee, and left me to drown. If you two had not come along when you did, I should have shared the Duke of Clarence's fate. And Overforce, that villain, would have had the Haviland chair.
Well, at least no one's killed anyone, Terence said. He looked anxiously at his pocket watch. Ned, take the lines. We must hurry if we are to take the Professor Homerby back to Iffley before the afternoon's gone. Good, I thought. When we get back to Folly Bridge, I can make some excuse for not going on to Iffley with Terence. Seasickness or a relapse or something. And go back to the railway station. And hope my contact was still there.
Iffley, Professor Pettick said. Just the place. Splendid dace fishing there. Tuttle Minor said he saw a split-tailed rainbow 1/2 mile above Iffley Lock.
But shouldn't you go back? Terence said unhappily. You shall get out of those wet clothes.
Nonsense, nearly dry. And this is too good an opportunity to miss. You've fishing lines, I presume, and bait?
But what about Professor Overforce? I said. Won't he be worried about you?
Ah, he's gone off to write about populations and teach his dog to ride a bicycle. Populations! History is made by individuals, not populations. Lord Nelson, Catherine de Medici, Galileo.
Terence looked longingly at his pocket watch. If you're certain you won't catch cold, he said. "The thing is, I've an appointment at Iffley at 2 o'clock. "Then press on while yet ye may," Professor Peddick said. "Vestigia nulla retrorsum." And Terence took up the oars with determination. The willows dwindled to bushes and then to grass, and ahead around a long curve of the river I could see a grey church tower. Iffley. I pulled out my pocket watch and counted out the Roman time. 5 minutes till I. Terence would be on time for his appointment at least, and hopefully mine would wait for me. "Stop," the Professor said, and stood up in the boat. "Don't," Terence said, and dropped the oars with a clatter. I grabbed for him and caught the rug as it fell around his feet. The boat swayed dangerously and water slopped over the gunwales. Cyril blinked, bleary-eyed, and wobbled to his feet, and that was all we needed. "Sit," I commanded, and Professor Peddick looked around bewilderedly and sat down. "St. True's, we must take the boat to shore immediately," he said, pointing at the bank. "Look!" We all, even Cyril, looked at a grassy meadow covered in Queen Anne's lace and buttercups. "It is the very image of the field of Blenheim," Professor Peddick said. "Look, yonder the village of Sonderheim, and beyond it Nebel Brook. It proves my point exactly. Blind forces! It was the Duke of Marlborough who won the day. Have you an exercise book and a fishing line?"
"Wouldn't it be better to do this later? This afternoon, after we've been to Iffley?"
"The attack against Tallard happened in early afternoon in just this light," Professor Peddick said, pulling on his boots. "What sort of bait did you bring?"
"But we haven't time," Terence said. "I've this appointment."
"Omnia aliena sunt tempus tantum nostrum est," Professor Peddick quoted. "Nothing is ours except time."
I leaned forward and whispered to Terence.
"You could leave us here and come back for us after your appointment."
He nodded, looking happier, and began bringing the boat in toward the bank.
"But I need you to go with me," he said, "to work the tiller. Professor Peddick, I'm going to put you ashore to study the battle, and we'll go on to Iffley and then come back and collect you."
He began to look for a place to land. It took an eternity to find a spot where the bank sloped enough for the Professor to be able to climb it, and even longer to locate the fishing equipment. Terence rummaged through the Gladstone bag between frantic looks at his pocket watch, and I dug into the tin box looking for the fishing line and a box of flies.
"Here it is,"
Terence said. He thrust the flies into the Professor's pocket, reached for an oar, and pushed us up flat against the bank.
"Land ho!"
Terence said, popping up and standing with one foot on the muddy bank.
"Here you go, Professor."
Professor Peddick looked vaguely around, picked up his mortarboard, and started to put it on.
"Wait,"
I said, rescuing it.
"Have you got a bowl or something, Terence, for the white gudgeon?"
We rummaged again. Terence threw one of the bandboxes, I in my satchel. 2 starched collars, a pair of black patent shoes 3 sizes too small for me, a toothbrush. The covered basket Cyril had been sniffing at. It had the food in it, and presumably a pot to cook it in. I dug through the jumble in the stern and then under the seat. There it was, perched on the prow. I reached for it.
"A kettle,"
Terence said, holding one up by the handle. He handed it to me. I emptied the fish and the water into it and handed the mortarboard to Professor Peddick.
"Don't put it on just yet," I said. "Wait till the water's evaporated." "An apt pupil," the Professor said, beaming. "Beneficiorum gratias sempiterna est."
"All ashore that's going ashore,"
Terence said, and had him out of the boat and up the bank before I could set the kettle down.
"We'll be an hour,"
he said, clambering back into the boat and grabbing the oars.
"Perhaps 2.
"I shall be here,"
Professor Peddick said, standing on the very edge of the bank.
"Fidelis ad urnum."
"He won't fall in again," I said.
"No,"
Terence said, not very convincingly, and went at the oars as if it were 8's week. We pulled rapidly away from Professor Peddick, who had stopped to peer at something on the ground through his pince-nez. The box of flies fell out of his pocket and skittered halfway down the bank. He bent farther and reached for it. "Perhaps we should," I said, and Terence gave a mighty pull around a bend, and there was the church and an arched stone bridge.
"She said she'd be waiting on the bridge," Terence panted. "Can you see her?"
I shaded my eyes and looked at the bridge. There was someone standing near the north end of it. We pulled rapidly closer to the bridge. A young woman holding a white parasol, in a white dress.
"Is she there?"
Terence said, yanking on the oars. She was wearing a white hat with blue flowers on it, and under it her auburn hair shone in the sunlight.
"Am I too late?"
Terence said. "No," I said. "But I am," I thought. She was the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. Non semper eos sunt quae videntur. Things are not always what they seem. Phaedrus. Chapter 6. An English rose. Ruffles. Cyril guards the boat. A message from the other side. Seeing the sights. A butler. Signs and portents. In a country churchyard. A revelation. An alias. Explanations. A waterlogged diary. Jack the Ripper. A problem. Moses in the bulrushes. More aliases. An even more unexpected development. I know I had said the Naiad was the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen, but she had been wet and dirty, and even though she looked like she'd risen out of a pre-Raphaelite pond, unmistakably 21st century. Just as the creature on the bridge was unmistakably 19th. No historian, no matter how casually she caught up her trailing white skirts with a kid-gloved hand, no matter how erect she held her head on her aristocratic neck, could hope to capture the quality of stillness, of clear-eyed innocence of the girl on the bridge. She was like a delicate blossom, capable of growing only in a single time, adapted only to the select hothouse environment of the late Victorian era. The untouched flower, the blooming English rose, the angel in the house. She would be extinct in only a handful of years, replaced by the bicycling bloomer girl, the cigarette-smoking flapper, and the suffragette. A terrible melancholy swept over me. I could never have her. Standing there with her white parasol and her clear, greenish-brown-eyed gaze, the image of youth and beauty, she was long since married to Terence, long since dead and buried in a churchyard like the one at the top of the hill.
"To port!" Terence said. "No, to port!"
He rowed rapidly toward the side of the bridge where there were several stakes, presumably for tying the boat up. I grabbed the rope, jumped out into squishy mud, and looped the rope. Terence and Cyril were already out of the boat and climbing the steep bank up to the bridge. I tied a very lumpish-looking knot, wishing Finch had included a subliminal tape on half-hitches and sheepshanks, and that there was some way to lock the boat. This is the Victorian era, I reminded myself, when people could trust each other, and the earnest young man gets the girl and is probably already kissing her on the bridge. He wasn't. He was standing on the muddy bank, looking vaguely round.
"I don't see her,"
he said, looking directly at the vision.
"But her cousin's here, and there's the landau."
He pointed to an open carriage standing on the hill next to the church.
"So she must still be here. What time is it?"
He pulled out his pocket watch to look at it.
"You don't suppose they've sent her cousin to tell me she's not to see me? If she—"
he said, and broke into a wide smile. A girl in ruffles appeared on the bank above us. Her white dress had ruffles on the skirt and ruffles on the yoke and ruffles on the sleeves. Her parasol had ruffles round the edges too, and her short white gloves, and all of the ruffles were in motion like flags being carried into battle. There weren't any ruffles on her hat, but to compensate, it had a large batch of fluttering pink ribbons, and her blonde hair under the hat curled and bounced with every stray breeze.
"Look, cousin, it's Mr. St. True's," she said,
and started down the slope which set everything into a flurry of motion.
"I told you he would come."
"Tossie," the vision in white said reprovingly, but Tossie was already running toward the towpath, catching her flounced skirts up just enough to reveal the toes of very small feet in white boots, and taking dainty little steps. She reached the edge of the riverbank and stopped,
comparatively, that is, fluttered her eyelashes at us and addressed Cyril.
"Did the dearie Doggums come to see his Tossie? Did he know his Tossie missed her sweetums, Cyril?"
Cyril looked appalled.
"He's been goodums, hasn't he?"
Tossie cooed.
"But his master's been a naughty bad boy. He didn't come and didn't come."
"We were delayed," Terence interjected.
"Professor Peddick, Tossie was afraid her tardy boy'd forgotten all about her, wasn't her, Cyril?"
Cyril gave Terence a look of resignation and ambled forward to have his head patted.
"Oh, oh,"
Tossie said, and somehow managed to make it sound exactly like I'd seen it written in Victorian novels.
"Oh."
Cyril stopped, confused, and looked at Terence and then started forward again.
"Bad, bad dog,"
Tossie said, and pursed her lips into a series of tiny screams.
"The horrid creature will muss my dress. It's silk muslin."
She fluttered her skirts away from him.
"Papa had it made for me in Paris."
Terence lunged forward and grabbed Cyril, who had already backed away, by his collar.
"You frightened Miss Meering,"
he said sternly, and shook his finger at him.
"I apologise for Cyril's behaviour," he said, "and for my tardiness. There was a near drowning, and we had to save my tutor."
The cousin came up. "Hello, Cyril," she said kindly, and bent to scratch him behind the ears.
"Hello, Mr. St. Trues. How nice to meet you again."
Her voice was quiet and cultured, without a hint of baby talk.
"Does your being here mean you've found Princess Arjumand?" "Yes, do tell us," Tossie said belatedly. "Have you found my poor lost Juju?"
"Alas, no," Terence said, "but we intend to continue the search. This is Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry, Miss Meering and Miss Brown." "How do you do, Miss Meering, Miss Brown?" I said, tipping my straw boater as the subliminals had instructed.
"Mr. Henry and I have hired a boat."
He gestured toward the foot of the bridge, where the nose of the boat was just visible.
"And we intend to explore every inch of the Thames."
"That's very good of you," Miss Brown said. "But I have no doubt that when we return home this evening we shall find she has returned safe and sound."
"Home?"
Terence said, dismayed.
"Yes," Tossie said. "We're to return to Matching's End tonight. Mamma has had a message that we are needed there."
"I hope nothing unfortunate has happened to call you home," Terence said.
"Oh, no," Tossie said. "It wasn't a message like that. It was from the other side. It said, 'Return to Matching's End to await your happy fate.' So, Mamma is determined to go at once. We're taking the train this evening."
"Yes," Miss Brown said. "We should be returning to Madame Iritosky's." She extended a kid-gloved hand. "Thank you for your kindness in looking for Princess Arjumand. So nice to have met you, Mr. Henry."
"Oh, but we mustn't go back now, Cousin Verity," Tossie said. "Our train isn't till 6:30, and Mr. St. Trues and Mr. Henry haven't seen the church."
"It is a long way to Madame Iritosky's home," Cousin Verity protested. "And your mother particularly said we were to be back for tea."
"We've plenty of time," Tossie said. "We'll tell Bain to drive very fast. Wouldn't you like to see the church, Mr. St. Trues?"
"I'd love to," Terence said fervently. Cyril trotted happily up between them. Tossie hesitated prettily.
"Shouldn't Cyril stay by the boat?"
"Oh, yes, of course," Terence said. "Cyril, you must stay." "He could wait outside the lich gate," I offered. But it was no use. Terence was too far gone. "Stay, Cyril," he commanded. Cyril gave him the look Julius Caesar must have given Brutus, and lay down on the shadeless bank, his head on his paws.
"Don't let any bad man steal the boat," Tossie said. "You must be a brave, brave Doggums."
She unfurled her parasol and started up the path.
"It's the cunningest little church. So quaint and old-fashioned. People come from miles about to see it. I do love sights, don't you? Mamma has promised to take us to Hampton Court next week."
She led the way up the hill, chattering to Terence, and the vision and I followed.
Tossie was correct about the church, and people did come from miles about to see it, if the signs posted were any indication. They began at the foot of the hill with a hand-lettered placard that said, "Keep to path." This was followed by, "No tours during church services, keep off the grass, and picking flowers forbidden."
Mamma says we're to have a séance in the gallery at Hampton Court. The spirit of Catherine Howard walks there, you know. She was one of Henry VIII's wives. He had 8 wives. Bain says he only had 6, but if that were true, why would his name be Henry VIII? I glanced at Miss Brown, who was smiling gently. At close quarters, she was even more beautiful. Her hat had a veil caught up behind into a fall of sheer white over her auburn hair, and through it her fair skin and pink cheeks looked almost ethereal. Henry VIII's wives were all beheaded, Tossie was saying. I should hate to be beheaded.
She gave her blonde curls a toss.
They clip off your hair and dressed you in a horrid plain shift without any decoration at all.
Or ruffles, I thought.
I do hope it won't just be Catherine Howard's head, she said. It is sometimes, you know, not the entire spirit. When Nora Lyon came to Matching's End, she materialised a spirit hand. It played the accordion.
She looked coyly at Terence.
Do you know what the spirits told me last night? That I would meet a stranger.
What else did they tell you? Terence asked. That he was tall, dark and handsome, I suppose.
No, she said, perfectly serious. They rapped out, "Beware," and then the letter C. Mamma thought it was a message about Princess Arjumand, but I think it meant the sea. Only we aren't anywhere near it, so it must mean the stranger will arrive by the river.
Which I have, Terence said, far gone. We were nearing the crest of the hill. An open carriage stood at the top, with a driver in, of all things, full morning dress, swallow-tail coat and striped trousers. He was reading a book and the horse was grazing listlessly at the grass. I was surprised there wasn't a no parking sign. As we came up, the driver closed the book and sat up stiffly at attention.
I was afraid we couldn't come after all, Tossie said, walking past the carriage without so much as a glance at the driver. Madame Iratowski's boy was to have driven us, but he was in a trance, and Mamma wouldn't let us take the landau alone, and so then I thought, Bain can drive us. That's our new butler. Mamma stole him from Mrs. Chattisbourne, who was dreadfully angry. Good butlers are so difficult to find.
That explained the striped trousers and the stiffness. Finch's tape had been very clear. Butlers did not drive carriages. I looked at him. He was younger than I'd expected, and taller, with a rather haggard expression, as if he hadn't been getting enough sleep. I could relate to that. I felt as though I'd been up for centuries. Finch's tapes had said that butlers were supposed to be poker-faced, but this one wasn't. He looked distinctly worried about something. I wondered what. This outing, or the prospect of working for someone who thought Henry VIII had 8 wives. I tried to sneak a look at his book as we passed. It was Carlyle's The French Revolution.
I don't like our butler, Tossie said, as if he wasn't there. He's always cross.
Apparently Cousin Verity didn't like him either. She kept her gaze straight ahead as we passed. I nodded to the butler and tipped my hat. He picked up his book and resumed reading.
Our last butler was much nicer. Lady Hall stole him from us when she came to visit. Imagine! While she was staying under our roof. Papa says servants shouldn't be allowed to read books. It ruins their moral fibres and gives them ideas.
Terence opened the gate to the church. It had a sign on it which read, "Close gate when you leave." He and Tossie walked up to the door. It was plastered with signs. No visitors after 4 o'clock. No visitors during services. No photographs or daguerreotypes allowed. For assistance, contact Mr. Egglesworth, church warden, Harwood House. Do not disturb except in case of emergency. I was surprised Luther's 99 objections weren't on there too.
Isn't the church cunning? Tossie said. Look at those sweet zigzags carved over the door.
I recognised them even without tapes as dog-toothed ornamentation dating from the 12th century, the result of having spent the last several months on Lady Shrapnel's cathedral. "Norman architecture," I said.
"I do so love dear old-fashioned churches, don't you?" Tossie said, ignoring me. "So much simpler than our modern ones."
Terence opened the simple, old-fashioned, note-covered door. Tossie furled her parasol and went in. Terence followed her, and I expected Cousin Verity to follow suit. Finch's tapes had said Victorian young ladies were never allowed to go anywhere unchaperoned, and I had assumed that Cousin Verity, vision though she was that chaperone. She had certainly looked disapproving enough down on the riverbank, and the church would be dimly lit and full of opportunities for hanky-panky. And it was clear from the sign on the door that the church warden wasn't inside. But Miss Brown didn't so much as glance toward the half-open door or the shadowy darkness within. She opened the iron gate, which was decorated with the sign that read, "No spitting," and walked into the churchyard. She paced silently among the graves, past several signs directing us not to pick the flowers or lean against the tombstones, past a badly tilting obelisk against which somebody obviously had. I tried to think of what one said to a Victorian young lady when alone with her. Finch's tapes hadn't given any guidelines as to proper topics of conversation for a young man and a young lady who'd just met. Not politics, since I had no idea what they were in 1888, and young ladies weren't supposed to bother their pretty heads about affairs of state. And not religion, since Darwin was still controversial. I tried to remember what people had said in the Victorian plays I'd seen, which consisted of the Admiral Crichton and the importance of being earnest. Class issues and witty epigrams. A butler with ideas was clearly not a popular idea in these parts, and I couldn't think of any witty epigrams. Besides, humour is always fraught with peril. She had reached the last of the tombstones and was looking at me expectantly. The weather. But how was I supposed to address her? Miss Brown? Miss Verity? Milady? "Well," she said impatiently, "did you get it back all right?" It was not exactly the opening line I had expected. "I beg your pardon?" I said. "Bain didn't see you, did he?" she said. "Where did you leave it?" "I'm afraid you've confused me with someone else." "It's all right," she said, looking toward the church. "They can't hear us. Tell me exactly what happened when you brought it back through the net." I must be having some sort of relapse of the time lag. None of this was making any sense. "You didn't drown it, did you?" she said angrily. "He promised he wasn't going to drown it." "Drown what?" I said. "The cat." This was worse than talking to the nurse in infirmary. "The cat? You mean Tossie, Miss Mearing's cat that's lost? Princess Arjamand?" "Of course I mean Princess Arjamand," she frowned. "Didn't Mr. Dunworthy give her to you?" "Mr. Dunworthy?" I gaped at her. "Yes, didn't he give the cat to you to bring back through the net?" The light began to dawn. "You're the naiad in Mr. Dunworthy's office," I said wonderingly. "But you can't be. Her name was Kindle." "It's my name. Miss Brown is my contempt name. The Mearings don't have any relatives named Kindle, and I'm supposed to be a second cousin of Tossie's." The light was still breaking. "You're the Calamity," I said, "who brought something forward through the net." "The cat," she said impatiently. "A cat. Of course. That made much more sense than a cab or a rat, and it explained the peculiar look Mr. Dunworthy had given me when I mentioned Lady Windermere's fan. "It was a cat you brought through the net," I said. "But that's impossible. You can't bring things forward through the net." Now she was the one gaping. "You didn't know about the cat. But I thought they were going to send the cat through with you." And I wondered uneasily if they had intended to. Finch had told me to wait when I was standing there in the net. Had he gone to fetch the cat and I'd made the jump before he could give it to me? "Did they tell you they were sending it back with me?" I asked. She shook her head. "Mr. Dunworthy refused to tell me anything. He told me I'd caused enough trouble already and he didn't want me meddling any further.
I just assumed it was you because I saw you in Mr. Dunworthy's office. I was there to speak to Mr. Dunworthy about my time lag, I said. Infirmary prescribed 2 weeks' bed rest, so Mr. Dunworthy sent me here to get it. To the Victorian era, she said, looking amused. I nodded. I couldn't get it in Oxford because of Lady Shrapnel. She looked even more amused. He sent you here to get away from Lady Shrapnel? Yes, I said, alarmed. She isn't here, is she? Not exactly, she said. If you don't have the cat, do you know who they sent it through with? No, I said, trying to remember that conversation in the lab. Contact someone, Mr. Dunworthy had said. Andrews. I remembered now. Mr. Dunworthy had said, contact Andrews. They said something about contacting Andrews, I said. Did you hear them say anything else? When they were sending him through too? Whether the jump worked? No, I said, but I was dozing a good deal of the time because of the time lag. When exactly did you hear them mention Andrews? This morning while I was waiting for my jump, I said. When did you come through? This morning, at 10 o'clock. Then that explains it, she said, looking relieved. I was worried when I got back and Princess Arjemand wasn't there. I was afraid something had gone wrong and sending her back through the net hadn't worked, or that Bain had found her and thrown her in again. And when Mrs. Meering insisted on coming to Oxford to consult Madame Iritosky on her disappearance and your young man showed up, I got truly worried. But everything's all right. They obviously sent her through after we left for Oxford, and the visit was a good thing. It put us all out of the way, so no one would see her being put back, and Bain's here, so he can't drown her before we get back. And the jump must have been successful, or you wouldn't be here. Mr. Dunworthy said he was suspending all drops to the 19th century till the cat was returned. So, everything's all right. Mr. Dunworthy's experiment worked. Princess Arjemand will be there waiting to greet us when we get back. And there's nothing to worry about. Wait, I said, thoroughly confused. I think you need to begin at the beginning. Sit down. I indicated a wooden bench with a sign on it, Do Not Deface. Next to it was a carved heart with an arrow through it, and under it, Violet and Harold, 59. She sat down, arranging her white skirts gracefully about her. All right, I said. You brought a cat forward through the net. Yes. I was at the gazebo. That's where the drop is, just behind it, in a little copse. It's on a 10-minute on and off rendezvous. I just come through from reporting to Mr. Dunworthy, and I saw Bain, that's the butler, carrying Princess Arjemand. Wait, what were you doing in the Victorian era? Lady Shrapnel sent me here to read Tossie's diary. She thought there might be some clue in it as to the whereabouts of the bishop's bird stump. Of course, I might have known all this had something to do with the bishop's bird stump. But what does Tossie have to do with the bishop's bird stump? I had a sudden horrible thought. Please tell me she isn't the great-great-grandmother. Great-great-great-great? This is the summer she went to Coventry, saw the bishop's bird stump, and had her life changed forever, I said. An event she referred to repeatedly and in great detail in the voluminous diary she kept for most of her life, which Lady Shrapnel read and became obsessed with rebuilding Coventry Cathedral and had her life changed forever. And ours, I said. But if she read the diaries, why did she have to send you back to 1888 to read them? The volume in which Tossie originally recorded the life-changing experience, the one Tossie wrote in the summer of 1888, is badly water-damaged. Lady Shrapnel's got a forensics expert working on it, but she's only made limited progress, so Lady Shrapnel sent me to read it on the spot. But if she referred to it in great detail in the other diaries, I said. She didn't say exactly how it changed her life or on what date she went there. And Lady Shrapnel thinks there may be other details in the volume that are important. Unfortunately, or perhaps I should say fortunately, since Tossie writes the way she talks, she keeps her diary under better lock and key than the crown jewels, and so far I haven't been able to get at it. I'm still confused, I said. The bishop's bird stump didn't disappear till 1940. What use is a diary written in 1888? Lady Shrapnel thinks there might be a clue as to who gave it to the church. The donations records for Coventry Cathedral were burnt up during the air raid. She thinks whoever donated it, or their descendants, might have taken it away for safekeeping at the beginning of the war. Whoever donated it was probably trying to get rid of it. I know, but you know Lady Shrapnel, no stone unturned. So, I've been following Tossie around for 2 weeks, hoping she'll leave her diary lying out. Or go to Coventry. She's got to go soon. When I mentioned Coventry, she said she'd never been there. And we know she went sometime in June, but so far nothing. So you kidnapped her cat and demanded her diary as ransom? No, she said. I was coming back from reporting to Mr. Dunworthy, and I saw Bain, that's the butler, who reads books, I said. Who's a homicidal maniac, she said. He was carrying Princess Arjamand, and when he got to the riverbank, a perfectly lovely June. The roses have been so pretty. What? I said, disoriented again. And the laburnum. Mrs. Meering has an arbour of laburnum that is ever so picturesque. Begging your pardon, Miss Brown, Bain said, appearing out of nowhere. He gave a stiff little bow. What is it, Bain? Verity said. It's Miss Meering's pet cat, ma'am, he said uncomfortably. I was wondering if Mr. St. True's being here meant that he had located it. No, Bain, she said, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Princess Arjamand is still missing. I was concerned, he said, and bowed again. Do you wish the carriage to be brought around now? No, she said frostily. Thank you, Bain. Mrs. Meering requested that you return in time for tea. I am aware of that, Bain, thank you. He still hesitated. It is half an hour's drive to Madame Iritoski's home. Yes, Bain, that will be all, she said, and watched him till he was nearly to the carriage before she burst out. Cold-blooded murderer! I was wondering if Mr. St. True's might have found the cat. He knows perfectly well he hasn't. And all that about being concerned. Monster! Are you certain he was trying to drown her? I said. Of course I'm certain. He flung her as far out as he could throw her. Perhaps it's a contempt custom. I remember reading they drowned cats in the Victorian era to keep the population down, of all things. That's newborn kittens, not full-grown cats, and not pets. Princess Arjamand's the thing Tossie loves most, next to herself. The kittens they drown are farm cats, not pets. The farmer just up the road from Matching's End killed a batch last week, put them in a sack weighted with stones, and threw it in his pond, which is barbaric, but not malicious. This was malicious. After Bain threw her in, he dusted off his hands and walked back toward the house, smiling. He clearly intended to drown her. I thought cats could swim. Not in the middle of the Thames. If I hadn't done something, it would have been swept away in the current. The Lady of Shalott, I murmured. What? Nothing. Why would he want to murder his mistress's cat? I don't know. Perhaps he has something against cats, or perhaps it isn't just cats, and we'd all be murdered in our beds some night. Perhaps he's Jack the Ripper. He was operating in 1888, wasn't he? And they never did find out his true identity. All I know is, I couldn't just stand there and let Princess Arjamand drown. It's an extinct species. So you dived in and saved it? I waded in, she said defensively, and caught hold of her and brought her back on shore, but as soon as I did, I realized no Victorian lady would have waded in like that. I hadn't even taken off my shoes. I didn't think. I just acted. I ducked in the net, and it opened, she said. I was only trying to get out of sight. I didn't mean to cause a problem. A problem? She had done something temporal theory said was impossible, and possibly caused an incongruity in the continuum. No wonder Mr. Dunworthy had asked Chiswick all those questions and been grilling poor T.J. Lewis. A problem. A fan was one thing, a live cat was another, and even a fan won't go through. Darby and Gentilla had proved that back when time travel had first been invented. They'd built the net
as a pirate ship for plundering the treasures of the past, and they tried it on everything from the Mona Lisa to King Tut's tomb, and then, when that didn't work, on more mundane items like money. But nothing except microscopic particles would come through. When they tried to take any object, even a halfpence or a fish fork, out of its own time, the net wouldn't open. It didn't let germs through either, or radiation, or stray bullets, which Darby and Gentilla and the rest of the world should have been grateful for, but weren't particularly. The multinationals who'd been backing Darby and Gentilla lost interest, and time travel had been handed over to historians and scientists, who'd come up with the theories of slippage and the law of conservation of history to explain it, and it had been accepted as a law that if one tried to bring something forward through the net, it wouldn't open. Till now. When you tried to bring the cat through, the net opened just like that, I said. You didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about the drop, no delays or jolts? She shook her head. It was just like any other jump. And the cat was all right. She slept through the whole thing, fell asleep in my arms in the drop, and didn't even wake up when we got to Mr. Dunworthy's office. Apparently, that's how time lag affects cats. It puts them right out. You went to see Mr. Dunworthy? Of course, she said defensively. I took the cat to him as soon as I realized what I'd done. And he decided to try to send it back. I pumped Finch, and he told me they were going to check all the drops to the Victorian era, and if there weren't any indications of excessive slippage, that meant the cat had been returned before its disappearance could cause any damage, and they were going to send it back. But there was excessive slippage, I thought, remembering Mr. Dunworthy asking Carruthers about Coventry. What about the trouble we were having in Coventry? Finch said they thought it was unrelated, that it was due to Coventry's being an historical crisis point, because of its connection to Ultra. It was the only area of excessive slippage. There wasn't any on any of the Victorian drops. She looked up at me. How much slippage was there on your drop? None, I said. I was spang on target. Good, she said, and looked relieved. There was only 5 minutes on mine when I came back. Finch said the first place an incongruity would manifest itself was in the increased slip. Oh, I do love country churchyards, Tossie's voice said, and I leaped away from Verity like a Victorian lover. Verity remained serene, opening her parasol and standing up with a calm grace. They're so delightfully rustic, Tossie said, and hove into view, flags flying. Not at all like our dreadful modern cemeteries. She stopped to admire a tombstone that had nearly fallen over. Bain says churchyards are unsanitary, that they contaminate the water table. But I think it's wonderfully unspoilt. Just like a poem. Don't you, Mr. St. True's? Beneath those rugged elms that yew trees shade, Terence obligingly quoted, where heaves the turf in many a mouldering heap. The bit about the mouldering heap seemed to confirm Bain's theory, but neither Terence nor Tossie noticed, Terence particularly, who was declaiming, Each in his narrow cell for ever laid, the rude forefathers of the hamlet sleep. I do love Tennyson, don't you, cousin? Tossie said. Thomas Gray, Verity said. Elegy written in a country churchyard. Oh, Mr. Henry, you must come and see the inside of the church, Tossie said, ignoring her. There's the dearest decorated vase. Isn't it, Mr. St. True's? He nodded vaguely, gazing at Tossie, and I saw Verity frown. We must see it, by all means, she said, and caught up her skirts with a gloved hand. Mr. Henry? By all means, I said, offering her my arm. And we all went into the church past a large sign that read, Trespassers will be prosecuted. The church was chilly and smelled faintly of old wood and mildewing hymnals. It was decorated with stout Norman pillars, a vaulted early English sanctuary, a Victorian rose window, and a large placard that proclaimed, Keep out of chancel on the altar railing. Tossie blithely ignored it and the Norman slate baptismal font and swept up to a niche in the wall opposite the pulpit. Isn't it the cunningest thing you've ever seen? There was no question she was related to Lady Shrapnel, and no question where Lady Shrapnel had got her taste from, though Tossie at least had the excuse of being a Victorian, and part of an era that had built not only St Pancras railway station but the Albert Memorial. The vase that sat in the niche looked like both, though on a less grandiose scale. It had only one level and no Corinthian pillars. It did, however, have twining ivy and a bas-relief of either Noah's Ark or the Battle of Jericho. "What is it supposed to be depicting?" I asked. "The slaughter of the innocents," Verity murmured.
"It's Pharaoh's daughters bathing in the Nile," Tossie said. "Look, there's Moses's basket peeping out from among the rushes. I do wish we had this in our church," Tossie said. "The church at Matching's End hasn't anything in it but a lot of old things. It's just like that poem by Tennyson," Tossie said, clasping her hands together. "Poem to a Greek vase."
And the last thing we needed was Terence quoting Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn. I looked desperately at Verity, trying to think of something to get us out of here and somewhere we could talk. The dog-toothed ornamentation? Cyril? Verity was looking round calmly at the stone vaulting as if we had all the time in the world.
"Beauty is truth, truth beauty," Terence said. "That is all ye know."
"Do you suppose it's haunted?" Verity said. Terence stopped quoting.
"Haunted?"
"Haunted?"
Tossie said happily, and gave a miniature version of a scream, a sort of screamlet.
"Of course it is. Madame Iritosky says that there are certain places that act as portals between one world and the next," she said.
I glanced at Verity, but she looked serene, untroubled by Tossie's having just described the net.
"Madame Iritosky says that spirits often hover near the portal by which their souls pass to the other side,"
Tossie explained to Terence.
"That's why séances fail so often, because they're not close enough to a portal. That's why Madame Iritosky always holds her séances at home instead of travelling to people's homes, and a churchyard would be a logical portal."
She looked up at the ribbed vaulting and gave another screamlet.
"They could be here with us now."
"I should imagine the church warden would know of any spirits," Verity said helpfully. Yes, and would have put up a sign saying no manifestations, I thought. Absolutely no ectoplasm.
"Oh, yes,"
Tossie said, and gave another of her little screamlets.
"Mr. St. True's, we must ask the church warden."
They went out the door, consulted the sign, and started off for Harwood House and the church warden, who would no doubt be delighted to see them. All Mr. Dunworthy would tell me was that he was sending me back to 2 hours after I'd rescued the cat, Verity said, picking up where she'd left off,
and to report back if there was any unusual slippage or coincidental happenings, and I assumed that meant Princess Arjumand was already back at Matching's End. But when I came through, she wasn't there. Tossie had discovered she was missing and had the whole household out searching for her, and I began to worry that something had gone wrong. And before I could report back to Mr. Dunworthy and find out what had happened, Mrs. Meering had hauled us all off to Oxford, and Tossie had met Count de Vecchio.
Count de Vecchio?
A young man at one of the séances. Rich, handsome, charming. Perfect, in fact, except that his name begins with a V and not a C. "He's interested in theosophy," she said. He was also interested in Tossie. He insisted on sitting next to her at the table so he could hold her hand, and he told her not to be afraid if she felt a touch on her feet, that it was only the spirits. That's why I suggested the walk by the Thames to get her away from him, and then Terence came rowing by, and his name doesn't begin with a C either. And he seems so smitten with her. Not that that's unusual. Every young man who meets Tossie is smitten with her. She looked up at me from under her veil. "Speaking of which, why aren't you?"
"She thinks Henry VIII had 8 wives," I said.
"I know, but I'd have thought with your time lag you'd have been in poor Titania's condition, wandering about ready to fall in love with the first girl you saw."
"Which was you," I said. If she had been the untouched English rose she looked like, she'd have blushed a becoming pink under that veil, but she was 21st century.
"You'll get over it," she said, sounding just like the infirmary nurse, "as soon as you've had a good night's sleep." I wish I could say the same for Tossie's suitors, especially Terence. Tossie seems so taken with him. She insisted on coming to Ifley this afternoon, even though Madame Iritosky had arranged a special séance for finding Princess Arjemand. And on the way over in the carriage, she asked me what I thought of plum cake for a bride's cake. That's when I got truly worried that my taking the cat had caused an incongruity, and Count de Vecchio and Terence would never have met Tossie if she hadn't come to Oxford. And neither of their names begins with a C. I was getting lost again. Why do their names need to begin with a C? Because this summer, she married someone whose name begins with a C. How do you know? I thought the diary was unreadable. It is. She walked over to a pew and sat down next to a sign that read, "Sitting in pews allowed only during services." Then couldn't the C refer to that trip to Coventry that changed her life forever? I said, "Coventry begins with a C?" She shook her head. Her diary entry for May the 6th, 1938 says, "This summer we shall have been married 50 years, and I am happier than I ever thought possible being Mr. C. something's wife." But the middle of his name is blotted out, and the letter W of wife. Blotted? An ink stain. Pens did that in those days, you know. And you're certain it's a C and not a G? Yes. That seemed to rule out not only Count de Vecchio and Terence, but also Professor Peddick and Jabez. And, thankfully, me. Who is this Mr. Chips or Chesterton or Coleridge she's supposed to marry? I said. I don't know. It's no one she's ever mentioned, and no one who's ever been to Matching's End. I asked Colleen, the parlourmaid. She'd never heard of him. There was the sound of distant voices from outside. Verity stood up. "Walk with me," she said. "Pretend we're examining the architecture." She strolled over to the baptismal font and looked interestedly at it. "So you don't know who this Mr. C is, but you know it's someone Tossie hasn't met yet, and you know she married him this summer," I said, examining a sign that said, "Do not remove church furnishings." I thought Victorians went in for long engagements. "They do," she said, looking grim. "And after the engagement, the banns have to be read out in church for 3 successive Sundays, not to mention meeting the parents and sewing a trousseau, and it's already nearly the middle of June." When were they married? We don't know that either. The church at Matching's End was burned during the pandemic, and her later diaries don't mention the date. I thought of something. But surely they mention his name, don't they? The May 6th entry can't have been the only time she mentioned her husband in 50 years. She looked unhappy. She always refers to him as my darling husband or my beloved helpmeet. Darling and beloved underlined. I nodded. And exclamation points. I'd had to read some of the diaries for references to the bishop's bird stump. We strolled over to the side aisle. "The diaries stopped for several years after this summer's," Verity said, "and then started up again in 1904. By that time they were living in America, and he was working in silent films under the stage name of Bertram W. Fauntleroy, which he changed to Reginald Fitzhugh Smythe in 1927 when the talkies came in." She stopped in front of a stained-glass window half covered with a sign that read, "Do not attempt to open." "He had a long and distinguished career playing British aristocrats," she said. "Which means it was likely he was an aristocrat himself. That's good, isn't it? It means at least he wasn't a tramp who wandered by." I thought of something. "What about his obituary?" "It lists his stage name," she said, "and so does hers." She smiled wryly at me. "She lived to the age of 97. 5 children, 23 grandchildren, and a major Hollywood studio." "A nary a clue," I said. "What about Coventry? Could she have met this Mr. C there while she was looking at the bishop's bird stump, and that's the event that changed her life forever?" "It's possible," she said. "But that's another problem. They haven't said anything about a trip to Coventry. Mrs. Mearing's talked about going to Hampton Court to see Catherine Howard's ghost, but they never so much as mentioned Coventry, and they didn't go before I got here. I know because I asked the upstairs maid," I finished. "Yes. And we know Tossie went there sometime in June. That's why I've been so worried about their coming to Oxford to see Madame Iritosky. I was afraid Princess Arjamand's disappearance had made them come to Oxford when they should have been going to Coventry. Or that Mr. C might have come to Matching's End while Tossie was here and missed meeting her. But if Mr. Dunworthy and T.J. have returned Princess Arjumand, that means the cat's simply wandered off. And who knows? Mr. C may be the one who finds her and brings her back. Perhaps that's why they got engaged so suddenly, because she was grateful to him for returning Arjumand.
And it isn't as if you've been away from Matching's End long, I said. Only a day. If Mr. C did come calling, the maid would no doubt ask him to wait in the parlour till you returned.
What do you mean? She said. She stood up abruptly, her skirts rustling.
I just assumed, I said, surprised. Weren't the Victorians the ones with parlours? Didn't their maids ask callers to wait?
When did you come through? She demanded.
This morning, I said. I told you, bang on target, 10 o'clock, June the 7th, 1888.
This is the 10th of June, she said.
The 10th. But the newspaper
must have been an old one. I came through on the night of the 7th. We came to Oxford on the 8th, and we've been here 3 days.
I said blankly. Then there must have been
increased slippage, she said, which is an indication that there's been an incongruity.
Not necessarily, I said. I left rather in a hurry. I explained about Lady Shrapnel. Warder might not have finished setting the coordinates, or she might have made a mistake. She'd done 17 drops already.
Perhaps, she said doubtfully. Where did you come through? Folly Bridge? Is that where you met up with Terence?
No, the railway station. He was there to meet his tutor's relatives, but they didn't arrive. I explained about his asking me if I were going on the river and about his financial problems. So I paid the balance on the boat.
And if you hadn't been there, he wouldn't be here, she said, looking even more worried.
Could he have gotten the boat if you hadn't lent the money to him? Not a chance, I said, thinking about Jabez and then at her worried expression. He said something about trying to borrow money from someone named Maggs at the Mitre, I said. But he was determined to see Tossie again. I think he would have run the entire way to Iffley if he hadn't had the money.
You're probably right, she said. There's a great deal of redundancy in the system. If he hadn't met her here, he might very well have met her at Matching's End. He said yesterday he had been thinking of going down river, and 3 days' slippage isn't all that much. She frowned.
Still, though, it seems a lot for a pleasure trip, and it's more than on the other Victorian drops. I'd better report it to Mr. Dunworthy when I get back to...
Certain the spirits will bring us word of Princess Arjumand, Tossie's voice said, and she fluttered in with Terence, who had his hat in his hands. Madame Iritosky is famous for locating lost objects. She told the Duchess of Derby where her lost brooch was, and the Duchess gave her a reward of £1,000. Papa said of course she knew where it was, she put it there herself, but Mamma, she said, putting the accent on the last syllable, knows it was the workings of the spirit world.
Verity stood up and draped her skirts.
What did the churchwarden say? She said, and I was amazed at her composure. She looked the serene English maiden again. Is Iffley Church haunted?
No, Terence said.
Yes, Tossie said, looking up at the vaulting. And I don't care what he says, cross old bear. They are here now, spirits from another time and place. I can feel their presence.
What the churchwarden says was that it wasn't haunted, but he wished it were, Terence said, because Hans didn't get mud all over the floor or take down his notices, or bother the churchwarden when he was having his tea.
Tea, Tossie says. What a lovely idea. Cousin, go and tell Bain to serve tea.
There isn't time, Verity said, pulling on her gloves. We are expected back at Madame Iritosky's.
Oh, but Mr. St. True's and Mr. Henry have not seen the mill yet, Tossie said.
They shall have to see it after we are gone, Verity said, and swept out of the church.
We do not want to miss our train to Matching's End.
She stopped at the lich gate.
Mr. St. True's, would you be so good as to tell our butler to bring the carriage round?
My pleasure, Terence said, tipping his hat, and started toward the tree where Bain sat reading. I'd hoped Tossie would go with him so I could talk to Verity, but she stayed by the lich gate, pouting and snapping her parasol open and shut. And what sort of excuse could give us a few moments alone? I could hardly suggest she follow Terence with Verity already concerned about her attraction to him, and she was the type to give orders, not take.
My parasol, Verity said. I must have left it in the church.
I'll help you find it, I said, and opened the door with alacrity, scattering notices everywhere.
I'll return to Oxford and report to Mr. Dunworthy as soon as I get the chance, she whispered, as soon as the door was shut. Where will you be?
I'm not certain, I said. On the river somewhere. Terence talked about rowing down to Henley.
I'll try to get word to you, she said, walking toward the front of the nave. It may be several days.
What do you want me to do?
Keep Terence away from Matching's End, she said. It's probably just an infatuation on Tossie's part, but I don't want to take any chances.
I nodded.
And don't worry. It's only 3 days' slippage, and Mr. Dunworthy wouldn't have sent you through if Princess Arjumand hadn't already been safely returned. I'm certain everything's fine. She patted my arm. You get some sleep. You're supposed to be recovering from time lag.
I will, I said. She retrieved the white parasol from underneath the kneeling rail and started toward the door, and then stopped and smiled.
And if you meet anyone named Chaucer or Churchill, send them along to Matching's.
Your carriage, miss, Bain said, looming in the door.
Thank you, Bain, she said coldly, and swept past him.
Terence was handing Tossie into the carriage.
I do hope we shall meet again, Mr. St. True's,
Tossie said, no longer pouting.
We take the train home this evening to Matching's End. Do you know it? It's on the river, just below Streatley.
Terence took off his boater and held it over his heart.
Till then, goodbye, fair one. Adieu.
The carriage lurched forward.
Bain!
Tossie protested.
I beg your pardon, miss, Bain said, and clucked to the reins. Goodbye,
Tossie called back to us, waving a handkerchief and everything else on her person.
Goodbye, Mr. St. True's.
The landau rolled away. Terence watched it till it was out of sight. "We'd better go," I said. "Professor Peddick will be waiting." He sighed, looking longingly after the dust cloud it had left.
"Isn't she wonderful?"
"Yes," I said.
"We must start immediately for Matching's End," he said, and started down the hill.
"We can't," I said, trotting after him. "We have to take Professor Peddick back to Oxford. And what about his aged relicts? If they're on the afternoon train, they'll need to be met."
"I'll arrange with Trotters to meet them. He owes me a favour for that translation of Lucretius I did," he said, without stopping. "It will only take an hour to row Peddick back. We can put him off at Magdalen by 4. That will still give us 4 hours of daylight. We should be able to make it past Culham Lock. That will put us at Matching's End by noon tomorrow."
And so much for my blithely promising Verity to keep Terence away from Tossie, I thought, following him down to the boat. It wasn't there. This is the cat that killed the rat that ate the malt that lay in the house that Jack built. Mother Goose. Chapter 7. Importance of locks in Victorian era. Loose lips sink ships. Tristan and Isolde. Pursuit. The French Revolution. An argument against tipping. A traumatized cat. Soot. The Bataan Death March. Sleep. The boat is found at last. An unexpected development. Importance of meetings to history. Lennon and McCartney. I search for a tin opener. What I found.
Cyril was there in the same position in which we had left him, his head disconsolately pressed against his paws, his brown eyes reproachful.
"Cyril," Terence said, "where's the boat?"
Cyril sat up and looked round in surprise.
"You were supposed to guard the boat," Terence said sternly. "Who took it, Cyril?"
"Could it have drifted off, do you think?" I said, thinking about the half-hitch.
"Don't be ridiculous," Terence said. "It's obviously been stolen."
"Perhaps Professor Peddick came and got it," I said. But Terence was already halfway across the bridge. When we caught up to him, he was looking downstream at the river. There was no one on it except for a mallard duck.
"Whoever stole it must have taken it back up the river,"
Terence said, and ran the rest of the way across the river and back up to the lock. The lock keeper was standing on top of the lock, poking at the sluice with his boat hook.
"Did our boat go back through the lock?"
Terence shouted to him. The lock keeper put his hand to his ear and shouted back,
"What?" "Our boat,"
Terence shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth.
"Did it go back through the lock?" "What?"
he bellowed back.
"Did our boat,"
Terence said, pantomiming the shape of the boat,
"go back,"
he made a sweeping motion upriver,
"through the lock?"
He pointed exaggeratedly at the lock.
"Boats go through the lock,"
the lock keeper shouted.
"Of course boats go through the lock. What else do you think it's for?"
I glanced around looking for someone, anyone else who might have seen the boat, but Iffley was completely deserted. Not even the church warden was in evidence, putting up no shouting signs. I remembered Tossie had said he was having his tea.
"No, our boat,"
Terence shouted. He pointed first at himself and then at me.
"Did it go back through the lock?"
The lock keeper looked indignant.
"No, you can't go through the lock without a boat. What sort of foolery are you up to?"
"No!"
Terence shouted. "Someone's stolen the boat we hired." "Wire?" The lock keeper shook his head. "The nearest telegraph's in Abingdon."
"No, not wire, hired."
"Liar?"
he said, and raised his pole threateningly.
"Who you calling a liar?"
"No one,"
Terence said, backing up.
"Hired. The boat we hired."
The lock keeper shook his head again.
"What you want's Folly Bridge. Man name of Jabez."
Cyril and I wandered back down to the bridge, and I stood there leaning over it and thinking about what Verity had told me. She'd saved a cat from drowning, and then stepped into the net with it, and the net had opened. So it must not have caused an incongruity, because if it would have, the net wouldn't have opened. That's what had happened the first 10 times Leibowitz had tried to go back to assassinate Hitler. The 11th, he'd ended up in Bozeman, Montana in 1946, and nobody's ever been able to get close to Ford's Theatre or Pearl Harbor or the Ides of March. Or Coventry. I thought TJ and Mr. Dunworthy were probably right about the increased slippage around Coventry, and I wondered why it hadn't occurred to us before. Coventry was obviously a crisis point. Not because the raid had done significant damage. The Luftwaffe had only damaged, not destroyed, the aircraft and munitions factories, and they were up and running again within 3 months. They'd destroyed the cathedral, of course, which had enlisted outrage and sympathy from the States, but even that hadn't been critical. The Blitz had already stirred up plenty of American support, and Pearl Harbor was only 3 weeks away. What was critical was Ultra, and the Enigma machine, which we'd smuggled out of Poland and were using to decipher the Nazis' codes, and which, if the Nazis had found out we had it, could have changed the course of the entire war. And Ultra had warned us of the raid on Coventry. Only obliquely until late in the afternoon of the 14th, which had made it impossible to do more than notify command and take impromptu defensive measures, and those, because history is a chaotic system, had cancelled each other out. Command had decided the main attack would be on London, no matter what intelligence said, and sent their planes up accordingly. and the attempts to jam the Pathfinder beams had failed because of an error in calculations. But secrets are always pivotal events. A stray word could have endangered the safety of the intelligence setup. And if something, anything, had happened to make the Nazis suspicious, if the cathedral had been miraculously saved or the entire RAF had shown up over Coventry, even if someone had talked, loose lips sink ships, they would have changed their code machines. And we would have lost the battles of El Alamein and the North Atlantic. And World War II. Which explained why Carruthers and the new recruit and I had ended up in the rubble and the Marrows field. Because around a crisis point, even the tiniest action can assume importance all out of proportion to its size. Consequences multiply and cascade, and anything. A missed telephone call, a match struck during a blackout, a dropped piece of paper, a single moment can have empire-tottering effects. The Archduke Ferdinand's chauffeur makes a wrong turn onto Franz Joseph Street and starts a world war. Abraham Lincoln's bodyguard steps outside for a smoke and destroys a piece. Hitler leaves orders not to be disturbed because he has a migraine and finds out about the D-Day invasion 18 hours too late. A lieutenant fails to mark a telegram urgent, and Admiral Kimmel isn't warned of the impending Japanese attack. For want of a nail, the shoe was lost. For want of a shoe, the horse was lost. For want of a horse, the rider was lost. And around those attractors there was radically increased slippage and net closures. Which must mean Muching's End wasn't a crisis point. And the cat hadn't changed history, particularly since it would only have required a few minutes' slippage to prevent the whole thing. Verity wouldn't even have had to have ended up in Bozeman, Montana. If she'd come through 5 minutes later, the cat would already have gone under. 5 minutes earlier, and she'd have been inside the house and missed the whole thing. And it wasn't as if this were Queen Victoria's cat, in spite of her name, or Gladstone's or Oscar Wilde's. It was hardly in a position to affect world events, and 1888 wasn't a critical year. The Indian Mutiny had ended in 1859, and the Boer War wouldn't start for another 11 years. "And it's only a cat," I said out loud. Cyril looked up alarmed. "Not here," I said. "It's probably safely back at Muching's End by now." But Cyril got up and began looking warily about. "No, thieves, not sheaves!" Terence was yelling, his voice drifting toward us over the water. "Thieves!" "Sheaves!" the lockkeeper bellowed back. "This is a lock, not an ironmonger's." Eventually he waved his arm dismissively at Terence and went inside the lockhouse. Terence hurried over. "Whoever took it went that way," he said. "The lockkeeper pointed downstream." I was not at all sure of that. It seemed to me just as likely that the gesture had meant, "Go on, I've had it with talking to you," or even "Get the bloody hell out of here." And the opposite direction was better in regard to keeping Terence away from Tossie. "Are you certain?" I said. "I thought he pointed upstream." "No," Terence said, already across the bridge. "Definitely downstream," and galloped off down the towpath. "We'd better hurry," I said to Cyril, "or we'll never catch up to him." And we set off after him past the straggle of Iffley's cottages and a line of tall poplars, and up a low hill, from which we could see a long stretch of river. It glittered emptily. "Are you sure they went this way?" He nodded without slackening his pace. "And we'll find them and get the boat back. Tossie and I are meant to be together, and no obstacle can keep us apart. It's fated, like Tristan and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet, Eloise and Abelard." I didn't point out that all of the aforementioned had ended up dead or severely handicapped, because it was all I could do to keep up. Cyril wobbled after us, panting. "When we catch up to them, we'll go back and fetch Professor Peddick and take him back to Oxford and then row down below Abingdon and camp for the night," Terence said. "It's only 3 locks away. If we work at it, we should be able to make Muching's End by tea-time tomorrow." Not if I could help it. "Won't that be rather a tiring journey?" I said. "My physician said I wasn't to overtire myself." "You can nap while I row. Tea's the best time.
They have to ask you to stay. It's not like dinner or something. It doesn't require a formal invitation or dressing or anything. We should be able to make Reading by noon." "But I'd hoped to see some of the sights along the river," I said, racking my brain to think what they were. Hampton Court? No, that was below Henley. So was Windsor Castle. What had the three men in a boat stopped to look at? Tombs. Harris was always wanting to stop and look at somebody or other's tomb. "I'd hoped to see some tombs," I said. "Tombs?" he said. "There aren't any interesting ones along the river except for Richard Titchell's at Hampton Church. He threw himself out of one of the windows at Hampton Court Palace. And at any rate, Hampton Church is past Matching's End. If Colonel Meering likes us, we might be asked to dinner. Do you know anything about Japan?" "Japan?" I said. "That's where the fish are from," he said obscurely. "The best thing, of course, would be if I were asked to stay a week, but he doesn't like house guests, says it disturbs them. The fish, I mean. And he went to Cambridge. Perhaps we could pretend to be spiritualists. Mrs. Meering's mad for spirits. Did you pack evening clothes?" The time lag must be catching up with me. "Do spiritualists wear evening clothes?" I asked. "No, long, flowing robes sort of things, with sleeves you can hide tambourines and cheesecloth and things in. No, for dinner, in case we're asked." I had no idea whether there were evening clothes in my luggage or not. When we caught up to the boat, if we caught up to the boat, I needed to go through my bags and see exactly what Warder and Finch had sent with me. "It's too bad we haven't found Princess Arjamand," Terence said. "That would get us an invitation to stay. The lost lamb and the fatted calf and all that. Did you see Tossie when she ran down the bank and asked me if I'd found her? She was the loveliest creature I'd ever seen. Her curls bright as gold and her eyes blue as the fairy flax, her cheeks like the dawn of day. No, brighter, like carnations or roses." We went on, Terence comparing Tossie's various features to lilies, berries, pearls, and spun gold, Cyril thinking longingly of shade, and me thinking about Louis XVI. It was true that Princess Arjamand wasn't Queen Victoria's cat and Matching's End wasn't Midway Island, but look at Drouet. He hadn't been anybody either, an illiterate French peasant who normally would never have made it into the history books. Except that Louis XVI, escaping from France with Marie Antoinette, leaned out the window of his carriage to ask Drouet directions, and then, in one of those minor actions that changed the course of history, tipped him a banknote with his picture on it. And Drouet tore ahead through the forest to raise a force to stop the carriage, and, failing that, dragged a cart out of a barn and across the road to block their way. And what if an historian had stolen the cart, or waylaid Drouet, or warned Louis's driver to take another road? Or what if, back at Versailles, an historian had stolen the banknote and replaced it with coins? Louis and Marie would have made it to their loyalist army, put down the revolution, and changed the entire course of European history. For want of a cart. Or a cat. "We should be coming to Sandford Lock soon," Terence said cheerfully. "We can ask the lockkeeper if he's seen the boat." In a few minutes we came to the lock, and I thought we were going to have to endure another interminable and incomprehensible conversation. But this time, Terence's earnest shouts failed even to bring the lockkeeper out, and after several minutes he said, undaunted, "There'll be someone at Newnham Courtney," and set off again. I didn't even ask how far Newnham Courtney was, for fear of the answer, and beyond the next bend in the river there was a line of willows next to the towpath obscuring the view. But when we came round the bend, Terence was standing in front of a thatched cottage looking thoughtfully at a little girl in the front garden. She was sitting on a swing in a blue and white striped pinafore, whose petticoats billowed up around her, holding a white cat and talking to it. "Dear sweet pussy," she said, "you love to go up in a swing, don't you? Up in the air so blue." The cat didn't answer. It was sound asleep. Cats weren't extinct yet in the 40s, so I'd seen them before, but except for that sooty streak in the cathedral, I had yet to see one that was awake. Verity had said time lag had made the cat she brought through the net sleepy, but I wasn't convinced this wasn't their normal state.
The black and orange calico at the Nativity of the Virgin Mary fete had slept the entire duration of the fete on top of a crocheted afghan on the fancy works table.
"I say, what do you think?"
Terence said, indicating the little girl. I nodded. She might have seen the boat, and she can't be any worse than the lockkeeper.
No, not the child, the cat."
I thought you said Miss Mearing's cat was black, I said.
"It is, with white feet and a white face," he said, "but with a bit of boot blacking and the right spots."
No, I said. You said she was very attached to her pet.
"She is, and she'll be extremely grateful to the person who finds it."
You don't think some soot carefully applied? No, I said, and walked over to the swing. Have you seen a boat?
"Yes, sir," she said politely. "Excellent," Terence said. "Who was in it?" "In what?" she said. "In the boat," Terence said. "Which boat?" she said, petting the cat. "There are lots and lots of boats. This is the Thames, you see." "This was a large green boat with a great deal of luggage piled in it," Terence said. "Did you see it?" "Does he bite?" the little girl asked Terence. "Who? Mr. Henry?" Terence said.
"Cyril," I said. "No, he doesn't bite. Did you see a boat like that with a lot of luggage?"
"Yes,"
she said, and got off the swing, shifting the cat to her shoulder. It didn't wake up.
"It went that way,"
she said, and pointed down the river.
"We know that," Terence said. "Did you see who was in the boat?" "Yes," she said, patting the cat as if she were burping a baby. "Poor dear pussy, did the big dog frighten you?"
The cat slumbered on. "Who was in the boat?" I said. She transferred the cat back to her arms and cradled it.
"A reverend."
"A reverend? You mean a clergyman, a verger?" I said, wondering if the church warden had posted a sign saying no docking and carted the boat off as a punishment.
"Yes," she said, "wearing a robe."
"Professor Peddick," I said.
"Did he have white hair?"
Terence said, "and mutton-chop whiskers?" She nodded, picking the cat up under the front legs and holding it out in front of her like a doll.
"What a wicked dog to frighten you so!"
The cat still didn't wake up.
"Come on, then,"
Terence said, already far ahead.
"We should have thought of that,"
he said, when the wicked dog and I caught up to him.
"that it was Professor Peddick who took the boat. He can't have gone far."
He gestured at the river, winding slowly off to the southwest between the flat fields.
"It looks exactly like the plain of Marathon."
It might have been a spitting image for all I knew, but either the resemblance hadn't struck Professor Peddick or he could row faster than I thought. Neither he nor the boat were anywhere to be seen. Terence didn't seem bothered.
"We're bound to spot him soon."
"What if we don't catch up to him?" I said.
"We shall," he said. "There's a lock 5 miles from here. He'll have to wait to go through it."
5 miles? I said weakly.
"And we must catch up to him. That's how fate works, like Antony and Cleopatra."
Yet another love story that hadn't turned out well.
Would Antony have let a little thing like a lost boat stand in his way? Though I suppose in his case it would have been a barge.
We struggled on. The Victorian sun beat down. Terence hurried on at an energetic pace, comparing Tossie to angels, fairies, sprites, and Cleopatra. A truly bad end. Cyril began to take on the demeanour of a Bataan Death March participant, and I thought longingly of sleep and tried to calculate how long I had been up. I had been here since 10, and my pocket watch said nearly IV, so that was 6 hours, and I had spent 3 hours in the lab being prepped, an hour in Mr. Dunworthy's office, a half-hour on the playing fields of Oxford, ditto in infirmary, which added up to 11, and that didn't count the 2 hours I'd spent looking for the bishop's bird stump, and the hour I'd spent looking for the cathedral, and the 5 hours I'd spent at the Harvest Charity Bazaar and scrap metal drive. 19. When had I gone through to the bazaar, in the morning or the afternoon? Afternoon, because I was just heading back to my rooms for dinner when Lady Shrapnel caught me and put me on jumble sale duty. No, that was the day before. Or the day before that.
How long had I been doing jumble sales? Years.
I had been up for years. "We're going to have to give this up," I said, thinking wearily of how far it was back to Oxford. Perhaps we could sleep in the church in Iffley. No, it was only open until 4, and no doubt there was a "no sleeping in pews" sign tacked to the hymnal rack.
"Look!"
Terence cried. He pointed to a willow-covered island in the middle of the river.
"There he is!"
It was definitely Professor Pettick. He was bending over at the very edge of the river, his robe fluttering, peering through his pince-nez at the water.
"Professor Pettick!"
Terence shouted to him, and he nearly toppled in. The professor grabbed hold of an uncertain-looking willow branch and steadied himself. He adjusted his pince-nez and peered at us.
"It's us!"
Terence shouted, cupping his hands round his mouth.
"St. True's and Henry! We've been looking for you!"
"Ah, St. True's!"
Pettick shouted.
"Come over! I've found some excellent shallows, perfect for chub." "You must come over here and fetch us," Terence said.
"Hitches?" Professor Pettick said, and I thought, here we go again.
"Fetch us," Terence said. "You've got the boat."
"Ah," Professor Pettick said.
"Stay there."
He disappeared into a thicket of willows. "Let's hope he remembered to tie up the boat," I said.
"Let's hope he remembers where he left it,"
Terence said, sitting down on the bank. I sat down next to him, and Cyril lay down and immediately rolled over on his side and began to snore. I wished I could do the same. Now we'd have to row the professor all the way back to Oxford, which would take at least 3 hours, if we could talk him out of stopping at every fish and meadow. But perhaps this was all to the good. Verity had said to keep Terence away from Mutching's End, and this was certainly doing that. It would be dark by the time we reached Oxford. We'd have to spend the night, and in the morning perhaps I could talk Terence into going upriver to Parsons' Pleasure, or going down to London, or to a horse race. When was Derby Day? Or who knows, with a good night's sleep he might come to his senses and see Tossie for the twittering ignoramus she was. Infatuation was a lot like time lag, an imbalance of chemicals cured by a good night's sleep. There was no sign of the professor.
"He's found a new variety of chub and forgotten all about us,"
Terence said. But presently the boat appeared, nosing round the end of the island, Professor Pettick's sleeves billowing like black sails as he rowed. The boat pulled up downstream from us, and we scrambled down the towpath to it, Cyril wobbling after us. I turned to urge him. "Come along, Cyril," I said, and crashed into Terence, who had stopped short and was staring down at the boat.
"You cannot imagine the wonderful discoveries I've made," Professor Pettick said. "This island is the very image of the location of the Battle of Dunreath Mow."
He held up the pan.
"I want to show you the double-gilled blue chub I've found."
Terence was still staring strickenly at the boat. I couldn't see any scrapes or dents except for the ones that had been there when Jabez rented it to us, and there didn't seem to be any holes. The boards of the stern and the bow looked perfectly dry. The boards of the stern and the bow. "Terence," I said.
"Professor Pettick,"
Terence said in a strangled voice.
"What's happened to our things?"
"Things?" Professor Pettick said vaguely.
"The luggage, Ned's portmanteau and the baskets and—"
"Ah," the professor said. "Under the Salix Babylonica on the far side of the island. Climb in. I shall ferry you across like Charon bearing souls over the river Styx." I climbed in and helped Terence get Cyril in, propping his front legs on the gunwale while Terence hoisted his rear legs over and then clambered in himself. "Wonderful gravel bottoms," Professor Pettick said, and began rowing across. "Perfect spot for dace. Lots of midges and flies. I caught a trout with a red ridge gill slit. Have you a net, St. True's?"
"A net?"
"For trawling. I do not want to endanger the mouth by using a hook."
"There really isn't time for fishing," Terence said. We must repack the boat as quickly as we can and then start back." "Nonsense. I've found a perfect place to camp." "Camp?" Terence said. "No use in going home and then having to come back again. Chub bite best near sundown." "But what about your sister and her companion?" He pulled out his pocket watch. "It's nearly 5 o'clock. If we leave now, you can be there to see them at dinner." "No need," he said. "A pupil of mine has already met them." "I'm that pupil, Professor," Terence said. "Nonsense. This pupil was boating along the Thames while I was working on my—" He peered at Terence through his pince-nez. "By George, you are." "I met the 10:55, Terence said. "But your sister and her companion weren't on it, so they must have come in on the 3:18. "Didn't come," he said, peering into the water. "Good grass for perch." "I know your sister didn't come," Terence persisted. "But if she arrived on the 3:18... "Not my sister," he said, pushing up the sleeve of his robe and sticking his hand in the water. "Her companion ran off and got married." "Married?" I said. The woman on the platform had talked about someone getting married. "In spite of my sister's best efforts. Met him at church. Classic example of individual action. History is character. She brought my niece instead." "Your niece?" I said. "Lovely girl." He brought up a slimy piece of trailing brown grass. "Wonderful at labelling specimens. Too bad you weren't there to meet them when they arrived, so you could have met her." "I was, but they weren't there," Terence said. "You're certain?" Professor Peddick said, handing the grass to me. "Maudie's letter was quite clear about the time." He patted his coat pockets. "Maudie?" I said, hoping I'd misheard. "Named after her poor dear mother Maud," he said, looking through his pockets. "Would have made a good naturalist if she were a boy. Must have lost the letter when Overforth tried to murder me. Certain it was the 10:55. Might have been tomorrow's train, though. What day is it? Ah, here we are, arrived at last in paradise. The Elysian plain at the ends of the earth where fair-haired Rhadamanthus is." The boat hit the shore with a jolt hard enough to wake Cyril, but it was nothing to the jolt I'd just had. Maud. I had made Terence miss meeting the aged relicts. If it hadn't been for me, Professor Peddick's sister and niece would still have been sitting on the platform waiting for Terence when he skidded in. And if I hadn't told him no one of that description had come in on the train, he'd have caught up with them on their way to Balliol. But he had said aged relicts. He had said they were positively antediluvian. "Can you get the rope, Ned?" Terence said, pulling the nose of the boat into the shore. Meetings are notoriously pivotal in the complex, chaotic course of history. Lord Nelson and Emma Hamilton, Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, Crick and Watson, John Lennon and Paul McCartney. And Terence was supposed to have met Maud on that railway platform in Oxford. "Ned," Terence said, "can you get the rope?" I took a giant step onto the muddy bank with the rope and tied the boat up, thinking this was the last thing I should be doing. "Hadn't we better leave for Oxford now to meet your niece and sister?" I added. They wouldn't be at the station, but at least they'd have met. "We can leave this luggage here and come back for it. 2 ladies, travelling alone, they'll need someone to see to their luggage." "Nonsense," Professor Peddick said. "Maud is perfectly capable of ordering their luggage sent and hiring a fly to take them to the hotel. She's extremely sensible. Not silly like other girls. You like her, St. True's." "Have you any mealworms?" he asked, and set off toward the willows. "Can't you convince him?" I said to Terence. He shook his head. "Not where fish are concerned, or history. The best thing to do is to set up camp before it gets dark." He went over to where our various suitcases and boxes were piled under a large willow tree and began rummaging through them. "But his niece. You heard him. Sensible, intelligent. His niece is probably one of those dreadful modern girls who have opinions and think women should go to Oxford." He pulled out a skillet and several tins. A most unpleasant sort of girl, not like Miss Meering. So pretty and innocent.
And silly, I thought. And he shouldn't have met her. He should have met Maud. You'd like her, Professor Peddick had said, and I had no doubt Terence would have, with her dark eyes and sweet face. But I had looked suspicious, and Verity had acted without thinking. And now Terence and Tossie, who would otherwise never have met, were planning rendezvous. And who knew what complications that would cause?
"We shall meet her in the morning, at any rate," Terence said, slicing meat pie. "When we take Professor Peddick back tomorrow."
He would meet her in the morning. Chaotic systems have redundancies and interference and feed-forward loops built in, so the effect of some events is not multiplied enormously, but cancelled out. Missing you one place, we meet another. Terence had missed meeting Maud today, but he would meet her tomorrow. And in fact, if we took him back tonight, we might be too late, and Professor Peddick's sister would not be receiving visitors, and he'd miss meeting her again. But tomorrow morning, she'd be wearing a pretty dress, and Terence would forget all about Matching's End and ask Maud to go punting up to the Port Meadow for a picnic. If he was meant to meet her. And Professor Peddick's sister might well have thought the porter looked suspicious, or felt a draught, and gone off in a hired fly before Terence got there, even if I hadn't been there. And Terence, in a hurry to hire the boat, would still have gone off to Folly Bridge without ever meeting her. T.J. had said the system had self-correction capabilities. And Verity was right. Princess Arjamand had been returned, the incongruity, if there even was one, had been repaired, and I should be resting and recovering, which meant food and sleep in that order. Terence was spreading out a blanket and putting tin plates and cups on it. "What can I do to help?" I said, my mouth starting to water. When was the last time I'd eaten? A cup of tea and a rock cake at the Women's Institute Victory Drive sale of work was all I could remember, and that was at least 2 days and 52 years ago. He dug in the hamper and brought up a cabbage and a large lemon. "You can spread out the rugs. 2 of us can sleep in the boat, the other on shore. And if you can find the silverware and the ginger beer, you can set them out." I went over and got the rugs and began spreading them out. The island was apparently owned by the church warden in Italy. Signs were posted on virtually every tree and on a number of stakes pounded into the bank. "No thoroughfare. Keep off. Private land. Trespassers will be shot. Private waters. No boats, no fishing, no dumping, no camping, no picnicking, no landing." I rummaged through Terence's boxes and found an assortment of peculiar-looking utensils. I chose the ones which most closely resembled forks, spoons, and knives and set them out. "I'm afraid we're rather roughing it," Terence said. "I'd intended to stop for provisions along the way, so we've had to make do. Tell Professor Peddick dinner is served, such as it is." Cyril and I went and found Professor Peddick, who was leaning precariously over the water, and brought him back. Terence's idea of roughing it consisted of pork pie, veal pie, cold roast beef, a ham, pickles, pickled eggs, pickled beets, cheese, bread and butter, ginger beer, and a bottle of port. It was possibly the best meal I had ever had in my life. Terence fed the last bits of roast beef to Cyril and picked up a tin. "Drat!" he said. "I'd gone off and left the tin opener behind, and here I've brought a tin of—" "Pineapple," I said, grinning. "No," he said, looking at the label. "Peaches." He bent over the hamper. "But there might be a tin of pineapple in here somewhere, though I should imagine they'll both taste about the same without a tin opener." We could try opening it with the boat hook, I thought, smiling to myself. That was what they'd done in 3 Men in a Boat, and nearly killed George. It was his straw hat that had saved him. "Perhaps we could open it with a pocket knife," Terence said. "No," I said. They had tried a pocket knife before they tried the boat hook, and a pair of scissors, and the hitcher, and a large rock. "We shall have to do without," I said, sagely. "I say, Ned," he said, "you haven't a tin opener in among your luggage, have you?" Knowing Finch, I probably did. I unbent my legs, which had gotten stiff, went down to the willows, and started through the luggage. The satchel had 3 collarless shirts, a set of formal evening clothes that were far too small for me, and a too large bowler hat in it. It was a good thing I was only going on the river. I tried the hamper. This was more promising. It held several large spoons and an assortment of utensils, including one with a blade like a scimitar, and another with 2 long handles and a revolving barrel pierced with holes. It was possible one of these was a tin opener, or some sort of weapon. Cyril came over to help. "You don't know what a tin opener looks like, do you?" I said, holding up a flat grid affair at the end of a long handle. Cyril looked in the satchel and then went over and sniffed at the cupboard basket. "Is it in there?" I said, and unfastened the loop and peg arrangement that held the lid on and opened the basket. Princess Arjamand looked up at me with her grey eyes and yawned. Cats, it has been well said, will be cats, and there seems nothing to be done about it. P.G. Wodehouse. Chapter 8. Pandora's Box. Underwear as a topic of conversation in the Victorian era. My mistake. Commands suitable for use with a cat. King John's mistake. Importance of a good night's sleep. Opening a tin. Cat calls. A swan. Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Hansel and Gretel. The perfect end to a perfect day. "What are you doing here?" I said. But it was obvious what she was doing here. Mr. Dunworthy had sent her through with me, and I was supposed to return her to Matching's End before her disappearance caused any consequences. But I had been 3 days late and 40 miles off, and too time-lagged to realise what I was supposed to do. And in the meantime, Mrs. Mearing had gone to Oxford and consulted a medium, and Tossie had met Terence and Count de Vecchio, and Terence had missed meeting Maud. And the incongruity hadn't been repaired. It was right here, looking up at me. "You're not supposed to be here," I said numbly. The cat gazed up at me with its grey eyes. They had strange vertical pupils like slits and flecks of green in them. I had had no idea they had eyes that colour. I thought all cats had bright yellow eyes that glowed in the dark. I had also thought dogs chased cats, but Cyril was simply sitting there looking at me with an expression of utter betrayal. "I didn't know she was here," I said defensively. But how could I not have? What had I thought Finch would bring me in a basket? A cupboard basket at the last minute? A round of cheese? Why else would he have said he didn't think sending me was a good idea because I was time-lagged? Well, he was certainly right. I hadn't even tumbled to it when Terence told me Tossie'd lost her cat, or when Verita'd asked me where it was. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I could have given it to Verity to take back to Matching's End. Or to Tossie. I could have made some excuse to go back to the boat and then pretended I'd found it walking along the riverbank. If I'd known I'd had it. If I'd so much as thought to look in the luggage. Stupid, stupid, stupid. The cat was moving. She yawned and stretched delicately, extending one white paw. I leaned over the basket, trying to see her other feet. I couldn't see anything but black fur. A wild thought occurred to me. What if this wasn't Princess Arjamand after all? Tossie had said it was black with a white face, but no doubt there had been hundreds or even thousands of white-faced black cats in 1888. They had had to drown kittens to keep the population down. "Princess Arjamand?" I said tentatively. There was no flicker of response in her grey eyes. "Princess Arjamand," I said more firmly, and she closed her eyes. It wasn't Princess Arjamand. It was the lock-keeper's cat or the churchwarden's, and it had crawled in the basket while we were in Iffley Church. The cat yawned again, revealing a pink tongue and a lot of sharp little teeth, and stood up. Cyril moved back like an ARP warden faced with an incendiary. The cat stepped out of the basket and sauntered away on 4 white feet, her white-tipped tail in the air. She had white on her hindquarters as well, with rather the effect of pantaloons. Tossie hadn't mentioned pantaloons, I thought hopefully, and then remembered this was the Victorian era. Well-bred people didn't discuss pantaloons or any sort of underwear, did they? And how many white-pawed cats were there who were likely to have stowed away in my luggage and then fastened the lid? She was nearly out of the clearing. "Wait," I said. "Princess Arjumand," and then remembered the proper command. "Stay," I said firmly. "Stay." She kept walking. "Come back here," I said. "Stay! Stop! Whoa!" She turned and looked curiously at me with her large grey eyes. "That's it," I said, and began to advance slowly. "Good cat." She sat down on her haunches and began to lick her paw. "Very good cat," I said, moving forward. "Stay, stay. That's it." She rubbed her paw delicately over her ear. I was less than a foot away from her. "Stay, good, stay," I said, and lunged for her. She bounded lightly away and disappeared into the trees. "I say, have you found it yet?" Terence called out from the direction of the riverbank. I sat up, dusting off my elbows, and looked at Cyril. "Don't you say a word." I stood up. Terence appeared, carrying the tin of peaches. "There you are," he said. "Any luck?" "None at all," I said. I walked rapidly back to the luggage. "I mean, I haven't finished looking through everything." I jammed the lid on the basket and opened the satchel, hoping fervently it didn't contain any surprises. It didn't. It contained a pair of lace-up boots that couldn't have been more than a size 5, a large spotted handkerchief, 3 fish forks, a large filigreed silver ladle, and a pair of escargot tongs. "Would this work?" I said, holding them up. Terence was rummaging through the hamper. "I doubt— Here it is," he said, holding up the scimitar-looking object with the red handle. "Oh, you've brought Stilton. Excellent." He went off, clutching the tin opener and the cheese, and I went back over to the edge of the clearing. There was no sign of the cat. "Here, Princess Arjumand," I said, lifting up leaves to look under the bushes. "Here, girl." Cyril nosed at a bush and a bird flew up. "Come, cat," I said. "Heel." "Ned! Cyril!" Terence called, and I dropped the branch with a rustle. "The kettle's boiling." He appeared, holding the open tin of peaches. "What's keeping you?" "I thought I'd just tidy up a bit," I said, sticking the escargot thongs in one of the boots. "Get everything packed so we can make an early start." "You can do it after your dessert," he said, taking me by the arm. "Come along now." He led us back to the campfire, Cyril looking warily from side to side where Professor Peddick was pouring out tea into tin cups. "Dum licet internos igitur litimur amantes," he said, handing me a cup. "The perfect end to a perfect day." Perfect. I'd failed to return the cat, kept Terence from meeting Maud, made it possible for him to get to Iffley to see Tossie, and who knew what else. There was no use crying over spilt milk, even if that was an unfortunate metaphor, because it couldn't be put back in the bottle, no matter how hard one tried, and what exactly would be a good metaphor. Opening Pandora's box? Letting the cat out of the bag? Whatever, there was no use crying over it or thinking about what might have been. I had to get Princess Arjumand back to Matching's End as soon as possible and before any more damage was done. Verity had said to keep Terence away from Tossie, but she hadn't known about the cat. I had to get it back to the site of its disappearance immediately, and the quickest way to do that was to tell Terence I'd found it. He'd be overjoyed. He'd insist on starting to Matching's End immediately. But I didn't want to create any more consequences, and Tossie might be so grateful to him for returning Princess Arjumand she'd fall in love with him instead of Mr. C. Or he might start wondering how the cat had got so far from home and insist on setting off after its kidnapper the way he had after the boat and end up going over a weir in the dark and drowning. Or drowning the cat. Or causing the Boer War. I'd better keep the cat hidden until we got to Matching's End. If I could get it back in the basket. If I could find it. "If we were to find Princess Arjumand," I said, I hoped casually, How would one go about catching her?
I shouldn't think she'd need catching, Terence said. I should think she'd leap gratefully into our arms as soon as she saw us. She's not used to fending for herself. From what Miss Meering told me, she's had rather a sheltered life.
But suppose she didn't? Would she come if you called her by name? Terence and the Professor both stared at me in disbelief.
It's a cat, Terence said.
So how would one set about catching her if she were frightened and wouldn't come? Would one use a trap, or—
I should think a bit of food would do it. She's bound to be hungry, Terence said, staring out at the river. Do you suppose she's looking at the river as I am, mid the cool airs of evening, as she trails her robes of gold through the dim halls of night?
Who? I said, scanning the river bank. Princess Arjamand?
No, Terence said irritably. Miss Meering. Do you suppose she's looking at the same sunset? And does she know, as I do, that we are fated to be together like Lancelot and Guinevere?
Another bad end, but nothing compared to the one we were all going to come to if I didn't find that cat and get it back to Matching's End. I stood up and began picking up plates. We'd best clear things away and then get to bed so we can make an early start tomorrow.
Ned's right, Terence said to Professor Peddick, pulling himself reluctantly away from the river. We'll need to start early for Oxford.
Is Oxford necessary, do you think? I said. Professor Peddick could go with us down to Matching's End and we could take him back later.
Terence was looking at me disbelievingly.
It would save 2 hours at the least, and there must be any number of historical sites along the river Professor Peddick could study, I said, improvising. Ruins and tombs and Runnymede. I turned to Professor Peddick. I suppose it was blind forces that led to the signing of the Magna Carta.
Blind forces? Professor Peddick said. It was character that led to the Magna Carta. King John's ruthlessness, the Pope's slowness in acting, Archbishop Langton's insistence on habeas corpus and the rule of law. Forces? I'd like to see Overforce explain the Magna Carta in terms of blind forces. He drained his teacup and set it down decisively. We must go to Runnymede. But what about your sister and your niece? Terence said. My scout can provide anything they need, and Maud is a resourceful girl. That was King John's mistake, you know, going to Oxford. He should have stayed in London. The entire course of history might have been different. We won't make that mistake, he said, and picked up his fishing pole. We shall go to Runnymede. Only thing to do. But your sister and your niece won't know where you've gone, Terence said, frowning questioningly at me.
He can send a telegram from Abingdon, I said.
Yes, a telegram, Professor Peddick said, and hobbled off toward the river. Terence looked worriedly after him. You don't think he'll slow us down?
Nonsense, I said. Runnymede's down near Windsor. I can take him down in the boat while you're at Matching's End with Miss Meering. We could be there by midday. You'd have time to wash up so you can look your best. We could stop at the Barley Mow, I said, pulling the name of the inn out of 3 men in a boat. And you could have your trousers pressed and your shoes shined. And I can sneak out while you're shaving and return the cat to Matching's End, I thought. If I can find the cat. Terence still looked unconvinced.
It would save time, I suppose, he said.
Then it's settled, I said, scooping up the cloth and stuffing it into the hamper. You wash the dishes and I'll make up the beds. He nodded. There's only room for 2 of us in the boat. I'll sleep by the fire. No, I said, I will, and went to get the rugs. I spread all but 2 in the bottom of the boat and took the others into the clearing.
Shouldn't you put them near the fire? Terence said, piling dishes up.
No, my physician said I shouldn't sleep near smoke, I said. While Terence rinsed the dishes standing ankle-deep in the river with his trousers rolled up, I stole a lantern and a rope, wishing Professor Peddick had brought along a fishing net. I should have asked Terence what sort of food cats ate, Some of the Stilton was left. Did cats like cheese? No, that was mice. Mice liked cheese, and cats liked mice. I doubted if we had any mice. Milk. They were supposed to like milk. The woman running the coconut shy at the Harvest Fete had been complaining about a cat getting into the milk left on her doorstep. "Clawed the cat straight off," she'd said. "Impudent creature." We hadn't any milk, but there was a bit of cream left in the bottle. I pocketed it, a saucer, a tin of peas and one of potted meat, a heel of bread and the tin opener, and hid them in the clearing, and then went back to the campfire. Terence was digging in the boxes.
"Where has that lantern got to?" he said. "I know there were two in here."
He looked up at the sky. "It looks like rain."
"Perhaps you'd better sleep in the boat. It'll be a bit crowded, but we can manage."
"No," I said. "My physician said river vapours were bad for my lungs." A pathetic reason, since I had just had my physician recommending a trip on the river for my health. She said I should sleep inland.
"Who?"
Terence said, and I remembered too late that women hadn't been physicians in Victorian England, or solicitors, or prime ministers. "My physician, James Dunworthy. He said I should sleep inland and away from others." Terence straightened up, holding the lantern by its handle.
"I know Dawson packed two. I watched him. I've no idea where it got to."
He lit the lantern, removing the glass cover, striking a match and adjusting the wick. I watched him carefully. Professor Peddick came up, carrying the kettle with his two fish in it.
"I must notify Professor Adelswein of my discovery. The Eugubio fluviatilis albinus was thought to be extinct in the Thames," he said, peering at it in the near darkness. "A beautiful specimen."
He set it down on the hamper and got out his pipe again. "Shouldn't we be going to bed?" I said. "Early start and all that."
"Quite right," he said, opening his tobacco pouch. "A good night's sleep can be critical. The Greeks at Salamis had had a good night's sleep the night before."
He filled his pipe and tamped the tobacco down with his thumb. Terence took out his pipe.
"The Persians, on the other hand, had spent the night at sea, positioning their ships to prevent the Greeks from escaping."
He lit his pipe and sucked on it, trying to light it. "Exactly. And the Persians were routed," I said. "We don't want that to happen to us." "So," I stood up, "to bed."
"The Saxons, too, at the Battle of Hastings," Professor Peddick said, handing his tobacco pouch to Terence.
They both sat down.
"William the Conqueror's men were rested and ready for battle, while the Saxons had been on the march for 11 days. If Harold had waited and allowed his men to rest, he would have won the Battle of Hastings, and the whole course of history might have been changed."
And if I didn't get the cat back, ditto. "Well, we don't want to lose any battles on the morrow," I said, trying again. "So we'd best get to bed."
"Individual action," Professor Peddick said, puffing on his pipe. "That's what lost the Battle of Hastings. The Saxons had the advantage, you know. They were drawn up on a ridge. Being on a defended height is the greatest military advantage an army can have. Look at Wellington's army at Waterloo, and the Battle of Fredericksburg in the American Civil War. The Union Army lost 12,000 men at Fredericksburg, marching across an open plain to a defended height. And England was a richer country, fighting on their own home ground. If economic forces are what drives history, the Saxons should have won, but it wasn't forces that won the Battle of Hastings. It was character. William the Conqueror changed the course of the battle at least 2 critical points. The first came when William was unhorsed during a charge."
Cyril lay down and began to snore.
"If William had not gotten immediately to his feet and pushed back his helmet so that his men could see that he was alive, the battle would have been lost. How does Overforce fit that into his theory of natural forces? He can't, because history is character, as is proved by the second crisis point of the battle."
It was a full hour before they knocked the tobacco out of their pipes and started down to the boat. Halfway there, Terence turned and came back.
"Perhaps you'd better take the lantern," he said, holding it out to me, "since you're sleeping on shore."
"I'll be perfectly all right," I said. "Good night."
"Good night,"
he said, starting down to the boat again.
"Night is the time for rest," he waved to me. "How sweet when labours close, to gather round an aching breast the curtain of repose."
Yes, well, it would be, but I had a cat to find first. I went back to the clearing to wait for everyone to go to sleep, trying not to think about how every moment the cat was loose, the number of consequences multiplied exponentially. It might have been eaten by a wolf. Did Victorian England have wolves? Or found by an old woman in a cottage and taken in? Or picked up by a passing boat? The locks are closed, I told myself, and it's only a cat. How much of an effect on history can an animal have? A big one. Look at Alexander the Great's horse, Bucephalus, and the little gentleman in the black fur coat who'd killed King William III when his horse stepped in the mole's front door, and Richard III standing on the field at Bodsworth and shouting "My kingdom for a horse." Look at Mrs. O'Leary's cow and Dick Whittington's cat. I waited half an hour and then cautiously lit the lantern. I took the tins out from their hiding place and pulled the tin opener out of my pocket and tried to open them. It was definitely a tin opener. Terence had said it was. He'd opened the peaches with it. I poked at the lid with the point of the scimitar and then with the side of it. I poked at it with the other, rounded edge. There was a space between the two. Perhaps one fit on the outside of the tin as a sort of lever for the other, or perhaps it went in from the side, or the bottom, or perhaps I was holding it the wrong way round and the scimitar thing was the handle. That resulted in a hole in the palm of my hand, not exactly the idea. I rummaged through the satchel for a handkerchief to wrap round it. All right, look at the thing logically. The point of the scimitar had to be the part that went through the tin, and it had to go through the lid. Perhaps there was a specific place in the lid where it fit. I examined the lid for weaknesses. It hadn't any. "Why did the Victorians have to make everything so bloody complicated?" I said, and saw a flicker of light at the near edge of the clearing. "Princess Arjumand," I said softly, holding up the lantern. And I had been right about one thing. Cat's eyes did glow in the dark. Two were shining yellowly at me from the bushes. "Here, cat," I said, holding out the heel of bread and making tisking noises. "I've got some food for you. Come here." The glowing eyes blinked and then disappeared. I stuck the bread in my pocket and started carefully for the edge of the clearing. "Here, cat. I'll take you home. You want to go home, don't you?" Silence. Well, not exactly silence. Frogs croaked, leaves rustled, and the Thames made a peculiar gurgling sound as it flowed past. But no cat sounds. And what sounds did cats make? Since all the cats I'd ever seen had been asleep, I wasn't sure. Meowing sounds. Cats meowed. "Meow," I said, lifting branches to look under the bushes. "Come here, cat. You wouldn't want to destroy the space-time continuum, would you? Meow, meow." There the eyes were again, past that thicket. I set off through it, dropping breadcrumbs as I went. "Meow," I said, swinging the lantern slowly from side to side. "Princess Arjumand," and nearly tripping over Cyril. He wagged his nether half happily.
"Go back and sleep with your master," I hissed. "You'll just get in the way."
He immediately lowered his flat nose to the ground and began snuffling in circles.
"No," I whispered. "You're not a bloodhound. You haven't even got a nose. Go back to the boat."
I pointed toward the river. He stopped snuffling and looked up at me with bloodshot eyes that could have been a bloodhound's and an expression that clearly said, "Please." "No," I said firmly. "Cats don't like dogs." He began snuffling again what passed for his nose earnestly to the ground. All right, you can come with me," I said, since it was obvious he was going to anyway. "But stay with me." I went back into the clearing, poured the cream into a bowl, and got the rope and some matches. Cyril watched interestedly. I held the lantern aloft. "The game's afoot, Watson," I said, and we set off into the wilderness. It was very dark, and along with the frogs, river, and leaves were assorted slitherings and rattlings and hoots. The wind picked up, and I sheltered the lantern with my hand, thinking what a wonderful invention the pocket torch was. It gave off a powerful light, and one could point the beam in any direction. The lantern's light I could only direct by holding it up or down. It did give off a warm, wavering circle of light, but its only function seemed to be to make the area outside said circle as black as pitch. "Princess Arjumand," I called at intervals, and "Here, cat," and "Yoo-hoo." I dropped breadcrumbs as I went, and periodically I set the dish of cream down in front of a likely-looking bush and waited. Nothing. No glowing eyes, no meows. The night got darker and damper, as if it might rain. "Do you see any sign of her, Cyril?" I asked. We trudged on. The place had looked quite civilized this afternoon, but now it seemed to be all thorn bushes and tangled underbrush and sinister claw-like branches. The cat could be anywhere. There, down by the river, a flash of white. "Come on, Cyril," I whispered, and started toward the river. There it was again, in the midst of some rushes, unmoving. Perhaps she was asleep. "Princess Arjumand," I said, and reached through the reeds to pick her up. "There you are, you naughty thing." The white suddenly rose up, revealing a long, curving neck. "Squaw!" it said, and exploded into a huge white flapping. I dropped the dish with a splash. "It's a swan," I said, unnecessarily. A swan. One of the ancient beauties of the Thames, floating serenely along the banks with their snowy feathers and their long, graceful necks. "I've always wanted to see one," I said to Cyril. He wasn't there. "Squawk!" the swan said, and unfolded its wings to an impressive width, obviously irritated at being awakened. "Sorry," I said, backing away. "I thought you were a cat." "Sss," it said, and started for me at a run. Nothing in all of those Swan poems had ever mentioned that they hissed, or resented being mistaken for felines, or bit. I finally managed to escape by crashing through a thicket of some thorny variety, climbing halfway up a tree and kicking at its beak with my foot until it waddled back to the river, muttering threats and imprecations. I waited 15 minutes, in case it was a trick, and then climbed down and began examining my wounds. Most of them were to the rear and difficult to see. I twisted round, trying to see if there was blood, and saw Cyril coming out from behind a tree, looking shamefaced. "A rout," I said, "just like the Persians." "Harris had trouble with swans, in 3 Men in a Boat," I said, wishing I'd remembered that chapter before now. "They tried to drag him and Montmorency out of the boat." I picked up the lantern, which amazingly had fallen in an upright position when I dropped it. If King Harold had had swans on his side, England would still be Saxon. We set off again, staying away from the river and keeping a wary eye out for patches of white. Polly Vaughan's boyfriend had killed her because he mistook her for a swan in the old poem. She'd been wearing a white apron, and he thought she was a swan and shot her with an arrow. I could sympathize completely. In future I'd shoot first and ask questions later too. The night got darker and damper, and the bushes thornier. There were no patches of white or shining eyes, and scarcely any sounds. When I dropped the last of the bread and called, "Here, cat!" my voice echoed in the black, empty stillness. I had to face it. The cat was long gone, to starve to death in the wilderness, or be murdered by an irate swan, or be found in the bulrushes by Pharaoh's daughter and change the course of history. Cyril and I weren't going to find her. As if in confirmation, the lantern began to smoke. "It's no use, Cyril," I said. "She's gone. Let's go back to camp." That was easier said than done. I had been paying more attention to finding the cat than to the way we had come, and all thickets look alike. I held the lantern close to the ground, looking for the trail of breadcrumbs I'd left, and then remembered Hansel and Gretel were another couple who had come to a bad end. "Show me the way, Cyril," I said hopefully, and he looked around alertly, and then sat down. The thing to do, of course, was to follow the river, but there was the possibility of swans to be considered, and surely the wolves hadn't eaten all the breadcrumbs. I set off in a likely-looking direction. Half an hour later it began to drizzle, and the leaf-strewn ground turned wet and slick. We slogged on like Saxons who'd been marching for 11 days, and were about to lose England. I had lost the cat. I had wasted hours of precious time, unaware I had her, and then let her get away. I had gone off with a total stranger, made Terence miss a possibly important meeting, and... A thought occurred to me. I had gone off with Terence, and we had shown up at exactly the right moment to save Professor Peddick from a watery grave. Would that have happened if Terence had met Maud? Or had he been meant not to meet her, so that he would be in the right place at the right time to save his tutor? Or was Professor Peddick supposed to drown, and I had the rescuing of him to add to my list of transgressions? But if it was a transgression, I couldn't make myself feel too guilty about it. I was glad he hadn't drowned, even though he had complicated my life significantly, and I began to understand how Verity felt about rescuing the cat. The cat, which was lost somewhere out in the rain. Like Cyril and I were. I had no idea where we were. I knew I had never seen a row of trees like that, or a tangle of thickets like that. I stopped and then started back the way we had come. And there was the boat, and the clearing, and my bedroll. Cyril saw it first and made a dash for it, wriggling happily, and then stopped dead. I hoped the swan hadn't taken up residence in it. It hadn't. There, curled up in the middle of the rugs, sound asleep, was Princess Arjemand. In the little grey cells of the brain lies the solution of every mystery. Hercule Poirot. Chapter 9. My first night in the Victorian era. Crowding. Snoring. Rain. Importance of weather to the course of history. Pneumonia. The cat is missing. An early start. Professor Peddick's double-gilled blue chub is missing. Abingdon. Rowing advice. Professor Peddick is missing. Souvenirs. The telegram sent. A tardy departure. My first night in the Victorian era was not exactly what the nurse in infirmary had had in mind, or what I'd had in mind, for that matter. It was a good deal less comfortable than I'd imagined, and a great deal more crowded. I had intended to put Princess Arjemand back in the basket with a strong lock and some rocks on the lid for good measure. But when I'd picked her carefully up, watching out for claws and sudden moves, she'd snuggled cosily into my arms. I carried her over to the basket and knelt down to deposit her. She looked up appealingly at me and began to hum. I had read of cats purring, but I had always imagined it as more of a low growl, or perhaps a sort of static. This had nothing unfriendly or electromagnetic about it, and I found myself apologizing. "I have to put you in the basket," I said, petting her awkwardly. "I can't run the risk of your running away again. The universe is at stake." The hum increased, and she laid a paw beseechingly on my hand. I carried her back over to the bed. "She'll have to be in the basket all day tomorrow," I said to Cyril, who had settled down in the middle of the rugs, "and I don't think she'll run away now that she knows me." Cyril looked unimpressed. "She was frightened before," I said. "She's quite tame now." Cyril snorted. I sat down on the rugs and took off my wet shoes, still holding the cat against me, and then tried to get into bed. Easier said than done.
Cyril had staked out his claim and refused to move. "Move over," I said, freeing one hand from holding the cat to push. "Dogs are supposed to sleep at the foot of the bed." Cyril had never heard of this rule. He jammed his body up against my back and began to snore. I tugged at the rugs, trying to get enough to cover me, and turned on my side, the cat cradled in my arms. Princess Arjamand paid no attention to the regulations of animals on the bed either. She promptly wriggled free and walked round the bed, treading on Cyril, who responded with a faint oof, and kneading her claws in my leg. Cyril shoved and shoved again until he had the entire bed and all the covers, when Princess Arjamand draped herself across my neck with her full weight on my Adam's apple. Cyril shoved some more. An hour into this little drama, it began to rain in earnest, and everyone moved in under the covers and began jockeying for position again. Eventually both of them wore themselves out and fell asleep, and I lay there and worried about what Verity was going to say when she found out I had the cat, and about the rain. What if it rained all day tomorrow and we couldn't go to Matching's End? The weather had affected many turning points of history, starting with the heavenly wind, the kamikaze that had destroyed the Kublai Khan's fleet when it tried to invade Japan in the 13th century. Gales had scattered the Spanish Armada. A blizzard had determined the outcome of the Battle of Toten. Fog had diverted the Lusitania into the path of a German U-boat, and a low-pressure front over the forest of Ardennes had nearly lost the Battle of the Bulge for the Allies in World War II. Even good weather could affect history. The Luftwaffe's raid on Coventry had been successful because of cold, clear weather and a full bomber's moon. Weather and its sidekick, disease. What if Professor Peddick caught cold from sleeping in the rain and had to be taken back to Oxford tomorrow? The United States President William Henry Harrison had caught cold standing in the rain at his inauguration and died of pneumonia a month later. Peter the Great had caught cold while sighting a ship and died within a week. And not just colds. Henry V had died of dysentery, and as a result the English lost everything they'd gained at Agincourt. The undefeatable Alexander the Great was defeated by malaria, and the face of the whole continent of Asia changed. To say nothing of the Black Death. Weather, disease, changes in climate, shifts in the Earth's crust, Professor Overforce's blind forces, all were factors in history, whether Professor Peddick would admit it or not. The problem, of course, as in so many wars, was that Professor Overforce and Professor Peddick were both right. They were just a century too early for chaos theory, which would have incorporated both their ideas. History was indeed controlled by blind forces as well as character and courage and treachery and love, and accident and random chance, and stray bullets and telegrams and tips, and cats. But it was also stable. I remember distinctly T.J. saying that, and Mr. Dunworthy saying that if the incongruity had done any damage it would have shown up by now, which meant that the cat had been returned to its original space-time location before it had caused any long-lasting consequences. Or, the other possibility was that the cat's disappearance hadn't affected anything, but I knew that wasn't true. It had made me make Terence miss meeting Maud, and I wasn't taking any chances. I intended to return the cat to Matching's End as quickly as possible, which meant getting us on the river in the morning as quickly as possible. Which meant it couldn't rain. It had rained at Waterloo, turning the roads to an impossible muck and bogging down the artillery. It had rained at Crécy, soaking the archers' bowstrings. It had rained at Agincourt. Somewhere in the midst of worrying about the rain at the Battle of Midway, I must have fallen asleep, because I woke with a jerk to the grey light of dawn. It had stopped raining, and the cat was gone. I leaped up in my stockinged feet and flung the rugs aside, trying to see if she was hidden in them somewhere, disturbing Cyril, who waffled and rolled over. "Cyril," I said, "the cat's gone. Did you see where she went?" Cyril shot at me a look that clearly said, "I told you so," and subsided among the covers. "Help me look for her," I said, yanking the rug out from under him. I fumbled with my shoes. "Princess Arjamand," I whispered frantically. "Where are you, Princess Arjamand?" And she strolled into the clearing, treading daintily on the wet grass. "Where have you been?" I said. "I should have shut you in the basket." She sauntered past me to the disordered bed, lay down next to Cyril, and went to sleep. I wasn't going to take a second chance. I got the carpet bag and emptied out the shirts and the escargot tongs. Then I got the filleting knife out of the hamper and made several short slashes in its side with the point, making sure they went all the way through the lining. I arranged the 2 small tweed jacket in the bottom for a nest and stuck the saucer next to it. Princess Arjamand didn't even wake up when I put her in the carpet bag and closed the clasp. Perhaps Verity was right and she was suffering from time lag. I jammed the clothes in the portmanteau and rolled up all but one of the rugs which Cyril was on. "Rise and shine, Cyril," I said. "Time to get up. We need to make an early start." Cyril opened an eye and stared at me disbelievingly. "Breakfast," I said, and, carrying the carpet bag, went down to the remains of the campfire. I gathered wood, laid the fire, and lit it like an old hand, and then looked through Terence's luggage till I found a map of the river, and sat down by the fire to plot our trip. The map was an accordion style which folded out to portray the full winding length of the Thames, which I certainly hoped we didn't have to cover. I had learned to read maps when I was an undergraduate, but this one suffered from a wealth of details. It not only listed villages, locks, islands, and all the distances between, but weirs, shallows, canals, towpaths, historic sites, and recommended fishing spots. I decided I'd better keep it out of Professor Peddick's hands. It also provided an assortment of editorial comments, such as "one of the most charming views along the river," and "a rather difficult current just here," with the result that it was difficult to find the river in amongst all the wordage. Terence had said Matching's End was just below Streatley, but I couldn't find either. I finally found Runnymede, which was listed as the historical site of the signing of the Magna Carta, not, as certain river people would have you believe, the stone on Magna Carta Island. Good bream deeps, poor for gudgeon, dace, and jack. I worked my way from Runnymede to Streatley, marked its place with my finger, and looked for Iffley. There it was. Quaint mill which people come from miles about to see, 12th century church, middling chub. We were halfway between Iffley and Abingdon and 23 miles from Streatley. Allowing half an hour for breakfast, we'd be on the river by 6. We could easily be there in 9 hours, even allowing for Professor Peddick to stop along the way and send a telegram to his sister. With luck, we'd have the cat back to the place where it had disappeared by 3, and the incongruity corrected by 5. "We can easily be there by tea time," I told Cyril, folding the map up. I put it back in Terence's bag and got eggs, a slab of streaky bacon, and the skillet out of the hamper. The birds began to sing and the sun came up, streaking the water and the sky with ribbons of rosy pink. The river flowed serene and golden within its leafy banks, denying incongruities, the placid mirror of a safe, untroubled world, of a grand and infinite design. Cyril was looking up at me with an expression that clearly said, "Exactly how time-lagged are you?" "I didn't get any sleep last night," I said. "Thanks to you. Come along." I put the kettle on, sliced bacon, broke eggs into the skillet, and went down to the boat to wake Terence and his tutor up, banging on a pot lid with the Stilton spoon. "Time to get up," I said. "Breakfast's on." "Good Lord," Terence said groggily, fumbling for his pocket watch. "What time is it?" 5:30, I said. "You wanted to make an early start to be at Matching's End by tea time. Miss Meering, remember?" "Oh," he said, and shot up out of the blankets. "You're right. Wake up, Professor Peddick." "Morn, waked by the circling hours, with rosy hand unbarred the gates of light," Professor Peddick said from the stern, blinking sleepily.
I left them and ran back up to check on the eggs and the cat. She was sleeping soundly. And soundlessly, which was even better. I set the carpet bag over with the luggage and began dishing up the eggs. "At this rate, we'll be on the river by 6, I told Cyril, feeding him a strip of streaky bacon. "We'll be through the lock by past. We'll stop in Abingdon so the Professor can send his telegram. We'll be to Clifton Hampden by 8, Days Lock by 9, and to Reading by 10. By 10, we were still in Abingdon. It had taken us 2 hours to load the luggage, which seemed to have expanded, and then at the last minute Professor Peddick discovered his double-gilled blue chub was missing.
"Perhaps an animal got it,"
Terence said, and I had a good idea which animal.
"I must catch another specimen," Professor Peddick said, unloading the fishing pole and tackle.
"There isn't time,"
Terence said.
"and you've still got your albino gudgeon."
Yes, I thought, and it had better be put under lock and key, or an animal might get it, and we'd never get to Matching's End.
"We need to start, sir, if we intended to make Runnymede by tomorrow,"
Terence said.
"Non semper temeritas es felix,"
the Professor said, selecting a fly from his box.
"Rashness is not always fortunate. Remember, if Harold had not rushed foolishly into the fray, he would have won the Battle of Hastings."
He meticulously tied the fly to his line.
"Early morning is not the best time for chub,"
he said, making practice casts.
"They do not usually rise before late afternoon."
Terence groaned and looked beseechingly at me. "If we leave now, we can be to Pangbourne by late afternoon," I said. I unfolded the map.
"It says the Thames at Pangbourne has long been a favourite spot of the angler. It is a perfect spot for barbel," I read aloud. "Superior perch, roach and gudgeon. Plenty of dace and chub. The Weir stream is famous for large trout."
"At Pangbourne, you say?" Professor Peddick said.
"Yes," I lied. "It says there are more fish of every kind at this spot on the Thames than at any other."
That did it. He got in the boat. "Thank you," Terence mouthed, and pushed off before he could change his mind. I looked at my pocket watch. 20 past VIII. Later than I'd hoped, but we could still be to Matching's End by 5, if things went well. They didn't. Abingdon Lock was closed, and it took us a quarter of an hour to wake up the lock-keeper, who took it out on us by letting the water out of the lock at a trickle. In the meantime, the rearward stack of luggage had overbalanced, and we had to stop twice and tie it into place. The second time, Professor Peddick announced,
"Do you see those water lilies? And that swift-moving current near the bank? Perfect for barbel,"
and clambered out of the boat before we could stop him.
"There isn't time," Terence said helplessly.
"Pangbourne," I reminded him.
"Sure,"
he said. And I would have been impressed at yet another Victorian exclamation if I hadn't had the carpet-bag and the fate of the universe to worry about.
"There can't be a more perfect spot than this."
Terence took out his pocket watch and looked despairingly at it. What would get him moving? The Battle of Hastings? Salamis? Runnymede? "This is how I've always pictured Runnymede," I said, waving my hand at the meadow beside us. "The mist rising from the fields as King John and his men rode in. Where do you think the actual signing took place? Runnymede or Magna Carta Island?"
"Runnymede," he said. "The king is proved to have spent the night in Staines and ridden to the field in the morning."
"Ah," I said. "I believe Professor Overforth makes an extremely convincing case for Magna Carta Island."
"For Magna Carta Island?"
he said disbelievingly.
"Extremely convincing," Terence said. "It goes along with his theory of history being the result of natural forces."
"Balderdash!"
Professor Peddick said, and flung the fishing pole down. Terence snatched it up and stuck it in the boat.
"Convincing case?"
Professor Peddick steamed.
"There is undisputable evidence that the signing took place in Runnymede."
He climbed in the boat.
I grabbed up the rope and cast off. What sort of convincing case? There were far too many barons and lords to fit on the island, and King John was far too suspicious to let himself be in a situation with no avenue of escape. Natural forces. And so on, till we reached Abingdon. It was 9:15 by the time we got through the lock and up to the village. Professor Peddick went off to send his telegram, and Terence went into the village to buy bread and sliced meat so we wouldn't have to stop and cook lunch. "And a bottle of milk," I called after him. As soon as they were out of sight, I opened the carpet-bag and checked on Princess Arjemand. Still sleeping. I left the carpet-bag open, set it between my knees, and took up the oars. Terence had done all the rowing this far, but he couldn't keep it up all day, not if we were going to make good time. And rowing was rowing. It couldn't be all that different from super skims. Except that the oars were a good deal heavier and less balanced. When I pulled back on them, nothing happened. I sat up straight on the seat, braced my feet, spit on my hands, and yanked back on the oars. This time, something happened. The right oar came out of the water. The oar handles banged together violently, smashing my knuckles. The left oar came unshipped, and the boat swung around and headed straight for the stone wall of the bridge. I scrambled to get the oar back in its oar lock and both of them in the water before we hit the bridge, banging my knuckles together again in the process and bringing us up against the bank. Cyril stood up and waddled over to the bank side of the boat as if preparing to abandon ship. All right, third time's a charm. I managed to push the boat away from the bank with an oar, get it out in the current, and tried again, watching to make sure the handles didn't hit me on the knuckles. They didn't. The left one swung up and hit me on the nose. But on the fourth try I got it, though rather clumsily, and after a few minutes I had mastered the fundamentals. I took the boat out across the current and then under the bridge and back again, rowing smartly, and with a good deal of dash. "No, no," Terence said behind me. "Not like that. Throw your weight onto the sculls at the beginning of the stroke." I looked back at him, standing on the bank, and both oars came out of the water and smacked me on the hand. "Don't look back. Watch where you're going," Terence shouted, which struck me as a bit unfair. "One hand over the other. Keep the trim. No, no, no," he shouted, gesticulating with the bread in one hand and the milk bottle in the other. "Get forward. Open your knees. Keep her head out. Remember your seat." There is nothing more helpful than shouted instructions, particularly incomprehensible ones. I did my best to follow the ones I could understand, which consisted of "Open your knees," and was rewarded by Terence shouting, "No, no, no, bring your knees together. Feather, you'll catch a crab. Head up." But eventually I got the hang of it, and keeping the trim, head up, weight on the sculls, knees open and closed, and keeping my seat fully in mind, I rowed back across to him. "Slow and steady," Terence said as I brought the boat neatly up to the dock. "That's it. Very good. All you need's practice." "Which I should have plenty of opportunity to get," I said, taking the milk bottle from him and sticking it in my pocket. "Let's go. Where's Professor Peddick?" Terence looked round as if expecting to see him. "He hasn't come back from the telegraph office?" "No," I said, climbing out and tying up the boat. "We'd best go look for him." "One of us had best stay here with the boat," Terence said, looking severely at Cyril, "in case he comes back." "Excellent idea," I said. While he was gone, I could check on the cat again and perhaps let it out. "You should be the one to go," Terence said. "You're better at history." He pulled out his pocket watch and looked at it. I took advantage of his distraction to pick up the carpet-bag and hide it behind my back. 10 o'clock, he said, snapping the watch shut savagely. "I should have insisted on taking him home the moment we pulled him in." "There wasn't time," I said. "Besides, you said yourself there's no stopping him if he's determined." He nodded gloomily. "He's an unstoppable force, like William the Conqueror. History is the individual. He sighed. By the time we get there, she'll already be engaged.
Engaged? To whom? I said, hoping she'd mentioned other suitors and that one of them was the required Mr. C.
I don't know to whom, he said. A girl like Tossie, Miss Meering, probably gets a dozen proposals a day. Where is he? We'll never get to Muching's End at this rate.
Of course we will, I said. It's fate, remember? Romeo and Juliet, Eloise and Abelard.
Fate, Terence said. But what a cruel fate that keeps me from her even for a day.
He turned to gaze dreamily downriver, and I escaped with the carpet bag. Cyril trotted after me. "You stay here, Cyril," I said firmly, and the three of us set off into the village. I had no idea where the telegraph office might be or what one looked like, but there were only two shops, a greengrocer's and a shop with fishing gear and flower vases in the window. I tried the fishing shop first. "Where can I send a telegram?" I asked a smiling old woman in a mob cap. She looked just like the sheep in Through the Looking-Glass. "Out for a trip on the river?" she said. "I've lovely plates with views of Iffley Mill painted on them. They're inscribed, 'Happy Memories of the Thames.' Are you heading up river or down?" Neither, I thought. "Down," I said. "Where is the telegraph office?"
"Down," she said delightedly. "Then you've already seen it. Lovely, isn't it?"
She handed me a fringed yellow satin pillow with the mill and souvenir of Iffley stencilled on it. I handed it back. "Very nice. Where can I send a telegram?"
"From the postal office, but I always think it's so much nicer to send a letter, don't you?"
She whipped out writing paper. Each sheet had "Greetings from Abingdon" inscribed on the top.
"Halfpence a sheet and a penny for the envelope."
"No, thank you. Where did you say the postal office was?"
"Just down the street, opposite the Abbey Gate. Have you seen it? We've got a lovely replica of it. Or perhaps you'd like one of our china dogs, hand-painted. Or we've some lovely pen wipers."
I ended up buying a china bulldog that bore no resemblance to Cyril, or to a poodle for that matter, to get away, and sort out the gate and the postal office. Professor Peddick wasn't there, and the mob-capped old woman behind the counter didn't know if he had been.
"My husband's gone home for his dinner. He'll be back in an hour. Out for a trip on the river, are you?"
she said, and tried to sell me a vase with a picture of Iffley Mill painted on it. He hadn't been in the greengrocer's either. I bought a souvenir tooth-glass inscribed "Holiday Greetings from the River Thames." "Have you any salmon?" I asked.
"We do,"
yet another mob-capped old woman said, and set a tin on the counter. "I meant fresh," I said.
"You can catch it yourself," she said. "Abingdon's got the best fishing on the entire river."
Tried to sell me a pair of rubber fishing waders. I came out of the shop and said to Cyril, who had been waiting patiently outside each door, "Where to now?" Abingdon had been built around a medieval abbey. The ruins, including the granary and a croft, were still there, and they seemed like the likeliest places for Professor Peddick to be, but he wasn't there. Or in the cloisters. Neither was anyone else. I knelt down next to the cloister wall, set the bottle of milk on a stone, and opened the carpet bag. Cyril sat down, looking disapproving. "Princess Arjemand," I said, lifting her out. "Want some breakfast?" I set her down, and she walked a few feet across the grass and then took off like a shot and disappeared round the corner of a wall. "I told you so," Cyril said.
"Well, don't just stand there. Go after her," I said.
Cyril continued sitting. He had a point. Our chasing after her in the woods hadn't been a roaring success. "Well, what do you suggest, then?" He lay down, his muzzle against the milk bottle, and it wasn't a bad idea. I got the saucer out of the carpet bag and poured some milk into it.
"Here, cat,"
I called, setting it out in front of the wall.
"Breakfast."
As I say, it wasn't a bad idea. It did not, however, work. Neither did searching the ruins, or the town square, or the streets of half-timbered houses.
"You knew what cats were like," I said to Cyril. "Why didn't you warn me?"
But it was my fault. I had let her out, and she was probably on her way to London this morning to meet Gladstone and cause the fall of Mafeking. We had come to the outskirts of the village. The road petered out and ended in a hayfield crisscrossed with narrow streams. "Perhaps she's gone back to the boat," I said hopefully to Cyril, but he wasn't listening. He was looking at a dirt path leading off toward a bridge over a narrow stream. And there, by the bridge, was Professor Peddick, knee-deep in the stream with his trousers rolled up, holding a large net. Behind him on the bank was a tin kettle with water in it, and no doubt fish. And Princess Arjemand. "Stay here," I said to Cyril. "I mean it," and crept up on the crouched cat, wishing I'd had the foresight to buy a net. Princess Arjemand crept toward the kettle, her white paws silent in the grass. And the professor, as intent as the cat, stooped and lowered the net slowly toward the water. Princess Arjemand peered into the kettle and stuck her paw experimentally into the water. I pounced, clapping the open carpet bag over her and scooping her up like the fish she was after. So did Professor Peddick, bringing the net down and up again with a wriggling fish in it. "Professor Peddick," I said, "we've been looking everywhere for you." "Stickleback," he said, extracting the fish from the net and tossing it in the kettle. "Excellent pitches for trout along here." "Terence sent me to fetch you," I said, extending a hand to help him up the bank. "He's anxious to get on to Pangbourne." "Qui non vult fieri desidiosus amet," he said. "Ovid, let the man who does not wish to be idle fall in love." But he climbed out and sat down on the bank and put his shoes and socks back on. "Pity he never met my niece, Maudie. He'd have liked her." I picked up the tin kettle and the net. It had "Souvenir of the River Thames" printed on the handle. Cyril was still sitting where I'd told him to stay. "Good boy," I said, and he galloped over and crashed into my knees. Water slopped out of the kettle. Professor Peddick stood up. "Onward! The day's half over," he said, and set off briskly for the village. "You did send your telegram?" I asked him as we passed the postal office. He put his hand inside his coat and pulled out 2 yellow slips. "The Abbey has some small historical interest," he said, sticking them back inside his coat. "It was pillaged by Cromwell's men during the Protectorate." He stopped at the gate. "There's a 15th century gateway here you should see." "I understand Professor Overforce considers the Protectorate a result of natural forces," I said, and steered him, ranting, down to the dock where an old woman in a mob cap was trying to sell Terence a mug with the picture of Bolter's Lock on the side. "Such a nice reminder of your trip downriver," she said. "Each time you take your tea, you'll think of this day." "That's what I'm afraid of," Terence said, and to me, "Where have you been?" "Fishing," I said. I climbed in the boat, set the carpet bag down, and reached out my hand to help Professor Peddick, who was bent over his kettle of fish, peering at them through his pince-nez. "He did send his telegram, didn't he?" Terence said to me. I nodded. I saw the yellow slips. Cyril had lain down on the quay and was deep in slumber. "Come along, Cyril," I said. "Professor, tempus fugit." "Do you know how late it is?" Terence said, waving his pocket watch in front of my nose. "Drat, it's nearly 11. I sat down at the oars and put the carpet bag between my knees. "Don't worry," I said. "It's all clear sailing from here." There is nothing, absolutely nothing, half so much worth doing as simply messing about in boats. The Wind in the Willows, Kenneth Grahame. Chapter 10. Clear Sailing, a non-picturesque stretch of river. Mystery of Victorians' sentimentality regarding nature solved. Importance of jumble sails to the course of history. We see 3 men in a boat, to say nothing of the dog. Cyril versus Montmorency. The episode of the maze, a traffic jam, a tea kettle, importance of trifles to the course of history, another swan, shipwreck, similarities to the Titanic, a survivor, a swoon. Amazingly, we did have clear sailing, or rather rowing. The river was smooth and empty with a fresh breeze blowing across it. The sun glittered brightly on the water. I remembered my seat, kept my knees both open and closed, feathered, kept the trim and pulled strongly, and by noon we were through Clifton Lock and could see the chalk cliff of Clifton Hampden with the church perched atop it. The map called this stretch the least picturesque on the Thames, and suggested we travel by rail to Goring to avoid it. Looking at the lush green meadows crisscrossed with flowering hedges, the riverbanks lined with tall poplars, it was hard to imagine what the picturesque stretches would look like. There were flowers everywhere, buttercups and Queen Anne's lace and lavender ladies' smock in the meadows, lilies and blue flags growing along the banks, roses and ivy-leaved snapdragons in the Lockhouse gardens. There were even flowers in the river. The water lilies had pink cup-shaped blossoms, and the rushes were topped with nosegays of purple and white. Iridescent blue-green dragonflies darted between them, and monstrous butterflies flitted past the boat and came to rest momentarily on the overbalanced luggage, threatening to topple it over. Off in the distance, a spire could be glimpsed rising above a clump of elm trees. The only thing lacking was a rainbow. No wonder the Victorians had waxed sentimental about nature. Terence took the oars and we rowed round a curve in the river, past a thatched cottage decked with morning glories and toward an arched bridge built of golden-tinted stone.
"Dreadful what's been done to the river," Terence said, gesturing at the bridge. "Railway bridges and embankment cuts and gasworks. They've completely spoilt the scenery."
We passed under the bridge and round the curve. There were scarcely any boats on the river. We passed two men in a fishing punt moored under a beech tree, and they waved at us and held up an enormous string of fish. I was grateful Professor Peddick was asleep, and Princess Arjemand. I'd checked on her when Terence and I changed places, and she was still out cold. Curled up inside the carpet-bag with her paws tucked under her furry chin, she didn't look capable of altering history, let alone destroying the continuum. But then neither had David's slingshot, or Fleming's mouldy petri dish, or the barrel full of jumble sale odds and ends Abraham Lincoln had bought for $1. But in a chaotic system, anything from a cat to a cart to a cold could be significant, and every point was a crisis point. The barrel had held a complete edition of Blackstone's Commentaries, which Lincoln could never have afforded to buy. They had made it possible for him to become a lawyer. But a chaotic system has feed-forward loops too, and interference patterns and counterbalances, and the vast majority of actions cancel each other out. Most rainstorms don't defeat armadas, most tips don't cause revolutions, and most of the things one buys at a jumble sale don't do anything but gather dust. So the chances of the cat changing the course of history, even if she'd been missing 4 days, were infinitesimal, especially if we continued to make such excellent time.
"I say," Terence said, unpacking the bread and cheese he'd bought for lunch in Abingdon, "if we're able to keep this up, we should be able to make Day's Lock by 1, he said. "There's nobody on the river."
Except for a single boat coming up the river toward us with 3 men in it, all in blazers and moustaches, and with a small dog perched on the bow looking alertly ahead. As they drew nearer, their voices came to us clearly across the river.
"How much farther before it's your turn, Jay?" the rower said to the one lying in the bow. "You've only been rowing 10 minutes, Harris," the one in the bow said. "Well then, how far to the next lock?"
The third man, who was stouter than the other two, said,
"When do we stop for tea?"
and picked up a banjo. The dog caught sight of our boat and began barking.
"Stop that, Montmorency," the bow liar said. "Barking's rude."
"Terence," I said, half rising to my feet.
"That boat!"
He glanced over his shoulder.
"It won't hit us. Just hold the line steady."
The banjo player strummed a few out-of-tune bars and began to sing.
"Oh, don't sing, George,"
Rower and Bowlier said in unison. "And don't you get any ideas about singing either, Harris?" Jay added.
"Why not?"
he said indignantly. "Because you only think you can sing," George said. "Yes," Jay said. "Remember the ruler of the Queen's Navy?" "Diddle diddle 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 dee," George sang.
"It is them,"
I said. "Terence, do you know who that is? It's 3 men in a boat, to say nothing of the dog."
"Dog?"
Terence said contemptuously.
"You call that a dog?"
He looked fondly at Cyril, who was snoring in the bottom of the boat.
"Cyril could swallow him in one bite."
"You don't understand," I said. "It's the 3 men in a boat. The tin of pineapple and George's banjo and the maze."
"The maze?"
Terence said blankly. "Yes, you know, Harris went in the Hampton Court maze with this map and all these people followed him, and the map didn't work and they got hopelessly lost and they had to call out for the keeper to come and get them out." I leaned out for a better look. There they were. Jerome K. Jerome and the 2 friends he had immortalized, to say nothing of the dog, on that historic trip up the Thames. They had no idea they were going to be famous 150 years from now, that their adventures with the cheese and the steam launch and the swans would be read by countless generations. "Watch your nose," Terence said. And I said, "Exactly. I love that bit, where Jerome is going through the lock at Hampton Court and someone calls out, 'Look at your nose,' and he thinks they mean his nose and they mean the nose of the boat has gotten caught in the lock."
"Ned!"
Terence said. And the 3 men in the boat waved and shouted, and Jerome K. Jerome stood up and began gesturing with his outstretched arm. I waved back. "Have a wonderful trip," I called. "Watch out for swans!" and pitched over, backward. My feet went up in the air, the oars hit the water with a splash, and the luggage in the bow toppled over. Still on my back, I made a grab for the carpet-bag and tried to sit up. So did Professor Peddick. "What happened?" he said, blinking sleepily.
"Ned didn't watch where he was going,"
Terence said, grabbing for the Gladstone bag. And I saw that we had hit the bank head-on, just like Jerome K. Jerome had done in Chapter 6. I looked over at the other boat. Montmorency was barking, and George and Harris appeared to be doubled over with laughter.
"Are you all right?"
Jerome K. Jerome called to me. I nodded back vigorously, and they waved and rowed on, still laughing, toward the Battle of the Swans and Oxford and history.
"I said hold the line steady,"
Terence said disgustedly. "I know. Sorry," I said, stepping over Cyril, who had slept through the entire thing and who consequently missed his chance to meet a truly famous dog. On the other hand, remembering Montmorency's proclivity for fights and his sarcastic manner, it was probably just as well. "I saw someone I knew," I said, helping him pick up the luggage. "A writer." And then realized that if they were just now on their way upriver, 3 men in a boat must not have been written yet. I hoped when it came out Terence wouldn't read the copyright page.
"Where's my net?"
Professor Peddick said.
"These waters are perfect for Tinca vulgaris."
It took us till noon to get the luggage stowed and tied down again and to disentangle Professor Peddick from his Tinca vulgaris. But after that, we made excellent time. We were past Little Wittenbaum before 2. If we didn't have any trouble at Day's Lock, we could still be to Streatley by dinner time. We came through Day's Lock in record time, and ran bang into a traffic jam. The reason the river had been so empty before was because the entire armada had gathered here. Punts, canoes, outriggers, double-sculling skiffs, covered rowing boats, eights, barges, rafts, and houseboats jammed the river, all of them heading upstream and none of them in a hurry. Girls with parasols chatted to girls with parasols in other boats and called to their companions to pull alongside. People on launches strung with banners reading Lower Middlesex Musical Society Annual Outing and Mother's Bean Feast leaned over the railings to shout to people in pleasure boats below. Clearly none of them had to be anywhere at a certain time. Middle-aged men on houseboats sat on the decks reading the Times, while their middle-aged wives, clothespins in their mouths, hung up the washing. A girl in a sailor dress and a beribboned straw hat poled a flat skiff slowly among them and stood there laughing when the pole stuck in the mud. An artist in a yellow smock stood motionless on a raft in the middle of the melee, painting a landscape on an easel, though how he could see said landscape over the flower-decked hats and parasols and fluttering Union Jacks I had no idea. A rower from one of the colleges in a striped cap and jersey cracked oars with the pleasure party's paddles and stopped to apologise, and a sailboat nearly crashed into them from behind. I yanked on the lines and nearly crashed into all three. "I'd best steer," Terence said, scrambling up to change places when our boat hit an empty slot between a four-oared outrigger and a dinghy. "Excellent idea," I said, but rowing was worse. Facing backward, I couldn't see anything and had the feeling I was going to run into the Upper Slaughter Ironmonger's River excursion at any moment.
"This is worse than the Henley Regatta," Terence said, pulling on the lines.
He manoeuvred the boat out of the main current and off to the side, but that was even worse. It brought us into the midst of the punts and houseboats that were being towed, their tow lines stretched across our path like so many tripwires. The people towing weren't in any hurry either. Girls pulled a few feet and then paused to look laughingly back at the boat. Couples stopped to look longingly into each other's eyes, letting the tow line go limp in the water, and then remembered what they were supposed to be doing and yanked it up sharply. Jerome K. Jerome had written about a couple who'd lost their boat and gone on talking and towing the frayed rope, but it seemed to me a greater danger was decapitation, and I kept glancing anxiously behind me like Catherine Howard. There was a sudden flurry of activity upriver. A whistle shrieked and someone cried, "Look out!" "What is it?" I said.
"A bloody tea kettle," Terence said,
and a steam launch puffed through the crowd, scattering the boats and sending up a tremendous wash. The boat rocked and one of the oars unshipped. I made a grab for it and the carpet bag, and Terence raised his fist and cursed at the steam launch's vanishing wake.
"They remind one of Hannibal's elephants at the Battle of the Decinus River,"
Professor Peddick, who had just awakened, said, and launched into a description of Hannibal's Italian campaign. We were in the Alps and in traffic all the way to Wallingford. We sat in line for Benson's Lock for over an hour, with Terence taking out his pocket watch and announcing the time every 3 minutes.
3 o'clock,
he said, or
3:15, or nearly past. We'll never make it in time for tea.
I shared his sentiment. The last time I had opened the carpet bag, Princess Argimant had stirred ominously, and as we pulled into the lock I could hear faint meowings, which luckily were drowned out by the crowd noise and Professor Peddick's lecturing.
"Traffic was responsible for Napoleon's losing the Battle of Waterloo," he said. "The artillery wagons became stuck in the mud, blocking the roads, and the infantry could not make its way past them. How often history turns on such trivial things. A blocked road, a delayed corps of infantry, orders gone astray."
At Wallingford the traffic abruptly disappeared. The punts stopping to camp and start supper, the musical society disembarking and heading for the railway station and home. And the river was suddenly empty. But we were still 6 miles and another lock from Matching's End.
"It'll be 9 o'clock before we get there," Terence said despairingly. "We can camp near Molesford," Professor Peddick said. "There are excellent perch above the weir there."
"I think we should stay at an inn," I said. "You'll want a chance to clean up. You'll want to look your best for Miss Mearing. You can shave and have your flannels pressed and your shoes shined, and we can go to Matching's End first thing in the morning. And I can sneak out with the carpet bag after everyone's gone to bed and return the cap without being seen, so that by the time Terence gets there tomorrow morning, the incongruity will already be correcting itself. And he'll find Tossie holding hands with Mr. Cabbage Soup or Coal Scuttle or whatever his name is.
"There are 2 inns in Streatley," Terence said, consulting the map. "The Bull and the Swan. The Swan. Trotter says it brews an excellent ale."
"It hasn't any swans, has it?" I said, glancing warily at Cyril, who had awakened and was looking nervous.
"I shouldn't think so," Terence said. "The George and Dragon doesn't have a dragon."
We rode on. The sky turned the same blue as my hatband, and then a pale lavender, and several stars came out. The frogs and crickets started up, and more faint mewings from the carpet bag. I pulled up sharply on the oars, making a good deal of splashing, and asked Professor Peddick exactly where his and Professor Overforce's theories differed, which got us to Cleeve Lock, where I jumped out, fed the cat some milk, and then set the carpet bag in the bow on top of the luggage as far from Terence and Professor Peddick as possible.
"The action of the individual. That's the force driving history," Professor Peddick was saying. "Not Overforce's blind impersonal forces. The history of the world is but the biography of great men, Carlyle writes, and so it is. Copernicus's genius, Cincinnatus's ambition, St. Francis of Assisi's faith. It is character that shapes history."
It was fully dark, and the houses were lit by the time we reached Streatley. "At last," I said as we sighted the quay. "A soft bed, a hot meal, a good night's sleep." But Terence was rowing straight past it. "Where are you going?" I said.
"To Matching's End,"
he said, pulling hard on the oars.
"But you said yourself it's too late to call,"
I said, glancing yearningly back at the quay.
"I know," he said. "I only want a glimpse of where she lives. I won't be able to sleep knowing she's so close until I've seen her."
"But it's dangerous to be on the river at night," I said. "There are shoals and eddies and things."
"It's only a short way," Terence said, rowing determinedly. "She said it was just past the 3rd island."
"But we won't be able to see it at night," I said.
"We'll get lost and go over a weir and be drowned." "There it is," Terence said, pointing at the shore. "She told me I'd know it by the gazebo."
A white gazebo gleamed faintly in the starlight, and beyond it, across a sloping lawn, was the house. It was enormous and extremely Victorian, with gables and towers and all sorts of neo-Gothic gingerbread. It looked like a slightly smaller version of Victoria Station. Its windows were all dark. Good, I thought. They've gone to Hampton Court to raise Catherine Howard's ghost, or off to Coventry. I'll be able to return the cat easily.
"There's no one there," I said. "We'd best start back to Streatley. The Swan will be all booked up." "No, not yet," Terence said, gazing at the house. "Let me gaze a moment longer on the hallowed ground whereon she walks, the sacred bower wherein she rests." "It does look as though the family has retired for the evening," Professor Peddick said. "Perhaps they've only got the curtains drawn," Terence said. "Shh."
That seemed unlikely, given the pleasantness of the evening, but we obediently listened. There was no sound at all from the shore, only the gentle lap of water, the murmur of a breeze through the rushes, the soft chirrup of frogs croaking, a meowing sound from the bow of the boat.
"There," Terence said. "Did you hear that?"
"What?" said Professor Peddick.
"Voices,"
Terence said, leaning out over the gunwale. "Crickets," I said, edging toward the bow. The cat meowed again.
"There," Terence said. "Did you hear that? It's someone calling us."
Cyril sniffed. "It's a bird," I said. I pointed at a tree by the gazebo. "In that willow, a nightingale."
"It didn't sound like a nightingale," Terence said. "Nightingales sing of summer in full-throated ease and pour their souls abroad in ecstasy. This didn't sound like that. Listen."
There was a snuffling sound in the front of the boat. I whirled round. Cyril was standing on his hind legs, his front paws on the stack of luggage, sniffing at the carpet bag and nudging it with his flat muzzle toward the edge. "Cyril, don't!" I shouted. And four things happened at once. I dived forward to grab the carpet bag. Cyril started guiltily and backed against the wicker basket. Professor Peddick said, "Take care you do not step on the Eugubio fluviatilis," and leaned sideways to pick the kettle up, and Terence turned round, saw the carpet bag toppling, and dropped the oars. I tried in mid-lunge to avoid the oar and the professor's hand and fell flat. Terence intercepted the basket, the professor clutched his kettle of fish to his breast, and I caught the carpet bag by a corner just as it toppled over. The boat rocked dangerously. Water slopped over the bows. I got a better grip on the carpet bag, set it on the stern seat, and pulled myself to a sitting position. There was a splash. I grabbed for the carpet bag again, but it was still there, and I peered at the bow, wondering if the oar had gone in. "Cyril!" Terence shouted. "Man overboard!" He began stripping off his jacket. "Professor Peddick, take the oars. Ned, get the life preserver." I leaned over the side of the boat, trying to see where he'd gone in. "Hurry!" Terence said, pulling off his shoes. "Cyril can't swim." "He can't swim?" I said, bewildered. "I thought all dogs could swim." "Indeed, the term dog paddle is derived from the instinctive knowledge of swimming canis familiaris possesses," Professor Peddick said. "He knows how to swim," Terence said, stripping off his socks, "but he can't. He's a bulldog." He was apparently right. Cyril was dog-paddling manfully toward the boat, but his mouth and nose were both under water, and he looked desperate. "I'm coming, Cyril," Terence said, and dived in, sending up a wave that nearly sunk him altogether. Terence started to swim toward him. Cyril continued to paddle and sink. Only the top of his wrinkled brow was still above the water. "Bring the boat to port! No, to starboard! To the left!" I shouted, and began rummaging for the life preserver, which we had apparently packed on the bottom. "As bad as the Titanic," I said, and then remembered it hadn't sunk yet. But no one was listening. Terence had Cyril by the collar and was holding his head up above the water. "Bring the boat closer!" he shouted, spluttering, and Professor Peddick responded by nearly running him down. "Stop! No!" Terence shouted, waving his arm, and Cyril went under again. "To port!" I shouted. "The other way!" and leaned over and grabbed Terence by the scruff of his neck. "Not me!" Terence gasped. "Cyril!" Between us we hoisted a very waterlogged Cyril into the boat, where he coughed up several gallons of the Thames. "Put a blanket round him," Terence said, clinging to the bows. "I will," I said, extending my hand. "Now you." "I'm all right," he said, shivering. "Get the blanket first. He catches chills easily." I got the blanket, wrapping it round the massive shoulders that had proven Cyril's downfall, and then we set about the tricky business of getting Terence back in the boat. "Keep low," Terence ordered, his teeth chattering. "We don't want anyone else to go in." Terence was no better at following directions than Professor Peddick had been. He persisted in trying to get a leg up over the bow, a motion that caused the bow to slant at an angle almost as bad as that of the Titanic. "You'll capsize us," I said, wedging the carpet bag under the seat. "Hold still and let us haul you in." "I've done this dozens of times," Terence said, and swung his leg up. The gunwale dipped all the way to water level. Cyril, bunched up in his blanket, staggered, trying to keep his feet up, and the pile of luggage in the bow tilted precariously. "I've never tipped a boat over yet," Terence said confidently. "Well, at least wait till I've shifted things," I said, pushing the portmanteau back into place. "Professor Peddick, move all the way to that side," and to Cyril, who had decided to come over, trailing his blanket to see how we were doing. "Sit! Stay!" "It's all a matter of getting the proper purchase," Terence said, shifting his grip on the gunwale. "Wait," I said. "Careful!" Terence got his leg into the boat, raised himself on his hands, and pulled his torso up onto the gunwales. God himself could not sink this ship, I murmured, holding the luggage in place.
All in the balancing.
He hoisted himself into the boat.
There, you see,
he said triumphantly.
Nothing to it.
And the boat went over. I have no idea how we got to shore. I remember the portmanteau sliding down the deck at me like the grand piano on the Titanic, and then a lot of swallowing of water and clutching at the life-preserver, which turned out to be Cyril sinking like a stone, followed by more swallowing and the dead man's carry, and we were all sitting on the shore dripping and gasping for breath. Cyril was the first to recover. He tottered to his feet and shook himself all over us, and Terence sat up and looked out at the empty water. "And fast through the midnight, dark and drear," he quoted, "like a sheeted ghost the vessel swept towards the reef of Norman's Woe." "Now fragium sibi quisque facit," Professor Peddick said. Terence gazed out at the dark water. "She's gone," he said, exactly like Lady Astor had. And I stood up, suddenly remembering, and waded into the water, but it was no use. There was no sign of the boat. An oar lay half on shore, and out in the middle of the river the Professor's kettle bobbed past, the only survivors of the shipwreck. There was no sign of the carpet bag anywhere. "Down came the storm and smote amain, the vessel in its strength," Terence quoted. "He cut a rope from a broken spar and bound her to the mast." Princess Arjemand hadn't had a chance wedged under the seat like that. If I'd let her out when she meowed, if I'd told Terence I'd found her, if I'd come through where I was supposed to and hadn't been so time-lagged. "At daybreak, on the bleak sea beach, a fisherman stood aghast," Terence recited, "to see the form of a maiden fair lashed close to a drifting mast." And I turned to tell him to shut up and saw behind us, white in the starlight, the gazebo where I was to have returned the cat. Well, I had returned her all right, and finished the murder the butler had started. And this time Verity hadn't been there to rescue her. "The salt sea was frozen on her breast," Terence intoned, "the salt tears in her eyes." I gazed at the gazebo. Princess Arjemand, unbeknownst in her wicker basket, had nearly been run over by a train, been rolled into the Thames, and been knocked in by Cyril and Professor Peddick, and had been rescued each time, only to drown here. Perhaps TJ was right, and she had been meant to drown, and no matter how much Verity or I or anyone meddled, it was fated to end this way, history correcting itself. Or perhaps she had simply run out of lives. I could count 5 of the 9 she had used up in the last 4 days. I hoped that was it, and not my complete incompetence. But I didn't think so. And I didn't think Verity would think so either. She had risked life and limb and Mr. Dunworthy's wrath to rescue it. "I won't let you drown it," she'd said. I doubted very much she would accept the course of history as an excuse. The last thing I wanted to do was face her, but there was nothing else for it. Cyril, in spite of shaking himself all over us, was drenched, and so was Professor Peddick, and Terence looked half frozen. "Such was the wreck of the Hesperus," he said, his teeth chattering so he could scarcely recite, "in the midnight and the snow." We had to get dried off and out of these clothes, and there was no other house in sight besides Matching's End. We had to go wake up the household and ask for shelter, even though it meant facing Tossie, and having her ask if we'd found her precious darling Juju, even though it meant telling Verity. "Come along," I said, taking Terence's arm. "Let's go up to the house." He didn't budge. "Christ save us all from a death like this," he said, "on the reef of Norman's Woe. Jabez is going to charge us £50. "We'll worry about that later," I said. "Come along. We'll try the French doors first. There's a line of light under them." "I can't meet the family of the girl I love like this," Terence said, shuddering.
I haven't any coat."
"Here," I said, taking off my blazer and wringing it out. "You can have mine. They won't care that we're not dressed for dinner. Our boat sank." Professor Pettick came up, squelching as he walked.
"I managed to save some of the luggage," he said, and handed me the carpet bag. "None of my specimens, though, I'm afraid. Ah, my albino Gubio fluviatilis." "I can't go up to the house without any shoes," Terence said. "I can't be seen half naked by the girl I love."
"Here," I said, struggling to untie my wet shoelaces with one hand. "Take mine. Professor Pettick, give him your socks." And while they wrestled with the problem of getting wet socks off and on, I sprinted over behind the gazebo and opened the carpet bag. Princess Arjamand, only slightly damp, glared up at me from its depths for a long minute, and then swarmed up my leg and into my arms. Cats were supposed to hate getting wet, but she settled into my sopping wet sleeves contentedly and closed her eyes. "I'm not the one who saved your life," I said. "It was Professor Pettick." But she didn't seem to care. She nestled deeper against my chest and, amazingly, began to purr.
"Oh, good! Princess Arjamand is here," Terence said, straightening the blazer.
It had apparently shrunk somewhat, too.
"I was right. She was here all along."
"I do not think it is proper for an Oxford don not to wear socks," Professor Pettick said. "Balderdash," I said. "Professor Einstein never did."
"Einstein," he said. "I don't believe I know of him."
"You will," I said, and set off up the sloping lawn. Terence had apparently been right about their having drawn the drapes. As we made our way across the lawn, the drapes were pulled back. A faint, flickering light appeared, and we could hear voices.
"This is terribly exciting," a man's voice said. "What do we do first?"
"Join hands," a voice that sounded like Verity's said, "and concentrate."
"Oh, Mamma, do ask about Juju."
And that was definitely Tossie's.
"Ask them where she is." "Shh."
There was a silence, during which we crossed the remainder of the lawn.
"Is there a spirit here?"
a stentorian voice called out, and I nearly dropped Princess Arjamand. It sounded exactly like Lady Shrapnel, but it couldn't be. It must be Tossie's mother, Mrs. Meering.
"Oh, spirit, from the other side," she said,
and I had to fight the impulse to run.
"Speak to us here in the earthly plane."
We manoeuvred our way through an herbaceous border and onto the flagged pathway in front of the French doors.
"Tell us of our fate,"
Mrs. Meering boomed, and Princess Arjamand climbed up my chest and dug her claws into my shoulder.
"Enter, O spirit," she intoned, "and bring us news of our missing loved ones."
Terence knocked on the doors. There was another silence, and then Mrs. Meering called in a somewhat fainter voice,
"Enter."
"Wait," I said, but Terence had already pulled the doors open. The curtains billowed inward, and we stood blinking at the candlelit tableau before us. Around a black-draped round table sat 4 people, their eyes closed, holding hands. Verity, wearing white, Tossie wearing ruffles, a pale young man wearing a clerical collar and a rapt expression, and Mrs. Meering, who, thank goodness, did not look like Lady Shrapnel. She was much rounder, with an ample bosom and ampler chins.
"Enter, O spirit from the other side," she said,
and Terence parted the curtains and stepped inside.
"I beg your pardon,"
Terence said, and everyone opened their eyes and stared at us. We must have made rather an interesting tableau ourselves, what with Terence's bleeding stripes and my stockinged feet and our general drowned rat appearance, to say nothing of the dog who was still coughing upriver. Or the cat.
"We have come,"
Terence began, and Mrs. Meering stood up and put her hand to the ample bosom.
"They have come!"
she cried, and fainted dead away. Methought I heard a voice cry, "Sleep no more." William Shakespeare. Chapter 11. Why the Victorians were so repressed. Dearum Juju returned to her mistress. Fish. A misunderstanding. Importance of knocking. Introductions. Irish names. An amazing coincidence. More fish. A reluctant departure. Another misunderstanding. I go to bed. A visitor. A crisis. It was actually more of a swoon than a faint. She slumped sedately to the flowered carpet, managing to avoid hitting any of the furniture. No small feat, since the room contained a large round rosewood table, a small triangular table with the tintype album on it, a mahogany table with the bouquet of wax flowers under a glass dome on it, a horsehair sofa, a damask love-seat, a Windsor chair, a Morris chair, a Chesterfield chair, several ottomans, a writing desk, a bookcase, a knick-knack cabinet, a whatnot, a fire screen, a harp, an aspidistra, and an elephant's foot. She also fell very slowly, and during the time it took her to collapse onto the carpet, I registered a number of impressions. 1. That Mrs. Mearing wasn't the only one who looked like she'd seen a ghost. The pale young man who must be a curate was as white as his clerical collar, and Bain, over by the door, was clutching the door jamb for support. His expression wasn't one of guilty horror, though. If I hadn't known better, I'd have thought it was one of relief. Or joy, which was distinctly odd. 2. Verity's expression was definitely one of joy, and in my still time-lagged state I actually thought for a moment that it might be directed at me. Then it hit me that she must not have been able to report back yet. Tossie must have kept the household up again last night looking for Princess Arjamand, and so Verity didn't know I'd been in charge of returning the cat and muffed it, and I'd have to be the one to tell her. Which was unfortunate because 3, even with a night's sleep, more or less, and a moratorium on drops, she was still the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. And 4, that the reason Victorian society was so restricted and repressed was that it was impossible to move without knocking something over. "Mamma!" Tossie cried. And Bain, Terence, Professor Peddick and I all started forward to break her fall and managed to crash into everything Mrs. Mearing had avoided. Terence caught Mrs. Mearing. Bain turned up the gas so we could see what we'd run into. I righted the Dresden shepherdess and the stereopticon I'd knocked over, and the clergyman sat down and began mopping his forehead with a large white handkerchief. Terence and Bain helped Mrs. Mearing onto a maroon velvet sofa, knocking over a bust of Pallas in the process, and Verity began fanning her. "Bain," she said, "tell Colleen to bring the smelling salts." "Yes, miss," Bain said, still looking overcome by emotion, and hurried out. "Oh, Mamma," Tossie said, starting toward her mother. "Are you all—" and caught sight of the cat, which had climbed up my chest in all the excitement. "Princess Arjamand!" she screamed and swooped at me. "Darling, darling Princess Arjamand, you've come back to me." Darling Princess Arjamand had to be removed from my shirt front a claw at a time. I handed her to Tossie, who clutched the cat to her ecstatically, emitting a series of delighted screams. "Oh, Mr. St. True's," she cooed, turning to Terence, "you've brought my dearum Juju back to me." She nuzzled dearum Juju. "Was oo all lost in the scary dark, sweetums? Was oo frightened? But Mr. True's was working for oo, wasn't he? Can oo say thank oo to the nice manum's darling Juju?" Cyril, standing next to me, snorted loudly, and even Darwing Juju looked disgusted. Well, good, I thought. This should bring Terence to his senses. We can go back upriver to Oxford, Tossie can marry Mr. C, and the continuum will be restored. I looked at Terence. He was beaming besottedly at Tossie. "No need to thank me, truly," he said. "You bade me find your precious pet. 'Tis what you will. Your wish is my command, fair lady." On the couch, Mrs. Mearing moaned. "Aunt Melvinia," Verity said, rubbing her hands between hers,
Aunt Malvinia. She turned to Tossie. Cousin, fetch Bain and tell him we need a fire. Your mother's hands are like ice. Tossie went over to a long tasselled panel of embroidered damask on the wall and tugged on the tassel. I didn't hear anything, but there must have been a bell somewhere, because Bain appeared promptly. During his absence, he had apparently gained command of himself. His face and voice were impassive as he said, "Yes, miss?" "Light the fire," Tossie said without looking up from the cat. She'd said it almost rudely, but Bain smiled and said indulgently, "Yes, miss," and knelt by the hearth and began piling wood on the grate. A maid with hair even redder than Verity's hurried in, carrying a minuscule bottle. "Oh, miss, has the mistress fainted then?" she asked Verity in a brogue that instantly identified her as Irish. "Yes," Verity said, taking the bottle from her. She pulled the stopper out and passed it under Mrs. Mearing's nose. "Aunt Malvinia," she said encouragingly. "Oh, miss, was it haunts that did it?" the maid said, looking apprehensively around the room. "No," Verity said. "Aunt Malvinia." And Mrs. Mearing moaned, but didn't open her eyes. "I knew there was haunts in the house," the maid said, crossing herself. "I saw one. Tuesday last it was, out by the gazebo." "Colleen, fetch a damp cloth for Mrs. Mearing's forehead," Verity said. "And a foot warmer." "Yes, miss," the maid said, bobbed a curtsy, and went out, still looking fearfully around. "Oh, precious Juju," Tossie was cooing to the cat. "Is oo a hungry baby?" She turned to Bain, who had the fire laid and was about to light it. "Bain, come here," she said imperiously. Even though he was in the act of lighting a spill of paper, Bain got immediately to his feet and came over to her. "Yes, miss?" "Bring Juju a dish of cream." "Yes, miss," he said, smiling at the cat, and turned to go. "And a plate of fish." Bain turned back. "Fish?" he said, raising an eyebrow. Tossie's little chin went up. "Yes, fish. Princess Arjamant has been through a dreadful ordeal." "As you wish," he said, every word dripping with disapproval. "I do wish," she said, colouring. "Bring it immediately." "Yes, miss," he said. But instead of leaving, he knelt by the hearth and methodically finished lighting the fire. He fanned it with the bellows and then carefully replaced them on the fire-iron stand before he stood up. "I doubt we have any fish," he said, and exited. Tossie looked furious. "Mamma!" she said, appealing to her mother, but Mrs. Mearing was still out cold. Verity was spreading an afghan over her knees and arranging pillows behind her head. I was beginning to shiver in my wet clothes. I made my way over to the fire, which was burning merrily, past the writing desk, a sewing table, and a small marble-topped table with a number of metal-framed photographs on it. Cyril was already there, dripping onto the warm hearth. The maid Colleen hurried back in with a bowl of water. Verity took it from her, set it on the table next to a tall bronze vase full of peacock feathers, and wrung out the cloth. "Oh, have the haunts taken her soul?" Colleen said. "No," Verity said, laying the cloth across Mrs. Mearing's forehead. "Aunt Malvinia," she said, and Mrs. Mearing sighed and fluttered her eyelids. A round gentleman with a bushy white moustache came in, carrying his newspaper. He was wearing a red smoking jacket and a strange red cap with a tassel on it.
"What's all this?" he demanded. "Got so a man can't read the Times in peace."
"Oh, Papa," Tossie said, "Mamma's fainted."
"Fainted?"
he said, coming over to see her.
"What for?"
"We were having a séance," Tossie said. "We were attempting to find Princess Arjamand. Mamma was calling the spirits, and as she said, 'Oh, come spirits,' the curtains blew open and there was a blast of chill air, and there Princess Arjamand was."
"Humph," he said. "Knew this spiritualism nonsense was a bad idea. Lot of silliness."
Colonel Mearing seemed to speak in a sort of shorthand, leaving off the subjects of his sentences. I wondered if they got somehow lost in his bushy moustache.
"Hysteria," he said. "Gets women all worked up."
At this point, the curate cut in with, "A number of highly respected scholars and scientists are convinced of the validity of otherworldly phenomena. Sir William Crookes, the noted physicist, has written a respected treatise on the subject, and Arthur Conan Doyle is conducting—"
"Twaddle,"
Colonel Meering said, which pretty much completed the collection of explosive Victorian disclaimers.
"Cheesecloth and gullible women. Should be a law in Parliament against it."
He stopped short at the sight of Terence.
"Who are you? Blasted medium?"
"This is Mr. St. True's, Papa,"
Tossie interceded hurriedly.
"He and his friends have returned Princess Arjumand," she said, holding the cat up for his inspection. "She was lost and Mr. St. True's found her."
Colonel Meering looked at the cat with undisguised hatred.
"Pah! Thought it had drowned, and good riddance."
"Oh, Papa, you know you don't mean that."
She nuzzled the cat.
"He doesn't mean the dreadful things he says, does he, sweetum Juju? No, he wasn't."
The Colonel glared at Professor Peddick and then at me.
"Suppose you're table rappers as well?"
"No," I said. "We were out on the river and our boat capsized and—"
"Oh!"
Mrs. Meering moaned from the couch and fluttered her eyes open.
"Husband," she said weakly, "is that you?"
She reached out her hand to him.
"Oh, Mesial, the spirits."
"Humbug! Lot of foolishness. Ruins your nerves and your health. Wonder someone wasn't hurt,"
the Colonel said, taking her hand. Verity relinquished her place and Colonel Meering sat down next to his wife.
"Settles it. No more seances. Absolutely forbid them in my house. Bain,"
he said to the butler, who had just come in carrying a dish of cream,
"throw out the books on spiritism."
He turned back to Mrs. Meering.
"Forbid you to have any more to do with this medium, Madame Idioskovich."
"Iritosky,"
Mrs. Meering corrected.
"Oh, Mesial, you must not,"
she said, clutching at his hand.
"You do not understand. You have always been a skeptic. But now you must believe they were here, Mesial, in this very room. I had just contacted Chief Gitchiwatha, Madame Iritosky's spirit control, and asked him regarding Princess Arjumand's fate, and—"
She gave a screamlet, just like Tossie's, before going on.
"And there they were, carrying the cat in their ghostly arms."
Terribly sorry about that. Didn't mean to frighten you like that."
Terence, who seemed to have caught the habit of chopping off subjects from Colonel Meering, said.
"Who is that?"
Mrs. Meering demanded of her husband.
"Terence St. True's at your service,"
Terence said, and doffed his boater, which unfortunately still had a good deal of water in the brim. It sent a shower over Mrs. Meering.
"Oh, oh, oh!"
she said, uttering a whole series of screamlets and waving her hands helplessly against the deluge.
"Most awfully sorry,"
Terence said, and started to offer her his handkerchief. It was even wetter, and he stopped just in time and pocketed it again. Mrs. Meering gave Terence a frosty look and turned back to her husband.
"Everyone saw them."
She turned to the curate.
"Reverend, tell Mesial you saw the spirits."
"Well," the curate said uncomfortably.
"They were draped all in seaweed, Mesial, and shining with an ethereal light," she said, clutching her husband's sleeve. "They had brought a message that poor Princess Arjumand had met a watery grave."
She pointed at the French doors.
"They came through those very doors."
"No, we should have knocked," Terence said. "Didn't mean to barge in like that, but our boat went over, and who is this impertinent young man?" she asked her husband.
"Terence St. True's," Terence explained.
"Your spirits,"
Colonel Meering said.
"Terence St. True's," Terence said. "And this is Mr. Ned Henry, and—"
"Spirits,"
Colonel Meering said contemptuously.
Hadn't had all the lights out and been playing at table rapping, you'd have seen they were punters who'd had a ducking. Watery grave? Bah!
Princess Arjumand's quite all right, Mamma, Tossie said, thrusting the cap forward for her mother to see. She isn't drowned. Mr. St. True's found her and brought her home. Didn't he, precious Juju? He did, yes, he did. He was so brave, wasn't he? He was.
You found Princess Arjumand, Mrs. Mearing said.
Well, actually, Ned was the one who... She glared silencingly at me and then back at him, taking in our wet clothes and bedraggled state and, presumably, our non-spiritual nature. I thought for a moment she might faint again, and Verity moved forward and took the stopper out of the smelling salts. Then Mrs. Mearing sat up on the couch, fixed Terence with a frosty eye, and said, "How dare you impersonate a spirit, Mr. St. True's?" Our boat went over and..." he stammered. "Terence St. True's?" she went on. "What sort of name is that? Is it Irish?" The temperature had dropped several degrees in the room, and Terence shivered a bit as he answered, "No, ma'am, it's an old family name. Dates back to the Conquest and all that. Knight who fought in the Crusades with Richard the Lion-Hearted, I believe." "It sounds Irish," Mrs. Mearing said. "Mr. St. True's is the young man I told you about," Tossie said, "whom I met on the river and asked to search for Princess Arjumand, and he's found her." She showed the cat to her mother. Mrs. Mearing ignored her. "On the river?" she said, and her stare was pure liquid nitrogen. "Are you some sort of barge man?" "No, ma'am," Terence said. "I'm an undergraduate, 2nd year, at Balliol."
"Oxford," Colonel Mearing snorted. "Bah!" It looked like we were going to be tossed out on our ears in another couple of minutes, which might not be a bad thing, considering the way Tossie was carrying on about Terence. I wondered if this was some part of the continuum's correcting itself now that precious Juju had been safely returned. I hoped so. I also hoped I would get a chance to talk to Verity before we were shown the gate. Since that first delighted look, she hadn't even glanced at me, and I needed at least to know what she'd found out from TJ and Mr. Dunworthy, if anything. "Do they teach you to break into people's homes at Oxford?" Mrs. Mearing said. No, Terence stammered. "You said enter." "I was speaking to the spirits," she said stiffly. "Suppose you're studying some damned modern subject?" Colonel Mearing said. "No, sir. Classics, sir. This is my tutor, Professor Peddick." "We didn't mean to intrude like this," Professor Peddick said. "These young gentlemen were kindly taking me down river to Runnymede when—" But the temperature had risen sharply, and the Colonel was smiling, or I thought he was, under his white moustache. "Not Professor Arthur Peddick wrote On the Physical Characteristics of the Japanese Shoebunkin?" Professor Peddick nodded. "Have you read it?" "Read it? Wrote you only last week about my globe-eyed nacreous Riankin," the Colonel said. "Astonishing coincidence you're showing up like this." "Ah, yes," Professor Peddick said, peering at him through his pince-nez. "I've been intending to answer your letter. Fascinating species, the Riankin." "Utterly amazing that your boat should capsize here, of all places," the Colonel said. "What's the likelihood of that happening? Astronomical." I looked over at Verity. She was watching them and biting her lip. "You must come and see my black moor," the Colonel said. "Excellent specimen. All the way from Kyoto. Bain, fetch a lantern." "Yes, sir," Bain said. "And a 3-pound banded gudgeon," the Colonel said, taking hold of Professor Peddick's arm and leading him through the maze of furniture to the French doors. "Caught it only last week." "Mesial,"
Mrs. Mearing snapped from the couch. "Where on earth do you think you're going?"
"Out to the fish pond, my dear, to show Professor Peddick my goldfish."
"At this time of night?" she said. "Nonsense! He'll catch his death in those wet clothes."
"Quite right," Colonel Mearing said, seeming to notice for the first time that the sleeve he was holding on to was sopping wet.
"Must get you into dry things. Bain," he said to the butler, who was just leaving, "bring Professor Peddick some dry clothes at once."
"Yes, sir,"
Bain said.
"Mr. Henry and Mr. St. Truce will both need fresh clothes as well," Verity said.
"Yes, miss. And bring some brandy," Colonel Mearing said.
"And a fish," Tossie said. "I doubt if these gentlemen have time for a glass of brandy," Mrs. Mearing said, turning the thermostat down again. "It's extremely late, and they will be wanting to return to their lodgings. I presume you are staying at one of the river inns, Mr. St. True's? The Swan?" "Well, actually," Terence began.
"Won't hear of it. Nasty commonplaces. Appalling drains. Must stay here," Colonel Mearing said, putting up his hand to ward off objections. "Plenty of room for you and your friends. Must stay as long as you like. Excellent trolling deeps here. Bain, tell Jane to make up rooms for these gentlemen."
Bain, who was trying to pour the brandy, fetch a lantern, and outfit half the people in the room, promptly said, "Yes, sir," and started out of the room.
"And bring in their luggage,"
Colonel Mearing said.
"I'm afraid we haven't any luggage," Terence said. "When our boat capsized, we were lucky to make it ashore with our lives." "Lost a beautiful albino gudgeon," Professor Peddick said. "Extraordinary dorsal fins."
"She'll have to catch it again," Colonel Mearing said. "Bain, go see if you can salvage the boat and their belongings. Where's that lantern?"
It was a wonder Bain wasn't reading Marx, as downtrodden as he was. No, Marx was still writing it, in the reading room of the British Museum.
"I'll fetch it, sir." "You will not," Mrs. Mearing said. "It's far too late for fish-pond excursions. I'm certain these gentlemen," the temperature plummeted, "are tired after their adventure. Boating in the middle of the night. It's a wonder you weren't all swept over a weir and drowned," she said, looking as though she wished that that had happened. "I'm sure these gentlemen are exhausted." "Quite right," the curate said. "So I will take my leave. Good night, Mrs. Mearing." Mrs. Mearing extended her hand. "Oh, Reverend, I am so sorry there were no manifestations tonight." "Next time I do not doubt we shall be more successful," he said to Mrs. Mearing, but he was looking at Tossie. "I shall look forward to our next excursion into the metaphysical. And, of course, to seeing you both day after tomorrow. I am certain it will be a brilliant success with you and your lovely daughter assisting." He leered at Tossie, and I wondered if this might be the mysterious Mr. C. "We are delighted to assist in any way," Mrs. Mearing said. "We are rather short of tablecloths," the curate said. "Bain, take a dozen tablecloths to the vicarage at once," she said. It was no wonder Bain had taken to pet drowning in his spare time. Clearly justifiable homicide. "I am delighted to have met you all," the curate said, still looking at Tossie. "And if you are all still here the day after tomorrow, I should like to extend an invitation to our—" "I doubt the gentlemen will be staying that long," Mrs. Mearing said. "Ah," the curate said. "Well then, good night." Bain handed him his hat, and he took his departure. "You should have said good night to the Reverend Mr. Armitage," Mrs. Mearing said to Tossie, and there went that theory.
"Professor Peddick, you must at least see my globe-eyed nacreous Ryunkin tonight," Colonel Mearing said. "Bain, where's the lantern? It's excellent coloration."
"Aye," Mrs. Mearing said. "What?" Terence said, and everyone turned and looked at the French doors as if expecting another ghost. But there was nothing there. "What is it?"
Verity said, reaching for the smelling salts.
That,
Mrs. Mearing said, pointing dramatically at Cyril, who was warming himself at the fire.
Who let that dreadful creature in?
Cyril stood up, looking offended.
I did,
Terence said, hurrying over to grab Cyril by the collar.
This is Cyril,
Verity said.
Mr. St. True's dog.
It was unfortunate that it was at that moment that Cyril's doggy nature asserted itself. Or perhaps he was simply unnerved, as we all were, by Mrs. Mearing. He shook himself all over, his jowls flapping wildly.
"Oh, dreadful dog!"
Mrs. Mearing cried, flinging up her hands even though he was half a room away.
"Bain, take him outside at once."
Bain started forward, and the thought crossed my mind that he might be some sort of serial pet murderer.
"I'll take him out," I said. "No, I will," Terence said. "Come along, Cyril."
Cyril looked at him disbelievingly.
"Terribly sorry,"
Terence said, tugging on Cyril's collar.
"He was in the boat with us when it went over, and Bain, show Mr. St. True's the stable." "Out!"
Mrs. Mearing said to Cyril, and he took off for the French doors like a shot, Terence right behind him.
"The naughty bad dogums is all gone, and dear Juju don't have to be afraid no more,"
Tossie said.
"Oh, this is all too much,"
Mrs. Mearing said, putting her hand dramatically to her forehead.
"Here,"
Verity said, sticking the smelling salts under her nose.
"I'll be glad to show Mr. Henry to his room." "Verity,"
Mrs. Mearing said in a voice that left no question of her being related to Lady Shrapnel.
"that is quite unnecessary. The maid can show Mr. Henry to his room."
"Yes, ma'am," Verity said meekly, and started across the room, catching her skirts up expertly so they didn't brush against the claw-footed table legs or the scroll-work aspidistra stand. As she reached for the bell-pull's tassel, she murmured, "I'm so glad to see you. I've been worried sick." I said.
"Take me up to my room, Tossie," Mrs. Mearing said. "I'm feeling quite overcome. Verity, tell Bain I want a cup of chamomile tea. Measle, don't bother Professor Peddick with your silly fish."
Colleen appeared in the midst of her giving orders and was told to take me up to my room.
"Yes, ma'am,"
she said, bobbed a curtsy, and led me up the stairs, stopping at the bottom to light a lamp. The decorating notion that less is more had apparently not been invented yet. The walls next to the stairway and above it were solid with gilt-framed portraits of various Mearing ancestors in gold-lace knee-breeches and armour, and the corridor was lined with an umbrella stand, a bust of Darwin, a large fern, and a statue of Laocoon entangled with an enormous snake. Colleen led me halfway down the corridor and stopped outside a painted door. She opened it, curtsied, and held it open for me.
"Your bedroom, sir," she said.
Her Irish brogue made the sir sound like sore. This room was not quite so crowded as the parlour. It only had a bed, a washstand, a nightstand, a wooden chair, a chintz-covered chair, a bureau, a looking-glass, and an enormous wardrobe which covered one entire wall. A blessing, since the wallpaper consisted of trellises up which crawled enormous blue morning glories. The maid set the lamp on the nightstand and darted across the room to take the picture off the washstand.
"I'll just be bringing you your hot water, sir," she said, and ducked out.
I looked round the room. The Victorian interior decorating motto was apparently "No stone uncovered." The bed was covered with a bedspread, which was in turn covered with a white open-work crocheted thing. The dressing table and the bureau were topped with bouquets of dried flowers and white linen scarves edged with tatting, and the nightstand was draped with a paisley shawl, over which lay a crocheted doily. Even the toilet articles on the bureau had knitted covers. I took them out and examined them, hoping they weren't as obscure as the kitchen utensils had been. No, those were brushes, and that was a shaving brush and a mug with soap in it. 20th century has us use long-term Depils on our drops, since shaving conditions are usually primitive, And I'd used one when I started my jumble sales, but it wouldn't last the whole time I was here. Had the safety razor been invented in 1888? I took the knitted case off an enamelled box and opened it, and got my answer. In it lay 2 ivory-handled straight-edge razors with lethal-looking blades. There was a knock on the door. I opened it, and the maid came in, lugging the pitcher, which was nearly as large as she was.
"Your hot water, sir," she said, setting the pitcher down and bobbing another curtsy. "If you'll be needing anything else, just ring the bell there."
She waved vaguely at a long ribbon embroidered with violets hanging above the bed. And it was a good thing I'd seen Tossie use a bell pull, or I would have taken it for part of the decorations. "Thank you, Colleen," I said. She stopped in mid-bob, looking uncomfortable.
"Begging your pardon, sir,"
she said, twisting the skirt of her apron in her hands.
"It's Jane."
"Oh," I said. "Sorry, I must have misunderstood. I thought your name was Colleen." She twisted some more.
"No, sir. It's Jane, sir."
"Well then, thank you, Jane," I said. She looked relieved.
"Good night, sir,"
she said, bobbed her way out, and shut the door. I stood there looking at the bed almost in awe, scarcely able to believe I was actually going to get what I had come to the Victorian era for, a good night's sleep. It seemed almost too good to be true. A soft bed, warm covers, blissful unconsciousness. No rocks, no missing cats to search for, no rain. No jumble sales, no bishop's bird stump, no Lady Shrapnel. I sat down on the bed. It sank in beneath me, smelling faintly of lavender, and entropy took over. I was suddenly too tired even to get undressed. I wondered how outraged Colleen, no, Jane, would be to come in and find me fully dressed in the morning. I was still worried about incongruities and what I was going to tell Verity, but they would have to wait. And in the morning I would be rested, rejuvenated, finally cured of time lag and able to reason out how to deal with the problem. If there was still a problem. Perhaps Princess Arjamand, safely back in the ruffled bosom of her owner, would restore balance, and the incongruity would begin to heal itself. And if it didn't, why, after a good night's sleep, I'd be able to think, able to reason out a plan of action. The thought of that gave me the strength to spare the maid's sensibilities. I took off my soggy coat, hung it over the bedpost, and sat down on the bed and began pulling off my boots. I made it as far as 1 boot and a saturated sock before there was a knock. It's the maid, I thought, hopefully bringing me a hot water bottle or a pen wiper or something, and if her sensibilities are offended by a stockinged foot, so be it. I'm not putting my boot back on. It wasn't the maid. It was Bain. He was carrying the carpet bag.
"I have been down to the river, sir," he said, "and I regret that I was only able to save one of your baskets, your portmanteau, and this carpet-bag, which was unfortunately empty and damaged."
He indicated one of the slit-side cut for Princess Arjamand.
"It must have been caught in a weir before it washed onto the shore. I'll repair it for you, sir."
I didn't want him examining it closely and finding telltale cat hairs. "No, that's all right," I said, reaching for it.
"I assure you, sir," he said, "it can be sewn so that it's as good as new."
"Thank you," I said. "I'll take care of it."
"As you wish, sir," he said.
He crossed to the window and pulled the curtains shut.
"We are still looking for the boat," he said. "I have notified the lock-keeper at Pangbourne Lock."
"Thank you," I said, impressed at his efficiency and wishing he would go away so I could go to bed.
"Your clothes from the portmanteau are being washed and ironed for you, sir. I also retrieved your boater."
"Thank you," I said.
"Very good, sir,"
he said, and I thought he was about to leave, but instead he just stood there. I wondered if there was something I was supposed to say to dismiss him, and what it was. One didn't tip butlers, did one? I tried to remember what the subliminals had said. "That will be all, Bain," I said finally.
"Yes, sir." He bowed slightly and started out, but at the door he hesitated again as if there was something else. "Good night," I said, hoping that was it. "Good night, sir," he said, and went out. I sat down on the bed. This time I didn't even get the boot off before there was a knock. It was Terence.
"Thank goodness you're still up, Ned," he said. "You've got to help me. We've got a crisis on our hands."
The curious incident of the dog in the night time. The dog did nothing in the night time. That was the curious incident, remarked Sherlock Holmes. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 12. A rescue. Why English country houses have a reputation for being haunted. Elizabeth Barrett Browning's elopement. Visitors. A confession. The mystery of Princess Arjamand's drowning solved. More visitors. The charge of the Light Brigade. Rules of mystery novels. The least likely suspect. An unpleasant discovery. The crisis was Cyril.
"A stable! He's never slept outside, you know,"
Terence said, apparently forgetting about the night before. "Poor Cyril," he said, looking desperate. "Cast into outer darkness, with horses." He paced the length of the room.
"It's barbaric expecting him to sleep outside after he's been in the river, and in his condition."
"His condition?" I said. "Cyril has a weak chest," he said. "A tendency to catarrh." He stopped pacing to peer out between the curtains. "He's probably already caught a cough. We've got to get him inside." He let the curtains drop. "I want you to sneak him up to your room." "Me?" I said. "Why can't you sneak him up to your room?"
"Mrs. Meering will be watching out for me.
I heard her tell the butler he was to see to it that the
animal slept outside."
"Animal? Then how can I get him in?"
"The butler will be watching me, not you. You should have seen the look on his face when I told him he had to stay. Absolutely betrayed. Et tu, Brute?"
"All right," I said, "but I still don't see how I'm supposed to get past Bain."
"I'll go and ring for a cup of cocoa. That'll keep him out of your way. You're an absolute brick to do this. Best friend, my wellspring in the wilderness."
He opened the door and looked both ways.
"All clear for the moment. I'll give it 5 minutes so you can put your boots back on and then ring for the refreshments. If he does catch you, you can simply tell him you've come out for a smoke."
"And if he catches me on the way back with Cyril in tow?"
"He won't. I'll ask for a glass of claret as well. Chateau Margaux 75. These country houses never have a decent wine cellar."
He looked both ways again and sidled out, shutting the door softly behind him, and I went over to the bed and looked at my socks. It's not an easy thing to put on a wet sock, let alone a wet boot on over it, and there was a certain reluctance involved. It took me well over 5 minutes to put them on and start down. I hoped that the Meerings' wine cellar was at the opposite end of the house. I opened the door a crack and peered down the corridor. I couldn't see anyone, or anything for that matter, and wished I had paid more attention to the placement of the furniture and statuary. It was so dark, I debated going back for the lamp with the dangling crystals on it, trying to weigh which was worse. Being caught by Mrs. Meering when she saw the light, or being caught by Mrs. Meering after I'd crashed into the statue of Laocoon. I decided the latter. If the servants were up, and I didn't see how they could not be with all those tablecloths to wash and starch, they'd see the light and come scurrying up to ask me if there was anything else, sir. And my eyes were gradually adjusting to the darkness, enough at any rate to make out the outline of the corridor. If I kept to the very centre of it, I should be all right. I felt my way to the head of the stairs, tripping over a large fern that rocked wildly on its stand before I managed to steady it, and what turned out to be a pair of boots.
I puzzled over those and what they meant the rest of the way to the staircase and nearly tripped over another pair. Tossie's dainty white lace-up boots this time, and remembered the subliminals saying something about people putting their boots outside their doors at night for the servants to polish. No doubt after they were done with doing up the tablecloths and brewing cocoa and swimming down the Thames looking for stray boats. There was more light here. I started down the stairs. The fourth step creaked loudly, and when I looked anxiously back up the stairs, there was Lady Shrapnel glaring at me from the head of the stairs. My heart stopped cold. When it finally started up again, I realized she was wearing a pleated ruff and one of those long, pointed waists, and that Lady Shrapnel was still safely on the other side, and this must be one of the Mearings' Elizabethan ancestors. And no wonder Victorian country houses had a reputation for being haunted. The rest of the way was easy, though I had a bad moment at the front door when I thought it was locked and I might have to go through that maze of a parlour and out the French doors, but it was only bolted, and it made scarcely any noise when I shoved the bolt back. And the moon was shining outside. I had no idea which of several outbuildings shining whitely in the moonlight was the stable. I tried a potting shed, and what turned out to be a hen house, before the whinny of horses, no doubt awakened by the hens, put me in the right direction. And Cyril looked so pathetically glad to see me that I was sorry for the curses I'd been rehearsing for Terence. "Come along, old fellow," I said. "You have to be very quiet. Like Flush when Elizabeth Barrett Browning eloped." Which had been in these times, come to think of it. I wondered how she had managed to sneak down the stairs and out of a pitch-black house without killing herself. And carrying a suitcase and a cocker-spaniel, too. I was beginning to have a lot of respect for the Victorians. Cyril's version of being quiet consisted of heavy breathing punctuated by snorts. Halfway up the steps, he stopped cold, staring up at the head of the stairs. "It's all right," I said, urging him on. "It's only a painting. Nothing to be afraid of. Careful of the fern." We made it down the corridor and into my room without incident. I shut the door and leaned gratefully against it. "Good boy. Flush would be proud of you," I said, and saw that he had a black boot in his mouth, which he had apparently picked up along the way. "No," I said, and lunged for it. "Give me that." Bulldogs had originally been bred to grab a bull's nose and hang on for dear life. That trait persisted. I yanked and pulled and tugged to no avail. I let go. "Drop that boot," I said, "or I am taking you straight back out to the stable." He looked at me steadily, the boot hanging from his mouth, laces dangling. "I mean it," I said. "I don't care if you catch catarrh or pneumonia." Cyril considered a moment longer, and then dropped the boot and lay down with his flat nose just touching it. I dived for the boot, hoping it belonged to Professor Peddick, who would never notice the teeth marks, or Terence, whom it would serve right. It was a woman's boot, and not Verity's. She had been wearing white ones like Tossie's. "This is Mrs. Mearing's boot," I said, shaking it at him. Cyril responded by sitting up alertly, ready to play. "This is serious," I said. "Look at it." Actually, except for a great deal of drool, it did not seem to have sustained much damage. I wiped it off against my trouser leg and opened the door. "Stay," I ordered Cyril, and went to put it back. I had no idea which was Mrs. Mearing's door, and no way of seeing which had a boot missing, coming straight from my lit room, and no time to let my eyes adjust to the pitch darkness, and no desire to have Mrs. Mearing catch me crawling about the corridor on all fours. I went back in the room, got the lamp, and shone it round the corridor till I found a door with one boot, second from the end, and between it and my door the statue of Laocoon, Darwin, and a papier-mâché table with a large fern on it. I ducked back in, shut the door, replaced the lamp, picked up the boot, and opened the door again. "Tell you I saw a light," a voice that could only be Mrs. Mearing's said,
An eerie, floating, ethereal light, a spirit light mesial. You must get up. I shut the door, blew out the lamp, and crept back over to the bed. Cyril was in it, nicely ensconced among the pillows.
"This is all your fault,"
I whispered, and realised I was still holding Mrs. Mearing's boot. I stuffed it under the covers, decided that would be truly incriminating, started to hide it under the bed, thought better of that, and stuck it between the springs and the feather-stuffed mattress. And then sat there in the dark, trying to determine what was happening. I couldn't hear any voices over Cyril's snoring, and there was no sound of doors opening, nor any light under my door. I gave it another few minutes and then took off my boots, tiptoed over to the door and opened it a crack. Darkness and silence. I tiptoed back to the bed, cracking my big toe on the looking-glass and my shin on the nightstand, lit the lamp again and got ready for bed. The last few minutes seemed to have sapped what little strength I had, but I undressed slowly and carefully, noting how my collar and braces fastened, and looking at the tie in the mirror as I untied it so that I could put it on in more or less the same arrangement tomorrow. Not that it mattered. I would already have cut my throat shaving, or been revealed as a thief and a foot fetishist. I took off my still soaking socks, put on the nightshirt, and got in bed. The springs sagged. The feather-stuffed mattress gave no support. The sheets were cold, and Cyril had all the covers. It felt wonderful. Sleep, nature's soft nurse, the honeyed dew of holy rest, the balm of woe, sweet, blessed, unraveling sleep. There was a knock on the door. It's Mrs. Mearing, I thought, looking for her shoe, or spirits, or the Colonel, whom she made get up. But there was no light under the door, and the knock repeated was too soft. It's Terence, I thought, wanting Cyril now that I've done all the work. But in case it wasn't, I lit the lamp, put on the dressing-gown, and flung the coverlet over Cyril to cover him up, and then went and opened the door. It was Verity, in her nightgown.
"What are you doing here?"
I whispered at her.
"This is the Victorian era."
"I know," she whispered back, sidling past me into the room. "But I've got to talk to you before I go report to Mr. Dunworthy." "But what if someone comes in?" I said, looking at her white nightgown. It was a very modest sort of nightgown, with long sleeves and a high buttoned-up neck. But I didn't think that would impress Terence, or the butler, or Mrs. Mearing. "No one will come in," she said, and sat down on the bed. "Everyone's gone to bed, and the walls in these Victorian houses are too thick to hear through." "Terence has already been here," I said, "and Bain." "What did he want?" "To tell me he hadn't been able to salvage the luggage. Terence wanted me to sneak Cyril up from the stables." At the mention of his name, Cyril emerged from the covers, blinking sleepily. "Hello, Cyril," Verity said, petting him on the head. He lay his head on her lap. "What if Terence comes back to check on him?" I said. "I'll hide," she said calmly. "You have no idea how glad I was to see you, Ned." She smiled up at me. "When we got back from Madame Iratosky's, Princess Arjumand still wasn't here, and when I went to report back last night, Mrs. Mearing caught me on my way out to the gazebo. I managed to convince her I'd seen a spirit and was chasing it, and then she insisted on getting everyone up and searching the entire ground so I couldn't go through, and I didn't have any idea what had happened." It really was too bad. The Naiad was sitting on my bed in her nightgown, her pre-Raphaelite auburn hair streaming down her back. She was here, smiling up at me, and I was going to have to ruin it all. Still, the sooner I got it over with, the better. "And then this morning," she was saying, "I had to accompany Tossie to a meeting at the church, and—" "I brought the cat through," I said. "It was in my luggage. Mr. Dunworthy must have told me I had it, but I was too time-lagged to hear him. I had it all along." "I know," she said. "What?" I said, wondering if I was experiencing difficulty in distinguishing sounds again. "I know. I reported back this afternoon, and Mr. Dunworthy told me." "But," I said, trying to take this in, "if she'd been back to 2057, then that radiant smile—" "I should have guessed when I saw you at Iffley," she said.
Sending historians on holiday isn't Mr. Dunworthy's style, especially not with Lady Shrapnel breathing down his neck and the consecration in only 2 weeks.
I didn't know I had it till after I saw you at Iffley, I said. I was looking for a tin opener. I know you said to keep Terence away from Muchings End, but I thought it was more important to get the cat returned. The plan was for us to stop at an inn in Streatley, and I'd sneak her back during the night, but Terence insisted on rowing down, and then the cat started meowing, and Cyril started sniffing at it, and he fell in, and then the boat capsized, and... You know the rest. I finished lamely. I hope I did the right thing. She bit her lip, looking worried. What? You don't think I should have brought her back? I don't know. I thought I should get her back here before there were any other consequences. I know, she said, looking genuinely distressed. The thing is, you weren't supposed to have brought her through in the first place. What? I said. When Mr. Dunworthy found out about the Coventry slippage, he called off the drop. But, I said, I wasn't supposed to bring Princess Arjamand through? But I thought you said the Coventry slippage was unrelated, that it was due to a crisis point. It was. But while they were checking it, TJ compared the slippage patterns to Fujisaki's research, and they decided the lack of slippage surrounding the original drop meant it was a non-significant event. But that's impossible. Animate creatures can't be non-significant. Exactly, she said grimly. They think Princess Arjamand was non-animate. They think she was intended to drown. This was making no sense. But even if she drowned, her body would still interact with the continuum. It wouldn't just disappear. That's what Fujisaki's research was about. She'd be reduced to her component parts, and the complexity of their separate interactions would drop exponentially. Meaning her poor body would drift down the Thames, decomposing into carbon and calcium and interacting with nothing but the river water and hungry fishes. Ashes to ashes. Dust to non-significance. Which would make it possible, Verity said, for her to be removed from her space-time location without any historical effect, which meant she shouldn't be sent back from the future at all. So you didn't cause an incongruity by taking her through the net, I said, but I did by bringing her back. She nodded. When you didn't come, I was afraid they might have sent Finch or someone after you to tell you to drown Princess Arjamand. No, I said. No one's drowning anyone. She rewarded me with one of her devastating smiles. If she's a non-significant event, we'll take her back to the future, I said firmly. We're not going to drown her. But that doesn't make any sense, I said, thinking of something. Her drowning, if that's what would have happened, would have had consequences, the same consequences her disappearance had. Everyone looking for her, you're going to Oxford, Tossie's meeting Terence. That's what I tried to tell Mr. Dunworthy, she said. But TJ said Fujisaki said those would have been short-term consequences without historical repercussions. In other words, they would have gotten over the cat, I said, if I hadn't walked in with her. And you wouldn't have walked in with her if I hadn't interfered in the first place, she said ruefully. But you couldn't let it drown, I said. No, she said, I couldn't. And what's done is done, and I've got to tell Mr. Dunworthy and find out what we do next. What about the diary? I said. If there were references to her after the 7th, that would prove she hadn't drowned. Couldn't the forensics expert look for her name? Verity looked unhappy. She did. The configuration of letters, actually. 2 very long words beginning with capital letters. But the only references are in the days immediately following, and she hasn't been able to translate them yet. Mr. Dunworthy says they may only be references to her being missing or to her having drowned. She stood up. I'd better go report in. After you realized you had Princess Arjamand, what happened? When did Terence and Professor Peddick find out you had her? They didn't, I said. I kept her hidden till we got here, in a carpet bag. Terence thinks she was on the shore when we... landed, wasn't quite the right word. Arrived. And nobody else saw her? I don't know, I admitted. She got away twice, once in the woods and once at Abingdon. She escaped from the carpet bag? No, I said. I let her out. You let her out? I thought she was tame, I said. Tame? She said, amused. A cat? She looked at Cyril. Didn't you fill him in? She said to him. She looked at me. But you didn't see her interacting with anyone else? No, I said. Well, that's good. Tossie hasn't met any other strange young men whose names don't begin with C since we came home. I take it Mr. C hasn't turned up, I said. No, she said, frowning, and I haven't been able to get a look at Tossie's diary either, which is why I need to report in. Perhaps the forensics expert has been able to decipher the name, or one of the references to Princess Arjumand, and I need to tell them she's back, and... There's something else you need to tell them, I said. About Professor Peddick and the coincidence of his knowing Colonel Meering. I already thought of that. No, I said, something else. I made Terence mismeeting Professor Peddick's niece. I explained what had happened at the railway station. She nodded. I'll tell Mr. Dunworthy, she said. Meetings... There was a knock on the door. Verity and I froze. Who is it? I said. It's Bain, sir. I mouthed silently at Verity, can I tell him to go away? No, she mouthed back, flipped the bedclothes over Cyril and started to crawl under the bed. I grabbed her arm and mouthed, the wardrobe. Coming, Bain, I called. Just a minute. And opened the doors to the wardrobe. She dived in. I shut the door, opened it and shoved the tail of her nightgown in, shut it again, checked to make certain no bits of Cyril were sticking out from under the coverlet, stationed myself in front of the bed and said, Come in, Bain. He opened the door carrying a folded stack of shirts. Your boat has been found, sir, he said, heading straight for the wardrobe. I stepped in front of him. Are those my shirts? No, sir, he said. I borrowed these from the Chattisbournes, whose son is in South Africa until you can have your own things sent up. My own things? And where exactly was I supposed to tell him to send? But I had more immediate problems. Put the shirts in the bureau, I said, keeping between him and the wardrobe. Yes, sir, he said, and laid them neatly in the top drawer. There is also a suit of evening clothes and one of tweeds, which I am having cleaned and altered to fit. They will be ready in the morning, sir. Good, I said. Thank you, Bain. Yes, sir, he said, and went out without even being told. That was close, I began, and he came back in carrying a tray with a china cup, a silver pot, and a small plate of biscuits. I thought you might care for some cocoa, sir. Thank you. He set it on the nightstand. Would you like me to pour it out for you, sir? No, thank you. There are additional bed covers in the wardrobe, sir, he said. Would you like me to put one on the bed? No, I said, moving to block him. Thank you. That will be all, Bain. Yes, sir, he said, but he still stood there fidgeting. Sir, he said nervously, if I might have your permission to speak. Either he knows Verity's in the wardrobe, I thought, or he knows I'm an impostor, or both. What is it? I said. I just wanted to say... Again that nervous hesitation, and I saw that he looked pale and haggard. To say how very grateful I am to you for returning Princess Arjumand to Miss Meering. It wasn't what I expected to hear. Grateful? I repeated blankly. Yes, sir. Mr. St. True's told me you were the one who had found her after your boat capsized and you had swum ashore. I hope you don't think I'm speaking out of my place, sir, but Miss Meering is extremely fond of her pet, and I would never have forgiven myself if anything had happened to her. He hesitated, looking nervous again. It was my fault, you see. Your fault? I said blankly. Yes, sir. You see, Colonel Meering collects fish. From the Orient. He keeps them in a pond in the rockery. Oh, I said, wondering if my time lag symptoms were recurring again. I couldn't seem to see the connection. Yes, sir. Princess Arjumand has an unfortunate penchant for catching Colonel Mearing's goldfish and eating them in spite of my best efforts to prevent her from doing so. Cats, as you know, are quite impervious to threats.
Yes, I said.
And cajoling and pleading, and the only disciplinary measure that I have found to have any effect on her is— It all came suddenly, blindingly clear. "Throwing her in the river," I said. There was a sound like a gasp from the wardrobe, but Bain didn't seem to notice. "Yes, sir," he said. "It doesn't cure her, of course. It's necessary to reinforce the message approximately once a month. I only throw her out a short way. Cats swim quite well, you know, when they are forced to. Better than dogs. But this last time she must have got caught in the current and—" He buried his face in his hands. "I feared she had drowned," he said despairingly. "Here," I said, taking his arm and helping him into the chintz-covered chair. "Sit down. She hasn't drowned. She's perfectly all right. She ate the Colonel's silver emperor fantail, an extremely rare fish. The Colonel had it shipped all the way from Honshu at great expense," he said, anguished. "It had arrived only the day before, and there she was, sitting next to the dorsal fin, calmly licking her paws, and when I cried out, 'Oh, Princess Arjumand, what have you done?' she looked up at me with an expression of utter innocence. I'm afraid I quite lost my temper." "I quite understand," I said. "No," he shook his head. "I carried her out to the river and flung her out as far as I could and then walked away. And when I came back," he buried his face in his hands again, "there was no sign of her anywhere. I searched everywhere. These last 4 days I have felt like Dostoevsky's Raskolnikov, unable to confess my crime, racked with guilt for having murdered an innocent creature." "Well, not quite innocent," I said. "She did eat the silver emperor fantail." He didn't even hear me. "She must have been carried away by the current and come ashore farther downstream. Wet. Lost." "Full of fantail," I said, to keep him from burying his face in his hands again. "And double-gilled blue chub," I thought. I couldn't sleep. I realized that I knew that Miss Mearing would never be able to forgive me if any harm had come to her precious pet, yet I feared that with her good heart she might, and I would not be able to bear her forgiveness or forgive myself. Yet I knew I had to tell her, and I had determined to do so tonight, after the séance. And then the French doors opened, and it was a miracle. There was Princess Arjumand safely returned, thanks to you." He clasped my hands. "You have my most profound gratitude, sir. Thank you." "Perfectly all right," I said, pulling my hands away before he smothered them with grateful kisses or something. "Glad to do it." Princess Arjumand might have starved or frozen to death or been killed by wild dogs or— "No use worrying about things that didn't happen," I said. "She's safely home." "Yes, sir," he said, and looked like he might go for my hands again. I stuck them behind my back. "If there is anything I can do to return the service you have done me and show my gratitude, I would do it in an instant." "Yes, well," I said. "Thank you." "No, thank you, sir," he said, and grabbing my hand from behind my back, shook it heartily. "And thank you for hearing me out. I hope I haven't spoken out of turn, sir." "Not at all," I said. "I appreciate your telling me." He stood up and straightened his lapels. "Would you like me to press your coat and trousers for you, sir?" he said, regaining his composure. "No, that's all right," I said, thinking that the way things had gone thus far I might need them. "You can press them later." "Yes, sir," he said. "Will there be anything else, sir?" Probably, I thought, the way this night is going. "No," I said. "Thank you. Good night, Bain. Get some rest. And don't worry, Princess Arjumand's home, safe and sound, and no harm done. I hope." "Yes, sir," he said. "Good night, sir."
I opened the door to let him out and held it open a crack to watch him till he reached the door to the servants' quarters and went through it, and then went over to the wardrobe and knocked quietly. There was no answer. "Verity?" I said, and pulled the double doors open. Verity was sitting huddled in the wardrobe, her knees hunched against her chest. "Verity?" She looked up at me. "He wasn't going to drown her," she said. "Mr. Dunworthy said I should have thought before I acted. He would have come back and rescued her if I hadn't interfered." "But that's good news," I said. "It means she wasn't a non-significant event and my returning her didn't create an incongruity." She nodded, but without conviction. "Perhaps. But if Bain had rescued her, she wouldn't have been missing for 4 days. They wouldn't have gone to Madame Iritosky's, and Tossie would never have met Terence." She scrambled out of the wardrobe. "I've got to tell Mr. Dunworthy this." She started for the door. "I'll be back as soon as I can and tell you what I find out." She put her hand on the door. "I won't knock," she whispered. "If Mrs. Mearing hears knocking, she's liable to think it's spirits rapping. I'll scratch on the door like this," she demonstrated. "I'll be back soon," she said, and opened the door. "Wait," I said, and retrieved Mrs. Mearing's boot from under the mattress. "Here," I said, thrusting it at Verity. "Set this in front of Mrs. Mearing's door." She took the boot. "I won't even ask," she said, grinned, and slid out the door. I didn't hear any statuary crashes or cries of "The spirits!" from Mrs. Mearing's room, and after a minute I sat down in the chair to wait. And worry. I wasn't supposed to have brought the cat through. I remembered now Mr. Dunworthy saying, "Stay right there," but I had thought he meant not to leave the net. And it wouldn't be the first time a miscommunication had affected history. Look at the countless times when a message which had been misunderstood or failed to get through or fallen into the wrong hands had changed the outcome of a battle. Lees accidentally dropped plans for Antietam, and the Zimmerman telegram, and Napoleon's illegible orders to General Ney at Waterloo. I wished I could think of an instance in which a failure to communicate had had anything but disastrous results. I wasn't sure there were any. Look at Hitler's migraine on D-Day, and the charge of the Light Brigade. Lord Raglan, standing on a hill, saw the Russians trying to retreat with captured Turkish artillery and ordered Lord Lucan to stop them. Lord Lucan, not on a hill and possibly suffering from difficulty in distinguishing sounds, didn't catch the word Turkish, couldn't see any artillery except the Russian cannons pointed straight at him, and ordered Lord Cardigan and his men to charge straight at them, with predictable results. "Into the valley of death rode the 600, I murmured, and heard a faint scratching on the door. I didn't see how it could possibly be Verity. She'd scarcely been gone long enough to make it out to the gazebo and back, let alone to the future. "Who is it?" I whispered through the door. "Verity," she whispered back. "I told you I'd scratch on the door," she said when I let her in. She had a brown paper parcel under her arm. "I know," I said, "but you were only gone 5 minutes." "Good," she said. "That means there wasn't any slippage, which is a good sign." She sat down on the bed looking pleased with herself. The news must be good. "What did Mr. Dunworthy say?" I asked. "He wasn't there," she said happily. "He'd gone up to Coventry to see Elizabeth Bittner." "Mrs. Bittner, the wife of the last Bishop of Coventry?" She nodded. "Only he didn't go to see her in her capacity as Bishop's wife. She, apparently, worked on the net back in the early days. Do you know her?" she asked curiously. "Lady Shrapnel had me interview her about the Bishop's bird stump." "Did she know where it was?" "No." "Oh." "Can I eat your biscuits?" she said, looking hungrily at the tray on the nightstand. "I'm starving." She picked one up and took a bite out of it. "How long were you there?" I asked. "Hours," she said. "Warder wouldn't tell me where TJ was. He was hiding from Lady Shrapnel, and he'd told Warder not to tell anyone where he was. It took me forever to track him down." "Did you ask him about my making Terence miss meeting Maud?" "Yes," she said. "Can I have your cocoa?" "Yes, what did he say?"
He said he thinks it's unlikely that Terence was supposed to have met Maud, or, if he was, that the meeting was non-significant, because if it had been, the net wouldn't have opened. But if my bringing the cat through caused an incongruity, I said. She shook her head. TJ doesn't think it did. He thinks I caused it. Because of what Bain told us? She nodded. That and the excessive slippage. But I thought that was supposed to be due to Coventry's being a crisis point. She shook her head. Not the area of slippage in Coventry, the one in Oxford. In April of 2018. 2018? What crisis point is that? It's not, to anyone's knowledge, she said. That's why Mr. Dunworthy went to see Mrs. Bittner to see if she remembers anything unusual about the drops or the time travel research they did that year that might account for it. But neither of them could remember anything. So, if I caused the incongruity, then your bringing the cat back wouldn't have. It would have been correcting it, and so it should have made things better, not worse. And having Terence miss meeting someone would hardly make things better, especially if meeting them might have kept him from getting to Iffley in time to see Tossie. Which means Terence must not have been supposed to meet Maud, and we don't have to worry about it being a symptom. The incongruity's getting worse. A symptom? What do you mean? According to Fujisaki, the first line of defence is excessive slippage. Then if that fails to correct the incongruity, there's an increase in coincidental happenings, and if that fails, then discrepancies appear. Discrepancies? You mean the course of history begins to alter? Not at first, but the incongruity makes it destabilise. The way TJ explained it was that instead of there being a single fixed course of events, there becomes a superposition of probabilities. Like in Schrödinger's box, I said, thinking of the famous thought experiment with the Geiger counter and the bottle of cyanide gas. And the cat. Exactly, Verity said happily. The course of events that will happen if the incongruity is corrected and if it's not both exist side by side, sort of. When the self-correction's completed, they collapse into one course of events or the other, but until that happens there may be discrepancies between the observed and recorded events. The only record we have is Tossie's diary, and we can't read that, so there's no way to tell whether Terence and Maud's not meeting is a discrepancy or not. She bit into another biscuit. That's why I was gone so long. After I talked to TJ, I went over to the Bodleian to start a search on Terence, and then over to Oriel to ask the forensics expert to look for references to him in the diary, and to see if she'd found out Mr. C's name. And had she? I said, thinking perhaps this was why Verity seemed so happy. No. She'd recovered one entire passage which unfortunately was a description of a dress Tossie was having made. 4 paragraphs of Pintuck's Brussels lace, French embroidery, openwork insets and ruffles, I said. Ruffles and more ruffles, she said disgustedly. And not a word about the cat or the trip to Coventry or the bishop's bird stump. I don't suppose you have any chocolate stashed away or cheese. I'm so hungry. I intended to go back to Balliol and eat dinner after I talked to the forensics expert, but on the way there I ran into Lady Shrapnel. Lady Shrapnel, I said. I'd nearly forgotten her in all the other crises. She doesn't know where I am, does she? You didn't tell her, did you? Of course not, she said, taking a swig of the cocoa. I didn't tell her about the cat either. She demanded to know what I was doing there, and I told her I needed a new costume for day after tomorrow. Warder was livid. I can imagine. And then she stood there while I was being fitted, telling me all about you, and how you'd gone off somewhere and Mr. Dunworthy wouldn't tell her where you were, and how T.J. Lewis refused to go back to 1940 to check on the bishop's bird stump just because the 20th century was a 10 for blacks, which was ridiculous. How dangerous could an air raid be? She drained the last of the cocoa and peered into the pot. And how the workmen were being completely impossible about the choir and told her the choir's stalls wouldn't be completed for another month, and how that was completely out of the question. The consecration was in 13 days. She poured the last drops of cocoa into her cup. She wouldn't leave. Even when Warder took me into the prep room to try on the dress, I had to have her go out and stall Lady Shrapnel while I telephoned the Bodleian and got the results of the search on Terence. And was he supposed to meet Maud?
"I don't know," she said cheerfully. "The search didn't turn up anything. No medals, knighthoods, elections to Parliament, arrests, convictions, news stories. No mention at all in the official records."
No marriage licence? She shook her head and reached for the last biscuit.
"His parish church was destroyed in the Blitz, and I didn't have time to do a global. But I left a message for Mr. Dunworthy with Warder, telling him to do one as soon as he got back from Coventry. But if Terence isn't mentioned in the official records, it means he didn't affect history, which means the meeting doesn't matter. Which goes along with what TJ said about the discrepancies, which is that only the immediate area surrounding the incongruity is destabilised. And the meeting was 4 days from the time I rescued the cat. And Oxford railway station's over 30 miles from Mutchings End, which is hardly the immediate vicinity. So, it isn't a discrepancy. And the incongruity isn't getting worse.
I said, wishing I were as convinced as she was.
But if Tossie marries Terence instead of Mr. C, that would definitely be a discrepancy, so we need to steal the diary and find out who he is and get them married as soon as possible. And in the meantime, we need to keep Terence away from Tossie. And find the bishop's bird stump, she added, licking biscuit crumbs off her fingers.
What? I said. I thought you didn't tell Lady Shrapnel where I was.
I didn't, she said. I told her you'd found out where the bishop's bird stump was and were off fetching it.
You what?
I said, sitting down on Cyril. She was determined to find you, she said. The craftsmen have refused to make a reproduction of the bishop's bird stump, and she's furious. It's only a matter of time till she checked Warder's drop records and came after you, she said reasonably, and that's all we need. She had a point. But what's going to happen when she finds out I don't have the slightest idea where the bishop's bird stump is and never did? The consecration's in 2 weeks, and I'm not supposed to be doing any drops. I'll help you, she said, and we won't need to go anywhere. Poirot says all you need to solve the mystery is the little grey cells. Poirot, I said. Who's Poirot? The curate? No, she said. Hercule Poirot, Agatha Christie. He says... Agatha Christie? I said, completely lost. The mystery writer, 20th century. My assignment before Lady Shrapnel took over Oxford and my life was the 1930s, and it's an absolutely grim time. The rise of Hitler, worldwide depression, no vids, no virtuals, no money to go to the cinema. Nothing at all to do except read mystery novels. Dorothy Sayers, E.C. Benson, Agatha Christie. And crossword puzzles, she said, as if that explained everything. Crossword puzzles? I said. Are not particularly useful to our present situation, but mystery novels are. Of course, they're usually about murder, not robbery, but they always take place in a country house like this, and the butler did it. At least, for the first 100 mystery novels or so. Everyone's a suspect, and it's always the least likely person. And after the first 100 or so, the butler wasn't anymore. The least likely person, I mean, so they had to switch to unlikely criminals. You know, the harmless old lady or the vicar's devoted wife, that sort of thing. But it didn't take the reader long to catch on to that, and they had to resort to having the detective be the murderer. And the narrator, even though that had already been done in the Moonstone. The hero did it, only he didn't know it. He was sleepwalking, in his nightshirt, which was rather racy stuff for Victorian times. And the crime was always unbelievably complicated. In mystery novels. I mean, nobody ever just grabs the vase and runs or shoots somebody in a fit of temper. And at the very end, when you think you've got it all figured out, there's one last plot twist. And the crime's always very carefully thought out with disguises and alibis and railway timetables, and they have to include a diagram of the house in the frontispiece showing everyone's bedroom and the library, which is where the body always is, and all the connecting doors, and even then you don't have a prayer of figuring it out, which is why they have to bring in a world-famous detective. Who solves it with little grey cells, I said. Yes, Hercule Poirot, that's Agatha Christie's detective. And he says it isn't at all necessary to go running about measuring footprints and picking up cigarette ends to solve mysteries like Sherlock Holmes. That's Arthur Conan Doyle's detective. I know who Sherlock Holmes is. Oh, well, anyway, Poirot says all you need is to use the little grey cells and think about the problem. And we'll be able to find the bishop's bird stump. Here. In 1888, I said, unconvinced.
Well, it won't be here, but we'll be able to find out where it is from here, she said, beaming.
She settled herself on the bed. Now, when was the last time you saw it? I was never going to get any sleep. I was going to have Alice in Wonderland conversation after Alice in Wonderland conversation until I died of exhaustion. Here, in the restful, idyllic Victorian era. Couldn't we do this in the morning? I said.
Everyone will be around then, she said. And the sooner we find it, the sooner we can stop worrying about Lady Shrapnel barging in and demanding to know where it is.
I've never actually seen it, you know. I've only heard stories.
Is it truly as hideous as everybody says? It doesn't depict the finding of the infant Moses by Pharaoh's daughters, does it, like that awful thing we saw at Ifley?
She stopped. I'm babbling, aren't I?
Just like Lord Peter. That's Dorothy Sayers' detective, Lord Peter Wimsey. He and Harriet Vane solve mysteries together. It's terribly romantic, and I'm doing it again, aren't I? Babbling, I mean. Drops have that effect on me.
She looked ruefully at me. And you're suffering from time lag and supposed to be resting.
I am so sorry.
She scrambled off the bed and picked up her paper-wrapped parcel.
It's sort of a cross between caffeine and alcohol, the effect drops have on me. Do they affect you that way? Sort of giddy and talkative?
She gathered up her shoes and stockings.
We'll both feel better in the morning.
She opened the door and peered out into the blackness.
Get some sleep, she whispered. You look dreadful. You need to get your rest so you can help me keep Tossie and Terence apart in the morning. I've got it all worked out. I'll make Terence help me set up the fortune-telling tent.
Fortune-telling tent? I said.
Yes, and you can help Tossie with the jumble sale.
There is no more admirably educational experience for a young fellow starting out in life than going to stay at a country house under a false name. P.G. Wodehouse. Chapter 13. Another visitor. Variations on a theme. The birds. Importance of butlers. An old-fashioned English breakfast. Wildlife. The bishop's bird stump. The one little fact. The mystery of the maid's name solved. I am prepped. The mystery of the origin of the jumble sale solved. My time in the States. Victorian handicrafts. My boater. Mr. C. A surprise. Verity was not my final visitor. A half-hour after she left, there was another sound of scratching on the door, so faint I would not have heard it if I had been asleep. I wasn't asleep. Verity, with her news of increased slippage and discrepancies, had pretty much put paid to that. Not to mention Lady Shrapnel and the bishop's bird stump. And Cyril had somehow managed, in spite of his short legs, to sprawl over the entire width of the bed and both pillows, so that there was only a narrow edge left, which I had a tendency to roll off of. I wrapped my feet round the bedpost and anchored the coverlet with my hands and thought about Lord Lucan and Schrödinger's cat. It had been put into a box in Schrödinger's thought experiment, along with a doomsday device, a bottle of cyanide gas, a hammer hooked to a Geiger counter, and a chunk of uranium. If the uranium emitted an electron, it would trigger the hammer, which would break the bottle. That would release the gas that would kill the cat that lived in the box that Schrödinger built. And since there was no way to predict whether the uranium had emitted an electron or not, the cat was neither dead nor alive, but both, existing as side-by-side probabilities which would collapse into a single reality when the box was opened, or the incongruity was repaired. But that meant there was a 50% probability that the incongruity wouldn't be repaired. And for each moment the cat stayed in the box, the probability that the uranium would emit said electron became greater, and so did the likelihood that when the box was opened, the cat would be dead. And the first line of defense had already failed. The coincidences of Tossie's meeting Terence and my meeting Terence and our rescuing Professor Peddick and his meeting the Colonel proved that, and discrepancies were the next step. But Terence hadn't affected history, at least not directly, or his name would have been in the official records, and Oxford Railway Station was 30 miles and 4 days from Muching's End, and T.J. had said the immediate vicinity. But what seemed to have escaped Verity in her time-lagged state was that even if their meeting wasn't in the immediate vicinity, Mrs. Mearing's decision to take Tossie to Madame Iritosky's was. And that was what had led to her meeting Terence and to Terence's running into Professor Peddick and being asked to meet the aged relicts, and running into me. And what did immediate vicinity mean anyway? T.J. hadn't said. It might be years and hundreds of miles. I lay there in the dark, going round and round like Harris in the Hampton Court maze. Bain hadn't intended to drown Princess Arjamand, but if she hadn't drowned and become non-significant, why hadn't the net refused to open for Verity? And if she had drowned, why had it opened for me? And why had I come through at Oxford? To keep Terence from meeting Maud? I didn't see how that could possibly contribute to a self-correction. Or had it been to keep the cat away from Muching's End? I remember dropping her basket at Folly Bridge when Cyril charged me and it nearly rolling into the river before Terence caught it, and my grabbing the carpet bag as it toppled and sending Cyril into the drink. Had the course of history been trying to correct itself by drowning the cat and I'd kept interfering? But she couldn't have been intended to drown. Bain hadn't been trying to drown her when he threw her in. If Verity hadn't interfered, he would have dived in, morning coat and all, and saved her. Perhaps he'd thrown her out too far, and she'd been carried away by the current and drowned in spite of Bain's best efforts. But that still didn't explain. There was a faint scratching at the door. It's Verity, I thought. She's forgot to explain Hercule Poirot's detecting methods. I opened the door. There was no one there. I opened the door wider and looked down the hall in both directions. Nothing but blackness. It must have been one of Mrs. Mearing's spirits. "Mia," a small voice said. I looked down. Princess Arjamand's grey-green eyes shone up at me. "More," she said, and sauntered past me, tail in the air, jumped on the bed and lay down in the middle of my pillow. This left me no room at all. Plus, Cyril snored. This in itself could have been got used to, but as the night progressed, it got louder and louder till I was afraid it was going to wake the dead, or Mrs. Mearing, or both. And he seemed to do variations on a theme. A low rumble like distant thunder, a snore, an odd waffling sound which ruffled his jowls, a snort, a snuffle, a wheeze. None of this bothered the cat, who had settled herself on my Adam's apple again and was purring, without variations, in my ear. I kept dozing off from cat-induced lack of oxygen and then waking up, lighting matches and trying to read my pocket watch by then at I, and a quarter to IV. I dozed off again at past V, only to be awakened by the birds chirping the arrival of the sun. I had always been led to believe this was an idyllic, melodious sound, but this sounded more like a full-scale Nazi air raid. I wondered if the Mearings had an Anderson shelter. I fumbled for a match, realized I could read my pocket watch without it, and got up. I pulled on my clothes, put on my shoes, and began trying to rouse Cyril. "Come along, boy. Time to go back to the stable," I said, interrupting him in mid-waffle with a shake. "You don't want Mrs. Mearing to catch you in here. Come along. Wake up." Cyril opened one bleary eye, closed it again, and began to snore loudly. "Don't try to pull that," I said. "It won't work. I know you're awake." I poked him in his midsection. "Come along. You'll get us both thrown out." I tugged on his collar. He opened the eye again and staggered to his feet. He looked like I felt. His eyes were bloodshot and he was swaying gently like a drunk after a night on the tiles. "Good boy," I said encouragingly. "That's it. Off the bed. Down we go." Princess Arjamand chose that moment to yawn, stretch luxuriously, and settle comfortably into a nest of bedclothes. The message couldn't have been clearer. "You're not helping," I said to her. "I know it's not fair, Cyril, but life is not fair. I, for instance, am supposed to be on holiday, resting, sleeping." Cyril took the word sleeping for a command and sank back onto the pillows. "No," I said. "Up! Now! I mean it, Cyril. Come, heel! Wake up!" One has not lived until one has carried a 60-pound dog down a sweeping flight of stairs at V in the morning. Outside, the grounds had the rosy flush of dawn. The grass bright with diamond dew, the roses just opening their sweet faces, all of which indicated I was still suffering from severe to terminal time lag, which meant when I saw Verity at breakfast I would still be completely under her spell, even though she had told Lady Shrapnel I knew where the bishop's bird stump was. In the meantime, the bird Luftwaffe must have gone back to refuel, and the world lay silent in the early light. A silence as much a part of the past as Victorian country houses and boating on the Thames. The stillness of a world that had yet no ken of airplanes and traffic jams, of incendiaries and pinpoint bombs. The still and holy hush of an idyllic world gone by. It was too bad I wasn't in a position to appreciate it. Cyril weighed a ton and set up a pathetic and piercing whine as soon as I set him down. I almost tripped over the slumbering stable boy on the way out, and back inside the house I nearly collided with Bain in the upper hall. He was setting polished boots in neat pairs outside the bedroom doors. In the second before he saw me, I wondered when he slept. "Couldn't sleep," I said, dropping the subjects of my sentences like Colonel Meering in my nervousness. "Went downstairs looking for something to read." "Yes, sir," he said. He was holding Tossie's white boots. They had ruffles on the toes. "I find Mr. Toynbee's The Industrial Revolution very relaxing. Would you like me to fetch it for you?" "No, that's quite all right," I said. "Feel as though I shall be able to sleep now." Which was a blatant lie. I had far too many things to worry about to be able to fall asleep. How I was going to get my collar on and my tie tied in the morning. What time travel was going to discover about the consequences of my not returning Princess Arjamand to Matching's End for 4 full days. What I was going to tell Lady Shrapnel. And even if I were able to stop worrying, there was no point in trying to sleep. It was already getting light. In a few minutes, sun would be streaming through the windows, and the bird Luftwaffe were already returning for a second raid. And I didn't dare fall asleep for fear of suffocation at the hands of Princess Arjamand. She had taken over both pillows in my absence. I tried to push her gently to one side without making her, and she stretched curvingly and began flipping her tail on my face. I lay there under the lash and thought about the bishop's bird stump. I not only didn't know where it was, I didn't have any idea what could possibly have happened to it. It had stood in the church for 80 years, and there was no indication it hadn't been there during the raid. In fact, there were a lot of indications that it had been. The order of service I'd found in the rubble proved it had been there 4 days before the raid, and I had seen it there myself on the day before that, the 9th, after the prayers for the RAF service and baked goods sale. I suppose it might have been removed for safekeeping at the last minute, but that hardly seemed likely, when neither the Purbeck marble baptismal font nor the organ Handel had played on had been sent to the country, or put down in the crypt, even though in retrospect they obviously should have been. And the bishop's bird stump looked far more indestructible than the marble baptismal font. It was indestructible. The roof collapsing on it wouldn't have even chipped its cherubs. It should have been standing there, in the ashes, rising above the rubble, untouched, unscathed, When I woke, it was full daylight, and Bain was standing over me with a cup of tea. "Good morning, sir," he said. "I took the liberty of returning Princess Arjamand to her mistress's room." "Good idea," I said, realizing belatedly that I had a pillow and was able to breathe. "Yes, sir.
It would be most distressing to Miss Meering to wake and find her gone again, though I can quite understand Princess Arjumand's attachment to you." I sat up. "What time is it?" 8 o'clock, sir." He handed me the cup of tea. "I am afraid I was unable to retrieve the majority of your and Mr. St. Truse's and Professor Peddick's luggage," he said. "These were all I was able to find." He held up the size-small suit of evening clothes Finch had packed for me. "I am afraid there has been considerable shrinkage due to their immersion in the water. I have therefore sent for replacements, and—" "Replacements?" I said, nearly spilling my tea. "From where?" "Swan and Edgar's, of course, sir," he said. "In the meantime, your boating costume." He had done more than press it. My shirt was bleached and starched to within an inch of its life, and the flannels looked like new. I hoped I would be able to figure out how to get into them. I sipped thoughtfully at my tea, trying to remember how the tie had gone. "Breakfast is at 9, sir," Bain said. He poured out hot water from the ewer into the bowl and opened the box of razors. The tie probably didn't matter. I would cut my throat shaving before I ever got to it. "Mrs. Meering wishes everyone to be done to breakfast by 9 o'clock, as there are a great many preparations to be made for the church fete," he said, laying out the razors. "Particularly as regards the jumble sale." The jumble sale. I had almost managed to forget about it. Or perhaps I was only in denial. I seemed to be doomed to attend bazaars and church fetes no matter what century I went to. "When is it to be held?" I asked, hoping he would say next month. "The day after tomorrow," Bain said, draping a towel over his arm. Perhaps we'd be gone by then. Professor Peddick would be eager to go on to Runnymede to see the meadow where the Magna Carta was signed, to say nothing of its excellent perch deeps. Terence wouldn't want to go, of course, but he might not have any say in the matter. Mrs. Meering had taken a pronounced dislike to him, and I had a feeling she would like him even less when she found out he had designs on her daughter, and hadn't any money. She might even pack us off directly after breakfast, pleading the preparations for the jumble sale. The incongruity could begin correcting itself, and I could take a nice long nap on the river while Terence rode. If I hadn't killed myself with the straight razors before that. "Would you care to have me shave you now, sir?" Bain said. "Yes," I said, and bounded out of bed. I needn't have worried about the clothes, either. Bain fastened my braces and my collar, constructed the tie, and would have tied my shoes if I'd let him. I didn't know whether from gratitude or if this was the usual custom of the times. I would have to ask Verity. "Which room is breakfast in?" I asked Bain. "The breakfast room, sir," he said. "First door on your left." I went tripping downstairs feeling positively cheerful. A good old-fashioned English breakfast, bacon and eggs and orange marmalade, all served up by a butler, was a delightful prospect, and it was a beautiful day. Sun streamed in over the polished banisters and onto the portraits. Even Lady Shrapnel's Elizabethan ancestor looked cheerful. I opened the first door to the left. Bain must have told me wrong. This was the dining room, almost entirely filled with a massive mahogany table and an even more massive sideboard with an assortment of covered silver dishes on it. The table had cups and saucers and silverware on it, but no plates, and there was no one in the room. I turned to start back out and looked for the breakfast room and nearly collided with Verity. "Good morning, Mr. Henry," she said. "I hope you slept well." She was wearing a pale green dress with tiny pleats in the bodice, and had a green ribbon bound round her piled-up auburn hair, and I obviously needed a good deal more sleep before I was over my time lag. I noticed shadows under her green-brown eyes, but otherwise she was still the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. She went over to the sideboard. "Breakfast is served from the sideboard, Mr. Henry," she said, taking a flower-rimmed plate from a large stack. "The others will be down shortly." She leaned toward me to hand me the plate. "I am so sorry I told Lady Shrapnel you knew where the bishop's bird stump was," she said. "I must have been more time-lagged than I realised, but that's no excuse, and I want you to know I'll do everything I can to help you find it. When's the last time anybody saw it?"
I saw it on Saturday the 9th of November 1940 after the prayers for the RAF service and baked goods sale.
"And no one saw it after that?"
No one's been able to get through after that till after the raid. The increased slippage round a crisis point, remember? Jane came in with a pot of marmalade, set it on the table, bobbed a curtsy, and left. Verity stepped over to the first of the covered dishes, which had a statuette of a flopping fish for a handle.
"And it wasn't found in the rubble after the raid?" she said, lifting the lid by the fish.
"No," I said. "Good Lord, what's that?" I was staring at a bed of blindingly yellow rice with strips of flaked white on it.
"It's kedgeree," she said, putting a small spoonful on her plate. "Curried rice and smoked fish."
"For breakfast?"
"It's an Indian dish. The Colonel's fond of it."
She put the lid back on.
"And none of the contents mention having seen it for the 9th to the night of the raid?"
It was listed in the order of service for Sunday the 10th under the flower arrangement, so presumably it was there during the service. She moved down to the next cupboard dish. This lid had a large antlered deer. I wondered briefly if they represented some sort of code, but the next one down was a snarling wolf, so I doubted it.
"When you saw it on the 9th, Verity said, did you notice anything unusual about it?"
"You've never seen the bishop's bird stump, have you?"
"I mean, had it been moved or damaged? Did you notice anyone hanging about it or see anything suspicious?"
"You're still time-lagged, aren't you?" I asked.
"No," she said indignantly. "The bishop's bird stump is missing and it can't just have disappeared into thin air, so someone must have taken it, and if someone took it there must be a clue to who it was. Did you notice anyone standing near it?"
"No," I said.
"Hercule Poirot says there's always something that no one noticed or thought was important," she said, picking up the stag at bay.
Inside was a mass of pungent-smelling brown objects.
"What's that?" "Devilled kidneys," she said, "braised in chutney and mustard. In Hercule Poirot mysteries there's always one little fact that doesn't fit, and that's the key to the mystery."
She picked up a charging bull by the horns.
"This is cold ptarmigan."
"Aren't there any eggs and bacon?"
She shook her head. "Strictly for the lower classes."
She held out a shellacked fish on a fork.
"Kipper."
I settled for porridge. Verity took her plate and went over and sat down on the far side of the huge table.
"What about when you were there after the raid?" she said, motioning me to sit down across from her. "Was there any sign of the bishop's bird stump having been in the fire?"
I opened my mouth to say, "The cathedral was completely destroyed," and then stopped, frowning. Actually, there was a charred flower stem, and we found the wrought iron stand it stood on.
"Was the stem from the same kind of flower that was listed in the order of service?" Verity asked, and I was about to say there was no way to tell when Jane came in again, bobbed, and said, "Tea, ma'am?" "Yes, thank you, Colleen," Verity said.
As soon as she'd gone, I said, "Why did you call the maid Colleen?"
"It's her name," she said.
"But Mrs. Meering didn't think it was fashionable for a servant."
"Too Irish. English servants are what's en vogue."
"So she made her change it?"
"It was common practice. Mrs. Chattisbourne calls all of her maids Gladys so she doesn't have to remember which is which. Weren't you prepped on this?"
"I wasn't prepped at all," I said. 2 hours of subliminals real time, which I was too time-lagged to hear, on the subservient status of women mostly, and fish forks. She looked appalled.
"You weren't prepped? Victorian society's highly mannered. Breaches of etiquette are taken very seriously."
She looked curiously at me. "How have you managed thus far?" "For the past 2 days I've been on the river with an Oxford don who quotes Herodotus, a lovesick young man who quotes Tennyson, a bulldog and a cat," I said. I played it by ear.
"Well, that won't work here."
You'll have to be prepped somehow. All right, listen, she said, leaning across the table. Here's the short course. Formality is the main thing. People don't say what they think. Euphemisms and politeness are the order of the day. No physical contact between the sexes. A man may take a lady's arm, or help her over a stile, or up the steps into a train. Unmarried men and women are never allowed to be alone together, she said, in spite of the fact that we seem to be. There must be a chaperone present. As if on cue, Jane reappeared with 2 cups of tea and set them down in front of us. Servants are called by their first names, Verity said as soon as she'd gone, except for the butler. He's Mr. Bain or Bain, and all cooks are Mrs. no matter what their marital status, so don't ask Mrs. Posey about her husband. This household has a parlour-maid, that's Jane. A scullery maid, a cook, a footman, a groom, a butler, and a gardener. It had an upstairs maid, a lady's maid, and a boot boy, but the Duchess of Landry stole them. Stole them? I said, reaching for the sugar. They didn't eat sugar on their porridge, she said, and you should have rung for the servant to pass it to you. Stealing each other's servants is their chief entertainment. Mrs. Mearing stole Bain from Mrs. Chattisbourne, and is currently in the process of trying to steal her boot boy. They didn't put milk on it either. No swearing in the presence of ladies. How about balderdash, I said, or pshaw? Pshaw, Mr. Henry? Mrs. Mearing said, sweeping in. What are you pooh-poohing? Not our church fete, I hope. It benefits the Restoration Fund. Such a worthwhile project, Mr. Henry. Our poor parish church is in such desperate need of restoration. Why, the baptismal font dates back to 1262. And the windows, hopelessly medieval. If our fete is a success, we hope to purchase all new ones. She heaped her plate with kippers and venison and wolf, sat down and swept her napkin off the table and onto her lap. The restoration project is all our curate Mr. Armitage's doing. Until he came, the vicar wouldn't even hear of restoring the church. I'm afraid he is quite old-fashioned in his thinking. He refuses even to consider the possibility of communication with the spirits. Good man, I thought. Mr. Armitage, on the other hand, embraces the idea of spiritism and of speaking with our dear departed ones on the other side. Do you believe contact is possible with the other side, Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry was inquiring about the church fete, Verity said. I was just going to tell him about your clever idea of a jumble sale. Oh, Mrs. Mearing said, looking flattered. Have you ever been to a fete, Mr. Henry? 1 or 2, I said. Well then, you know that there are donated fancy goods and jellies and needlework tables. My idea was that we also donate objects that we no longer have any use for. All sorts of things. Dishes and bric-a-brac and books. A jumble of things. I was gazing at her in horror. This was the person who had started it all, the person responsible for all those endless jumble sales I'd been stuck at. You would be amazed, Mr. Henry, at the treasures people have in their attics and storerooms, sitting there covered in dust. Why, in my own attic I found a tea urn and a lovely celery dish. Bain, were you able to get the dents out of the tea urn? Yes, madam, Bain said, pouring her coffee. Would you care for coffee, Mr. Henry? Mrs. Mearing asked. I was surprised at how pleasant Mrs. Mearing was being to me. It must be the politeness Verity had referred to. Tossie came in, carrying Princess Arjamand, who had a large pink bow tied round her neck. "Good morning, Mamma," she said, scanning the table for Terence. "Good morning, Toslin," Mrs. Mearing said. "Did you sleep well?" "Oh, yes, Mamma," Tossie said. "Now that my dearum's pet is safely home." She snuggled the cat. "You slept cuddled next to me all night long, didn't you, sweetum lovums?" "Tossie!" Mrs. Mearing said sharply. Tossie looked chagrined. Obviously some sort of breach of etiquette, though I had no idea what it was. I would have to ask Verity. Colonel Mearing and Professor Peddick arrived, talking animatedly about the Battle of Trafalgar.
"Outnumbered 27 to 33,
the Colonel was saying.
Exactly my point, Professor Peddick said. If it hadn't been for Nelson, they'd have lost the battle. It's character that makes history, not blind forces, individual initiative.
Good morning, Papa,
Tossie said, coming over to kiss the Colonel on the cheek. Good morning, daughter. He glared at Princess Arjamand. Doesn't belong in here.
But she's had a terrible ordeal,
Tossie said, carrying the cat over to the sideboard.
Look, Princess Arjamand, kippers, she said,
put one on a plate and set it and the cat down and smiled defiantly at Bain.
Good morning, Mesial,
Mrs. Meering said to her husband.
Did you sleep well last night?
Tolerably,
he said, peering under the wolf.
And you, Malvinia? Sleep well, my dear?
This was apparently the opening Mrs. Meering had been waiting for.
I did not,
she said, and paused dramatically.
There are spirits in this house. I heard them.
I knew I shouldn't have trusted Verity with her. The walls in these country houses are thick, one can't hear a thing through them.
Oh, Mamma,
Tossie said breathlessly.
What did the spirits sound like?
Mrs. Meering got a far-away look. It was a strange, unearthly sound such as no living being could make. A sort of sobbing exhalation like breathing, though of course the spirits do not breathe. And then She paused, searching for words.
A shriek, followed by a long, painful gasp as of a soul in torment. It was a dreadful, dreadful sound.
Well, I would agree with that.
I felt as though it were trying to communicate with me, but could not,
she said.
Oh, if only Madame Iritosky were here. I know she would be able to make the spirits speak. I intend to write to her this morning and ask her to come, though I fear she will not. She says she can only work in her own home.
With her own trapdoors and hidden wires and secret connecting passages, I thought. Unsupposed, I should be grateful. At least she wasn't likely to show up and expose my harbouring of Cyril.
If she could have but heard the spirit's fearful cry, I know she would come to us, Mrs. Meering said. Bain, has Mr. St. True's come down yet? I believe he is coming momentarily, Bain said. He took his dog for a walk. Late for breakfast, and walking his dog. 2 strikes against him, though Mrs. Meering didn't look as irritable as I'd thought she might.
Hello, Terence said, coming in, and without Cyril.
Sorry I'm late.
That's perfectly all right, Mrs. Meering said, beaming at him.
Do sit down, Mr. St. True's. Would you care for tea or coffee?
Coffee, Terence said, smiling at Tossie.
Bain, bring coffee for Mr. St. True's. We're all so delighted you've come, Mrs. Meering said. I do hope you and your friends will be able to stay for our church fete. It will be such fun. We shall have a coconut shy and a fortune-teller, and Toslin will be baking a cake to raffle. Such an excellent cook, Toslin, and so accomplished. She plays the piano, you know, and speaks German and French. Don't you, Tossie, dear? Oui, Mamma,
Tossie said, smiling at Terence. I looked questioningly at Verity. She shrugged back an I don't know.
Professor Peddick, I do hope your pupils can spare you for a few days, Mrs. Meering was saying. And Mr. Henry, do say you'll help us with the treasure hunt. Mr. Henry has been telling me he lived in the States, Verity said.
And I turned and looked at her in astonishment.
Truly, Terence said. You never told me that.
It was when I was ill, I said. I was sent to the States for treatment.
Did you see Red Indians?
Tossie asked. I was in Boston, I stammered, silently cursing Verity.
Boston! Mrs. Meering cried. Do you know the Fox sisters?
The Fox sisters, I said.
The Mrs. Margaret and Kate Fox, the founders of our spiritist movement. It was they who first received communications from the spirits by rapping.
I'm afraid I didn't have that pleasure, I said. But she had already turned her attention back to Terence.
Toslin embroiders beautifully, Mr. St. True's, she said. You must see the lovely pillowcases she has sewn for our fancy goods stall. I am certain the person who purchases them will have sweet dreams, Terence said, smiling goopily at Tossie. A dream of perfect bliss, too beautiful to last.
The Colonel and the Professor, still at Trafalgar with Nelson, pushed back their chairs and stood up, muttering one after the other.
If you'll excuse me.
Mesial, where are you going? Mrs. Mearing said.
Out to the fish pond, the Colonel said. Show Professor Pennick my nacreous Riunkin.
Do wear your greatcoat, then, Mrs. Mearing said, and your wool scarf. She turned to me. My husband has a weak chest and a tendency to catarrh.
Like Cyril, I thought.
Bain, fetch Colonel Mearing's greatcoat, she said,
but they were already gone. She turned back immediately to Terence.
Where do your people come from, Mr. St. Trues? Kent, he said, which I always thought the fairest spot on earth, till now. Might I be excused, Aunt Melvinia? Verity said, folding her napkin. I must finish my glove boxes. Of course, Mrs. Mearing said absently. How long have your family lived in Kent, Mr. St. Trues?
As Verity passed me, she dropped a folded note in my lap.
Since 1066, Terence said. Of course, we've improved the house since then. Most of it's Georgian. Capability brown. You must come and visit us.
I unfolded the note under the table and sneaked a look at it. It read, Meet me in the library.
We should love to come, Mrs. Mearing said eagerly. Shouldn't we, Toslin? Oui, Mamma.
I waited for an opening and dived in.
If I might be excused, Mrs. Mearing, I began. Absolutely not, Mr. Henry, she said. Why, you haven't eaten a thing. You must have some of Mrs. Posy's eel pie. It is unparalleled.
It was, and so was the kedgeree, which she made Bain dump on my plate with a large shovel-like utensil. A kedgeree spoon, no doubt. After some eels and as little kedgeree as possible, I made my escape and went to look for Verity, though I had no idea where the library was. I needed one of those diagrams like in Verity's detective novels. I tried several doors and finally found her in a room lined from floor to ceiling with books.
Where have you been?
Verity said. She was seated at a table covered with a litter of shells and pots of glue.
Eating vile, unspeakable things, I said, and answering questions about America. Why on earth did you tell them I'd been to America? I don't know anything about the States. Neither do they, she said imperturbably. I had to do something. You haven't been prepped and you're bound to make mistakes. They think all Americans are barbarians, so if you use the wrong fork, they'll put it down to your having spent time in the States.
Thank you, I suppose, I said.
Sit down, she said.
We need to plan our strategy. I looked at the door, which had an old-fashioned key in the lock. Should I lock the door?
It's not necessary, she said, selecting a flat, pinkish shell. The only person who ever comes in here is Bain. Mrs. Mearing disapproves of reading.
And where did all this come from? I said, indicating the rows of brown and scarlet-bound books.
They bought it, she said, swabbing glue on the shell.
Bought what?
The library, from Lord Dunsany, the person Bain worked for before he came to the Chattisbournes. The Chattisbournes are who Mrs. Mearing stole Bain from, though I think Bain actually chose to come. For the books.
She stuck the shell down on the box.
Sit down. If anyone comes in, you're helping me with these.
She held up a completed box. It was covered with shells of assorted sizes in the shape of a heart.
That's absolutely hideous, I said. The entire Victorian era had the most atrocious taste, she said. Be glad it's not hair wreaths.
Hair wreaths?
Flowers made out of dead people's hair. The mother-of-pearl shells go along the edges, she said, showing me, and then a row of cowrie shells.
She shoved a glue pot at me.
I found out from Bain why Mrs. Mearing's suddenly so friendly toward Terence. She looked him up in Debrett's. He's rich, and he's the nephew of a peer.
Rich? I said. But he didn't even have enough money to pay for the boat.
The aristocracy are always in debt, she said, looking at a clamshell. He's got 5,000 a year, an estate in Kent, and he's second in line to the peerage. So, she said, discarding the clamshell, our priority is to keep Tossie and Terence away from each other, which will be difficult with Mamma matchmaking. Tossie's collecting things for the jumble sale this morning, and I'm going to send you with her. That'll keep them apart for at least half a day.
What about Terence? I said.
I'm going to send him to Streatley after the Chinese lanterns for the fete. I want you to try to find out from Tossie if she knows any young men whose names begin with C.
You've checked in the neighbourhood for C's, I suppose, I said.
She nodded. The only two I've been able to discover are Mr. Cudden and Mr. Corp, the farmer who's always drowning kittens.
Sounds like a match made in heaven. What about Mr. Cudden?
He's married, she said glumly. You'd think there'd be lots of Mr. C's. I mean, look at Dickens. David Copperfield, Martin Chuzzlewit, Bob Cratchit.
Not to mention the admirable Crichton, I said, and Lewis Carroll. No, that won't work. It wasn't his real name. Thomas Carlyle and G.K. Chesterton, eligible suitors all, I said. What are you going to do while I'm with Tossie?
I'm going to search Tossie's room and try to find her diary. She's hidden it, and I had to cut my search short. Jane came in. But this morning they'll all be working on the fate, so I won't be interrupted. Failing that, I'll go through to Oxford and see what the forensics expert's been able to find out. Ask Warder how much slippage there was on the drop when you rescued Princess Arjamand, I said. Going through to Oxford with her, do you mean? She said. There's never any slippage on return drops. No, I said. The drop where you came through and saw the cat. All right. We'd better get back in there. She stuck the cork in the glue pot, stood up and rang for Bain. Bain, she said when he appeared, have the carriage brought round immediately and then come to the breakfast room. As you wish, miss, he said. Thank you, Bain, she said, picked up the shell-covered box and led the way back to the breakfast room.
Mrs. Mearing was still interrogating Terence.
Oh, how exquisite,
she said, when Verity showed her the box.
We still have a good deal to do for the fete, Aunt Malvinia, she said. I so want the jumble sale to be a success. Have you your list? Ring for Jane to bring it, Mrs. Mearing said. She has gone to the vicarage to fetch the bunting, Verity said, and as soon as Mrs. Mearing had left the room to get the list. Mr. St. True's, may I prevail on you for a favour? The Chinese lanterns we had intended to string between the stalls have not been delivered. Would you be so good as to go to Streatley for them? Bain can go, Tossie said. Terence is to go with me to the Chattisbournes this morning.
Your mother cannot spare Bain with the tea tent to be set up, Verity said.
Mr. Henry shall go with you.
Bain, she said to the butler who had just come in, bring Mr. Henry a basket in which to carry the jumble sale donations. Is the carriage waiting?
Yes, miss,
he said, and left.
But,
Tossie said, her mouth forming a pout.
Here is the address,
Verity said, handing Terence a sheet of paper.
And orders for the lanterns.
This is so good of you, and hustled him out the front door before Tossie could even protest. Bain brought the basket, and Tossie went to get her hat and gloves.
I don't see why Mr. Henry couldn't have gone for the lanterns,
I heard her say to Verity as they went upstairs. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, Verity said. Wear your hat with the polka-dot veil to show to Rose Chattisbourne. Verity came back downstairs. I'm impressed, I said. I've been taking lessons from Lady Shrapnel, she said. While you're at the Chattisbourne, see if you can find out when Elliot Chattisbourne, he's the one whose clothes you're wearing, is coming home. She could have been secretly corresponding with him since he's been out in South Africa. Here comes Tossie. Tossie fluttered down the stairs in the polka-dotted veil, carrying a reticule and a parasol, and we set off. Bain ran to catch up with us.
Your hat, sir,
he said breathlessly, handing me my boater. My straw boater, which I had last seen floating down the river, the ribbon already beginning to fade pale blue onto the soggy straw. Bain had somehow restored it to its original state, the ribbon bright blue, the straw scrubbed and crisp. "Thank you, Bain," I said. "I thought it was lost forever." I put it on, feeling jauntier immediately and fully capable not only of keeping Tossie away from Terence, but of being so charming she'd forget all about him. "Shall we?" I said to Tossie and offered her my arm. She looked up at me through the polka dots.
"My cousin Verity says your hat makes you look feeble-minded," she said speculatively. "But I don't think it's that bad. Some men simply don't know how to wear hats. Don't you think Mr. St. Trews looks dashing in his boater? My dearum's Juju said to me this morning, 'Don't you think he's the handsomest manums?'"
I had thought baby talk was bad, but baby talk from a cat. "I knew a chap at school who lived near here," I said, changing the subject to something more productive. "I can't remember his name just now. Began with a C."
"Elliot Chattisbourne?"
"No, that's not it," I said. "It did begin with a C, though."
"You knew him at school?"
she said, pursing her lips.
"Were you at Eton?"
"Yes," I said. "Why not?"
"Eton. There's Freddie Lawrence, but he went to Harrow. Were you at school with Terence?"
This was a medium, tallish chap, good at cricket.
"And his name began with a C?"
She shook her curls.
"I can't think of anyone. Does Terence play cricket?"
"He rows," I said, "and swims. He's a very good swimmer."
"I think he's terribly brave for rescuing Princess Arjamand," she said. "Don't you think he's the bravest knight in all the world?" Juju asked me. "I think he is."
This kept up the entire way to the Chattisbournes, which was just as well, since I didn't know any other facts about Terence.
"Here we are,"
Tossie said, starting up the drive to a large neo-Gothic house. Well, you survived that, I thought, and the rest of the morning's bound to go easier. Tossie stepped up to the front door. I waited for her to ring the bell, and then remembered it was the Victorian era, and rang it for her, and then stepped back as the butler opened the door. It was Finch.
"Good morning, miss, sir," he said. "May I say who is calling?"
"It's not the same game. It's an absolutely different game. That's the trouble." Darrell F. Zanuck on croquet. Chapter 14. A surprise appearance. Jeeves. In a flower garden. Giggling. Dress descriptions. An overweight cat. Sex and violence. Finch is not at liberty to say. Tales of the Wild West. Amazing treasures people have in their attics. Home again. I am prepped. A civilized game. Bad news. Croquet in Wonderland. More bad news. I am not certain what I said or how we got in the house. It was all I could manage not to blurt out, "Finch, what are you doing here?" It was obvious what he was doing. He was buttling. It was also obvious he had patterned himself on that greatest of all butlers, P.G. Woodhouse's Jeeves. He had the supercilious air, the correct speech, especially the poker-faced expression, down cold. You'd have thought he'd never seen me before in his life. He ushered us inside with a perfectly measured bow, said, "I will announce you," and started for the stairs, but he was too late. Mrs. Chattisbourne and her 4 daughters were already hurrying down the stairs, burbling,
"Tossie, dear, this is a surprise."
She stopped at the foot of the staircase, and her daughters stopped too, in a sort of ascending arrangement. They all, including Mrs. Chattisbourne, had turned-up noses and brownish-blonde hair.
"And who is this young gentleman?" Mrs. Chattisbourne said.
The girls giggled.
"Mr. Henry, madam,"
Finch said.
"So this is the young gentleman who found your cat," Mrs. Chattisbourne said. "We heard all about it from the Reverend Mr. Armitage." "Oh, no," Tossie said. "It was Mr. St. Trews who returned my poor lost Princess Arjamand to me. Mr. Henry is only his friend."
"Ah," Mrs. Chattisbourne said.
"I am so pleased to meet you, Mr. Henry. allow me to introduce my flower garden."
I had gotten so used to having people say nonsensical things to me in the last few days that it didn't even faze me. She led me over to the stairs.
"These are my daughters, Mr. Henry," she said, pointing up the stairs at them one by one. "Rose, Iris, Pansy, and my youngest, Eglantine. My own sweet nosegay, and some lucky gentleman's," she squeezed my arm, "bridal bouquet."
The girls giggled in turn as she said their names, and again at the end when she mentioned the bridal bouquet.
"Shall I serve refreshments in the morning room?"
Finch said.
"No doubt Miss Meering and Mr. Henry are fatigued from their walk."
"How marvellous of you to think of it, Finch,"
Mrs. Chattisbourne said, steering me toward the door on the right.
"Finch is the most wonderful butler," she said. "He thinks of simply everything."
The Chattisbourne morning room looked exactly like the Meerings' parlour, only floral. The carpet was strewn with lilies, the lamps were decorated with forget-me-nots and daffodils, and on a marble-topped table in the middle of the room was a poppy-painted vase with pink peonies in it. It was just as crowded as the Meerings' too, and being asked to sit down meant working my way through a maze of hyacinths and marigolds to a chair needle-pointed in extremely realistic roses. I sat down gingerly on it, almost afraid of thorns, and Mrs. Chattisbourne's 4 daughters sat down on a flowered sofa opposite, and giggled. I found out over the course of the morning that except for Eglantine, the youngest, who looked about 10, they giggled at all times and at virtually everything that was said.
"Finch is an absolute gem,"
Mrs. Chattisbourne said, for instance, and they giggled.
"So efficient. He does things before we even know we want them done. Not at all like our last butler. What is his name, Tossie?" "Bain," Tossie said. "Oh, yes, Bain," she said with a sniff. "An appropriate name for a butler, I suppose, though I have always felt it is not the name that makes the butler but the training. Bain's training was adequate, but hardly perfect. He was always reading books, as I recall. Finch never reads," she said proudly. "Wherever did you find him?" Tossie said. "That's the most amazing part of the whole thing," Mrs. Chattisbourne said. Giggles. "I went over to the vicar's to take him our dresser scarves for the fete, and he was sitting in the vicar's parlour. It seems he'd been employed by a family who'd gone out to India, and he was unable to accompany them because of a sensitivity to curry."
A sensitivity to curry.
"The vicar said, 'Do you know of anyone in need of a butler?' Can you imagine? It was fate."
Giggles.
"It sounds highly irregular to me," Tossie said. "Oh, of course, Thomas insisted on interviewing him, and he had the most glowing references."
All of them from people who'd gone out to India, no doubt, I thought.
"Tossie, I shall be cross at your dear mother for hiring away," she frowned in thought. "I've forgotten the name again." "Bain," Tossie said. "For hiring away, Bain, but how can I be when I've found the perfect replacement?"
The perfect replacement came into the room bearing a flowered tray with a cut-glass decanter and glasses on it.
"Currant cordial!" Mrs. Chattisbourne cried. "The very thing! Do you see what I mean?"
Finch began pouring the cordial and passing it around.
"Mr. Henry," Mrs. Chattisbourne said, "are you at school with Mr. St. True's?"
"Yes," I said. "At Oxford. Balliol."
"Are you married?"
Eglantine asked.
"Eglantine!" Iris said. "It's rude to ask people if they're married." "You asked Tossie if he was married," Eglantine said. "I heard you whispering." "Hush!"
Iris said, turning appropriately enough carnation pink. Giggles.
"What part of England do you come from, Mr. Henry?"
Mrs. Chattisbourne said. It was time to change the subject. "I wish to thank you for your son's loan of clothing," I said, sipping the currant cordial. It was better than eel pie. "Is he here?"
"Oh, no," Mrs. Chattisbourne said. "Didn't the Meerings tell you? Elliot is in South Africa." "He's a mining engineer," Tossie volunteered. "We have just had a letter from him," Mrs. Chattisbourne said. "Where is it, Pansy?"
The girls all got up and began looking for it with a good deal of giggling.
"Here it is, madam,"
Finch said, and handed it to Mrs. Chattisbourne.
Dear Mother and Father and Posies, she read. Here at last is the good long letter I had promised you.
And it became obvious she intended to read the entire thing. You must miss your son a great deal, I said, trying to forestall her. Will he be home soon?
Not until his 2 years' tour of duty is up 8 months from now, I'm afraid. Of course, were one of his sisters to marry, he would naturally come home for the wedding.
Giggles. She launched into the letter. 2 paragraphs convinced me that Elliot was as silly as his sisters and had never been in love with anyone but himself in his life. 3 paragraphs convinced me Tossie didn't care 2 pins for him either. She looked positively bored. By paragraph 4 I was wondering why Elliot had escaped being named rhododendron or mugwort and gazing at the Chattisbourne's cat. It was lying on a violet pettipoint footstool, and it was so enormous only a few violets showed round the edges. It was yellow, with yellower stripes and even yellower eyes, and it returned my gaze with a heavy-lidded languor which I was beginning to feel myself, what with the current cordial and Elliot Chattisbourne's prose. I thought longingly of being back at Muching's End, under a tree, or in a hammock.
What are you wearing to the fete, Rose?
Tossie asked when Mrs. Chattisbourne paused to turn over the letter to the 3rd page. Rose giggled and said,
My blue voile with the lace insets. I'm wearing my white dotted Swiss,
Pansy said, and the older girls leaned forward and began to chatter. Eglantine went over to the footstool, picked up the cat and dumped it on my lap.
This is our cat, Miss Marmalade. Mrs. Marmalade, Eglantine,
Mrs. Chattisbourne said, and I wondered if cats were given honorifics like cooks. And how are you, Mrs. Marmalade? I said, chucking the cat under the chin. Giggles.
What are you wearing to the fete, Tossie?
Iris asked.
The new dress Papa had made for me in London,
Tossie said.
Oh, what's it like?
Pansy cried.
I've written a description of it in my diary,
Tossie said, which some poor forensics expert will spend 2 weeks deciphering, I thought.
Finch, Tossie said, do hand me that basket.
And when he did, she reached under the embroidered cloth and brought out a cordovan leather-bound book with a gold lock. And there went Verity's hopes of stealing a look at it while we were gone. I wondered if I could possibly sneak it out of the basket on the way home. Tossie carefully unclasped a delicate gold chain with a tiny key on it from her wrist and unlocked the diary, and then painstakingly refastened it. Perhaps I could ask Finch to steal it for me. Or perhaps he'd already thought of it since Mrs. Chattisbourne claimed he could read minds.
White mignonette organdy,
Tossie read,
with an underdress of lilac silk. The bodice is made with a lace front edged with a ruffle embroidered in ingrained coloured silks of the softest shades of heliotrope, lilac and periwinkle worked in a pattern of violets and forget-me-nots, inset with...
The dress description was even longer than Elliot Chattisbourne's letter. I gave myself over to some serious petting of Mrs. Marmalade. She was not only enormous, but extremely fat. Her stomach was huge and felt oddly lumpy. I hoped she wasn't suffering from something. An early form of the distemper that wiped all the cats out in 2004 had been around in Victorian times, hadn't it?
And a pleated lilac sash with a rosette at the side,
Tossie read.
The skirt is prettily draped and embroidered with a border of the same flowers. The sleeves are gathered with shoulder and elbow ruffles. Lilac ribbons band...
I felt cautiously along her underside as I petted her. Several tumours. But if it was leptovirus, it must be in the early stages. Mrs. Marmalade's fur was soft and sleek, and she seemed perfectly happy. She was purring contentedly, her paws kneading happily into my trouser leg. I was clearly still suffering from slowness in thinking. She doesn't seem ill at all, I thought, even though she looks as though she's about to explode. Good Lord, I said, this cat is and was struck in the back of the neck with a sharp object. I stopped in mid-word. Finch, behind me, said,
I beg your pardon, madam. There's a gentleman here to see Mr. Henry.
To see me? But I... and got clipped again. If you will excuse me, ladies, I said, made some sort of bow and followed Finch to the door.
Mr. Henry has spent the last 2 years in America, I heard Tossie say as I left the room. Ah, Mrs. Chattisbourne said. Finch led me down the corridor and into the library and pulled the door shut behind us. I know, no swearing in the presence of ladies, I said, rubbing my neck. You didn't have to hit me. I did not strike you for swearing, sir, he said, though you are quite right. You should not have done it in polite company. What did he hit me with, anyway? I said, feeling gingerly along my neck bone. A blackjack? A salver, sir, he said, pulling a lethal-looking silver tray out of his pocket. I had no alternative, sir. I had to stop you. Stop me from what? I said. What are you doing here, anyway? I am here on an assignment for Mr. Dunworthy. What sort of an assignment? Were you sent to help Verity and me? No, sir, he said. Well, then why are you here? He looked uncomfortable. I am not at liberty to say, sir, except that I am here on a... He cast about for a word. Related project. I am on a different time track from you and therefore have access to information you have not discovered yet. If I were to tell you, it might interfere with your mission, sir. And hitting me on the back of the neck isn't interfering, I said. I think you've cracked a vertebra. I had to stop you, sir, from commenting on the cat's condition, he said. In Victorian society, discussion of sex in mixed company was utterly taboo. It was not your fault that you did not know. You weren't properly prepped. I told Mr. Dunworthy I thought sending you without training and in your condition was a bad idea, but he was adamant that you should be the one to return Princess Arjamand. He was, I said. Why? I am not at liberty to say, sir. And I wasn't going to say anything about sex, I protested. All I intended to say was that the cat was pregnant, or anything resulting from sex, sir, or relating to it in any way. He lowered his voice and leaned toward me. Girls were kept completely ignorant of the facts of life until their wedding night, when I'm afraid it proved a considerable shock to some of them. Women's bosoms or figures were never mentioned, and their legs were referred to as limbs. So what should I have said? That the cat was expecting, in the club, in a family way? You should not have said anything at all on the subject. The fact of pregnancy in people and animals was studiously ignored. You shouldn't have referred to it at all. And after they're born and there are half a dozen kittens running all over the place, am I supposed to ignore that as well? Or ask if they were found under a cabbage leaf? Finch looked uncomfortable. That's another reason, sir, he said obscurely. We don't want to draw any more attention to the situation than necessary. We don't want to cause another incongruity. Incongruity? I said. What are you talking about? I'm not at liberty to say. When you return to the morning room, I would refrain from all mention of the cat. He truly did sound like Jeeves. You've obviously been prepped, I said admiringly. When did you have time to learn so much about the Victorian era? I'm not at liberty to say, he said, looking pleased. But I can say I feel as though this is the job I was born to. Well, since you're so good at it, tell me what I am supposed to say when I go back in there. Who am I supposed to say was here to see me? I said. I don't know anyone here. It won't be a problem, sir, he said, opening the library door with a gloved hand. Won't be a problem? What do you mean? I'll have to say something. No, sir. They will not care why you were called away so long as it has afforded them the opportunity to discuss you in your absence. Discuss me? I said, alarmed. You mean as to my authenticity? No, sir, he said, looking every inch the butler. As to your marriageability. He led me across the corridor, bowed slightly, and opened the door with a gloved hand. He was right. There was a sudden, caught-out silence in the room, and then a spasm of giggles. Mrs. Chattisbourne said, Toslin has just been telling us about your brush with death, Mr. Henry. When I almost said pregnant, I wondered. When your boat capsized,
Pansy said eagerly. "But I suppose it is nothing compared to your adventures in America." "Have you ever been scalped?" Eglantine said. "Eglantine!" Mrs. Chattisbourne said. Finch appeared in the door. "I beg your pardon, madam," he said, "but will Miss Meering and Mr. Henry be staying to lunch?" "Oh, do stay, Mr. Henry," the girls chimed. "We want to hear all about America." I spent lunch regaling them with the story of stagecoaches and tomahawks I'd stolen from 19th century lectures I wished now I'd paid more attention to, and watching Finch. He signalled the proper utensils to use by whispering, "The fork with the 3 tines," in my ear as he set the courses in front of me, and by signalling discreetly from the sideboard as I held their attention with lines like, "That night, sitting round the campfire, we could hear their tom-toms in the darkness, beating, beating, beating." Giggles. After lunch, Iris, Rose and Pansy begged us to stay for a game of charades, but Tossie said we must go, and carefully relocked her diary and put it not in the basket, but in her reticule. "Oh, but can't you stay for just a short while?" Pansy Chattisbourne begged. Tossie said we still had to pick up contributions from the vicars, for which I was grateful. I had had hock and claret at lunch, and that, combined with the currant cordial and the residual effects of time lag, made me want nothing but a long afternoon nap. "Shall we see you at the fete, Mr. Henry?" Iris said, giggling. I'm afraid so, I thought, hoping the vicar's wasn't far. It wasn't, but first we had to stop at the Widow Wallace's for a sauceboat and a banjo missing 2 strings. The Middlemarches, a teapot with the spout broken off, a vinegar cruet, and a game of authors missing several cards, and Miss Stiggins's, a birdcage, a set of 4 statuettes representing the Fates, a copy of Through the Looking-Glass, a fish slice, and a ceramic thimble inscribed Souvenir of Margate. Since the Chattisbournes had already given us a hat-pin holder, a cushion with crewel-work violets and sweet peas, an egg boiler, and a cane with a carved dog's head, the basket was already nearly full, and I had no idea how I was going to carry it all home. Luckily, all the vicar had to donate was a large, cracked, gilt-framed mirror. "I will send Bain for it," Tossie said, and we started back. The walk home was a repeat of the walk there, except that I was more laden and a good deal more tired. Tossie prattled on about Juju and brave Terence, and I thought about how glad I was my name didn't begin with a C, and focused on finding a hammock. Bain met us at the end of the drive and relieved me of my basket, and Cyril came running out to greet me. His unfortunate tendency to tilt to port, however, brought him up to Tossie's feet, and she began to cry, "Oh, naughty, naughty, bad creature!" and emit little screamlets. "Come here, Cyril boy," I called, clapping my hands, and he ambled over happily, wagging his whole body. "Did you miss me, boy?" "What ho, the travellers return," Terence called, waving from the lawn. "Back to the white walls of their long-left home. You're just in time. Bain is setting up the wickets for a croquet match." "A croquet match?" Tossie cried. "What fun!" and ran up to change her clothes. "A croquet match?" I said to Verity, who was watching Bain pound stakes into the grass. "It was this or lawn tennis," Verity said, "which I was afraid you hadn't been prepped in." "I haven't been prepped in croquet either," I said, looking at the banded wooden mallets. "It's a very simple game," Verity said, handing me a yellow ball. "You hit the ball through the wickets with a mallet. How did this morning go?" "I was once a scout with Buffalo Bill," I said, "and I'm engaged to Pansy Chattisbourne." She didn't smile. "What did you find out about Mr. C?" "Elliot Chattisbourne's not coming home for another 8 months," I said. I explained how I'd asked her about the chap whose name I'd forgotten. She couldn't think of anyone it might be, but that's not the most interesting thing Tossie came running over in a pink and white peppermint-striped sailor dress and a large pink bow, holding Princess Arjamand in her arms. "Juju just so loved to watch the balls," she said, setting her on the ground. "And bat them," Verity said. "Mr. Henry and I shall be partners," she said, "and you and Mr. St. True's." "Mr. St. True's, we are to be partners,"
she cried, running over to where Terence was supervising Bain. I thought the object was to keep Tossie and Terence apart, I said. It is, Verity said, but I have to talk to you. And I have to talk to you, I said. You'll never guess who I saw over at the Chattisbournes. Finch. Finch? She said blankly. Mr. Dunworthy's secretary? I nodded. He's their butler. What's he doing here? He wouldn't tell me. He said it was a related project and that he couldn't tell me without interfering with ours. Are you ready? Tossie called from the stake. Nearly, Verity said. All right. The rules of the game are perfectly simple. You score points by hitting your ball through a course of 6 wickets twice. The 4 outside hoops, the centre hoops, then back again in the opposite direction. Each turn is 1 stroke. If your ball goes through the wicket, you get a continuation stroke. If your ball hits another ball, you get a croquet stroke and a continuation stroke. But if your ball goes through 2 hoops in 1 stroke, you only get 1 stroke. After you hit a ball, you can't hit it again till you've gone through your next hoop, except for the first hoop. If you hit a ball you've hit, you lose your turn. Are you ready? Tossie called. Nearly, Verity said to her. Those are the boundaries, she said to me, pointing with her mallet. North, south, east and west. That's the yard line and that's the baulk line. Is all that clear? Perfectly, I said. Which colour am I? Red, she said. You start from the baulk line. Ready! Tossie called. Yes, Verity nodded. I go first, Tossie said, stooping gracefully and putting her ball on the grass. Well, and how difficult could it be, I thought, watching Tossie line up her shot. A dignified Victorian game played by children and young women in long trailing dresses on lush green lawns. A civilised game. Tossie turned, smiled prettily at Terence and tossed her curls. I hope I make a good shot, she said, and gave the ball a mighty whack that sent it through the first 2 hoops and halfway across the lawn. She smiled, surprisedly, asked, Do I get another shot? And whacked it again. This time it nearly hit Cyril, who had lain down for a nap in the shade. Interference, Tossie said. It hit its nose. Cyril hasn't got a nose, Verity said, placing her ball a mallet's head behind the first hoop. My turn. She didn't hit her ball quite so violently as Tossie had, but it wasn't a tap either. It went through the first hoop, and her next shot brought her within 2 feet of Tossie's ball. Your turn, Mr. St. True's, Tossie said, moving so her long skirt covered her ball. After his shot, when she walked over to him, her ball was a good yard farther away from Verity. I went over to Verity. She cheats, I said. She nodded. I wasn't able to find Tossie's diary, she said. I know, she had it with her. She read the dress description to the Chattisbourne girls. Your turn, Mr. Henry, Tossie said, leaning on her croquet mallet. Verity had not said anything about the proper grip, and I hadn't been paying attention. I put my ball down by the wicket and took hold of the mallet with a sort of cricket-back grip. Fault, Tossie called. Mr. Henry's ball isn't the proper length from the hoop. You lose the turn, Mr. Henry. He does not, Verity said. Move your ball back the width of a mallet head. I did, and then hit the ball more or less the right direction, though not through the hoop. My turn, Tossie said, and thwacked Verity's ball completely off the court and into the hedge. Sorry, she said, simpered demurely, and did the same thing to Terence's. I thought you said this was a civilised game, I said to Verity, crawling under the hedge to retrieve her ball. I said simple, she said. I picked up the ball. Pretend you're still looking for it, Verity said under her breath. After I searched Tossie's room, I went through to Oxford. Did you find out how much slippage there was on your drop? I said, prying branches apart. No, she said, looking solemn. Warder was too busy. I was about to say that Warder always thought she was too busy when she said, The new recruit. I don't know his name. The one who was working with you and Carruthers. Is stuck in the past. In the Marrows field, I said, thinking of the dogs. No, in Coventry. He was supposed to come through after he'd finished the rubble, but he hasn't. He probably couldn't find the net, I said, thinking of him messing with his pocket torch.
That's what Carruthers said, but Mr. Dunworthy and TJ are worried it's connected to the incongruity. They've sent Carruthers back to look for him.
It's your turn, Verity,
Tossie said impatiently.
She started over to us.
Haven't you found it yet?
Here it is, I called, and emerged from under the hedge, holding it aloft.
It went out here,
Tossie said, pointing with her foot to a spot several miles from where she hit it out. It's like playing with the Red Queen, I said, and handed Verity the ball. My only goal on my next 3 turns was to get my ball on the same side of the court as Verity's, a goal that was repeatedly thwarted by off with her head mirroring. "I've got it," I said, limping over to Verity after one of Tossie's shots had sent Terence's ball straight into my shin, at which point Cyril had got up and moved to the far side of the lawn. "Mr. C is the physician who called in to Dr. Tossie's croquet casualties. What else did you find out?" Verity lined up her shot carefully. "I found out who Terence married." "Please don't say it was Tossie," I said, standing on my good leg and rubbing my shin.
"No," she said. She hit the ball neatly through the hoop. "Not Tossie. Maud Peddick."
"Well, that's good, isn't it?" I said. "That means I didn't ruin things by making Terence miss meeting Maud." She pulled a folded sheet of paper out of her sash and handed it surreptitiously to me. "What's this?" I said, sticking it in my breast pocket. "An excerpt from Maud's diary."
"No," she said. "She's apparently the only woman in the entire Victorian era who didn't keep a diary. It's a letter from Maud St. True's to her younger sister."
Your ball, Mr. Henry,
Tossie called.
"Second paragraph," Verity said.
I gave the red ball an enthusiastic whack that sent it straight past Terence's ball and into the centre of the lilacs.
I say, too bad,
Terence said. I nodded and went crashing into the lilacs after it.
Farewell, dear friend,
Terence called gaily, waving his mallet.
Farewell, for in that fatal word, howe'er we promise, hope, believe, there breathes despair.
I found the ball, picked it up, and moved into the thickest part of the lilacs. I unfolded the letter. It was written in a delicate, spidery hand. "Dearest Isabel," it read, "I am so happy to hear of your engagement. Robert is a fine young man, and I only hope you will be as happy as Terence and I are. You worry that you met on the steps of an ironmonger's, a singularly unromantic location. Do not fret. My darling Terence and I first met at a railway station. I was standing with my Aunt Amelia on the platform of Oxford railway station." I stood there, looking down at the letter. The platform of Oxford railway station. Scarcely a romantic location, yet I knew instantly there amidst the luggage vans and steamer trunks that he was my true mate. Only she hadn't. I had been there, and she and her aunt had hired a fly and gone on.
Can't you find it?
Terence called. I hastily folded the letter and stuck it back in my pocket. "Here it is," I said, and emerged from the bushes.
It went out here,
Tossie said, indicating a totally fictitious point with her foot. "Thank you, Miss Meering," I said, and measuring one mallet head's length from the edge with my mallet, placed it on the grass and prepared to hit it again.
Your turn is ended,
Tossie said, going over to her ball.
It's my turn,
she said, giving it an enormous whack that sent my ball right back into the lilacs.
Roquet,
she said, smiling sweetly.
2 strokes.
Isn't she a topping girl? Terence said, helping me look for my ball. No, I thought, and even if she were, you're not supposed to be in love with her. You're supposed to be in love with Maud. You were supposed to meet her at the railway station, and this is my fault, my fault, my fault.
Mr. Henry, it's your turn,
Tossie said impatiently. Oh, I said, and hit blindly at the nearest ball.
Your fault, Mr. Henry,
Tossie said impatiently.
You're dead.
What?
You're dead on that ball, Mr. Henry, she said. You've hit it once already. You can't hit it again till you've gone through the hoop.
Oh, I said, and aimed for the wicket instead.
Not that hoop,
Tossie said, shaking her blonde curls at me.
I call a fault for attempting to skip a hoop.
Sorry, I said, trying to focus.
Mr. Henry is used to playing according to the American rules,
Verity said. I went over and stood next to her, watching Tossie line up her shot, setting it up like a billiard shot, calculating how the balls would ricochet off each other. "There's worse," Verity said. "One of their grandsons was an RAF pilot in the Battle of Britain. He flew the first bombing raid on Berlin."
"Terence!"
Tossie said.
"Your animal is in the way of my double roquet!"
Terence obediently went to shift Cyril. Tossie sighted along her mallet, measuring the angles at which the balls would collide, calculating the possibilities. I stood there, watching Tossie line up her shot. Verity didn't say anything. She didn't have to. I knew all about that first bombing raid. It was in September of 1940, in the middle of the Battle of Britain, and Hitler had vowed that bombs would never fall on the fatherland. And when they did, he had ordered the full-scale bombing of London, and then, in November, of Coventry. Tossie swung her mallet. Her ball hit mine, ricocheted off, hit Verity's, and went straight through the hoop. The bombing raid had saved the RAF, which the Luftwaffe had badly outnumbered. If the Luftwaffe hadn't switched to civilian bombing when they did, they would have won the Battle of Britain, and Hitler would have invaded. "Pluck one thread, and the web ye mar. Break but one of 1,000 keys, and the paining jar through all will run." John Greenleaf Whittier. Chapter 15. Nocturnal visitors. A fire. More similarities to the Titanic. A spirit. Sleepwalking. Pearl Harbor. Fish. A conversation with a workman. Finch. Up to no good. Verity and I go boating on the river. Proposals in Latin, advantages and disadvantages of. Napoleon's health problems. Sleep. Similarity between literature and real life. An announcement. My second night at Matching's End was just as restful as the first. Terence came in to ask me what Tossie had said about him while we were at the Chattisbournes, and didn't I think her eyes were like stars of twilight fair. Cyril had to be carried down the stairs, and Bain brought me cocoa and asked me if it was true that everyone in America carried a firearm. I told him no.
"I have also heard that Americans are less concerned with ideas of class, and that societal barriers are less rigid there."
I wondered what class had to do with guns, and if he was considering taking up a life of crime.
"It is certainly a place where everyone is free to seek his fortune," I said. "And does." "Is it true the industrialist Andrew Carnegie was the son of a coal miner?" he asked. And when I said I thought so, poured my cocoa and thanked me again for finding Princess Arjemand. "It is a delight to see how happy Miss Meering is now that her pet is back."
I thought she was happy because she'd trounced everyone at croquet, but I didn't say so.
"If there is ever anything I can do, sir, to return the favour."
You wouldn't be willing to fly a bombing mission to Berlin, would you? I thought. At the end of the croquet game, while Tossie was busy committing mayhem on Terence's ball, Verity had whispered to me to be certain I destroyed Maud's letter, that we were in no position to risk another incongruity. So as soon as Bain had left, I locked the door, opened the window, and held it over the flame of the kerosene lamp. The paper flared up, curling at the edges. A fragment of it flew rapidly up, still burning, and over to the bouquet of dried flowers on the bureau. I leapt after it, crashing into the chair and making a wild grab that only sent it closer to the dried flowers. Wonderful. In trying not to cause an incongruity, I was going to set the house on fire. I made another slashing grab, and the burning paper twirled lightly out of my reach and settled slowly toward the floor. I dived under it, hands cupped to catch it, but it had already burnt up completely before it reached them, turned to ash and non-significance. There was a scratching at the door, and I opened it to find Princess Arjemand and Verity. The cat promptly jumped up on the pillows and draped herself decoratively over them, and Verity perched on the end of the bed. "Look," I said, "I don't think you have any business going through again. You've already made 2 trips in 24 hours, and I've already been," she said, smiling happily. "And I've got good news." "Is it actually good news?" I said sceptically, "or are you just happy because of the time lag?" "It's good news," she said, and then frowned. "At least they say it is."
I wanted to see what they'd found out about the grandson and the bombing raid. TJ says the raid on Berlin isn't a crisis point. He says there's no increased slippage either at the airfield or in Berlin, and he ran Sims on the bombing raid, and the absence of Terence's grandson had no long-term effect in any of them. Can I have your cocoa?
Yes, I said.
Why didn't it? She scrambled off the bed and went over to the nightstand. Because there were 81 planes involved and 29 of them dropped bombs on Berlin, she said, pouring cocoa. One pilot wouldn't have made a difference to the outcome, particularly since it wasn't the amount of damage done that made Hitler retaliate, but the idea of bombs falling on the fatherland. And there were 3 more raids after that. She brought the cup and saucer over to the bed and sat down. I had forgotten that there had been 4 raids. Good. That meant redundancy. And that's not all, she said, sipping cocoa. Mr. Dunworthy says there's every indication that Goering had already decided to bomb London, and the bombing raid was simply an excuse. So he said not to worry, he can't see any way it would have changed the course of the war, but...
I had known there was a but.
There is a crisis point associated with the bombing that we should know about. It's August the 24th, the night the 2 German planes accidentally bombed London.
I knew about that. It was one of Professor Peddick's instances of individual action, and of accident and chance. The 2 German planes had been part of a big bombing raid on an aircraft factory at Rochester and the oil storage tanks at Thames Haven. The lead planes had been equipped with pathfinders, but the others hadn't, and 2 of the planes had got separated from the others, run into flak, and decided to jettison their bombs and run for home. Unfortunately, they had been over London at the time, and their bombs had destroyed the Church of St. Giles, Cripplegate, and killed civilians. In retaliation, Churchill had ordered the raid on Berlin, and in retaliation for that, Hitler had ordered the bombing of London in retaliation for the raid on Berlin. This is the cat that killed the rat that... Mr. Dunworthy and TJ can't find any connection between Terence's grandson and the 2 German planes, Verity said, sipping cocoa. But they're checking on it. And there's the possibility, since he was an RAF pilot, that he did something, shot down a Luftwaffe plane or something, that was pivotal. They're checking on that too. And in the meantime, what are we supposed to do?
Everything we can to contain the situation and, if possible, get Terence back to Oxford to meet Maud. So, tomorrow I want you to talk to Professor Peddick and convince him he needs to return to Oxford to see his sister and his niece. I'll work on Terence and make another stab at the diary.
Do you think that's a good idea? I said. I've been thinking this is a chaotic system, which means cause and effect aren't linear. Perhaps we're just making things worse by trying to fix them.
Look at the Titanic. If they hadn't done anything to try to avoid the iceberg, they'd have hit it head on, Verity said. Yes, and the ship would have been damaged, but it wouldn't have sunk. It was their trying to turn it that made the iceberg scrape along the watertight compartments so that she went down like a stone. So you think we should just let Tossie and Terence get engaged? She said.
I don't know, I said. Perhaps if we stop trying to keep them apart, Terence will realise what Tossie's really like and get over his infatuation.
Perhaps, Verity said, eating cake seriously. On the other hand, if somebody put enough lifeboats on the Titanic to begin with, nobody would have drowned.
She finished her cocoa and took the cup and saucer back over to the nightstand. What about the slippage in 2018? Have they found out what's causing that? I said.
She shook her head. Mrs. Bittner couldn't remember anything. 2018 was the year Fujisaki did his first work on the possibility of incongruities occurring, and they made modifications to the net, so it would shut down automatically if the slippage became too great. But that was in September. The area of increased slippage was in April.
She opened the door and peered out.
Perhaps tomorrow morning Mr. C will come to help set up for the fete, and we won't have to do anything, she whispered. Or we'll hit an iceberg, I whispered back.
I realised as soon as I'd shut the door behind her that I hadn't asked her about Finch. I waited 5 minutes to make sure Verity had made it safely back to her room, and then put on my bathrobe and tiptoed carefully down the corridor, carefully avoiding the obstacles in the dark. Laocoon, whose situation I could empathise with. Fern, bust of Darwin, umbrella stand. I tapped softly on Verity's door. She opened it, immediately looking upset.
"You're not supposed to rap,"
she whispered, looking anxiously down the corridor to Mrs. Mearing's room. "Sorry," I whispered, sidling in the door. Verity shut the door carefully. It made a soft snick.
"What do you want?"
she whispered. "I forgot to ask you if you found out what Finch was doing here," I whispered back.
"Mr. Dunworthy wouldn't tell me," she said, looking worried. "He told me the same thing Finch told you, that it was a related project. I think he was sent to drown Princess Arjemand."
"What?" I said, forgetting I was supposed to whisper.
"Finch, you're joking."
She shook her head.
"The forensics expert translated part of one of the references to Princess Arjemand. It said, 'Poor drowned Princess Arjemand.'"
"But how do they know that wasn't written while they were still looking for her?"
"And why would they send Finch? He wouldn't harm a fly." "I don't know," she said. "Perhaps they don't trust us to do it, and Finch was the only person available to send."
I could believe that, given Lady Shrapnel's penchant for recruiting anyone who wasn't nailed down.
"But Finch," I said, unconvinced. "And if that's what he's supposed to be doing, why would they send him to Mrs. Chattisbourne's instead of here? They probably think Mrs. Mearing will steal him away."
"You have had too many drops. We will talk about this in the morning," I said, looking out into the pitch-black hall, and slid out the door. Verity shut the door silently behind me, and I started back. Umbrella stand.
"Monsieur!"
Mrs. Mearing's voice cried. The corridor sprang into light.
"I knew it!"
Mrs. Mearing said, and advanced on me, holding a kerosene lamp. The top of the stairs was too far away to make a run for it, and anyway, Bain was coming up them carrying a candle. There wasn't even time to move away from my incriminating location in front of Verity's door. This was hardly what Mr. Dunworthy meant by containing the situation. I wondered if I could get away with saying I had just been downstairs to get a book, without a candle. And where was said book? For a fantastic moment I wondered if I could claim I was sleepwalking, like the hero in the Moonstone. I said, and was cut off by Mrs. Mearing.
"I knew it," she said. "You heard it too, Mr. Henry, didn't you?"
Tossie's door opened, and she peeked out, her hair in rag curlers.
"Mamma, what is it?"
"A spirit," Mrs. Mearing said. "Mr. Henry heard it too, didn't you?" "Yes," I said. "I had just come out to investigate. I thought it was an intruder, but there was no one here."
"Did you hear it, Bain?" Mrs. Mearing demanded. "A rapping sound, very faint, and then a sort of whispering sound?" "No, madam," Bain said. "I was in the breakfast room setting out the silver for breakfast." "But you heard it, Mr. Henry," Mrs. Mearing said. "I know you did. You were white as a sheet when I came out in the corridor. There was a rapping, and then whispers, and a sort of ethereal moan," I said. "Exactly," Mrs. Mearing said. "I think there must be more than one spirit, and they are speaking to one another. Did you see anything, Mr. Henry?" "A sort of glimmer in white," I said, in case she'd seen Verity shutting the door. "Just for a moment, and then it vanished." "Oh," Mrs. Mearing said excitedly. "Mesiel, come here, Mr. Henry has seen a spirit." Colonel Mearing did not respond, and in the little silence before she called to him again, the faint sound of Cyril's snoring wafted down the corridor. We weren't out of the woods yet. "There," I said, pointing to the wall above Lady Shrapnel's portrait. "Did you hear that?" "Yes," Mrs. Mearing said, mashing her hand to her bosom. "What did it sound like?" "The sound of bells," I said, improvising. "And then a sort of sob." "Exactly," Mrs. Mearing said. "The attic. Bain, open the attic door. We must go up." At this point, Verity finally made an appearance, clutching her wrapper and blinking sleepily. "What is it, Aunt Malvinia?" "The spirit I saw 2 nights ago out by the gazebo," Mrs. Mearing said. "It is in the attic." Just then Cyril gave an enormous snuffling snort from the unmistakable direction of my room.
Verity instantly looked up at the ceiling. "I hear them," she said. "Ghostly footsteps overhead." We spent the next 2 hours in the attic, tripping over cobwebs and looking for vanishing glimmers of white. Mrs. Mearing didn't find any, but she did find a ruby glass fruit compote, a lithograph of Landseer's The Monarch of the Glen, and a moth-eaten tiger-skin rug for the jumble sale. She insisted on poor Bain carrying them down on the spot. "Amazing, simply amazing, the treasures one finds in attics," she said rapturously. "Don't you agree, Mr. Henry?" I said, yawning. "I am afraid the spirit has departed," Bain said, coming back up the attic stairs. "We may only frighten it by our further presence." "You are quite right, Bain," she said, and we were able finally to go to bed. I was afraid Cyril might be at it again when we came down the corridor, but there was no sound from my room. Cyril and Princess Arjamand were sitting bolt upright in the middle of the bed, engaged in a nose, such as it was for Cyril to nose, staring match. "No staring," I said, taking off my robe and crawling into bed. "No snoring, no sprawling." There was none of the above. Instead, they paced round the bed, sniffing each other's tails, such as it was for Cyril, and looking daggers at each other. "Lie down," I hissed, and then lay there in the dark, worrying about what to do and thinking about the accidental bombing of London. It made sense that that was a crisis point. There had only been 2 planes involved, and very little would have been required to shift the course of events. They might have spotted a landmark and realized where they were, or their bombs might have fallen on a Marrow's field or in the Channel, or they might have been hit by flak, or something even smaller, some tiny event that no one was aware of. It was a chaotic system. So there was no way to tell what we should do or not do and how it would affect Terence's marrying Maud. Cyril and Princess Arjamand were still pacing over the bed. "Lie down," I said, and, amazingly, Cyril did, flopping at my feet. Princess Arjamand walked over to him, sat down next to his head, and smacked him smartly on the nose. Cyril sat up, looking aggrieved, and Princess Arjamand stretched out in his place. If only it were that simple. Action and reaction, cause and effect. But in a chaotic system, the effect wasn't always what one intended. Look at the letter I tried to burn tonight, and the battleship Nevada. It had been damaged in the first wave of attack at Pearl Harbor, but not sunk, and it had fired up its boilers and tried to get underway and out of the harbor to where it could maneuver. And as a result, it had nearly sunk in the Channel, where it would have blocked the entire harbor entrance for months. On the other hand, a radar technician at Opana Station had telephoned his superior officer at 7:05 a.m., nearly 50 minutes before the attack on Pearl Harbor, and reported a large number of unidentified planes coming in from the north. His superior officer had told him to ignore it. It was nothing at all, and gone back to bed. And then there was Wheeler Field, where, trying to protect the planes from sabotage, they had parked them all in the middle of the field, where it had taken the Japanese Zeros exactly 2.5 minutes to destroy them all. Lady Shrapnel's motto might be, "God is in the details," but mine was rapidly becoming, "damned if you do, damned if you don't." I was still thinking about Pearl Harbor when I went down to breakfast. Tossie was standing at the sideboard, holding Princess Arjamand and taking the lids off each of the silver serving dishes, and then putting them back on with a dissatisfied expression. It was the first time I had felt any kinship with her. Poor thing, consigned to a life of frivolousness and wretched things for breakfast. Not allowed to go to school or do anything worthwhile, and eel pie besides. I was thinking I'd been too hard on her when she slammed down the snarling wolf dish, picked up the silver bell sitting next to it, and rang it violently. Bain appeared in a moment, his arms full of coconuts and a length of purple bunting draped over his shoulders.
"Yes, miss?"
he said.
"Why is there no fish for breakfast this morning?"
Tossie said.
"Mrs. Posey is engaged in preparing the cakes and refreshments for the fete tomorrow,"
Bain said.
I told her 4 hot dishes were sufficient. Well, they are not, Tossie snapped. Jane came in with an armful of antimacassars, bobbed a curtsy at Tossie and said hurriedly, "Begging your pardon, miss. Mr. Bain, the men are here with the tea tent, and Miss Stiggins's footman is wanting to know where the extra chairs are to go." "Thank you, Jane," Bain said. "Tell them I will be there directly." "Yes, sir," Jane said, bobbed, and ran out. "I should like grilled trout for breakfast. Since Mrs. Posey is busy, you can prepare it," Tossie said. And if I'd been Bain, I would have beamed her with one of the coconuts. Bain merely looked hard at her, clearly trying to maintain a poker face, and said, "As you wish, miss." He looked at Princess Arjamand. "If you will allow me to speak, miss, encouraging your pet to eat fish is not good for her. It only—" "I do not allow you to speak," Tossie said imperiously. "You're a servant. Bring me the grilled trout immediately." "As you wish, miss," he said, and started out juggling his coconuts to keep them from falling. "I want it served on a silver dish," Tossie called after him. "And tie up that horrid dog of Terence's. It tried to chase my Derham's Juju this morning." All right, that settled it. Tossie couldn't be allowed to marry Terence, and the hell with what our meddling might do to the continuum. A universe in which Cyril and Bain had to put up with that wasn't worth having. I ran upstairs to Professor Peddick's room. He wasn't there, but I found Terence in his room. He was shaving. "I've been thinking," I said, watching him brush soap on his face in fascination. "This is the 3rd day Professor Peddick's been away from Oxford, and we still haven't been down to Runnymede. Perhaps we should go there today, and then back to Oxford tomorrow. I mean, we're only in the way here, what with the jumble sale and all." "I promised Miss Mearing I'd stay and help with the fete," he said, scraping the lethally sharp blade along his cheek. "She wants me to be in charge of the pony ride." "We could take him to Oxford on the train this afternoon," I said, "and be back in time for the fete. The Professor's sister and niece are no doubt missing him." "He sent them a telegram," Terence said, shaving his chin. "But they may only be visiting for a short time," I said. "It would be a shame for him to miss them." He looked unconvinced. "Time is fleeting," I said, deciding perhaps a quote was what was needed. "And opportunities once missed do ne'er return." "True," Terence said, complacently drawing the blade across his jugular. "But people like Professor Peddick's relations always stay forever." He wiped the remains of the soap off with the towel. "The blue-stocking niece has probably come up to campaign for women's colleges or suffrage or something, and they'll be in Oxford all term. Modern girls— Thank goodness Miss Mearing is an old-fashioned girl, shy and demure and sweet as the dewy milk-white thorn, dear as the raptured thrill of joy." It was hopeless, but I continued to try for several more minutes and then went to work on Professor Peddick. I didn't make it. Mrs. Mearing waylaid me on my way to the fish pond and sent me to put up placards in the village, but it was nearly noon by the time I got back. Verity was on a ladder on the lawn putting up Chinese lanterns between the stalls. The workmen were hammering together. "Any luck with the diary?" "No," she said disgustedly. "I've searched every ruffle and cranny of her room, and nothing." She stepped down off the ladder. "Any luck with Terence?" I shook my head. "Where is he?" I said, looking round at the stalls. "He's not with Tossie, is he?" "No," she said. "Mrs. Mearing sent Terence to Goring for prizes for the fishing stall, and Tossie's over at the Chattisbournes borrowing a ribbon for her hat. She should be gone all afternoon." "For a ribbon?" She nodded. "I told her she needed a special shade of lilac, halfway between mauve and periwinkle, with just a hint of lavender blue. And the Chattisbourne girls would want to hear all about you. Both Tossie and Terence should be safely occupied till tea." "Good," I said. "I'm going to work on Professor Peddick this afternoon." "That is absolutely out of the question," Mrs. Mearing said, and nearly gave me a heart attack. She sounded so much like Lady Shrapnel. "The fete is tomorrow. My crystal ball must be here by then." I picked up a Chinese lantern so it would look like I was working, and peered round the woolen goods stall at the half-constructed fortune-teller's booth. A workman in a frock coat and top hat and a butcher's apron was cringing back against his carriage.
"Felpham and Muncasters greatly regret any inconvenience this may have caused," he was saying humbly, "and will earnestly endeavour—" "Inconvenience?" Mrs. Mearing shouted. "We are attempting to raise money for our restoration fund."
I went back over to Verity. The crystal ball didn't arrive.
"You'd think it would have foreseen that would happen," she said, grinning. "If you're going to catch Professor Peddick, you best hurry. He and the Colonel are going fishing."
"It must be here by this afternoon at 4, Mrs. Mearing boomed. "But, Mrs. Mearing, 4 on the dot."
"Do you know where Professor Peddick is?" I asked Verity.
"In the library, I think,"
she said, taking another Chinese lantern and catching up her skirt to climb the ladder.
"He was looking up something about the Battle of Bannockburn. Before you go," she came back down the ladder a step, "I've been thinking over what you said about Finch, and you're right. He's not the type to drown a cat."
She put her hand to her forehead.
"I don't always think too clearly when I'm time-lagged."
"I know the feeling," I said.
"I haven't been able to think what Finch is doing here, though," she said. "Have you?"
I shook my head.
"I'm going through to see if the forensics experts had any luck," she said. "I'll see what I can find out about Finch. Mr. Dunworthy wouldn't tell me, but perhaps I can get it out of Warder."
I nodded and went off to find Professor Peddick, taking the long way round to make sure Mrs. Mearing didn't see me and waylay me again. The professor wasn't in the library or the parlour. I went out to check at the stable and then started back toward the house to ask Jane if she knew where he was. I was halfway there when Finch came out of the servants' door with Jane. He said something to her, and she giggled, and then stood there watching him as he left, smiling and waving her apron at him. I went over to her. "Jane," I said, "what was Finch doing here?"
"He brought the rock cakes for the fete tomorrow," she said, looking longingly after him. "I am wishing he was our butler instead of Mr. Bain. Mr. Bain's always going on at me about reading books and how I should be trying to improve myself. Do I want to be a maid all my life? But Mr. Finch is ever so nice. He never criticizes. He just talks."
"What did he talk to you about?" I said, trying to make the question casual.
"Oh, this and that. The fete tomorrow, and was I going to buy any chances on the cake and Princess Arjamand's being lost? He was particularly interested in Princess Arjamand. Asked me all about her."
"Princess Arjamand?" I said sharply. "What did he say?"
"Oh, only how lucky it was she wasn't drowned. And had she ever had kittens? Miss Stiggins was saying she was such a pretty cat she'd like to have one of the kittens. Was she always with Miss Mearing, or did she wander off on her own sometimes and like that?"
"Did he ask to see her?"
"He did," Jane said. "But I couldn't find her. I told him she was very likely out at the fish pond trying to eat the Colonel's goldfish."
She suddenly seemed to realize who she was talking to.
"I didn't do nothing improper, did I, sir? Talking to him? We were working the whole time."
"No, of course not," I said. "I only asked because I thought he might have brought the curio cabinet for the jumble sale."
"No, sir," she said. "Just the rock cakes."
"Oh," I said, and took off for the fish pond, walking till I was out of Jane's sight and then breaking into a gallop. Verity had been right. Finch was after Princess Arjamand. I ran across the lawn where Mrs. Mearing was still yelling at the workman and past the spot where Verity had been hanging Chinese lanterns. The ladder was still there, but she wasn't, and I wondered if she had gone through to Oxford already. I sprinted past the lilacs to the gazebo and then onto the path along the river bank. There was no sign of Princess Arjemand or of her having recently been pitched in the river, and I remembered all over again how just a few minutes could have made an enormous difference. "Princess Arjemand!" I called, and ran down the path and across the flower garden to the rockery. The fish pond lay in the middle of the rockery, lined with brick and covered with water lilies. Next to the pond sat Cyril, and on the edge of the pond sat Princess Arjemand, delicately swiping her paw into the water. "Stop that!" I said, and Cyril jumped and looked guilty. Princess Arjemand continued to dip her paw unconcernedly into the water as if she were trolling. "All right, you two," I said. "You're under arrest. Come along." I scooped up Princess Arjemand and started back for the house, Cyril trudging behind with his head down. "You should be ashamed," I said to him, "letting her tempt you into a life of crime like that. Do you know what would have happened to you if Bain had found you?" And saw the shimmer of the net up by the gazebo. I looked round anxiously, hoping there was no one else close enough to see it. It began to glow, and Cyril reared away from it and began to back, growling. Verity emerged next to the gazebo and looked around. "Ned," she said, catching sight of me. "How nice of you to come meet me." "What did you find out?" I said. "And you brought Cyril," she said, patting him on the head. "And dearum's Juju," she cooed, taking Princess Arjemand from me and cradling her in her arms. She waggled her fingers at Princess Arjamand's paws, and Princess Arjemand batted playfully at them. "How does oo stand your mistress talking ootsy-cutesy baby talk to oo?" Verity said. "Oo ought to swat her when her does it." "Verity," I said, "are you all right?" "I'm perfectly all right," she said, still playing with the cat's paws. "Where's Terence?" she said, starting toward the lawn. "I need to tell him he can't be in love with Tossie because the fate of the free world is at stake. Also," her voice dropped to a stage whisper, "she cheats at croquet." "How many drops have you had?" I demanded. She frowned. 16. No, 8, 12. She peered at me. "It isn't fair, you know." "What isn't?" I said warily. "Your boater. It makes you look just like Lord Peter Wimsey, especially when you tilt it forward like that." She started for the lawn. I took Princess Arjemand away from Verity, dumped her on the ground, and grabbed Verity's arm. "I need to find Tossie," she said. "I have a thing or two to tell her." "Not a good idea," I said. "Let's sit down a minute. In the gazebo." I led her toward it. She came docilely. "The first time I ever saw you, I thought he looked just like Lord Peter Wimsey. You were wearing that boater and—" "No, that wasn't the first time," she said accusingly. "The first time was in Mr. Dunworthy's office, and you were all covered in soot. You were still adorable, though, even if your mouth was hanging open." She looked at me quizzically. "Did you have a moustache?" "No," I said, leading her up the gazebo steps. "Now I want you to tell me exactly what happened in Oxford. Why did you make 12 drops?" 7, she said. TJ wanted to test the slippage on drops to May and August of 1888. He's looking for surrounding areas of radically increased slippage, she said, sounding more coherent. And I wondered if the time lag was just a temporary effect. "He said our incongruity doesn't fit the pattern," she said. "There's supposed to be an area of moderately increased slippage surrounding the focus. Do you know why Napoleon lost the Battle of Waterloo? It rained. Buckets." "Nope. Apparently not temporary." "Why did TJ send you on all those drops?" I asked. "Why didn't he send Carruthers?" "They can't get him out." "No, it's the recruit they can't get out," I said. She shook her head forcefully. "Carruthers." I didn't know if what she was saying was true, or if she was confused, or if we were even talking about the same thing. Between difficulty in distinguishing sounds, blurring of vision, and the sound of the ack-ack that was doubtless thudding in her ears, she might be having a different conversation entirely. "Verity, I need to take you—" Where? Sleep was what she needed, but there was no way I could get her through the minefield